Chapter 1. Become my Pokémon. Fist clench. Finally, save enough. A boy said happily while seriously counting the cash in his hands. The boy had relatively handsome features, with a sun-kissed complexion that gave off a very bright vibe, resembling a younger version of Louis Koo, the one who doesn't eat beef. This boy, who looked somewhat like a younger Louis Koo, was named Cieli. He had been lying on his bed playing Omega Ruby when, during a chain shiny hunting process, the game suddenly disconnected. In a moment of excitement, his blood surged, and he found himself transported to this world of Pokémon. Upon arriving in this world, Cieli realized he had crossed over when he saw a Caterpie. He understood that he had entered the Pokémon world, a place he had played since childhood. At that time, Cieli was young and reckless, unaware of fear, and attempted to physically capture the Caterpie, only to be ruthlessly ensnared by its string shot, leaving him hanging from a tree. From then on, Cieli had a deep grudge against Caterpie. Fortunately, when he crossed over, the heavens showed mercy and did not drop him into a ravine, but instead placed him in the outskirts near Kanaz City. He was rescued by a few kind-hearted passers-by and taken to the nearest Pokémon Center. Cieli was amazed to find that he had no language barriers in this world and possessed all the good things that other travelers had. However, the awkward part was that these good things didn't include a starter pack, nor were there any tasks for him to undertake. In a situation where the currency wasn't interchangeable, Cieli found himself completely broke. Additionally, since he had come over as a whole person, he had no registered identity, and he wasn't in the Kanto region, where he could directly join the notorious Rocket Team, known for its new trainer training center. However, this did not mean Cieli would give up. For what he understood, the Hoenn region also had its own criminal organizations, the Magma Team, representing the land, and the Aqua Team, representing the ocean. The Magma Team primarily operated in the volcanic areas of Hoenn, aiming to expand the land and increase human activity. The Aqua Team sought to help Pokémon reclaim their habitats lost due to human greed, believing that the ocean is the source of all life. Reclaiming the ocean was equivalent to establishing the ideal home for Pokémon. The Rock and Fire types might cry about this, you know. The key point was that both of these criminal organizations had plans to recruit new members in the bustling city. Yet, despite thinking he could contribute to the Dark Forces, Cieli was unable to join either organization to siphon off resources. The reason was not that Cieli had a high moral standard, but simply that they looked down on him for being penniless. Unlike the Rocket Team, which distributes Pokémon upon entry, these two organizations had standards for joining. At the very least, one needed to have a Pokémon. After all, their dream was to rebuild the world, not to sponsor every aspiring trainer. But Cieli had nothing but his clothes and a system in his mind. With no job opportunities, Cieli could only work odd jobs in the city, doing manual labor at construction sites. When there was nothing to do, he would go to safer areas near the outskirts of the city to see if he could find any wild fruits to sell. Luckily, he had crossed over in Kanaz City rather than in Liu City or Mushue Town, or else he would have to hope for a kind-hearted person to lend him a fishing rod to fish, only to be swallowed by Gyarados. During this time, Cieli had a very difficult life, but eventually, with the help of kind-hearted people and his own efforts, he managed to save enough money to buy a Pokeball. After deducting living expenses, System opened the attribute panel. Cieli, level 5. Holdings, 2750 $. Skills. Gathering level 2 proficient. By gathering berries or herbs, Pokemon materials can enhance this skill. The higher the skill level, the better the item quality. Trading level 3 expert. Gaining proficiency through completing trades. The higher the skill level, the lower the price at which one can buy items from others or sell at a higher price. Fixed prices cannot use this skill. Escape level 3 expert. Escaping from battles increases proficiency. The higher the skill level, the lower the desire of the opponent to chase. Stealth level 2 proficient. Hiding in corners without being noticed by people or Pokemon earns proficiency. Fighting level 2 proficient. Gaining fighting experience through battles with creatures. The higher the level, the greater the control over the body and fighting awareness. This was Cieli's skills and proficiency after a month. With the system, Cieli could level up by continuously completing various events. Although the skills did not specify the detailed improvements brought by skill upgrades, Cieli clearly understood through his fighting skills that each level increase was a qualitative leap. T fighting level 1. He couldn't even defeat a Caterpie, but after upgrading to level 2, as long as he got close, he could easily handle several Caterpies. Unlike the 16 games and animations of the past, this world was more detailed and closer to reality. In Kanaz City, there were even bounty guilds and merchants who collected materials from defeated Pokemon, like Caterpie Silk after defeating a Caterpie. Squeezing its tail could yield residual silk, which could be used to make fabric, etc. Upon entering this world, Cieli initially relied on gathering berries and later on beating caterpies to obtain silk to sell in order to save up some money. At this point, many viewers might wonder why he didn't just catch the bugs directly, because without the constraint of pokeballs, even if a caterpie were caught, it would still escape. Cieli once raised a caterpie to hunt for a butterfree, but upon evolution, it seemed to remember Cieli's past misdeeds, being ambushed when they were close, and promptly beat him up before fleeing. Past misdeeds are hard to recall. Now, it's time to start my new career as a trainer. With enough funds saved, Cieli excitedly walked into the item shop. In a flash, he purchased Pokeballs and healing potions before heading proficiently to Route 104 to end the game. Route 104 is a north-south road connecting to Orange Flower City to the east and Kanaz City to the north, with Route 105 to the south. This road is split in two by the Orange Flower Forest, and reality is not much different. This road could be said to be Cieli's lifeline, relying on robbing caterpies of their silk and fruits along Route 104, which provided him with the startup funds. Proficiently moving towards the area near Orange Flower Forest on Route 104, he took out an orange berry, skillfully poked a few small holes in it, took out some paralysis powder, and stuffed a bit inside before placing the berry under the shade of a conifer tree. This area was frequented by both caterpies and shroomishes. Caterpies are common in the Hoenn region, while shroomishes prefer to inhabit the damp ground deep within forests, feeding on the leaf litter that accumulates to form humus. This tree met the requirements for shroomishes as well. Patiently hiding in the nearby grass, he quietly awaited the arrival of a lucky one. Suddenly, he heard a sound of ding-dong coming from not far away. Unlike the usual rustling of the familiar caterpies, this sound was not common. Could it be it? Cieli thought to himself while hiding in the grass. Soon, the source of the sound appeared in Cieli's view, a Pokémon that looked like a mushroom with an expression on its face that it really is it. But wait, shouldn't this guy be eating rotten leaves during the day? How'd it come out? Cieli looked at the mushroom in front of him with a sense of confusion. Before he could figure it out, he saw the mushroom was attracted by fruit. Seeing this, Cieli quickly took out a mask and simple goggles, prepared to prevent the evolved poisonous powder butterfly of the thorny insect. After all, frequently bullying thorny insects also has a chance of encountering the evolved poisonous powder butterfly, which has toxic scales, and the mushroom is similar to the poisonous powder butterfly, with toxic powder on its body. It's safer to wear a mask against such creatures. Just as Cieli was seriously putting on his protective gear, the mushroom had already seen the orange fruit under the tree's shade and happily walked over, unguarded, and took a bite, munching it down, enong. After finishing the fruit, the mushroom's expression changed to discomfort, indicating it was starting to have a stomachache. A good opportunity. Cieli directly took out a small net from his bag, jumped out from the bushes, and swiftly netted the mushroom that was feeling unwell. The mushroom, looking at the suddenly descending net, had never seen such a situation while in discomfort, and it didn't immediately use its skills to counterattack Cieli. But opportunities are always fleeting. Seeing the opponent restrained, Cieli quickly stepped forward and delivered a series of left and right hooks to the mushroom's head, causing spores to continuously spray out of its spore mouth. However, the spores were blocked by the mask, causing no harm to Cieli. The mushroom, being continuously beaten, quickly let out a cry, its eyes turning into spiral shapes. Why is it so easy to hit? I haven't even used an elbow strike yet. Seeing the opponent fall, Cieli was stunned for a moment, mumbling to himself, but he quickly reacted and threw a Pokeball at the mushroom. The Pokeball hit the mushroom without shaking at all, directly flashing red light and successfully capturing it. Looking at the Pokeball in his hand, Cieli felt very happy. He originally thought that he was being tricked by the thorny insect and was planning to use the unconscious thorny insect to lure the arrogant Bone Swallow, then catch the arrogant Bone Swallow as his initial Pokémon. But unexpectedly, he caught a mushroom that was even harder to capture. Opening the system, in addition to the previous skill proficiency, an additional Pokémon panel appeared. Previously, after defeating and capturing the thorny insect, the system did not display its Pokémon panel, probably because he didn't use a Pokeball to capture it at that time. Pokémon Mushroom. Gender. Level 6 Newborn 19, Normal 1019, Elite 2029, Champion 3049, Gym 5059, Elite 46079, 80,100 Champion, above 100 only Divine Beasts with Divine status can reach. Maximum is 200. Held item, none. Ability, Poison Heal. Skills, Tackle Beginner Skill Proficiency, Beginner, Intermediate, Expert, Master, Divine. Skills above Master level will produce qualitative changes, e.g., Powder can affect grass types, Thunder Wave can affect electric types. Absorb Beginner Sleep Powder. Beginner. What? It turns out to be a baby. No wonder it's so weak. Looking at the mushroom's attribute panel, Cieli couldn't help but complain. But even if it's a baby, Cieli felt very happy. After all, this is his first true Pokémon. That hunting butterfly that beat him up doesn't count as his Pokémon. When he sees it in the future, he will definitely give it a good beating. After completing the task, Cieli quickly tidied up the scene and left Route 104, arriving at a relatively safe bridge cave on the outskirts of the city. This bridge cave had become Cieli's home during this time, as it was very close to Kanaz City and had few wild Pokémon, making it quite safe that in the open space next to the bridge cave, Cieli opened the Pokeball and released the mushroom inside. At this moment, the mushroom had already woken up and was looking at Cieli, lost in thought, starting to contemplate, suddenly realizing and feeling scared. The man in front of it had captured it with his fists, completely different from what its companions had said about battling to capture. Hello, mushroom. From today on, I am your trainer. Do you understand? Cieli said while taking out the orange fruit to tempt it. With me, you'll have plenty of leaves and fruits to eat. The mushroom looked at the fruit and then at Cieli's clenched fist. In the end, it let out a few crisp calls and accepted the fruit that Cieli offered. Very good, then let's get acquainted. My name is Cieli, and from now on I will teach you, train you, and together we will reach the peak that time. I'll buy you all kinds of fruits and give you a big forest, all filled with rotten leaves for you to use as a bed, right? At this moment, Cieli resembled a former boss, presenting a grand plan to the mushroom. Enon. The mushroom, which had never entered the workforce, was dazed by this grand proposal, its eyes sparkling, nodding vigorously. Looking at the mushroom he had convinced, a sly glint flashed in Cieli's eyes as he quietly relaxed his clenched fist. It seemed that he didn't need the education of love anymore. Chapter 2. Watching the battle. The next morning, in the open space in front of the bridge cave, the newly captured mushroom was looking at Cieli with a serious expression, while Cieli was instructing the seemingly serious but actually a bit dazed mushroom. Mushroom, a grass-type Pokémon. After evolution, it gains a fighting type and its attack methods will change to focus on close combat or control. So my current requirement for you is to train your physical fitness, improve your resilience, and enhance your speed of attack, aiming to knock down the opponent as quickly as possible during close combat or control time. Unlike in the game, in reality, there is no turn-based system where you hit me and I hit you back. The speed of skill release depends on the Pokémon's training, and in reality, you can even continuously use energy punches to hit your opponent. Of course, you can also have the support of left zero and right fire thunder. Enong. These words were too profound for the young mushroom. It didn't understand what physical fitness, attack speed, or resilience meant, but the obedient mushroom still nodded, earnestly in agreement. Looking at the serious-looking mushroom, Cieli felt greatly pleased and silently thought to himself, I've really struck gold. This mushroom looks like a smart and obedient Pokémon that I haven't seen your strength since the capture battle yesterday. So let's formally get to know each other today. Come at me with tackle. Cieli unhesitatingly commanded the mushroom to attack him, but he had no idea how much impact his words had on the young mushroom's mind. Enong. The mushroom's head was filled with question marks. Deeply shocked and confused, IT thought it must be that its head was still dizzy from being hit yesterday, leading it to hear such fierce words. All right, you heard me right. Quickly use tackle on me. Let me see what your level is. Seeing the hesitant mushroom, Cieli continued, to be honest, as long as it didn't use spores, 10 mushrooms of this level tied together wouldn't be able to defeat him. Realizing that it wasn't hearing things, the mushroom was enveloped in a faint white light and charged straight towards Cieli. However, in Cieli's eyes, this tackle was like a baby learning to walk, making no speed at all. Cieli simply sidestepped to the left, dodging the mushroom's tackle. His instinct made him want to kick it away as if it were a thorny insect, but then his mind suddenly registered that this was his Pokémon, not a wild, thorny insect. Realizing this, Cieli could only slap the mushroom's body with his hand. The sudden force caused the already inexperienced mushroom to lose its balance and tumble straight into a small pile of grass behind it. Although Cieli knew that the mushroom was still a novice, its performance was truly beyond his expectations. Its collision speed was too slow, the skill activation had too much wind-up time, and it didn't utilize its body to launch an attack before the collision or use its spores to paralyze the opponent. In summary, practice was still needed, and of course, nutrition also had to keep up at this moment. After struggling, the mushroom finally broke free from the grass pile. Having escaped with great difficulty, it looked at Cieli's back without saying much and once again initiated a charge towards him. Unfortunately, even a backstab had no effect on Cieli. The opponent skillfully sidestepped the impact again, and with a quick motion, sent goo tumbling back into the grass pile. After several rounds, Apart from a slightly disheveled corner of his clothing, Cieli remained calm and composed, while Mo Gu was already panting heavily and unable to stand. All right, let's call it a day. You performed quite well, showing a strong fighting spirit, clear targets, and bravery during the impacts. Cieli gave Mo Gu a brief compliment, and upon seeing the other's slightly flushed face, he continued. However, there was a small flaw in the process. First, your speed wasn't fast enough. If the target moves after the impact, you need to adjust your direction accordingly, or else your skills will miss. I believe you can improve on this in the future. Cieli knew that giving praise followed by constructive criticism would be more effective, as teachers often encouraged students this way. Otherwise, the other party might not be able to take it and due to disappointment. Sure enough, after hearing Cieli's words, Mo Gu first felt happy, then began to lower his head and seriously contemplate what Cieli had just said. All right, you can think about it slowly. Now I need to go get some food. Let's go, Mo Gu. After waiting for a while, Cieli noticed that smoke was starting to rise from Mo Gu's head, clearly indicating that the CNU had burned out. He then led the somewhat dazed Mo Gu along Route 104 towards the Orange Blossom Forest, skillfully leaving the main road and heading deep into the forest on both sides. Based on his collecting experience, he knew there must be orange and peach fruit trees in that direction. Cieli bent down and quietly advanced with Mo Gu for a long time, carefully avoiding some Pokémon groups that were temporarily too strong to provoke. Suddenly, Cieli heard a rustling sound ahead. That sound is a bit like the old buddy, the Stunfisk, peeking out from behind a sturdy tree. He saw several hunting butterflies with a group of Stunfisks standing in front of a peach fruit grove, glaring menacingly at the unexpected guests. It turned out that a charging bear had barged into the territory of the hunting butterflies, accompanied by 3 snivy bears. Upon discovering the fruit trees, they attempted to drive away the hunting butterflies that were guarding the area. The lead hunting butterfly, feeling the opponent's malicious intent, immediately unleashed several air blades towards the charging bear. Seeing this, the charging bear not only did not dodge, but instead let out a loud cry, prompting the 3 snivy bears to expertly launch their needle missiles to counter the incoming air blades. Boom! The 2 skills collided in midair, and a cloud of dust slowly rose from the point of impact, obscuring the vision of the hunting butterflies. Meanwhile, the charging bear took advantage of the cover of the dust to activate Belly Drum, sacrificing half of its health for a significant boost in attack power. After completing Belly Drum, the charging bear adhered to the strategy of taking out the small fry first, sending its little brothers to distract the hunting butterfly leader while it targeted a nearby hunting butterfly with a powerful tackle. At this moment, the hunting butterflies, having lived in comfort for too long, were somewhat lacking in battle experience. With a collision caused smoke to rise. They did not use their sleep powder to infiltrate it, but simply try to blow the smoke away with a gust of wind. The wind damage could not stop the charging bear leader. After taking a hit from the wind, it crashed directly into one of the hunting butterfly's little brothers, and the powerful attack from Belly Drum knocked the hunting butterfly out cold. When the hunting butterfly leader saw its little brother being taken down instantly, it finally reacted and attempted to use sleep powder for crowd control. However, it was too late. The charging bear leader, leading its little brothers, rampaged through the battlefield, mercilessly slaughtering the hunting butterflies and Stunfisks with a combination of headbutts and tackles. Any contact meant death, while a mere brush resulted in severe injury. Realizing its mistake, the hunting butterfly leader let out a mournful cry, woo, woo. With a flourish of its magnificent wings, it unleashed air blades again towards the back of the charging bear leader. However, the charging bear leader was too busy dispatching one Pokémon after another, completely unaware of the impending sneak attack from the hunting butterfly leader. It was only when one of the little brothers alerted it to the attack that the charging bear leader noticed. Unfortunately, having just knocked out a hunting butterfly with a headbutt, it found itself unable to dodge, and in the process of attacking the opponent's little brother, it was countered and nearly knocked out. This left its health in the red zone, and the air blade struck its back repeatedly. The intense pain caused the charging bear leader to cry out and then fall to the ground. Just as the charging bear leader fell, the other 3 snivy bears hurriedly gathered around, shielding their leader and quickly leading it to escape. Woo, woo. Seeing its group in such a dire state, the hunting butterfly leader had no intention of pursuing the fleeing snivy bears. Instead, it stayed behind to protect the injured and unconscious Stunfisks and the remaining hunting butterflies. Looking at the daily life of Pokémon in the Orange Forest, fighting for fruits and territory, Cieli could only sigh quietly, realizing that everyone has a tough time. Looking at the remaining healing potions in her bag and the bountiful peaches across from her, Cieli decided to take a gamble, hoping that the hunting butterfly wouldn't be as fierce as described in the game. In the game, the hunting butterfly possesses an aggressive nature that contrasts sharply with its beautiful appearance, especially when angered, as it attacks fiercely with its slender mouth parts to pierce opponents and extract their bodily fluids. Moreover, it is extremely greedy, often driving away honeybees that are collecting nectar to monopolize the flowers it loves to eat. It is truly a battle-crazy Pokémon. Determined to take the risk, Cieli, who would drive a luxury car if she won and dive into the sea if she lost, slowly emerged from her hiding spot. The hunting butterfly leader immediately became alert upon seeing Cieli emerge from the bushes, its wings starting to gather flying energy again. Wait, I'm just a passing trainer and mean no harm to you. This is a healing potion, Cieli said as she pulled out a bottle of healing potion, gently cutting her own skin. Under the potion's effect, the wound instantly stopped bleeding and healed. Although the hunting butterfly leader remained somewhat wary of the suddenly appearing Cieli, it decided to give it a try upon seeing its severely injured kin. After the hunting butterfly leader emitted a crisp sound, the other butterflies ceased their attacking stance. At this moment, Cieli slowly approached the injured caterpillar and the hunting butterflies, spraying healing potion on their wounds to alleviate their injuries. Due to the limited healing potions she carried, Cieli could only prioritize treating the severely injured Pokémon. I've run out of healing potions. I can only help this much, Cieli said helplessly as her dwindling supply was fully used up. The hunting butterfly responded happily, seeing that most of the severe injuries had been alleviated, and instructed a nearby subordinate. The subordinate quickly returned to the group to fetch something and handed it to Cieli. To Cieli's surprise, the item given by the hunting butterfly leader was not the peaches behind it, but honey. Seeing the benefits, Cieli naturally took them without hesitation. After all, that's what the gamble was about. After obtaining the benefits, Cieli expressed gratitude to the hunting butterfly and decisively took his leave. After moving a safe distance away from the hunting butterfly's territory and confirming the area was secure, Cieli finally took out the items he had just obtained. The honey was likely either crystal honey or bug honey, although these items were not valuable in the game, while crystal honey and bug honey were quite valuable in reality, especially considering the number of bottles given by the hunting butterfly. The stone was hard to identify at first glance, but it resembled a leaf stone and a moonstone. He would need to take it to the item shop for identification. Today was indeed fruitful, Cieli thought happily, and his steps back were a bit lighter. He released his mushroom Pokémon, and together they happily headed towards Route 104. Is that a snake pattern bear? Cieli suddenly noticed a lone snake pattern bear on the road ahead, looking dazed and clearly not of high level, probably having lost its way from its group. Since that's the case, what a good opportunity. Go for it, mushroom. Use paralyzing powder and then charge in. After confirming there were no other Pokémon nearby, Cieli instructed mushroom. He watched as mushroom's nozzle shot out yellow powder, drifting towards the snake pattern bear, which was currently searching for something in the grass, and slowly approached it. Just then, the snake pattern bear, which was looking for something on the ground, suddenly inhaled a gas that made it feel very uncomfortable. Before it could react, it saw a mushroom head charging towards it. The incoming mushroom executed a merciless charge against the snake pattern bear. Although the attack was inexperienced, it didn't matter since the snake pattern bear was weak. With a thud, the bear was knocked over. Good. Keep the momentum going and attack again. Mushroom's small head was once again enveloped in a faint white light as it launched a series of continuous charges against the downed snake pattern bear. The bear was dazed by the sudden attacks and, in its final moments of consciousness, attempted to call out for its companions. However, under the effects of the paralyzing powder, it could only helplessly succumb to the blows from Mushroom. Go Pokeball! Cieli threw the Pokeball, which flickered a few times before finally shining red, successfully capturing the Pokémon. Unexpected joy. Cieli was thrilled to have captured the snake pattern bear and lifted Mushroom in celebration. Mushroom, you are amazing. Chapter 3. Could it be that you're a lucky one? After defeating the snake pattern bear, which was even less experienced than himself, Mushroom's confidence soared, and it suddenly felt a rush of warmth sweeping through its body. After the heat subsided, Mushroom realized it seemed to have grown stronger. The lack of confidence that had stemmed from being beaten by Cieli was completely swept away. After all, it wasn't weak, but rather its trainer was too strong. Gaining experience points, Mushroom leveled up, and its charge skill advanced from beginner to proficient, the system notification arriving late. Winning a battle increases experience points? At first, Cieli thought the system was just a simple attribute system, but he never expected it to actually be a battle system. Perhaps he needed to adjust his plans. After all, the original plan was just to pick some fruits and gather herbs in the orange blossom forest, accumulate some money, and then buy some nutritional supplements for Mushroom to adjust its body since it looked quite small. However, upon discovering the system was a battle system, he realized he needed to replan his previous strategy. Maybe he should look for some newly hatched or just weaned Pokémon at the outskirts to level up. If possible, capturing some Pokémon and gathering materials from them to complete tasks for money would be fantastic. Without hesitation, Cieli quickly replanned his route and headed toward the place deep in his memory. If he remembered correctly, there was a nest of stingers there, and it was one without the protection of toxic powder butterflies or hunting butterflies. Just as Cieli happily made his way towards the stinger nest, he suddenly remembered something. Hadn't he just captured a snake pattern bear? He quickly took out the Pokeball to release the newly captured snake pattern bear, which emerged from the ball with bruises all over its face. The whole Pokémon seemed confused, wondering who hit it, where it was, and who it was. Looking up at the suddenly towering figure in front of it, the snake pattern bear slowly lifted its head to see Cieli, the one who had previously assaulted it, along with the mushroom beside him, causing the bear to instantly shrink back in fear. Seeing the status of the Snivy bear, Cieli couldn't help but sigh. It seems to be another slow-moving Pokémon. Mushroom. Hello, Snivy bear. Let's introduce yourself. My name is Cieli, and I am your trainer who will capture you. From now on, you'll be my Pokémon, and I will be your master. No, trainer. Here, have a taste of this. You won't have to worry about food and drink following me, got it? Cieli took out the honey he had just obtained and divided a small piece for Snivy bear and Mushroom. Yum. Upon seeing the honey in front of it, Snivy bear forgot about the beating it had just received and the pain on its body, happily nibbling on the honey together with Mushroom. Such a glutton. Is it the gluttony ability? Cieli thought as he watched Snivy bear's greedy appearance. He then opened Snivy bear's status panel. Pokémon, Snivy bear gender, level, 5 ability, pick up held item, gold pearl skills, tackle, beginner, growl, proficient, sand attack, proficient. Growl and sand attack are so proficient. But tackle is just beginner level. It seems this Snivy bear is good at calling for help and escaping. Gold pearl? This little guy can actually pick up a gold pearl? Incredible. According to the game's description of pickup, the probability of finding a gold pearl at this level is only about 3%. Who would have thought this little guy is such a lucky one? Seeing the golden bead, Cieli happily took out an orange fruit from his pocket and said to the striped bear, little guy, do you have a bead on you? It's golden. Can I trade this fruit for it? The striped bear looked up at the fruit, happily dug out the golden bead from its furry middle, and handed it to Cieli while calling out cha, cha, twice. Seeing the golden bead, Cieli decisively handed the fruit to the striped bear in exchange, then stuffed the golden bead he received into his bag. After the two small creatures got familiar with each other, Cieli realized that he had already used up the healing medicine in exchange for the hunting butterfly leader, which left him temporarily unable to treat the striped bear's injuries. Ultimately, he could only helplessly return the striped bear to its Pokeball, allowing it to recover slowly inside while he continued on his journey with the mushroom. Carefully progressing along the road and the edge of the orange flower forest, Cieli finally reached his destination, where there stood a solitary orange fruit tree. However, there were no ripe fruits on the tree, only a few prickly tail worms lazily resting on the branches. Cieli released the striped bear and quietly instructed it. You go to the base of the tree first and use your call, then provoke them with sand attack. After that, don't worry about anything else, just run back, okay? The striped bear nodded solemnly, indicating that it understood. All right, Mushroom, once the striped bear reaches this spot, use paralysis powder. After hitting, charge directly at them, got it? First, knock away the one in front, then continue using paralysis powder and charge repeatedly. The mushroom nodded seriously in response. Okay, let's get started. Striped bear, go draw the attention. The striped bear didn't understand what drawing attention meant, but following the trainer's instructions, it rushed up to the tree, calling out and using sand attack on the prickly tailworms. The striped bear ran to the base of the tree and shouted a few calls at the prickly tailworms. The piercing cries immediately drew the attention of the lazy worms on the tree. Seeing the striped bear with its big, innocent eyes, it used sand attack directly at their eyes, stirring up a cloud of dust that hit one of the worms. The dust successfully hit one of the prickly tailworms, which cried out in pain, while the remaining worms instantly became furious. They stood up on the tree and launched a series of silk and poison needle attacks at the striped bear below. Unfortunately, after completing the sand attack, the striped bear turned around and ran, and the unanticipated silk and poison needles hit the ground, kicking up dust. Watching the snake-patterned bear that narrowly escaped being hit. Several spiny tail bugs rushed down from the trees in a furious pursuit. Leading the charge was the spiny tail bug, whose eyes were squinted from the sand being kicked up, as it continuously tried to hit the snake-patterned bear with its poisonous stingers and silk. Unfortunately, they were all just weaklings, and their skills ended up hitting the ground. Meanwhile, the snake-patterned bear quickly fled past the hiding spots of Cieli and Mo-Goo, and the young spiny tail bugs, unaware of the principle of not pursuing a defeated enemy, followed closely behind. As they passed the bushes where Cieli was hiding, they were hit by Mo-Goo's paralysis powder, causing their bodies to go numb and allowing Mo-Goo, who suddenly jumped out of the bushes, to knock one down with a collision. Realizing that the sneak attack had succeeded, the snake-patterned bear quickly turned back and used sand kicking again on the paralyzed spiny tail bugs. The sand blinded the spiny tail bugs, and before they could open their eyes, the snake-patterned bear collided with them for the finishing blow. After swiftly taking down the leading spiny tail bug, Mo-Goo and the snake-patterned bear seized the opportunity to harvest the remaining spiny tail bugs like demons, as the others looked on in terror. Once the battle was over, the pitiful spiny tail bugs lay on the ground, incapable of fighting back, much like drunken girls in a bar waiting to be dealt with. Seeing that the battle was decided, Cieli finally emerged from the bushes. With the battle concluded, experience was gained, and Mo-Goo leveled up, learning the skill Parasitic Seed, with the proficiency of Paralysis Powder improving from beginner to proficient. The battle ended, and the snake-patterned bear also leveled up, learning the skill Tail Wag, with the proficiency of its collision skill improving from beginner to proficient. A familiar warm current swept over Mo-Goo and the snake-patterned bear once again. After a moment of comfort, Mo-Goo felt as though it was gaining intelligence, and it ejected several seeds from its spore sprayer, directly parasitizing the unconscious spiny tail bugs. The seeds quickly grew tiny thorns on the spiny tail bugs, which greedily absorbed nutrients for a while, after which a green light point flew from the spiny tail bugs to Mo-Goo. Upon seeing this scene, Mo-Goo immediately thought of its kin who had previously driven it away and occupied its decayed grass pile, using these seeds to defeat it and force it out. In fact, the parasitic seeds are not effective against grass types, but this is only the case when proficiency is low. It may not be so at a higher level. Mo-Goo couldn't help but feel more assured about the promises made by its trainer after just a few days of training. Meanwhile, the gluttonous snake-patterned bear, although feeling like it had gained something in its mind, was not concerned at the moment. Instead, after the battle, it quickly ran to the home of the spiny tail bugs in search of something. Just then, the snake-patterned bear seemed to have found something and let out a happy call, attracting Cieli, who was nearby extracting silk from the spiny tail bugs. The snake-patterned bear quickly ran over to Cieli, excitedly holding up a golden orb. Cieli looked at the snake-patterned bear and the golden orb before falling into deep thought. Could it be that this guy is truly lucky? By the way, can the snake-patterned bear learn to wag its finger? If it could learn to wag its finger, wouldn't that mean it could use moves like Cliff Sword or Origin Pulse? No, it seems that wagging its finger can't trigger those two skills. As Cieli's thoughts wandered, he skillfully took out an orange fruit to trade with the snake-patterned bear. By the way, what is the difference between beginner and proficient? As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Mo-Goo used its collision skill on Cieli, saying hey, although it didn't understand why. Mo-Goo still charged at Cieli without hesitation. This time, the speed of the collision was even faster than when it was captured before, and it prepared to dodge to the side. However, Cieli noticed that Mo-Goo suddenly adjusted its trajectory and continued to charge at him, forcing Cieli to quickly roll to the side to avoid it. Thankfully, his reflexes were quick, otherwise he would have been in trouble. Having exhausted its skill, Mo-Goo prepared to charge again, but was stopped by Cieli. All right, that's enough. Mo-Goo, you made great progress. It seems that the skills have become faster to activate, and the skills have transformed from a reckless charge to being able to slightly alter the impact trajectory. If the impact skills are like this, then control and directional skills should have a higher hit rate. After summarizing this, Cieli's understanding of the system and proficiency deepened. Quietly noting the changes, Cieli said to the two little ones, all right, we need to head back to the city now. I want to reward you with a big meal. Upon hearing the words big meal, the two Pokémon showed great excitement, although they didn't understand what a big meal meant. It must be something good coming from their trainer. After tidying up the area, the trio, filled with anticipation, began their journey back. Chapter 4. Remember this, girls. Hit you once every time we meet. CLE carefully walked along the road back to the city with the two little ones. Although high-level trainers from the city often came out to drive away high-level Pokémon, there were still occasional Pokémon that slipped through and appeared nearby, so it was better to be cautious. At this moment, CLE walked while advising the two little ones. When you're out, be careful. Don't think this road looks calm. You never know where a Pokémon or trainer might be hiding, waiting to ambush you. The two little ones listened seriously to CLE's words and occasionally nodded in agreement. After all, they were captured by CLE after being beaten up by him when they jumped out of the grass. While educating the two little ones, CLE suddenly noticed the bushes ahead shaking continuously, as if some strange creature was hiding inside. Shh, quiet. It seems there's something dirty in the grass ahead. Momo, prepare your paralysis powder. Shimeng, prepare to dig. CLE instructed the two little ones while watching the shaking bushes. After the two little ones understood their meaning, CLE picked up a stone from the ground, carefully aimed, and threw it with force. The stone traced a beautiful parabola and landed directly in the bushes. Who is it? A sweet-looking but very poor yet generous young lady popped her head out of the bushes. Before she could react, sand hit her eyes, and at the same time, she smelled a strange powder. The girl, whose eyes were struck by the sand, let out a cry. Ah, it hurts. My eyes. My eyes. No, this is a human. Mushroom, snake pattern bear, stop. Upon seeing the girl emerge from the bushes, CLE hurriedly stopped the two little ones who were ready to pursue. I'm really sorry. I thought it was a Pokémon hiding in the bushes. CLE said sincerely to the girl at that moment. You are really too much. Even if there were Pokémon in the bushes, you can't treat them like this. The girl, just released from paralysis, said angrily while washing her injured eyes. Yes, since it was indeed his fault. CLE felt embarrassed to say more and could only activate his special skill for dealing with an angry girlfriend. Yes, so right attack. You. This is a mushroom? You're also a novice trainer? The girl, who was initially still angry about CLE's earlier response, suddenly calmed down when she saw the cute mushroom and snake pattern bear beside him. With a beaming smile, she said, I'm also a novice trainer, just started my journey. How about we have a Pokémon battle? No matter the outcome, I forgive you. Sure. How do you want to compete? CLE replied. How about a 1v1? One round to determine the winner? The girl suggested. Sound good. Go, snake pattern bear. Since they were both novices, CLE chose his second Pokémon, snake pattern bear, to battle. Snake pattern bear, huh? In that case, go. Wood gecko, show him our bond. The girl enthusiastically said as a Pokémon with a grass-green body and a tail that was a darker shade than its body appeared on the field. Its belly was a contrasting, alluring rose red, and it had a pair of large yellow eyes. Wood gecko, a grass-type Pokémon and one of the starter Pokémon from the Hoenn region, was familiar to CLE in terms of its moves and characteristics. This guy hadn't evolved into forest lizard yet, indicating it was likely below level 16. Its sharp gaze, despite being keen, couldn't hide its innocence. Clearly just taken out for the first time. However, since this girl had a wood gecko, she was likely a rookie trainer from the Alliance. As most newbies who got a wood gecko had some background in the Alliance, it was about donating money to the Alliance. But anyone employed by the Alliance would suffice, similar to city government security. They also had their own structure. Moreover, wildwood geckos were not easy to encounter. Their breeding grounds were basically protected by the Hoenn Alliance. It couldn't be that this girl caught one after it was released by someone with a screw loose in their head, referring to the person who abandoned their Charmander. CLE analyzed calmly while looking at the wood gecko. In that case, snake pattern bear should continuously kick up sand and then hit it from the side when the opponent couldn't see. Taking advantage of wood gecko still being a bit dazed, CLE instructed the already present snake pattern bear to kick up some sand first. Hearing this, snake pattern bear dug its little paw into the ground and kicked up a spray of sand, which flew directly towards the bewildered wood gecko. Darn it. Quick dodge, wood gecko. Use absorb. Just out of the base, wood gecko was still a bit dazed after hearing the girl's command. It had just started to avoid the sand when the sand had already reached its face. Immediately, wood gecko's little face was covered in sand. With combat experience of about 0, wood gecko anxiously used its little hands to clean the sand off its face, completely unaware that a second wave of sand was coming. Wood gecko, quickly dodge. Use quick attack to counter it. Seeing the second wave of sand hit wood gecko's eyes, the girl panicked. They had just started, and her Pokémon was already caught off guard by consecutive sand attacks and had fallen into a passive position. While wood gecko was trying hard to clean the sand from its face, it suddenly felt a sharp pain in its belly. Snake pattern bear, after a short run-up, slammed directly into its tender belly, causing wood gecko to stagger backward a few steps from the impact. Good, just like that. Snake Pattern Bear. Keep attacking and knock it out. Seeing that the opponent was completely on the defensive, Cieli mercilessly issued the final command to Snake Pattern Bear. Snake Pattern Bear's head glowed white as it charged again at Wood Gecko's belly. The hard head collided with the soft abdomen again, sending the still unsteady Wood Gecko flying. When it landed, Wood Gecko's mind went blank and it fell into a state of unconsciousness. Come back, Wood Gecko! The girl, who had been completely controlled during the battle, quickly took out a Pokeball to recall her fainted Wood Gecko. Darn it, how can battles be like this? The girl angrily declared, turning on her heel and running towards Kanaz City. A what? Watching the girl run away, Cieli felt confused. This was truly a battle that started strong, but ended weakly, quite different from the battle he had expected. However, didn't she just shout quick attack? Just as Cieli was questioning whether the girl had any combat awareness, the system's voice rang out again. Battle victory. Snake Pattern Bear gains experience, level up. Hooray, another level up. It really seems that only battles of equal strength lead to quick leveling up, but the proficiency hasn't increased. This made Cieli wonder if increasing proficiency was relatively troublesome. Looking at the excited Snivy, Cieli took a moment to calm his nerves from their first battle and continued the journey back to Kanaz City with the two little ones. Finally back. Looking at the skyscrapers of Kanaz City, Cieli couldn't help but exclaim that aside from the incident with that girl, nothing else unpleasant had happened on the way. First, he would check the bounty office to see what could be sold, then head to the item shop. The buying price of the bounty office is generally a bit higher than that at the item shop, as if the price were low. Everyone would go to the item shop. The item shop, operated by the official, has a lower buying price, but usually does not cheat on scales. It might be better to go there for items that need to be weighed, as the buying prices for bounty items fluctuate and require someone to post a demand before tasks can be issued based on that demand. However, the overall buying price is definitely higher than that of the item shop. Unlike games and anime, in this world, bounty hunters are not illegal as long as the Pokémon materials are obtained legally. Some rare Pokémon, like Lapras, which are endangered in the Kanto and Hoenn regions, are not allowed to have their materials taken. Anyone caught will be arrested by Miss June Shaw for illegal capture. Those with background are excluded. Arriving at the bounty office and looking at the dazzling array of task boards, Cieli was momentarily dazzled. Eventually, a nearby lady noticed that Cieli was a newbie and directly guided him to an available machine, showing him how to operate it. The machine had two main options, post tasks and filter tasks. Clicking on filter tasks, he checked for silk and honey, and found several good tasks. 003. 1-star long-term task. By silk, average quality, 100 Pokémon coins, good quality, 300 Pokémon coins. Excellent quality, 1,000 Pokémon coins per pound. 007. 1-star long-term task. By honey, average quality, 1,000 Pokémon coins, good quality, 3,000 Pokémon coins. Excellent quality, 10,000 Pokémon coins per pound. 045. 1-star long-term task. By gold pearls, small gold pearl, 3,000 Pokémon coins, gold pearl, 6,000 Pokémon coins. Large gold pearl, 12,000 Pokémon coins, giant gold pearl, 20,000 Pokémon coins each. After noting down the numbers of these three tasks, Cieli went to the service desk and took a number, 10086. He waited for his number to be called. Number 10086, please come to Workstation 1. Just as Cieli was about to sit down, he suddenly heard an electronic announcement. Hearing the call, Cieli quickly walked to Workstation 1. I would like to take tasks 003, 007, and 045. Okay, sir, please show me your bounty certificate. The receptionist said politely to Cieli. Sorry, I haven't applied for it yet. How do I do that? Cieli replied awkwardly. As long as you prove you own a Pokémon and provide your name. It's that simple. The process of obtaining a bounty certificate was surprisingly easy, with no strict identity checks or strength tests. Come out, Shroomish. By the way, you can call me Cielu. Cieli released Shroomish from its Pokeball. Alright, Mr. Cielu, your bounty certificate has been processed, and you can take the tasks now. You mentioned you want to take those 3 tasks, right? Please place the items on this platform. The receptionist glanced at Shroomish, typed a few keys on the keyboard, and a simple card appeared on the nearby machine. She handed the card to Cieli while explaining, no problem. These are the materials. Please calculate the price. Cieli took out the honey and silk he obtained from hunting Butterfree, as well as the gold pearls he scammed from Snivy, placing them on the platform. The receptionist took out a calculator and reported a price to Cieli. Due to a system issue causing data loss, I really can't remember the exact amount. I recall selling for a bit over 20,000, based on his previous market experience. He estimated that the silk price was probably accurate, while selling honey at the market might yield better results. The gold pearl had a fixed price, no doubt about that. However, he thought that the time spent selling at the market could be better used leveling up. All right, let's sell like this, Cieli nodded. Okay, sir. Please give me your bounty certificate. I will process the task settlement for you. The money will be directly credited to your bounty certificate, which you can cash out directly at the entrance or at any bank. You can also swipe your bank card at the shop. You will set the password at the machine by the entrance. In case of loss, you need to reapply for it personally. Any amount lost during the reapplication process will not be the responsibility of our guild. We recommend binding it with your Pokédex to avoid loss and theft. The receptionist said while handling the bounty certificate she received from Cieli. I also want a Pokédex, but I'm undocumented. I don't even have identification, let alone something more valuable than that. Cieli responded to the receptionist while thinking. Okay. After receiving the bounty certificate from the receptionist, Cieli quickly walked to the entrance machine and reset the password, 2024. After setting the password, Cieli left the bounty guild without encountering any gangsters blocking his path or any theft incidents. It was a safe and uneventful journey. Chapter 5. The Washing Domain of Another World. This chapter is heavily revised due to the appearance of the Phoenix. Just after coming out of the bounty guild, Cieli headed towards the item shop with the two little ones, planning to indulge and acquire the items he had been eyeing. On the way to the item shop, a sign for a Pokémon Experience Center caught Cieli's eye. There was a sign at the entrance. Today's grand opening special offers. Services priced at 10, 998, 6, 998, only 1, 098 to enjoy massage and wellness services for your Pokémon. Event period, 7 days after opening. This is definitely the Pokémon world, right? It must be. Why is there such a corrupt thing appearing in my view? Pokémon West Domain Center? What's inside? Is it a shiny Gardevoir in a pure white wedding dress? Or a Buniri with its own charm? Even the skirted Miss Lolita could be there. Seeing this West Domain Center, Cieli thought of many things at that moment, and suddenly remembered that one should not, have such isolation, as it would be considered 18 content. Wasn't he supposed to be buying items and taking the two of them out for a big meal? After struggling internally for a long time, Cieli finally led the two little ones toward the item shop. The two little ones looked at their trainer's heavy expression, seemingly puzzled as if he had made a certain decision. Inuo, what is wrong with the trainer? Did he eat too much paralysis powder? Why does it feel like he is walking as if he has been hit by paralysis powder? Shroomish said to Snivy. Cha, I don't understand either, but I seem to smell a sense of disappointment. Snivy replied. Sure enough, you also want to go, right? Growing up with a fierce hatred for gambling and drugs, Cieli suddenly said joyfully upon hearing the voices of the two little ones. Inuo? Ja, although I don't know where the trainer wants to go. As long as I agree, that's good. The two little ones exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. All right, you're not small anymore. I can take you to experience a phase of growth, Cieli said with a smile to the two little ones and turned back towards the West Domain Center he had only just walked a few steps away from. Hello, sir, today's grand opening special. Would this handsome gentleman like to try it out? A few young ladies at the entrance, dressed generously and elegantly, greeted Cieli with sweet smiles and a bow. The slender waist complemented the flowing gown, and in that moment, a line from a beautiful Chi-Pao model popped into Cieli's mind. If the receptionists are so stunning, how exceptional must the services be inside? Cieli was filled with anticipation for the upcoming services. He couldn't wait to help those young ladies who had brothers unable to afford school, sick mothers, and gambling fathers with tragic pasts. Upon entering, he was greeted by a grand lobby reminiscent of a large Western regional center from his past life, with waves of soothing fragrances enveloping him. The opulent hall dazzled his eyes, and if it weren't for the trainers playing with their bizarre Pokémon inside, he might have thought he had stepped into a dream. At that moment, Cieli felt as though he had returned to the real world. He quickly approached the front desk, but before he could speak, a young lady at the service counter, dressed coolly yet generously, greeted him. Hello, sir. Our store is celebrating its grand opening today, and all packages are on discount. Would you like me to introduce our offerings in detail? Please elaborate. What packages do you have? Do you have Pokémon services as well? Cieli asked curiously, eager to know how this Western Regional Center's services differed from those he had experienced before. The lady enthusiastically detailed a variety of services, from the Unova region to the Eastern City area. Let's try something special from the Hoenn region then. Also, I have 2 Pokémon to bring along. Cieli thought of the moment before, feeling his previously bulging wallet suddenly seem so empty. All right, sir. The total comes to $15.98. Please release your Pokémon and bring the hand tag, the receptionist said, while taking the payment certificate Cieli handed over. After receiving the items from the receptionist, Cieli thanked her and excitedly headed to the service area with his two small Pokémon. Once in the service area, Cieli confirmed his room number. Pushing the door open revealed a bright room with several resting spots. The room was adorned with lines and Pokémon wall decals, outlining the vibrant features of the Hoenn region. Looking at the scene that was completely opposite to his past life, Cieli felt for a moment that he might have taken a wrong turn. Just then, a beautiful young lady pushed a cart in, which had an unopened piece of clothing, several fruit platters, and drinks. "Sir, your service is about to begin. Please rinse off over here first. The Pokémon will be in shortly. This is the change of clothes and the complimentary fruit platter and drinks. You can refill the drinks. Please put down the clothes," the young lady said to Cieli. After saying that, she placed the fruit platter and drinks down and pushed the cart out. Bringing the Pokémon into the glass room, Cieli was ready for a good wash. After a month of crossing over, he hadn't had a hot shower in a long time, only rinsing off with clean water by the river. He couldn't say he was very dirty, but he wasn't exactly clean either. After carefully rinsing off, there was a knock at the door. "Sir, the Pokémon are ready. May I come in?" Came the voice of the young lady from outside. Quickly drying himself, he put on his new clothes. Cieli and the two little ones lay on their single beds, eagerly saying to the door, "Okay, come in." The door to the private room slowly opened, and the young lady led in several Pokémon with light blue skin, three tile-like protrusions on their heads, reddish-brown eyes, black pupils, and thick white lips. They had no ears or noses but had 4 arms. "Hello, sir. The Machoks 006, 009, and 015 are here to serve you," the young lady said to a stunned Cieli, who felt like his dreams were shattered. Cieli quickly checked with the system. The good news was that the Machoks didn't carry any large root props. The bad news was that they were all male. The Machoks put on their gloves, placed the Shuckle and the Snivy properly, and began to massage the two little ones. One pair of hands was kneading the back of the Snivy, while the other pair was pinching its head. Initially, the Snivy was a bit unaccustomed, but after a while, it turned into a lump of comfort. As for the Shuckle, after being smeared with some special green grass-type essence, it was kneaded by the Machoks, almost releasing spores in comfort. Its eyes were relaxed, and it made soft sounds of approval. Meanwhile, Cieli felt his hands controlled by the Machoks, and waves of tingling sensations surged through his lower back, as if electric currents were passing through him, followed by waves of soreness and a feeling of complete relaxation. He suppressed the urge to make any comfortable sounds. Cieli didn't expect the Pokémon world to be like this. Although it was quite different from what he had imagined, it was still not bad. An hour and a half later, the service ended. The three of them lay on the single beds, enjoying the comfort after relaxation. His stomach growled in protest. Sure enough, after feeling comfortable, he suddenly felt hungry. Cieli took the Shuckle and Snivy to the buffet area on the first floor. After enjoying the meal, Cieli came out of the bathing center with a satisfied expression, saying to the two little ones, "I fulfilled my promise, and you guys had a feast too." The Shuckle and Snivy, looking comfortable, responded in agreement, expressing their satisfaction with Cieli's fulfilled promise. With the two little ones, Cieli returned to the item shop where he had been before to start his shopping. After deducting the reserved 5,000 Pokémon coins for living expenses over the next few days, he planned to use the remaining money to buy items to strengthen himself. He bought 10 red and white Pokeballs for 200 coins each, 5 small potions, and 5 better potions, and 3 boxes each of average quality grass type and normal type energy blocks. He also got a beginner's energy block book and a small space backpack. That was about it. Pushing these items quickly to the checkout, he was informed by the cashier, the total is 24,500 coins. Since you have a bounty certificate, you can get a 10 discount. So it's a total of 22,050 coins. Will you be paying by card or cash? After calculating quickly, the cashier reported the price to Cieli. Although using the card exceeded his budget, he still needed to buy what he needed. It just meant that his food budget for a week ending would now turn into a week's food budget for living under a bridge. After packing up the new small space backpack, Cieli left the item shop, planning to check out the nearest battle arena. After all, he had been here for so long, watching others battle, but he hadn't fought there himself, and he was eager to learn. Chapter 6, Big Fool Chun. What are you doing? After leaving this place that made Cieli both sad and hurt, he followed the route in his memory, bringing the two little ones to the battle arena he was most familiar with. When he had just crossed over, Cieli liked to come here to watch others battle Pokémon after selling the items he collected, learning from their experiences. After all, this battle arena was different from the battle places in the game. It's simply divided into 2 modes, entertainment and ranked. The requirement for ranked matches was that there were no level requirements. Players would encounter opponents of the same rank based on their own rank. However, the strength of these opponents was random, meaning you could face an opponent with the strength of a Charizard while you were still at the level of a Caterpie. The mechanism for ranking up was also extremely simple. As long as you kept winning, you could keep ranking up. When you reached the highest rank, you would receive a trophy, which would allow you to directly participate in the league competition. But it was much harder than battling in gyms, as gyms might go easy on you, but ranked matches would not, and only the top 10 would have this privilege. Ranked matches were the main profit-making project of the battle arena, and participating in ranked matches could also yield a certain amount of money. Although the battle arena collected most of the ticket fees, it would still give participants a share, provided they were winners. The other mode of the battle arena was the entertainment match, which, as the name suggests, was simply for casual battling. Players could find opponents themselves, but each battle required them to pay a venue fee to the management as a maintenance cost. For Xia Li's current strength, as long as he encountered two evenly matched opponents, it would be about 50 for each, which was quite cheap. After all, Pokémon battles were generally not allowed in cities, mainly to prevent damage to buildings, but people in the Pokémon world loved to battle. So the traffic in battle arenas was still quite good. This time, Xia entered to participate in an entertainment match, to brush up on the experience of the Shuckle and Snivy. As for the registration and entry fees for ranked matches, Xia didn't have enough to pay. Hello, can I have a battle with your Snivy? A shy little boy holding a Snivy asked Xia. Sure, Xia replied. Seeing the boy's demeanor and feeling that the outcome was already decided, he agreed without hesitation, completely unaware of the cunning look in the boy's eyes. After both parties paid the venue fee, they followed the management's guidance to a more secluded area and began their Pokémon duel. With both sides pressing the confirmation button on the command console, the match's green light officially lit up. Go Snivy! Use Sand Attack! Without any regard for sportsmanship, Xia launched an attack first, with no thoughts of respecting the young. It was all about taking the initiative. Lilith used Thunder. The little boy directly ignored Xia Li's Sand Shrew and commanded his own Sand Shrew. In an instant, the sky roared, and then a thunderbolt descended, striking the ground beside him and startling Xia Li. What the heck, this is definitely a Sand Shrew, right? You're so rich and so impressive, why not play ranked? Instead, you're in a casual match, bullying me, a little newbie. Xia Li, frightened by the thunder, couldn't help but complain internally that his opponent was even less honorable than himself, but still calmly commanded his Sand Shrew. Keep using Sand Attack, then look for an opportunity to tackle. Chuck. Originally, Sandshrew looked serious at the opposing Sandshrew named Xiaoli. As the recent thunder made it shiver, it instinctively felt that just one hit could mean its demise. After hearing Xiaoli's command, Sandshrew abandoned the idea of getting close and skillfully used Sand Attack to hit the opponent's little face repeatedly. However, Xiaoli Sandshrew was not very high in level either. After just using thunder, its stamina couldn't keep up. In the end, it was continuously bombarded with sand, making its eyes squint and its perception decline with each hit. Hang in there, Xiaoli. Get ready to use Ice Beam when he gets close to counterattack. The little boy, who wanted to catch a fish, saw that he seemed to be at a disadvantage and anxiously told his dazzled Sandshrew, Chuck. But Xiaoli's eyes were so blinded by the sand that it couldn't see the Sandshrew charging from the side. It could only spray Ice Beam from its mouth towards the front, freezing the floor ahead into ice blocks. But unfortunately, the beam did not hit the Sandshrew approaching from the side. Soon, the Sandshrew closed in on Xiaoli, delivering a tackle straight to its soft waist. Xiaoli's face showed a look of embarrassment as it staggered back a few steps. However, under Xia Li's guidance, the Sandshrew had learned the true art of taking advantage of the situation and followed up with another close-range tackle. This time, Xiaoli hit again in the waist, arched its body, and fell heavily to the ground, unable to get up. Xiaoli, the little boy, who failed to catch a fish, shouted anxiously and hurriedly ran down from the command position to pick up his Sandshrew, rushing straight towards the Pokémon Center. Phew, almost capsized in the gutter. This Sandshrew learned so many random moves. Without a 4-move limit, it's just reckless. Xia wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He never expected that a timid little boy could be so sneaky, casually using Thunder and Ice Beam. These were things Xia never dared to imagine. After all, inherited skills didn't include these two. This was clearly learned from a technical machine. Learning discs for Thunder and Ice Beam were not cheap. You couldn't expect to get them for less than 100,000. Why are all the battling opponents so rich lately? Am I the only poor guy in this world? Watching the little rich boy run away, Xia couldn't help but silently ask himself, ultimately heartbroken to realize that it seemed to be true. Victory in battle awarded experience points, Sandshrew leveled up from 7 to 10. Proficiency in sand attack increased, tackle proficiency increased, and learned the skill Desire. Huh, something's off. Level 10 shouldn't be Headbutt? Why did it turn into Desire? And the experience points are way too much. This proficiency doesn't add up either. Could my previous guess be wrong? Why doesn't this broken system provide an operation manual? Opening the attribute panel and looking at the changes, Cieli couldn't help but complain. Pokémon, Sandshrew Gender, Level 10, Normal, Ability, Pick up held item, None skills, Tackle, Beginner Proficient, Cry, Proficient, Sand Attack, Proficient, Tail Whip, Beginner, Desire, Beginner. After finishing the match, Sandshrew felt the familiar warmth flowing through its body, and a sudden array of moves appeared in its mind, making it happy that it had become stronger. Suddenly, it caught a familiar scent near the spot where Xiaoli had fallen. Sandshrew lowered its head and searched around, trying to find a familiar item. Huh, this action? This is... Just as Cieli finished his brainstorming and planned to leave the battle area for another casual match, he saw Sandshrew's familiar movement and couldn't help but feel excited. No way, could there be that here? Is it reasonable? Eventually, Sandshrew seemed to confirm the location and quickly dug with its small hands. Soon, it unearthed a golden spherical object and skillfully hid it under its armpit. After hiding it, Sandshrew happily ran towards Cieli, and when it got close, proudly pulled out the hidden golden orb and handed it to Cieli. Cieli took a glance at the size of the golden orb, confirming it was a golden orb and not a small one. He hurriedly stored it in his space backpack and quickly took out the last orange fruit from his backpack, handing it to Sandshrew, saying from now on, if you collect 10 of these orbs regardless of size, I'll take you out for a big meal. Chuck chuck. After eating the orange fruit, Sandshrew seemed to have stars sparkling in its eyes as it nodded seriously in agreement with Cieli. All right, let's go find the next match. While saying this, he took out a Pokeball to recall Sandshrew. It had just gone through a battle. Although its level had increased, its stamina hadn't recovered. This time, it would be better to find an opponent that matched well with mushrooms. At the same time, he secretly kept an eye out. Those who seemed timid might actually be tough characters. This time, he needed to find an opponent himself to avoid a mishap. After all, he came here to earn experience, not to be pinned down and beaten by others. If one can bully the weak, then definitely avoid fighting the big guys. Chapter 7 Meeting an old friend again. Cieli, accompanied by mushrooms, refused several trainers who clearly came to fish for easy wins. Finally, he spotted a handsome young man in the corner, who had a Sandshrew beside him with gray fur, deep gray patterns on its face and limbs, red eyes, and yellow whites. Its large teeth were a characteristic of this Pokémon. It's a Sandshrew. It looks like it's already out of its juvenile stage. Watching the Sandshrew seriously protect its owner, Cieli noted that although it was curious about the surroundings, it remained steadfast in its position. It was clearly a mature Sandshrew, unlike a juvenile that couldn't sit still. Moreover, the evolution level of Sandshrew is level 18. Although the evolution levels in this world aren't fixed, as long as they don't carry a changing stone or resist evolution for special reasons, they generally fluctuate within that range. So all things considered, this Sandshrew should be a suitable opponent for mushrooms. After all, mushrooms was already level 10, with proficiency in paralysis powder and tackle. It shouldn't be a big issue to battle a higher level opponent, as long as he didn't encounter hardcore players or fishers. Hello, handsome. I'm Cieli. Your Sandshrew is trained very well. Can I invite you to a casual battle with my Pokémon, mushrooms? Cieli approached the young man and spoke. Elianali. I'm happy to accept your challenge, but I currently only have one Pokémon. If you can accept a 1v1 duel, we can battle at the nearby arena. What do you think? The young man Linley said, glancing at mushrooms next to Cieli. Sure. Let's battle at the nearby arena, just 1v1. My Pokémon is the mushrooms beside me. Cieli responded. The two then arrived at the battle arena, each paying their venue fee and released their Pokémon. Go, my partner, the Sandshrew bite it. In the end, it was still a reckless move. At the start, he didn't take advantage of the first move to have the Sandshrew use Howl to strengthen itself before attacking. Next, it sprayed paralysis powder into its opponent's mouth, then used Leech Seed and Absorb for double recovery. Cieli didn't let the Shroomish dodge the Sandshrew, which was charging at it with its sharp teeth, but chose to have the Shroomish take the hit. It retaliated with paralysis powder and Leech Seed to control the opponent, then used Absorb to recover health. Stop it, Sandshrew. In the end, due to lack of battle experience, Linley had never seen such a bizarre strategy. Everyone had just recently left the beginner area. Why was this person so skilled? Is this how grass types operate? A girl with a brainless command over a Trico expressed her disbelief. However, it was too late. The Sandshrew bit down hard on the Shroomish, paying the price of being thoroughly fed with paralysis powder. The Sandshrew now felt as if it had been struck by an electric-type Pokémon. A wave of paralysis surged from deep within its body, interfering with its movements. The Shroomish slowly gathered a seed in front of it, which struck the paralyzed Sandshrew, rapidly rooting itself and greedily absorbing every bit of the Sandshrew's energy. The Sandshrew felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over every part of its body, especially its legs. The sudden fatigue made it hard to continue standing in the arena, but thinking of the trainer's daily training and companionship, it struggled to hold on and let out a long howl when no command was given. Sandshrew, hang in there. Don't be timid. Bite the Shroomish again, Linley hurriedly urged as he saw the Sandshrew use Howl to strengthen itself. However, the bond's power had yet to manifest between the Sandshrew and Linley. A beam of light formed from green light spots was drawn from the Sandshrew and flowed toward the Shroomish. The Shroomish, not holding back, launched the final blow, using Absorb to extract another stream of green light, followed by its glowing white body crashing into the Sandshrew. Originally, the howl and the bond with its trainer had slightly reduced the Sandshrew's fatigue, preparing it to rally and bite the Shroomish down. However, with the appearance of the two green beams and the Shroomish's attack, the Sandshrew ultimately faced defeat. Indeed, close combat was easily countered by mages. Sandshrew, perk up. Linley quickly took out a Pokeball to recall the Sandshrew and, bidding farewell to Cieli, hurriedly headed toward the Pokémon Center with his Pokeball. Oh no, did I make this kid go into a shell? This kid was still a bit reckless. Who can handle just coming in and biting? Cieli Sakreli complainat. However, thinking of Ash's antics in the anime, he suddenly felt that the young man's actions were quite fitting for this world. After all, he was the one who was being cynical. The battle ended, and the Shroomish gained experience. Taking a glance at the skill experience bar, Cieli noticed that battles above level 10 provided slightly more skill experience than those below level 10. As Momo leveled up again, it was indeed true that early leveling was fast, and he thought to himself that he would soon reach the level of a mature trainer. In this world, if trainers were classified by level according to the highest level Pokémon they owned, they would be divided into the following ranks: normal level 1 to 10, mature level 11 to 20, elite level 21 to 30, champion level 31 to 50, gym leader level 51 to 60, king level 61 to 80, and above 80 is collectively referred to as champion. Pokémon are classified in the same way by level. Congratulations to the host for cultivating a Pokémon above level 10 for the first time, gaining skill training. The training skills can enhance Pokémon's experience and proficiency multipliers in battles and training, depending on the skill level. Cieli skillfully opened his panel and focused on the skill bar. Skills. Training level 1. Beginner. By educating and battling, leveling up Pokémon can gain training experience. The higher the level, the more experience the Pokémon gains. Current skill enhancement. 0. A training skill indeed appeared in the skill bar, but the skill enhancement was 0, meaning that this skill could not provide any help to Cieli at the moment. It was just for show. Feeling speechless, Cieli closed the attribute panel and prepared to find the next challenger to improve his level. It's you, the annoying sand-throwing boy. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Chapter 8. Reunion with an old friend. Hearing the somewhat familiar voice from behind him, Cieli quickly turned around. He saw a somewhat familiar girl with a very recognizable wood garb behind her, and at that moment, the girl was looking at Cieli with an angry expression, leaving him confused. Who are you? Cieli asked, puzzled. Logically, he hadn't done anything particularly wrong in the past few days. Why did this girl look at him as if he had done something heinous to her? Upon hearing Cieli's words, the girl was slightly taken aback, and her rosy little face immediately turned red with anger, looking as fiery as a Monferno's backside. It's me. We met on Route 104 in the Orange Blossom Forest, when you threw stones at me and then used sand to attack me. You don't recognize me now? You despicable sand-throwing boy. The girl scolded loudly, her little face flushed. At this moment, a crowd of onlookers gradually gathered, and upon hearing the girl's loud reprimand, they began to murmur, Hey, how could this person be like this? So shameless. Yeah, this guy is not simple. He dares to be this harsh on such a girl. Cieli suddenly remembered that this girl was the rich girl who had lost to him on Route 104, and he was confused by her calling him a despicable, sand-throwing boy. After hearing the crowd's criticisms, Cieli quickly defended himself. First of all, I'm not the sand-throwing boy. My name is Cieli. Also, you were hiding in the bushes, and that bush was shaking. I thought it was some Pokémon trying to sneak up on me, so I threw stones and had my Pokémon use sand attack. I didn't do it on purpose, and I apologized afterward. After hearing CLE's reasonable explanation, the crowd quickly changed their tone. Oh, so that is how it is. The guy isn't wrong. It's always good to be careful when out and about, so you can't blame him. Besides, he even apologized. And yet you're still holding a grudge. That's just ridiculous. Exactly. This girl is not simple. She is still nitpicking even after he apologized. Originally, after losing the match, the girl had come back to tell her best friend about it, only to be mercilessly mocked by her friend for not being able to defeat a common Pokémon like the Snivy in the Orange Blossom Forest with her heavily invested wood guard. Moreover, the opposing trainer looked quite shabby, making her feel even worse about her defeat. Now, surrounded by the onlookers, she felt like a Monferno from the Kanto region. The increasingly frustrated girl said to CLE, "No more talking. Last time, you attacked me with a stone, hitting my head and causing me to make a mistake in commanding my Pokémon. Otherwise, my wood guard could have defeated you with one hand. We should have a rematch. This time I'm in perfect condition, and I'll show you what an elite trainer is. But my Momo and Snivy just finished battling, and they haven't recovered yet." CLE didn't want to battle the fiery girl at this moment, and quickly found an excuse to say losing wouldn't benefit him at all, and winning might cause her to lose her cool and flip out. Moreover, to be honest, if this girl kept being straightforward and reckless, she would likely lose again unless she used a different Pokémon. Hearing CLE's excuse, the fiery girl immediately felt that he was afraid of her and became more persistent, pulling out a handful of gems from a very precise small bag. She took out a green glowing gem and said to CLE, "If you win, this grass gem is yours. If you lose, you only need to pay the battle fee for this match. How about it? Sounds like a good deal, right?" The girl didn't think she would lose, and thus used temptation on CLE. Unlike in the game, where Grass-type gem only enhances the power of Grass-type moves once, in reality, the Grass-type gem can increase a Pokémon's understanding and development of Grass-type skills by absorbing energy from the gem, and the better the quality of the gem, the faster the improvement. Alright, let us battle over there. Looking at the gem, CLE was directly tempted and agreed without hesitation. As for his earlier concern that the fiery girl would lose and become upset, he threw that thought out the window. After all, who would refuse to make money? Besides, he was so poor he was living under a bridge. CLE wasn't very familiar with the price of the grass gem, but he knew that a fire gem of similar quality would cost at least around 20,000. Moreover, that fire gem was not as bright as this one. Even if he lost, the worst-case scenario would just be paying 100 in venue fees. He wouldn't be a loss at all. At this moment, the onlookers followed the two to a nearby battle arena, and CLE directly paid all the battle venue fees. After all, since the other party had offered a gem, he wouldn't be stingy over an extra 50. Go, my partner, Fire Chick. Restore our former glory and show him some color. Go straight in and use Ember. The girl confidently commanded her Fire Chick, having learned from the last lesson and choosing a Fire-type starter to counter CLE's Pokémon, while also using a disc to learn Ember in advance. Go, Momo. Dodge, then use Stun Spore to restrict it, and follow up with Leech Seed to drain its energy. On CLE's side, he could only choose to let his well-conditioned Momo take the stage. Looking at the orange little chick in front of him, he felt a pang of envy. Was this girl the female version of Ash? Why do all three starter Pokémon have two already? The Fire Chick opened its small mouth, but ultimately its level was too low. Even with the advanced skill Flamethrower, at this moment it resembled a child urinating, shooting a weak flame towards the mushroom. As expected, the mushroom easily dodged the flame, and soon after, the Fire Chick was hit by the mushroom's paralysis powder. However, the Fire Chick did not immediately show signs of paralysis. Perhaps it's because the quality of the starter Pokémon is quite good, or maybe the Fire Chick had some training against paralysis powder. The effect of the mushroom's paralysis powder did not take immediate effect, allowing the Fire Chick to dodge the subsequent Leech Seed. After all, the mushroom's proficiency with Leech Seed wasn't very high, and its gathering time was a bit slow. Is that all you can do with such lowly tactics? This time, we need to redeem our past humiliation. The Fire Chick used Quick Attack to finish it off, the girl said, dissatisfied. The Fire Chick slightly pulled back, then transformed into a greenish-white light that crashed into the mushroom. Although it wasn't the same type move, the flying-type Quick Attack still made the mushroom stagger back a few steps, inflicting significant damage. After using Quick Attack, the Fire Chick, with victory in sight, prepared to use it again to end the battle. But suddenly yellow electricity surged through its body. The mushroom's paralysis powder had taken effect. It turned out that after the Leech Seed missed, the mushroom had been secretly spraying paralysis powder, but the Fire Chick and the girl had not paid much attention, or perhaps they simply didn't care. Now, The fire chick and the girl were paying a painful price for their greed. Now, the mushroom used leech seed followed by a collision. Cielo immediately saw the paralysis effect on the fire chick and quickly said to the mushroom, "Again." The mushroom condensed another leech seed and shot it at the fire chick. The fire chick tried to dodge the leech seed, but due to the paralysis, its body felt a wave of numbness, and it did not follow its brain's commands to evade. Ultimately, the seed still hit the fire chick. The moment it made contact, the seed took root deep within its body, multiple vines spreading from the seed to the fire chick's entire body, deeply piercing into its limbs and torso. The fire chick let out a muffled sound, feeling a portion of its stamina being drained instantly. If that were all, a mushroom-shaped white light crashed directly into the fire chick's face. Unable to dodge, the fire chick was struck in a critical area, taking double damage and falling to the ground. After falling, the fire chick struggled to get back up. However, the mushroom was already a skilled Pokémon. Having been trained under Cielo for a long time, it had mastered the idea of continuously attacking if the opponent fell to the ground, not allowing them to rise. Without hesitation, another collision struck the struggling fire chick trying to stand. This time the fire chick flew out directly, fainting outside the arena. The arena fell silent. The girl with the fire monkey could hardly imagine how she lost in an instant, when she clearly could have knocked that mushroom down with another quick attack. Then she could have gracefully forgiven the opponent's earlier rudeness and left the arena with dignity. But what just happened? Why was her Pokémon lying on the ground? Wow, that guy is impressive. This fire chick looks like it's been cultivated with great effort. Look, it even has flamethrower and quick attack. And this guy won using just simple paralysis powder and collision against the fire chick, which is weak to mushrooms. It's truly incredible, a bystander said to another onlooker. Who says otherwise? But this girl is too foolish. What's the use of the fire chick learning flamethrower and quick attack now? It will be better to use spark and peck. If I were the one commanding the fire chick, I would have won long ago. No need for quick attack to get close. Just keep using spark to wear down the opponent from a distance. And how could they start by eating paralysis powder right in their face? So bad. Another bystander, frustrated at the lack of skill, pointed out. Boring, boring. Let's go. Let's go. After seeing the results of the match, the onlookers began to disperse, leaving behind an awkward Cielo and a girl who had fallen into despair. The battle ended, gaining experience. The mushroom leveled up, the mushroom's skill level increased, and the mushroom learned the move headbutt. The system sound arrived late. Checking the system. The mushroom leveled up again and even learned headbutt. However, with the mushroom's small stature, using headbutt seemed a bit cute. Shaking off distracting thoughts, Cielo kindly said to the despondent fire monkey girl, "According to our previous agreement, I'll take the gem now, and you should take the fire chick for treatment first." But the girl, feeling trapped in a black and white world, did not respond to Cielo's words. Cielo had no choice but to take the gem that had been placed beside the battle arena and left the battle area. After leaving the arena, Cielo handed the gem directly to the mushroom, letting it carry it. Then he led the mushroom towards the bridge tunnel. Another hard day came to an end, with plenty of rewards. Chapter 9. The Camp. In the early morning, the orange flower forest was tranquil. As the first rays of morning light pierced through the forest's mist, the orange flower forest welcomed a warm morning. At this moment, everything in the orange flower forest was bathed in soft morning light. On the evergreen trees by Route 104, a few swablu were cuddling together, grooming each other's somewhat messy feathers, while below the trees, several snivy emerged from their burrows under the leadership of a bear, basking in the morning light. In the distance, diligent butterfly collected nectar from flowers under the morning sun. Everything was so peaceful. However, this peaceful time did not last long. A vibrant voice rang out from the main road of Route 104, 121, 121, 1234. The mushroom kept up. The plan for the day is in the morning. If you don't work hard today, there won't be a Land Rover tomorrow. Cielo shouted the slogan loudly, conducting physical training with the energetic mushroom and Snivy. Keep up, let's head to the camp. Whoever of you two reaches the camp first gets a cup of juice, Cielo said, leading the way in front. Sia, Yinong. Upon hearing that there was a reward for being first, both the mushroom and Snivy instantly dashed off. The mushroom was quicker, its little legs bursting with speed, quickly surpassing the four-legged Snivy to take second place. Seeing the mushroom ahead, Snivy panicked. The foodie in its heart could not allow it to miss out on the delicious juice. Its forelegs kicked into high gear, chasing after the mushroom. As the two Pokémon chased each other, Cielo's group quickly reached the camp near the bridge tunnel. This camp was what Cielo planned to build anew today. Although the bridge tunnel was nice, vehicles and people occasionally passed overhead at night, and the noise disturbed Cieli and the two little ones' sleep. Previously, they had no choice but to live under the bridge tunnel, as it was relatively safe without strong Pokémon attacks. Now that I have the protection of Pokémon and my own strength is not weak, I have moved to a campsite a bit farther from the bridge tunnel. The campsite is right next to the tunnel, and you can see its location from the tunnel. In the middle of the campsite is a bare patch of land, and not far from the campsite is a small stream. Today, Cieli plans to finish his morning training and then set up the campsite as his temporary residence, mainly because the hotel prices in the city are a bit expensive and he doesn't have enough money for either rent or deposit for an apartment. Although he can earn a decent amount of money from gathering, it's not always as lucky as the last time. Most of the time, he just manages to get by. Now that he has Pokémon, things might be a bit better, but after deducting the costs of Pokémon cultivation, his wallet still looks a bit tight. With the support of the system, as long as he can survive and reach the pinnacle, it will just be a matter of time. However, he needs to save some money and spend wisely. Riding a bike to the bars is the priority. First, he needs to raise the two little ones, at least to elite level, and then see if there are ways to obtain legitimate documents from the Alliance. The Alliance adds new regions periodically, and many regions actually have many households that are not registered in the regional census because many people live with Pokémon in deep mountains and forests. These people have low external demands and live a self-sufficient life. Their descendants may not want to live this way and may wish to return to modern society, while others are abandoned and raised by Pokémon, becoming wild people. When these wild people come into contact with modern society and are attracted by its vibrant colors, they often want to join the Alliance. At this time, the Alliance will provide several ways for them to obtain legal status. The first method is to have at least 2 gym leaders as guarantors, regardless of the region. As long as the gym leaders recognize you and write a guarantee letter, it's fine. The second method is to have any research institute in the region provide a guarantee and study within the Alliance for 3 months. This is the most difficult because research institutes are hard to approach and tend to focus on research, so they rarely provide guarantees. The third method is to live in any Alliance city for 3 years with fixed property and employment. There are no price restrictions on housing. Even buying a house in a village counts. This job can be something like a garbage truck driver, a street cleaner, a roadside landscape maintainer, or a laborer. Jobs that can be filled by undocumented workers, as long as the employer is willing to provide proof. This method is relatively common. The fourth method is to make a significant contribution to the Alliance, such as protecting a city from a rampaging Pokémon. This requires considerable strength. Cieli plans to pursue either the first or the third method. The first is because the Rock-type gym leader in Kanaz City, Cuckoo, is relatively easy to talk to, and as long as he can gain her recognition, it's fine. As for how to gain her recognition, it requires some cleverness. He just needs to work at her gym for a month and then pass her exam. After all, Cuckoo is a refined and quiet top student who became a gym leader after graduating from the trainer school in Kanaz City, and she also serves as a teacher there, so she enjoys giving exams and teaching others. Another option is Mr. Chinley from the Changhua Gym, who is the protagonist's father. Defeating him is the simplest way to gain his recognition. Of course, Cieli heard about these while selling bug silk on the roadside from a few other undocumented guys. However, these are all things for later. At least he needs to have some strength before he can think about them. Not to mention, Chinley is not someone to be taken lightly. With a single chi punch, he could slam Cieli against the wall of the gym, leaving him unable to get back up. Clapping his hands, Cieli said to the two little ones, "That's enough morning training for today. Our task now is to clean up this campsite and set up our future home. Now, Momo and Shay, you two go find some dry firewood first, and we'll start a fire to cook." The two little ones nodded, chirped a few times, and then scattered to pick up fallen firewood nearby. Cieli also kept busy. He took out pots and pans from his backpack, skillfully set up the cooking pot on a stove, and then grabbed a water bottle. He walked to the small stream near the campsite, checked for safety, and filled his pot with water. After that, he took a cutting board and skillfully chopped up vegetables and meat, waiting for the two little ones to return with the firewood. The two little ones returned with the firewood, placing it skillfully next to Cieli, and then sat down waiting for their meal. He started the fire, added the cleaned meat to the pot, and waited for it to boil. He used a spoon to skim off the blood foam. Then he added diced radish and ginger, letting it simmer for half an hour. When it was ready, he took out some salt and sprinkled a little on top. A dish of braised radish beef, not a kenta, just ordinary yellow beef, was done. He took a small bowl, divided it into 3 portions, and sat on the ground to eat breakfast with the two little ones. This was the first time the two little ones had such delicious food. Although the dish provided no Pokémon energy, it tasted much better than what they had eaten at the bathhouse before. They quickly finished their bowls of radish and beef, drinking the remaining soup clean, their eyes eagerly watching the remaining food in the pot. Cieli helplessly stood up and divided the remaining food in the pot into 2 portions for the 2 little ones, while he continued to eat the leftovers. Food time, Chapter 10. Campsite construction. After Cieli enjoyed a hearty meal with Momo and Shay, they relaxed against a pine tree for a moment. Cieli then shared his worries with the 2 little ones. As a trainer, I once had a happy family and a successful career, but unexpectedly, I suddenly came to this world. Fortunately, I still have you with me. Momo and Shay felt Cieli's emotions and quietly leaned against him, expressing his helplessness and depression. Cieli felt much better afterward. He clapped his hands and stood up from the ground, saying, "All right, let's work hard together." Then, Cieli led the 2 little ones to mark out a piece of land in the campsite with branches. He started assigning tasks. First, Shay, you are responsible for clearing the weeds within this area. Then, dig a pit about this deep in these spots. We can directly use the wood to make piles later. Momo, go collect nearby moss in the forest. Try to gather as much as possible. We will need the moss to seal the gaps in the wooden planks. Whether our house leaks in the future will depend on you. Shay and Momo listened carefully to Cieli's instructions and silently noted their assigned tasks. They nodded to indicate their understanding and then dispersed. Shay used her short little hands to quickly gather at the marked spots, while Momo swayed into the Chunghwa forest. Cieli assigned the tasks this way for a reason. Shay, resembling a raccoon or badger, has habits similar to those of a badger and is very good at digging holes and finding things. So, assigning her to dig the foundation is quite suitable. As for Momo, she enjoys moist environments and resides on the damp ground deep in the forest. It will be easy for her to find moss. Meanwhile, Cieli picked up an axe that some careless lumberjack had left behind on a stump at the edge of the forest. "Lumberjack, where's my axe? I just went back to get something, and now it's gone. Who could it be?" And started chopping wood. After a while, with a loud crash, a pine tree fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust and startling the Shay that was digging nearby. The snake-patterned bear quickly poked its small head out of the hole to see what was happening. Seeing that it was Cieli chopping trees, he felt relieved and once again dove into the hole to continue his excavation work. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill. Logging. 1150, beginner. Gain proficiency by chopping down trees. The higher the skill level, the faster the trees fall. Cieli's long unseen attribute panel popped up, indicating that he had learned logging and could begin his journey as the logging emperor. In the Pokémon world, there are actually forest protection regulations that prohibit logging for sale or production in certain areas, but logging for personal use is allowed. Of course, large-scale logging can easily provoke the forest-protecting Pokémon, so lumber companies typically rent land to plant and cut their own trees. However, even though he had acquired the logging skill, he still had a limited understanding of the force points and angles involved, which consumed a lot of energy. When Cieli chopped down the second tree, he felt a soreness in his palm from the recoil of the axe and decided to take a break. He planned to trim the branches of the 2 trees he had cut down using the new saw he bought from the lumberyard, leaving only the central trunk, while the remaining trunks and branches would be used for the roof later. Just as Cieli was trimming the branches of a tree, Moo, who had gone to Orange Flower Forest to collect moss, came out carrying a pile of moss and fruit along with a few other mushrooms. The mushrooms piled the moss next to the campsite. Then, Cieli's mushroom, along with the other mushrooms who timidly hid behind the moss, peeked out to look at Cieli's mushroom. Cieli's mushroom shyly walked up to him, tugged at his pants, and called out, Enong, trainer, I brought my sisters to help, and they want to eat the food we made this morning." "Huh? What's going on?" Cieli, being tugged by the pants, was puzzled. He had sent one mushroom out and returned with a bunch, and they even brought their own ingredients. What a strange event. He didn't remember his mushroom learning shadow clone. Seeing that Cieli seemed to not understand what she wanted to express, the mushroom pointed at the campsite and then at the cooking pot, making sounds like, oh, these are your partners, and they want to help us build the campsite, and then let me cook for them, right? Cieli tried to understand the mushroom's intentions, and after some analysis, he spoke to the mushroom. The mushroom nodded vigorously. "How about this, Moo? You let them help chop about 10 logs of this size, and then trim the edges a bit like this one, and then cut them into segments of this size. Can you do that?" Cieli instructed the mushroom. Enong. The mushroom quickly nodded in response after hearing Cieli's instructions. Then, Moo ran to the moss area and called out to the other mushrooms. Upon hearing her words, the other mushrooms all nodded and began to take action. One mushroom went to a coniferous tree and used a move to corrode the roots. while another mushroom rushed up and headbutted the tree, causing it to fall straight down, much faster than Cieli could chop it down. The remaining mushrooms worked together to haul the fallen trees to the designated spot. While they were busy with logging, Cieli wasn't idle either. He skillfully went to the water's edge, confirmed safety, washed the pots and pans, filled them with water, and started a fire to prepare lunch for the mushrooms and the snivy. Food time, Cieli skillfully cooked radish beef brisket, cut the fruits brought by the mushrooms into pieces, removed the seeds, arranged them on a plate, and distributed the food among the mushrooms sitting in front of him. The mushrooms looked at each other, and as Cieli's mushroom called out, the poisonous mushroom lowered its head and took a bite of the radish beef brisket, instantly having its eyes sparkle with little stars as it began to eat eagerly, with the other mushrooms quickly following suit. After waving goodbye to the satisfied mushrooms, Cieli took out his axe and began to set up the campsite, trying to build a small wooden house inspired by videos he had seen on a small platform. Cieli selected 4 longer logs to stand upright, forming 4 anchor points that enclosed a square shape. He cut the wood to the appropriate lengths to fit between the 4 logs, piled the dug-up soil around, left a space for the door, and set up the main and secondary beams, then added rafters and covered it with waterproof cloth for the roof, using the cut branches and trunks as tiles, layering them from the bottom up, with each layer overlapping about a quarter of the one below. He then mixed the moss brought by the mushrooms with some soil and stuffed it into the gaps between the logs to prevent wind and water leaks. For the door, he simply hung a piece of cloth over it, completing a super simple version of a matchbox house that would make any MC player tear up and delight forest dwellers. Referencing a foundation with 3 walls and a roof from the Monster Paulo. Although this house was extremely simple, Cieli and the Pokémon were very happy, glad to finally have a place to stay in this world, no longer needing to curl up under a bridge and wipe away tears. Cieli left the snivy behind and took the mushrooms back to the bridge hole, picking through the assorted items stored inside and moving them into the small wooden house. After setting up the beds and starting a fire to ensure they wouldn't be cold at night, Cieli went to sleep with the 2 little ones. Chapter 11. Bounty Task in the early morning. After completing a full physical training session with the 2 little ones, Cieli was thinking about his dwindling supplies. He was planning his itinerary for the day to see if there were any jobs in Canas City. Just then, the system suddenly spoke up. Training complete. Trainer Cieli has gained experience. Trainer Cieli's level has increased. Training complete. Mushrooms have gained experience. Mushroom's level has increased. Training complete. Snivy has gained experience. Snivy's level has increased. The system gave Cieli a 3-in-1 reminder, and the sudden alert interrupted his thoughts. His level had suddenly increased, and a surge of warmth swept through his limbs, relieving the fatigue he had just accumulated from training. Clenching his fists, Cieli felt that his strength seemed to have increased, and his physical condition felt slightly improved, making him confident that he could do another round of physical training without any problems. Cieli opened his system panel, which displayed Trainer Cieli, level 6-7 money held, 1486 Pokémon coins items held, Berry Encyclopedia, Herb Encyclopedia, Beginner Energy Cube Crafting Book, Capture Net, Hypnosis Powder 10, Paralysis Powder 10, Poison Powder 2, Learning Device, Damaged, Simple Goggles, Mask 1, Gold Pearl 1, etc. Skills, Slightly Pokémon, Mushroom Gender, Level, 12-13, Mature, Ability, Poison Heal held item, Grass Gem, 54, Skills, Tackle, Expert, Absorb Proficient, Paralysis Powder, Expert, Leech Seed, Proficient, Headbutt Proficient, Pokémon, Snivy Gender, Level, 10-11, Mature, Ability, Pick Up held item, None skills, Tackle, Proficient, Growl, Expert, Sand Attack, Expert, Tail Whip Beginner, Desire, Beginner. Looking at the various improvements displayed on the system panel, Cieli secretly decided to continue with the daily morning training. However, the unusual skill proficiency of the Mushroom Pokémon puzzled Cieli. In the past 2 days, Cieli and the Mushroom Pokémon had not battled any other Pokémon, nor had they conducted any skill enhancement training. Yet the proficiency of the Mushroom skills had increased rapidly to an abnormal extent. At this moment, Cieli noticed a percentage behind the grass gem that the Mushroom Pokémon held. He called the Mushroom Pokémon over and asked it to take out the gem. Looking at the now dim gem, Cieli suddenly realized that unlike in games, attribute gems not only enhance the damage power of skills of that attribute, but also improve a Pokémon's understanding of skills related to the gem's attribute when carried. It seemed he should collect more of these gems whenever possible, Cieli thought to himself. With the increase in his own level, Cieli felt more confident in his strength and decided to head to the Bounty Guild to pick up some higher-level tasks to supplement his already depleted wallet. After planning his subsequent tasks, Cieli skillfully cooked a meal. After finishing dinner with his two companions, he cleaned up the dishes and set off along Route 104 towards Kanaz City with the two Pokémon. The journey was smooth, but as soon as Cieli arrived in Kanaz City and was preparing to head to the Bounty Guild, he was suddenly attracted by a loud commotion ahead. He saw several individuals dressed in red cloaks, with horn-like decorations on their hoods. The horns were actually part of the Lava Team's equipment skill called Memory Flame. The horns not only served as decoration, but also as tools for the skill. Members' memories would be recorded in a certain medium, and to retrieve a memory, one could remove a horn, which would then ignite in flames, displaying images of the memory. The leader of this group of Lava Team members was a tall girl with purple hair, wearing red high-heeled shoes and a red miniskirt. She commanded several large hounds to clear the road while loudly instructing her subordinates. Let the hounds fearlessly open the path, and you all go block them. Buy me some time, and don't let them catch up. Got it, boss. The other Lava Team members quickly released several Pokémon. These Pokémon were primarily yellow, with lighter yellow on their bellies and mouths, and some green patches near the tops of their humps. They had two cute yellow ears on their heads, mixed with a tuft of yellow fur. Their eyes were framed with brown circles, and their eyelids were always half closed. Go Slugma, use Smokescreen. The subordinates shouted to the Slugmoss that had been called out. The newly released Slugmoss, upon hearing their trainer's command, spewed forth flames from their humps, sending smoke and fire toward the pursuing trainers behind them. Damn Lava Team, go, Swampert, use Water Gun and push back the flames. At this moment, a mature man leading a group of trainers chasing the Lava Team released a Pokémon from his Pokeball. This Pokémon was blue, with two fins on its head and one on its tail, all black with vertical lines on them. Its belly was white, and it had four sturdy legs firmly on the ground, resembling a mud skipper from the blue planet. The mature man commanded the newly released Swampert, which took a deep breath, its belly swelling, then opened its mouth wide as a strong and thick stream of water shot out, heading straight for the flames. In an instant, the clash of water and fire created a large cloud of white mist, and the water stream overwhelmed the flames, charging toward the Slugmoss. However, the good scene was short-lived. With the Slugmoss continuously using smokescreen and sparks, scattered flames quickly coalesced into a powerful fire column that instantly pushed back the previously dominant water stream. Damn it, go Lotad. Help Swampert, use Water Gun. Let's go too, don't fall behind. Swablu, use Water Gun for support. The determined pursuing trainers continuously released their Pokémon to join the battle of water and fire. The originally disadvantaged water stream quickly grew stronger with the appearance of the pursuing Pokémon, directly piercing through the fire column and hitting the struggling Slugmoss behind. The slow-moving Slugmoss were knocked down by the water stream and fainted. However, the efforts of the Slugmoss were not in vain, as the purple-haired leader of the Lava Team had already fled with the stolen documents. Only a few team members released their Zygarde in a desperate attempt to make a final stand. However, the remaining Zygarde were quickly subdued without causing much trouble. And seeing the situation was hopeless, the members raised their hands in surrender, doing so with a skilled resignation. Damn it, that guy got away. Everyone retreat. The responsibility is mine. I will report to Mr. Steven myself. The leading pursuer said angrily to his fellow trainers as things reached this point. A siren rang out after the battle concluded, and Ms. Junsa arrived late on a police motorcycle with the Arcanine, hastily reaching the scene. What happened here? Why are you all battling Pokémon? Ms. Junsa asked the leading trainer, observing the chaotic scene. Hello, Ms. Junsa. I am the security captain of Devon Corporation. These Lava Team members infiltrated our company and stole an important document package. I will report this to the chairman after returning to Devon Corporation, and I will go to the police station to file a report. Please take these Lava Team members back to the police station for questioning, the leading security captain said, holding his Devon Corporation identification as he communicated with Ms. Junsa. Understood. Police station. A robbery has occurred on the main road. Most of the robbers have been subdued, but the leader has escaped. Please instruct all teams to thoroughly check the crowds leaving Kanaz City, and we need several auxiliary officers to help detain the subdued individuals, Ms. Junsa said urgently into her walkie-talkie after carefully checking the security captain's credentials and confirming the seriousness of the situation. After watching the entire farce of the water and fire showdown, Cieli felt that this scene of confrontation was somewhat familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. But she couldn't quite recall it at the moment and had to set it aside. As the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed, Cieli continued on to the Bounty Guild with her two little ones. Upon arriving at the Bounty Guild, Cieli suddenly noticed that the LCD screen of the guild was urgently scrolling a 5-star task. Task requirements. Retrieve the Devon briefcase stolen by the lava team and capture the criminals. Task rewards. A cash reward of 1 million spirit coins available at Devon Company. 10 Devon series Pokeballs and 1 latest version of the Pokémon learning device. This was a very luxurious reward, setting aside the cash. Just the 10 Devon series Pokeballs and the Pokémon learning device already surpassed most 5-star tasks. Cieli had heard from fellow trainers while setting up her stall that Devon Company's Pokeballs were among the best in this world. Their series of Pokeballs included Luxury, Commemorative, Net, Dive, Nest, Repeat, and Timer Balls, each corresponding to various scenarios, especially the Luxury Ball, which was ridiculously expensive, basically only owned by the wealthy. This was something Cieli, who was still using regular Pokeballs, could hardly imagine. Seeing the briefcase task, Cieli suddenly remembered why that scene just now felt so familiar. Isn't this the event in the game where the main character has their item taken by members of Team Magma and Team Aqua after obtaining the Rock Badge? At that time, after traveling from Slateport City to Route 116 and then entering the Verdant Turf Tunnel to defeat the team members and retrieve the item, the employee from Devon Corporation would lead the main character to meet the chairman of Devon Corporation, not Maxie. The chairman would give the main character a Pokémon Navigator or upgrade the main character's multifunctional Pokémon Navigator with TV navigation features, and entrust the main character to deliver a letter to Maxie. Could it be that this world follows the game's plot rather than the anime's? Cieli thought to himself. He then remembered that if that were the case, the main character should have been watching the show in the crowd just now. It seems there's a chance to go check on Qianli to confirm if this is a game world. If it is a game world, that's a big deal. Soon, if I can't fly, I'll have to battle the whale mare, and my house will be gone by then. It seems that my plans need to change again. I originally thought this world was neither anime nor a game. I had planned to build high walls and stockpile food to become king later. But now I might need to adjust my plans slightly. I need to start accumulating energy like crazy and utilize all the resources around me to ensure I can protect everything when disaster strikes. After determining my future plans, Cieli went to the bounty board to check the tasks he could take on. It will appear a maximum of 3 times and will be reduced later. 002. 1-star long-term task. Purchase small mushrooms, quality average. 100 spirit coins, quality good. 300 spirit coins, quality excellent. 1,000 spirit coins. Pieces 003. 1-star long-term task. Purchase silk from bugs, quality average. 100 spirit coins, quality good. 300 spirit coins, quality excellent. 1,000 spirit coins. Gene 007. 1-star long-term task. Purchase crystal honey, quality average. 1,000 spirit coins, quality good. 3,000 spirit coins, quality excellent. 10,000 spirit coins. Gene 056. 2-star limited time task. I need a trainer to deliver this letter to Kelly in Changhua City. Her home is in. Task reward. 1,000 spirit coins. After confirming the tasks he could complete, Cieli accepted task 056 and went to the front desk to retrieve his previous bounty certificate. He handed it to the front desk and said, I want to take on task 056. How do I find the publisher? Hello, trainer. The envelope is here. Please pay a deposit of 500 spirit coins. After completing the task, please take a photo with this task device as a reply. The front desk girl took out a device that looked like a camera and a sealed letter, handing them to Cieli while taking 500 spirit coins from him. Having accepted the task, Cieli left the bounty guild, taking the letter and preparing to head to Changhua City. Chapter 12. Journey to Changhua City. After accepting the task at the bounty guild, Cieli, along with his 2 small companions, hurriedly prepared to head to Changhua City. The only thing separating Changhua City from Kanaz City is the Changhua Forest. In the game, you can simply follow Route 104, pass through Changhua Forest, and cross a beach to reach Changhua City. However, in reality, you can also reach Changhua City by walking along the coastline at the edge of Changhua Forest, although it will be a longer journey. Compared to directly traversing the still undeveloped Changhua Forest, traveling along the coastline might be safer. Cieli silently planned his route to Changhua City in his mind. If he were to go to Changhua City, he would have to cross Changhua Forest Strait along Route 104. In reality, the Changhua Forest is different from the game. The Pokémon encounter levels in the game are not too high, generally around levels 4 to 6, and the Pokémon there are mainly beginner types like Caterpie, Slacketh, Snivy, and Pidgey. The paths in the game are bright and wide, and the forest appears small. But in reality, the Changhua Forest stretches from Kanaz City in the east to Zijing City in the west, from Levine Town in the north to Changhua City in the south, occupying a vast expanse of land in the Fengyuan region. Don't be fooled by Xie Li's usual bullying of caterpies at the edge of the forest. The Pokémon in Changhua Forest are not just caterpies and shroomishes. In fact, the forest is home to the majority of Pokémon in the Fengyuan region, including their evolved forms, as well as Pokémon from other regions that have been abandoned and now live there. Moreover, there are many Pokémon communities in the forest, each dividing up the different areas of Changhua Forest. According to a Pokémon trainer he chatted with previously, if one wants to traverse Changhua Forest, they need not only powerful strength, but also the ability to discern directions. Otherwise, they could be swallowed by the darkness of the forest and get lost in an instant. That trainer also mentioned that during his journey through Changhua Forest with other trainers, he encountered a legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza, soaring above the forest, hunting other Pokémon. The danger level is enough to deter anyone. Unlike the dangers of traversing Changhua Forest, if you follow the coastline, the most you might encounter are rogue Pokémon like Krabby, which you can either defeat or outrun. Pokémon like Wingull and Pelipper that also live along the coastline generally ignore you as long as you don't provoke them. At most, they would just squawk above your head. Furthermore, the coastline is easy to recognize, so you don't have to worry about getting lost. After deciding on the route along the coastline, Cieli packed his backpack, took some supplies from the campsite, and started heading along the forest edge towards the coastline with his two small companions. He no longer hesitated with the lone caterpies and snivies at the forest edge, directly sending his two small companions to beat them up and crazily harvest the experience from the lone Pokémon along the way. A few days later, come back Shroomish. Snivy. After Cieli defeated about 10 caterpies, a few Butterfree appeared, stopping his ongoing rampage. At that moment, Cieli was with his two small companions, doing something quite unsightly to the defeated caterpies, continuously squeezing their tails to extract the excess silk and collect it. At that time, a few Butterfree flew out from Changhua Forest and happened to see Xie Li squeezing the tails of the caterpies, causing white silk to ooze out. The caterpies, with their tails squeezed, had their eyes already glazed over and were lying fainted nearby. Upon seeing this scene, the hunting butterflies were instantly enraged. After going out to gather some nectar, they returned to find their offspring pinned to the ground and violated. The hunting butterflies furiously flapped their wings, stirring up a fierce wind directed at Cieli and the others. Sensing that something was wrong, Cieli quickly recalled his two Pokémon and fled towards the coastline. If these hunting butterflies had just evolved, he could have put up a fight, but they clearly looked like experienced veterans. Having just finished a battle with his Pokémon, Cieli hadn't fully recovered his stamina. Being cautious, he turned and ran. The upgraded body not only provided more enduring stamina, but also increased speed. At least in terms of running, Cieli definitely wouldn't lose to a Rattata with Escape Artist. Indeed, with the boost from his running skills and stamina, Cieli quickly escaped the hunting butterflies' territory. The hunting butterflies did not pursue him further out of anger, merely glaring at him from a distance before flying back in frustration. Come out, Shroomish and Teddiursa, Cieli called out, feeling safe now. The two Pokémon looked at Cieli, who was leaning on a tree with one hand on his waist, clearly worried. Shroomish and Teddiursa expressed their concern with a flurry of sounds, especially Shroomish, who ran underneath Cieli and nudged him, hoping he would sit on him to rest for a bit. Seeing Shroomish so eager, Teddiursa paused his verbal concern and took out a Pecha Berry he had previously obtained from bullying a caterpie, which he had been reluctant to eat, but now offered to Cieli in hopes of alleviating his fatigue. Cieli was very pleased with the two Pokémon's behavior and gently waved his hand at them, indicating he was fine. After catching his breath, he said to them, "It's okay, we're safe now. The coastline is just ahead, and we'll have an easy time getting there." He then opened the system panel to check his current gains. Cieli, level 9 holding, 1486 $. Items, Berry Collection, Herb Collection, Beginner Energy Cube Recipe X1, Capture Net X1, Poison Powder Pack X2, Learning Device, Damaged, Pecha Berry X21, Oran Berry X30, Simple Goggles, Mask Small Gold Pearl X1, Gold Pearl X3, Caterpie Silk X283, Small Mushroom X52, etc. Pokémon, Shroomish, Female, Level 21 Elite. Ability, Poison Heal, Holding, Grass Gem 15, Skills, Tackle, Mastery, Absorb, Mastery, Stun Spore, Master, Seed Bomb, Expert, Headbutt Proficient, Poison Powder Proficient. Teddiursa, Male, Level 17, Mature. Ability, Pickup, Holding, None, Skills, Tackle, Mastery, Growl, Mastery, Sand Attack, Mastery, Tail Whip Proficient, Desire Proficient. Seeing the significant improvement in both his and his Pokémon's levels, Cieli felt just like a Stardew Valley player. looking at a full harvest in the warehouse. After a long journey of 5 days from Route 104 through the orange blossom forest to the coastline, although Cieli had been living rough, he never missed out on single, lower-level Pokémon, always engaging in justifiable 3-on-1 battles, gaining a lot of experience and proficiency, as well as materials. Moreover, after Shroomish reached level 20, the system updated slightly, making Pokémon experience points clearer and allowing him to view opponents' attributes, greatly facilitating his ambush tactics. What surprised Cieli the most was not the system update, but the substantial change brought by the master-level skills. The previously rapid casting of Stun Spore at the expert level was still detectable with careful observation due to the yellow powder. However, the master-level Stun Spore was colorless and odorless and could be used against grass types, making it an excellent ambush tool. Many times, Cieli managed to escape thanks to Shroomish's master-level Stun Spore. If it hadn't been for the hunting butterflies using Gust on him earlier, he would have retaliated and stolen their nectar. After summarizing the gains of the past few days, Cieli looked up at the sky. The sun was beginning to set in the west, and he decided not to continue on. As they were close to the coastline, he planned to find a nearby place to set up camp and rest well, intending to head towards Orange City along the coastline the next day. Chapter 13. Rogue minions at the junction of the Orange Blossom Forest and the coastline. Cieli and his companions slowly emerged from a cave. They were very lucky yesterday. Ursa, using its keen senses, found this cave abandoned by a Pokémon that liked to dig. The cave was quite spacious, and after slightly enlarging the entrance, they decided to rest there for the night. Let's go, Ursa, Shroomish. After having a simple instant breakfast, Cieli shouldered his space backpack and prepared to head to the coastline with the 2 Pokémon. As they approached the coastline, a sea breeze blew through the gaps in the trees. Finally, when Cieli stepped out of the forest, he beheld an incredibly beautiful sight. The coastline, bathed in the morning light, resembled a golden ribbon stretching and winding. On the rocky shore, several Kingler lounged lazily, accompanied by a few Celio, harmonizing with the deep, rhythmic sounds of the waves crashing against the rocks, like a morning song of nature. On the sea, the morning mist gently spread, and a flock of wind gulls appeared and disappeared in the fog, facing the sea breeze. Looking back at the orange blossom forest, the tall trees stood majestically, their lush branches casting dappled shadows. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, creating patches of golden light on the ground. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, producing a soft sound that intertwined with the sound of the waves, forming a beautiful symphony. Within the forest, a group of hunting butterflies flitted among the colorful wildflowers, their wing scales shimmering brilliantly in the golden morning light, adding vitality to the woods. The swablu sang joyfully at the treetops, their clear and sweet voices seemingly praising the beautiful scenery. In the air between the coastline and the forest, the freshness was particularly invigorating, mixed with the briny scent of the sea and the fragrance of the trees. Cieli felt as if he could sense the breath of nature. A wave of tranquility and peace surged in his heart. The entire scene resembled a beautiful painting, with the coastline, forest, wildflowers, birdsong, and the sound of waves together, composing a harmonious and vibrant picture. Here, Cieli momentarily forgot the noise of the mundane world, immersing himself in the embrace of nature, feeling that tranquility and beauty. However, a sudden shout broke this tranquility. A Pokémon resembling a red lobster, with a 5-pointed star on its head and blue patterns on its chest, along with several other Pokémon that were mostly orange with white bellies and 3-pointed protrusions on their heads, launched a water gun attack directly at Cieli, who had just stepped onto the beach. The scattered water guns converged and shot towards Cieli's chest, startling him into a quick squat to dodge the fierce water attack. Fortunately, in this world, he was still young and short, allowing him to evade most beam-type attacks. Wild Pokémon, Kingler Gender, Male Level, 30 Elite Ability. Hyper Cutter, attack power cannot be reduced by any means. Skills, Clamp, High-Speed Star, Glare, Water Gun, Harden, Taunt. Bubble Beam, Thief. Wild Pokémon, Crawdaunt, Gender, Level, 615 Skills, Clamp, Water Gun, Harden, Taunt, Bubble Beam. After quickly checking the system panel, Cieli assessed the incoming Pokémon. Noticing their sparse skill sets and low levels, he quickly concluded that these were Pokémon he could defeat. He decided to teach these beach bullies a lesson. Go Shroomish and Snivy. Shroomish used Stun Spore, and Snivy used Sand Attack. He skillfully began to command the two to counterattack the beach bullies. Shroomish shook its body, and a misty gas silently drifted from within Shroomish toward the Crawdaunt and the Crawdaunt minions. Meanwhile, Snivy skillfully scooped up sand with its hands and threw it at the leading Crawdaunt. The Crawdaunt raised its pincers to block the sand, but although the sand was stopped, the ground-type energy still wrapped around Crawdaunt's body, reducing its sensory abilities. Sensing the slight change in its body, the Crawdaunt, knowing it had been hit by sand attack, didn't care. It raised its pincers and made some sounds, its body becoming more vibrant in color. This guy can also strengthen itself. It seems to have some skills. Cieli thought as he saw the Crawdaunt buffing itself. He then instructed Snivy to move to distract the Crawdaunt's minions. Following the command, Snivy quickly rushed toward Crawdaunt while making noises to try and weaken Crawdaunt's attack power. Hearing Snivy's annoying sounds, Crawdaunt felt irritated, but due to its ability, Snivy's body showed no visible changes. Instead, it continued to command its minions to deal with the troublesome Snivy. The Crawdaunt minions, hearing their leader's command, waved their pincers and charged at Snivy. Soon, the minions approached Snivy, who was intentionally slowing down, and without thinking, they raised their pincers glowing white and swung at Snivy's head. However, the Crawdaunt minions missed as Snivy suddenly accelerated to dodge their attack and then wagged its tail at them. Feeling insulted, the Crawdaunt minions' faces turned redder with anger, and a hashtag appeared above their heads. After Snivy's tail wagging, their shells began to soften. Seeing his minions act foolishly, Crawdaunt shouted angrily, Hey, you idiots! Use water gun! If you can't catch it, use water gun!" Upon hearing Crawdaunt's furious voice, the Crawdaunt minions, who were chasing Snivy, suddenly stopped and prepared to charge up water gun to teach Snivy a lesson for daring to resist without paying protection fees on this beach. However, the imagined scenario of water gun launching Snivy did not occur. The minions suddenly felt weak, their bodies tingling. The water gun they were about to unleash also stopped. It turned out that Shroomish's stun spore had taken effect. From the beginning of the battle, Shroomish had been spraying a large amount of stun spore toward the Crawdaunt minions. And the master-level stun spore was not only more discreet, but also in large quantities. Seeing the master-level stun spore working wonders, Cieli decisively commanded Shroomish and Snivy to finish them off. Shroomish used Leech Seed, and Snivy used Tackle for the final blow. Shroomish quickly threw out several seeds, which flew toward the Crawdaunt minions and attached themselves to them. The seeds sprouted vines that wrapped around the Crawdaunt minions, sucking their energy like leeches. The water-type Crawdaunt minions, being parasitized by the grass-type Leech Seed, had already lost a significant amount of energy. At that moment, Snivy also joined the fray, using Tackle to knock the nearest Crawdaunt minion away, causing it to faint. Snivy ignored the fainted minion and continued to press the attack, repeatedly using Tackle to take down more Crawdaunt minions. In an instant, the battle underwent a dramatic turnaround. The originally numerous Crawdaunt minions lay unconscious on the ground, leaving only Crawdaunt facing two fierce invaders. Seeing the sudden reversal of the situation, Crawdaunt was drenched in sweat and had completely lost its will to fight, planning to sneak away while Cieli wasn't paying attention. However, Cieli saw through its intentions, and Snivy intercepted its escape route. Snivy quickly blocked the retreating Crawdaunt. Realizing it could not escape unscathed, Crawdaunt raised its pincers and swung at Snivy, attempting to force it back to retreat. As long as it reached the sea, it could call its allies to come back and reclaim the situation. However, contrary to its expectations, Snivy did not dodge Crawdaunt's pincers, but bravely initiated a tackle attack. The collision between its body and the pincers produced a loud thud, and Snivy was knocked away by Crawdaunt's pincers. Seeing the pattern bear that blocked the way being knocked away by itself, the Ironclaw lobster prepared to make a quick escape, but suddenly felt a tingling sensation throughout its body. Mushroom, parasitic seeds absorb. Cieli's voice sounded behind the Ironclaw lobster. It was bad news. The Ironclaw lobster's heart sank. And sure enough, several seeds fell onto its body, drilling into its insides and rapidly growing vines that greedily absorbed its strength, transferring it to the mushroom behind. However, things did not end there. The knocked-away pattern bear quickly recovered and returned to the battlefield, using a charge attack against the Ironclaw lobster. The Ironclaw lobster did not fall down. Its initial hardening allowed it to withstand the blow. As the feeling of paralysis began to fade, the Ironclaw lobster raised its claws again and clamped down on the nearby pattern bear. The pattern bear couldn't dodge in time and could only watch as the claws swung toward it. Two streams of green light converging from the Ironclaw lobster to the mushroom behind. "Damn it, I was so close to taking this little guy down with me. The iron claw lobster, drained by both the absorption and parasitic seeds, unwillingly fainted on the ground. Thus, the group of bosses and their minions were successfully defeated by the three. Following that, the system prompt sounded. Battle ended. Pattern Bear gained experience. Spirit level increased from 17 to 20. Battle ended. Mushroom gained experience. Spirit level increased from 21 to 22. A burst of white light enveloped the Pattern Bear, and soon a new Pokémon appeared before everyone. It was the Dash Bear. Unlike the round and plump Pattern Bear, the Dash Bear had a streamlined body, capable of reaching an astonishing speed of 100 kilometers per hour, excelling in attacks like charges and headbutts at that incredible speed. Looking at the tall, majestic, and upright charging bear in front of him, Momo felt a wave of envy in his heart, wondering when he would be able to evolve. Based on his previous life in the Orange Flower Forest, he knew that his evolution would grant him hands, and once he evolved, he could hug his trainer affectionately. Not noticing the dangerous thoughts Momo was having at that moment, Cieli felt genuinely delighted about the evolution of the Snivy into a charging bear. This was the first Pokémon he had evolved in this world. Although it wasn't one of the starter Pokémon or any legendary Pokémon, Cieli was still very happy. To celebrate this happy moment, Cieli decided to make a hearty meal using local ingredients. He put the fainted Kingler into a Pokeball because the evolved Kingler might still have some market in the Bounty Guild. If not, selling it to a hotel would also be a good choice. Originally, Cieli planned to cook a seafood soup with seaweed and shells from a seaside. But at that moment, upon seeing the fainted lobster soldiers all over the ground, he had a bold idea. In this world, there were indeed people who consumed these Pokémon, eating endangered Pokémon like the scallion duck, which comes with its own ingredients, the delicious tailed Psyduck, and the skinny Kingler that Professor Oak deemed unappetizing, as well as the barbaric base, which were all reflected in anime and comics. However, most of the people who consumed Pokémon were rich and powerful, as it was difficult for the poor to raise a few Pokémon, let alone cook them for food. Cieli recalled that both the anime and the game Pokédex mentioned that the claws of Kingler and lobster soldiers were edible. It's just that their claws had a bad taste, filled with mud. But whether the lobster claws tasted good or not, Cieli intended to give it a try, as opportunities like this were rare. Momo, take the charging bear and go gather some firewood from the forest over there. Try to gather as much as you can, but don't go too far, Cieli casually instructed the two little ones nearby. After softly responding, the charging bear quickly disappeared from Cieli and Momo's sight with its four-wheel drive speed, while Momo was still just starting to move. Forget it, Momo, come help me. Watching the charging bear vanish and Momo just starting out, Cieli felt he was witnessing the difference between a Santana and a brand new Ferrari. Helplessly, he reiterated his instructions to Momo to lend him a hand. He then sharpened his knife and headed towards one of the larger lobster soldiers. At that moment, the lobster soldiers were still unconscious, and without realizing it, Cieli and Momo worked together to take their claws. However, Cieli still had a bit of conscience, only taking one claw from each and leaving the other to prevent them from starving to death when they woke up. As for whether the claws would grow back unevenly later, Cieli thought that was a future problem. After all, it was the lobster soldiers who were affected, not him. Now, he needed to try using mysterious Eastern powers to cook these lobster soldiers' claws and see if they would taste better with some culinary enhancements. He instructed Momo to throw the lobster soldiers from which he had taken the claws far away. The charging bear returned from the forest with a pile of firewood. After dropping the firewood on the ground, the charging bear eagerly handed Cieli a stone it had found in the forest. This was a stone that was entirely green with a leaf pattern on it. Is this a leaf stone? It has the pickup ability and can find something like this? Looking at the leaf stone with its clear pattern and translucent color, Cieli thought that, based on his past life's experience in identifying jade, the quality of this leaf stone shouldn't be low. Cieli felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the leaf stone brought back by the charging bear and then conducted a reasonable analysis. As for why the charging bear could find this leaf stone, Cieli thought it was something only lucky people could understand. After evolving, the charging bear was no longer interested in gold beads and directly picked up an attribute evolution stone. If this were in a cultivation world, it would definitely be a treasure hunting mouse, albeit a rather large one. You did great, charging bear. I really like this stone. Next time, remember to pick up dark and gold ones. Cieli patted the charging bear's head, praising it. Hearing Cieli's praise, the charging bear was very happy, completely forgetting that Cieli had taken its stone without rewarding it. After casually tossing the leaf stone into his backpack, Cieli gathered the firewood collected by the two little ones and, after skillfully starting a fire, set up pots and pans on top. However, he suddenly discovered that the freshwater resources in his backpack had become quite limited due to the long journey. He didn't know when he would encounter a stream again, and right now, the fresh water in his backpack was only enough for them to drink until they reached Orange Flower City. If he used it for cooking now, he feared they would die of thirst on the way if they didn't find a stream later. Helpless, he put the pots and pans back in his backpack and patiently waited for the firewood to turn into charcoal. Once it did, he placed the 3 lobster claws into it. While waiting for the charcoal to cook the claws, Cieli opened the Charging Bears panel to check on the changes after its evolution. Pokémon, Charging Bear Gender, Level 20 Elite Level, Ability, Pickup Held Item, None Skills, Tackle, Mastered, Growl, Mastered, Sand Attack, Mastered, Tail Whip Skilled, Desire, Skilled, Cut Beginner, Pin Missile, Beginner, Headbutt Beginner, Scratch Beginner. After evolving, the Charging Bear skill set increased by 4, including both ranged and melee skills, so it no longer had to rely solely on Tackle to engage enemies. As Pokémon levels continued to rise, the number of skills would also increase, and, at this point, Cieli needed to consider the Pokémon's developmental direction. He couldn't just blindly want everything. Although he had the system support, wanting to learn everything would undoubtedly make wild Pokémon cry. However, the Charging Bear was a Pokémon that performed poorly in terms of both physical and special attack and defense stats, with the only highlight being its speed, which had a base value of 100, making it fairly quick in battles. In reality, the Charging Bear was very fast, akin to a small land sports car, but it could only dash in a straight line. It would be lost if it needed a turn. Yet, the Charging Bear in the game was not without its strengths. As a normal-type Pokémon, its skill pool was quite deep, allowing it to learn a variety of moves, including Thunder and Thunderbolt from the Electric type, Sunny Day from the Fire type, Ice Beam and Blizzard from the Ice type, and Rain Dance and Surf from the Water type. It was truly a versatile Pokémon. Therefore, it wouldn't be a problem for the Charging Bear to learn these skills in reality, but all of this required a significant financial investment from Cieli. He wasn't afraid of not being able to learn. As long as the skills lit up on the panel, Cieli could grind them to a master level and beyond. But he was worried about not having enough money to learn. After all, the cheapest surf skill started at 100,000 and was a teaching type, not the type that guaranteed 100 skill learning. Cieli temporarily positioned the Charging Bear as a physical finisher lucky guy and a future weather controller while thinking about where to learn skills for free. A fragrant smell broke Cieli's train of thought. Oh no, the lobster claws were getting a bit burnt. At that moment, Cieli quickly stopped his brainstorming about the Charging Bear and swiftly took the lobster claws out of the charcoal, confirming they were still edible. Cieli split the lobster claws in half, coated the claw meat with a specially prepared secret sauce, and took a small bite of the lobster meat. The sweetness of the lobster mixed with the aroma of charcoal, slightly charred. Not bad, very good. After coating the other 2 lobster claws with the secret sauce, Cieli shared them with the 2 eager little ones. Food moment, although he didn't understand why the anime said that the claws of the Iron Claw lobster and the little lobster soldiers had a muddy taste. The charcoal-grilled claws of the little lobster soldiers at this moment were no different from the charcoal-grilled lobsters of his previous life. The flavor was even a bit sweeter than the lobster meat from his past life. After a satisfying meal, Cieli took the 2 little ones and began moving along the coastline towards Changhua City. Walking on the soft beach sand, he watched the 2 little ones playing by the sea, with Ji Chongxiong occasionally running from the front to the back, sometimes teasing the kingler that was stuck in a puddle due to the low tide. With a faint smile on his face, he ignored Ji Chongxiong's curious invitation and enjoyed this moment of tranquility. Suddenly, a scream from Ji Chongxiong came from behind. Cieli quickly turned around, realizing that this silly creature had somehow provoked a group of Gyarados and was now being chased by them. Cieli broke out in a cold sweat upon seeing the swarm of Gyarados and hurriedly recalled the short-legged mushroom with a Pokeball, then rode Ji Chongxiong to escape. Damn it, you evolved, not Mega-Evolved or Gigantamaxed. How dare you provoke that group of sea thugs? Even a Sharpedo wouldn't dare to mess with them. Who gave you the courage? Liang Jingru. After successfully escaping, Cieli shouted at Ji Chongxiong, gripping its ear tightly. That was a close call. The opponent's water gun was like it was free, bombarding them relentlessly. If it weren't for the Gyarados' slightly poor aim, he would have been taking Ji Chongxiong to meet Dialga today. Chapter 15. Fishing Uncle after shaking off the pursuit of the Gyarados while riding Ji Chongxiong. Cieli and the others took a short break, during which Cieli sternly educated Ji Chongxiong to stop provoking other Pokémon. Seeing Ji Chongxiong nodding like a garlic pounder, Cieli had no choice but to continue on the road to Changhua City with this unreliable companion. The 2 of them quickly moved along the beautiful coastline, but the journey was not peaceful. a group of little lobster soldiers blocked Xie Li's path again. Mushroom absorb. Ji Chongxiong headbutt. After commanding Mushroom and Ji Chongxiong to deal with this group of reckless little lobster soldiers and taking their claws as a price for defeat, Xie Li finally spotted a fishing uncle on a pile of rocks by the sea, wearing a red and white cap like the one worn by the famous character, dressed in a white short-sleeved shirt with an orange life jacket over it. The uncle was holding a fishing rod capable of catching anything from kingler to kyogre, intently staring at the water surface. Next to the fishing uncle was a Pokémon that was blue all over, had a yellow beak like a bill, 6 small blue legs, and a lotus leaf on its back, accompanying him while he fished. It's a Lotad, Xie Li thought quietly as he looked at the leisurely Lotad. Looking at the fishing uncle in front of him, who was quietly fishing, Xie Li had no intention of disturbing them. After all, it would be bad if the fisherman blamed him if he went empty-handed. Just as Xie Li was about to pass by and continue towards Changhua City, he suddenly saw the fishing uncle abruptly stand up, his legs like stone pillars nailed to the ground, his upper body leaning back, one hand gripping the fishing rod, and the other hand wildly spinning the reel. Come on. The uncle's arms bulged with veins as he forcefully lifted the fishing rod, and a Pokémon resembling a carp, completely orange-red, was flung up by him. What? It's a Magikarp? With such a stance, I thought it was a Gyarados. Xie Li looked at the Magikarp that was caught, feeling speechless. Just now, seeing the uncle's focused demeanor as he executed his fishing technique, Xie Li thought at least a goldfish or something similar would be caught, but he didn't expect it to be a Magikarp. The uncle casually tossed the Magikarp onto the shore and dropped it into a water bucket beside him without using a Pokeball to capture it. After all, most Magikarp only knew the useless move Splash, and using it would only result in a couple of splashes as a friendly gesture. After putting away the Magikarp, the fishing uncle suddenly noticed Xie Li watching from the side. Seeing Xie Li walking over from the coastline, the uncle curiously asked that young man over there, "How did you come from that direction? Huh? Are you talking about me?" Hearing the uncle's voice, Xie Li looked around and confirmed that it seemed the other party was indeed talking to him. "I came from Kanaz City and planned to go to Changhua City. I heard from other trainers that the Changhua Forest is very dangerous, so I didn't dare to go through it and had to take the long way around along the coastline," Xie Li casually responded. The fishing uncle was speechless upon hearing Xie Li's words and after a long pause said, "Young man, you've been misled. A very safe road has long been opened between Kanaz City and Changhua City through the Changhua Forest. That road is often cleared of high-level Pokémon by gym leaders' apprentices. You should take that route next time. After all, the lobster soldiers are about to breed along the coastline, which makes it even more dangerous." Hearing what the uncle said, Xie Li felt that all his hard work these past few days was in vain. He had mistakenly believed the neighboring trainer's nonsense, thinking the actually safe road was dangerous and the dangerous road was safe. After a moment of silence, Xie Li said with a disappointed tone, "Okay, thank you, uncle. I understand now, and I will continue on to Changhua City. Don't rush. Changhua City is just ahead. Since you managed to come around that way, you must be a pretty strong trainer. How about a Pokémon battle?" Perhaps having only caught a Magikarp that morning, the fishing uncle decided to have a Pokémon battle to uplift his spirits. After some thought, Xie Li nodded in agreement, deciding to engage in a 1v1 battle like a true man. "Go Shroomish." Without hesitation, Xie Li sent out his main Pokémon, Shroomish. Shroomish quickly ran in front of Xie Li on its short legs, glaring fiercely at the opponent, ready to use Stun Spore to control them. "Not bad," the fishing uncle said. "In that case, let's go Gyarados." Instead of sending out the Lotad that was watching from the side, the fishing uncle took out a blue Pokeball with white spots from his waist and threw it. Boom! A brutal sound echoed in the arena as Gyarados roared at Shroomish the moment it appeared, its ferocious face causing Shroomish to feel a bit weak and dazed. Forgetting to unleash Stun Spore. "Get it together, Shroomish. Use Stun Spore." Xie Li had just checked the Gyarados' level with the system. Although it was slightly higher than Shroomish's, his skill proficiency far surpassed that of the opponent, so he felt confident. "Too slow, kid." However, just as Xie Li was boosting Shroomish's morale, he heard the fishing uncle's voice, followed by Gyarados' icy fangs, which struck Shroomish before he could evade. Luck was not on Xie Li's side this time. Shroomish was frozen solid and fell into an ice state. Quickly recalling the frozen Shroomish with a Pokeball, Xie Li helplessly said, "I concede." "Haha, kid. You still need to work harder," the fishing uncle said with a smile, comforting his unsatisfied Gyarados after the battle. Xie Li looked at the uncle, feeling quite helpless. He had thought that using Stun Spore first would allow him to control the opponent, and then using Leech Seed and Absorb, he might have a chance against Gyarados. But unexpectedly, Shroomish was momentarily stunned by Gyarados' Intimidate ability and was directly hit by Ice Fang. What was worse was that he got frozen by Ice Fang. One could only say that it wasn't that his Pokémon were too weak, but rather that the enemy was too strong and had too much luck. Cieli waved his hand, ready to say goodbye to this uncle who bullied the weak without honor and continue on to Qinghua City. Uncle, my name is Cieli. I will continue to Qinghua City. Let's battle again if fate allows. Cieli, don't call me uncle. My name is Shui Wu. Be careful on your way. If there's a chance, I'll take you fishing. The fishing uncle seemed to be in a very good mood after the easy battle and waved goodbye to Cieli with a smile. Shortly after parting with Uncle Shui Wu, Cieli arrived at Changhua City, nestled in the forest. This city was not like Kanaz City. It was situated within the forest, with the tranquility of the forest intertwined with the city's prosperity. Tall evergreen trees lined both sides of the road, and a group of mischievous acorns played and frolicked among the branches. Between the trees, there were also clusters of flowers, where some hunting butterflies busily spread pollen. Chapter 16. If you had said it earlier, I would have taken you. After enduring many hardships, Cieli and his party finally arrived at Changhua City. After admiring the unique beauty of the city at the entrance, Cieli prepared to head to the address reserved for the letter. He was unsure if he would be rejected since a long time had passed since the task was accepted. Even a caterpie should have delivered it by now. After asking some passers-by, Cieli finally arrived at the address written on the envelope. Looking up, he saw a little wooden house with a red roof and white walls, reminiscent of Ash's self-built cabin in the first-generation Pokémon anime. Thud thud. Cieli stood in front of the self-built wooden house and knocked on the door. After waiting a moment, the door opened from the inside, and a humanoid Pokémon opened the door. She wore a red long dress, her arms were white, and her palms and face were purple, with prominent pink lips on her purple face, round eyes, and flowing golden hair, all showcasing her mature charm. It was Ms. Mime. Ms. Mime opened the door and looked at Cieli standing at the entrance, calling out curiously. Seeing the confused Mia Lip sister, Cieli could only take out the letter to explain his purpose. Is Kelly at home? I am from Kanaz City, and I have a letter that needs her signature. After hearing Cieli's words, Mia Lip shook her head to indicate that Kelly was not at home, then took the letter and skillfully signed on Cieli's receipt, asking him to take a photo. After saying goodbye to Mia Lip, Cieli left Kelly's house and prepared to head to the local bounty guild to hand over the task. He skillfully asked a local passerby to confirm the way to the bounty guild, then led the two little ones to the direction pointed by the passerby. Pushing open the door of the bounty guild, he was greeted by a decoration style that was no different from that of the bounty guild in Kanaz City, the only difference being that the front desk was staffed by several young men, who skillfully approached the front desk to pay for the task. First was the deposit and reward for the delivery task, which totaled 1,500 spirit coins, followed by some material submissions for long-term tasks. 066, 2-star area acquisition task. Orange Flower City acquisition of lobster claws. Ordinary, 300 spirit coins, good. 500 spirit coins, excellent. 800 spirit coins, each. After confirming the task number, he went to the front desk to take on 4 tasks, and then submitted the materials to the young man at the front desk. The young man in work clothes skillfully took the goods and began counting. Quality ordinary mushroom 52, quality ordinary bug silk 282 kilograms, small gold pearl 1, gold pearl 3. Ordinary lobster claws 15, good lobster claws 10. Sir, that's a total of 52,100,282,100, 3,002, 6,015, 310, 500, amounting to 57,900. Plus the delivery task you took earlier, which is 1,500, totaling 59400. Please keep it safe. Skillfully taking Cieli's bounty certificate, the young man in work clothes transferred the money into his account. After receiving the payment, Cieli confirmed everything was correct, took a moment to check the tasks in the task hall, and found that most tasks either took too long or were too far away and not suitable for him. Leaving the bounty guild, he planned to rest in the city before making further plans. Due to being undocumented, although Cieli could participate in gym battles like other travelers, even if he obtained all 8 badges, he could still be discovered during later reviews and ultimately disqualified. Sitting on a bench by the roadside, he watched the bustling street. There, he recalled the game's plot and suddenly thought of a moment when the main character came to Orange Flower City to find his dad, where a young man seemed to have triggered an event to seek guidance from him on how to capture Pokémon. The main character then followed this young man to the grass on Route 102 to catch a Ralts. Thinking of Ralts' evolution, Kirlia, Cieli suddenly wanted to try his luck. After all, As the main character of the Pokémon series, whether it's the mature form of Gardevoir or the youthful form of Kirlia, the fan art is undoubtedly the most abundant. Confirming that there might be a loli with a pot cover head in this area, Cieli headed to the local item shop, intending to replenish his already depleted backpack. He bought 10 red and white balls, 20 sets of healing potions, and 10 sets each of awakening and antidote potions, along with a simple energy cube crafting machine and a simple camping tent. Cieli's wallet was once again drained. After replenishing his supplies, Cieli left this place that saddened him and began to prepare to cross Orange Flower City to find Ralts on Route 102. After exiting Orange Flower City, Cieli immediately dove into the bushes of Route 102, starting his luck-based search. He set a goal for himself to find Ralts within 7 days. If not, then so be it. After all, the game and reality are not the same. In reality, there are no forced encounters, and Ralts might appear right in front of you without you noticing. Once in the forest, Cieli released the 2 little ones and began to prepare to catch local small Pokémon, as locals know their own best. Without hesitation, he knocked down a sleeping Caterpie from the tree, and after a bit of tough love, the Caterpie fainted. Cieli then forcibly woke the fainted Caterpie and began to ask if it had seen a green pot cover-headed Pokémon. However, communication failed. The Caterpie only knew to eat leaves and wait for evolution, so it had no knowledge of the Pokémon Cieli was looking for. Helpless, Cieli could only throw it back into the tree and continue searching for the next victim. Next victim, a few Rockruff were happily playing with their companions in a clearing in the forest, completely unaware that a trap was being set for them in the nearby bushes. Mushroom, blow the paralysis powder at them, and once it takes effect, you directly charge in with a headbutt to finish them off, got it? Cieli skillfully arranged the ambush tactics. Cieli and the charging bear quietly waited for the paralysis powder from the mushroom to take effect, while the Rockruff, playing in the clearing, suddenly felt their bodies becoming sluggish, sensing a feeling of paralysis, completely unaware of why they were paralyzed. The Rockruff suddenly noticed the bushes shaking violently, and a charging bear crashed into the nearest Rockruff with a burst of white light, knocking it out without a sound due to the level difference. Seeing their companion knocked out, the other Rockruff, baring their teeth, wanted to retaliate against the attacker, but before they could act, several seeds quietly landed on them. The seeds took root and sprouted on a Rockruff, greedily absorbing their stamina and providing it to the mushroom behind. Surrounded, the Rockruff could only angrily howl, sensing that the Rockruff might be calling for their parents. Cieli hurriedly ordered the charging bear to quickly finish off the weakened ones. A few more collisions took out the remaining Rockruff. Cieli threw a Pokeball at the nearest Rockruff and took the captured Rockruff's Pokeball, turning to run with his 2 little ones. After Cieli had run for a while, several angry howls echoed behind him. Hearing the howls, Cieli hastily urged his Pokémon to speed up their escape, feeling increasingly unsafe, and instructed the mushroom to scatter paralysis powder along the way. After running for a long time, Cieli felt it should be safe and released the newly captured Rockruff. The freshly released Rockruff bared its teeth at Cieli, showing a defiant attitude. Pokémon, Rockruff gender, level 6, newborn, ability, keen eye skills, tackle, beginner, howl beginner. Indeed, it was a little puppy that had just been born not long ago. Cieli looked at the little puppy and felt unable to ask anything. He took out a few homemade energy cubes and tossed them in front of the puppy. The ground wolf dog glanced at the dark energy cubes dismissively, but Cieli was not in a hurry. It was not the first Pokémon of this kind, nor would it be the last. Sure enough, these unremarkable energy cubes had a strong aroma, which continuously stimulated the agitated ground wolf dog. At first, the dog could tolerate the smell, but as time passed, it couldn't resist the temptation any longer. Hesitantly, it took a bite of one cube, and its eyes lit up with little stars as it quickly devoured the remaining cubes, thinking it might as well die full. The ground wolf dog whimpered a few times at Cieli. However, Cieli did not cater to the dog's wishes. Instead, he described the shape of Ralts and indicated that if the dog could provide any clues, he would not only give it energy cubes to eat, but also release it to go back and reunite with its family. Upon hearing Cieli's description, the little dog pondered for a moment and nodded at him. You know, don't lie to me. The consequences of lying are severe, Cieli said, looking at the nodding ground wolf dog with some skepticism. Although the dog felt a bit scared by Cieli's threat, it nodded again, indicating that it knew where the pot lid head was. Cieli was overjoyed and quickly pulled out a few energy cubes from his backpack and handed them to the dog. This is part of the reward. If you can lead me to Ralts, I will double the reward, Cieli promised without hesitation. After eating the energy cubes and nodding to show it understood, The ground wolf dog looked around to confirm its direction and began to lead Cieli in another direction. Chapter 17. Sir, I can already smell your wife's scent. Cieli watched as the ground wolf dog occasionally sniffed the ground and looked around to confirm its position, wondering if this dog was going to drag him to its pack. Just as Cieli was silently musing, the ground wolf dog suddenly seemed to catch a scent, excitedly wagging its tail and continuously looking back to signal Cieli to follow it. Oh, good dog. Here, have this, Cieli said generously, handing the excited dog an energy cube. After eating the energy cube, the dog became more enthusiastic, leading Cieli through the forest. Suddenly, the local dog stopped, crouched down, and turned to signal Cieli to be cautious. Seeing the dog's sudden wariness, Cieli also bent down carefully and followed the dog as they crawled forward. After crawling a short distance, Cieli and the dog hid in a bush, cautiously peeking through the foliage at two Pokémon in front of them. One was the Pokémon Cieli had been searching for these past few days, the green pot lid head Ralts, while the other resembled a hamster, with a round body, large round ears, and a blue body with a white belly. This one was the unevolved form of Marill, known as the water mouse or dragon-slaying warrior. The two cute Pokémon were playing around a moss-covered rock, with no evolved forms nearby for protection. Seeing this heartwarming scene, Cieli first signaled the ground wolf dog to remain quiet and generously paid it double the reward. He then recalled the happy ground wolf dog into its Pokeball and released Shroomish and Urshifu. Cieli first indicated for Shroomish to quietly release its stun spore, instructing Urshifu to charge at Ralts as soon as the stun spore took effect, aiming for a one-hit knockout. Hiding in the bushes, Shroomish began to secretly release its master-level stun spore, which was colorless and odorless, gently drifting along with the breeze. If everything went smoothly, Cieli would soon have this lowly pot lid head, along with an extra dragon-slaying warrior. However, an unexpected situation arose. Having not played games for a while, Cieli only remembered that Ralts had the ability to synchronize and could copy emotions, forgetting the description in the Pokédex. The Pokédex stated that Ralts could keenly use the red horn on its head to sense the emotions of people and Pokémon. Although it rarely appeared in front of people, it would approach those who felt positive emotions and hide from those who showed hostility. It was said to appear before cheerful individuals, preferring to be close to those in good spirits rather than those feeling down, regardless of age or gender. When it captured the warmth of people and Pokémon with its red horn, its body would slightly warm up. It had the power to sense human emotions. When its trainer was in a good mood, it would also feel happy. In other words, at that moment, it sensed a dangerous presence lurking. Feeling a chill down its spine, Ralts stopped playing with Marill and began to cautiously survey its surroundings for the source of danger. Seeing Ralts' tense demeanor, Marill also stopped playing and cautiously followed Ralts in scanning the area. Rallo. The bushes over there make me feel uncomfortable. Ralts pointed a small hand toward the bushes where Urshifu was hiding. Upon hearing Ralts' warning, Marill immediately sprayed a water gun toward the bushes. Realizing that the playful antics had stopped and sensing something was wrong, Cieli quickly commanded Urshifu to move to the nearby bushes. Forced out of the bushes by the water gun, Urshifu felt a wave of tension. Having seen this type of Pokémon before, it knew their speed was exceptionally fast. Even elders in its pack would find it difficult to defeat them. With this thought, Marill stepped in front of Ralts, preparing to confront Urshifu. At that moment, Ralts' eyes lit up with a purple glow, using its psychic move to strike first at Urshifu, while Marill opened its mouth to follow up with a water gun. Having never faced a psychic-type Pokémon before, Urshifu was caught off guard and was momentarily immobilized by the psychic attack. Its lack of experience prevented it from breaking free quickly, and it was then slammed into a large tree by Marill's water gun. Shaking its head and feeling dizzy, Urshifu had no time to recover from the disorientation when the familiar combination of moves struck again. The rushing bear quickly broke free from the psychic binding, narrowly avoiding Marilou's water gun, and charged directly at Ralts using its headbutt. However, the headbutt did not hit Ralts behind, but was forcefully intercepted by Marilou, who was in front. The powerful impact knocked Marilou back a few steps, leaving her looking embarrassed, and subsequently revealed Ralts hiding behind her. Ralts' eyes lit up as she used hypnosis right in front of the rushing bear. The rushing bear, hit with hypnosis at close range, felt its eyelids fighting each other, and a wave of drowsiness surged from its heart. Unable to resist the sleepiness, the rushing bear could no longer stand upright and fell heavily onto the grass, falling asleep. Just as Ralts and Marilou were preparing to celebrate their victory, both Pokémon suddenly felt a wave of paralysis coursing through their bodies. followed by several seeds, accurately hitting them. Ralts, what's going on? Marilu, I don't know either. I feel like I can't hold on much longer. A green energy was extracted from them and transferred to the mushroom Pokémon that had snuck up behind them. The mushroom then used Absorb on Marilu again. Unable to withstand the grass-type attacks, Marilu, who had already been weakened from taking a headbutt, could no longer hold on after being hit by both Leech Seed and Absorb, and she fainted. This left Ralts to face the approaching mushroom alone. Ralts, you despicable creature, why are you attacking us? While Ralts spoke, she used hypnosis on the mushroom, but the already cautious mushroom dodged it. After avoiding the hypnosis, the mushroom charged directly at Ralts with a tackle. Unable to escape the binds of Leech Seed, Ralts was knocked down to the ground by the mushroom's attack. Victory in battle. The mushroom gained experience and leveled up. Victory in battle. The rushing bear gained experience and leveled up. Victory in battle. The Sandshrew gained experience and leveled up. Cieli listened to the system's notification and said, I understand the first two, but what's this about the Sandshrew gaining experience? It didn't participate in the battle except for leading the way. Could leading the way also be considered a form of battle? After the system finished notifying, the mushroom was enveloped in a familiar white light, and then a Pokémon resembling a kangaroo appeared before Cieli. Its body was primarily green and beige, with two red claws on its limbs. The mushroom on its head formed a conical shape, with two red spherical objects symmetrically growing on either side, and a breathing hole in the middle. The Pokémon had four green spherical objects surrounding the tip of its tail. Congratulations, Mushroom. Oh no, now you should be called Shroomish. Cieli happily said to the newly appeared Pokémon, Shroomish. Shroom. Shroomish joyfully ran over and hugged its trainer with its hands. After a moment of hugging with Shroomish, Cieli signaled the still excited Shroomish to let go, and quickly captured Ralts and Marilu with red and white Pokeballs, waking up the sleeping rushing bear nearby. Without time to check the status panel, Cieli quickly left the crime scene. Chapter 18, Dragging People Down. Once is never enough. Half-dated chapter. Cieli rode the rushing bear out of the forest and arrived at Route 102. Finding an open space and feeling safe, Cieli finally had the chance to review his gains from the forest over the past few days. First, regarding the Pokémon aspect, Shroomish had evolved into Shroomish after educating a large number of low-level Pokémon. In this form, Shroomish evolved from a pure grass type to a grass fighting type, broadening its offensive capabilities, although its weaknesses also became clearer. In terms of output, it transitioned from merely controlling from behind to being able to engage opponents directly. Pokémon, Shroomish Gender, Level 24 Elite, Ability, Poison Heal held item, Grass Gem, 0 Skills, Tackle, Mastered, Absorb, Mastered, Advanced Skill, Super Absorb, Mastered, Stun Spore, Master, Leech Seed, Mastered, Headbutt Proficient, Poison Powder, Proficient, Mach Punch, Beginner. Shroomish S Absorb evolved into Super Absorb. And although the experience bar for skill proficiency was slightly deducted, its level did not decrease, and it gained a fighting type skill, Mach Punch. In the game, Shroomish generally learned Spore before evolving into Shroomish, but in reality, Cieli did not have the money to buy a Everstone, nor could he suppress Shroomish's desire to evolve. After all, while it's easy to just press the B button in the game, in reality, suppressing evolution once or twice is fine, but if done too often, it becomes impossible or very difficult to evolve again. Thus, Shroomish not learning its signature move Spore is a regret. Fortunately, Shroomish itself has a high attack stat, nearly 130, making it quite commendable in melee combat. On the other hand, the rushing bear had significantly increased its skill proficiency from bullying the weak Pokémon in the forest over the past few days. Pokémon, Rushing Bear Gender, Level 21 Elite, Ability, Pickup held item, None Skills, Tackle Mastered, Roar Mastered, Sand Attack Mastered, Tail Whip Proficient, Desire Proficient, Cut Beginner, Pin Missile Proficient, Headbutt Mastered, Fury Swipes Mastered, especially with the Headbutt skill. The rushing bear made rapid progress in using this skill, possibly related to its nature, as the Pokédex mentions that the rushing bear likes to use Tackle at a speed of 120 to slam into opponents. Then there were the newly captured Ralts and Marilu. Pokémon, Ralts Gender, Level 10 Normal, Ability, Telepathy held item, None Skills, Growl Beginner, Psychic Mastered, Hypnosis Mastered. Pokémon, Marilu Gender, Level 11 Normal, Ability, Huge Power held item, None Skills, Water Gun Mastered, Rollout Beginner, Tackle Beginner. After briefly looking at the two newly captured Pokémon, Cieli finally relaxed, relieved that it wasn't a male Ralts, which would have been too glaring. Now, he had to consider how to fully capture Ralts and Mary Lou. After all, Pokémon captured using unconventional methods might not be very obedient. After a moment of thought, Cieli took out Shroomish from its Pokeball and explained in detail the advantages and disadvantages of the two newly captured Pokémon to Shroomish and the Rushing Bear. After arranging the battle strategy, Cieli took out the Pokeball containing Mary Lou and released it. The newly emerged Mary Lou looked a bit dazed at Cieli, but upon seeing the Rushing Bear beside him, Mary Lou instantly perked up, raising her tail and becoming defensive. "Hello, Mary Lou. I'm your new trainer who just captured you. Are you willing to follow me now?" Mary Lou. After a moment of consideration, Mary Lou shook her head to indicate that she did not want to follow Cieli. After failing to convince her, Cieli's expression darkened as he said, "How about this? I'll give you a chance. If you could defeat either of them, you can leave. If you can't win, you'll need to stay and follow me." Mary Lou looked at the Shroomish on the left side of Cieli and then at the Beartic on the right, starting to think. She had only defeated the Beartic with her best friend Lalassi's help, while she hadn't seen the Shroomish much. Mary Lou pointed her little hand at the Shroomish beside her. "All right, let's get started. Go, Shroomish." Upon hearing Cieli's voice, Shroomish stepped forward and confronted Mary Lou. "Go ahead, little one. I'll let you attack first." Shroomish called to Mary Lou while secretly releasing its stunned spore, which quietly drifted towards Mary Lou, who was still in standoff. Feeling looked down upon, Mary Lou immediately used her best water gun attack, sending a jet of water towards Shroomish. Shroomish slightly sidestepped to avoid the water gun attack, then sank its weight down, pushing off with its legs and charging towards Mary Lou with hands glowing white. Realizing something was wrong, Mary Lou prepared to roll away, but the stun spore had already entered her body, leaving her unable to move. She could only watch as Shroomish's fist, the size of a sandbag, struck her round body. Mary Lou's small frame was sent flying into the air by the sandbag-sized fist, and before she could let out a scream, she was relentlessly hit in the stomach by Shroomish's rapid punches. She then fell to the ground and fainted. Battle victory, Shroomish gained experience. Cieli took out some healing spray and applied it to Mary Lou, then instructed Beartic to go into the forest to gather some firewood, planning to cook a meal for Mary Lou. After all, a reward should follow a beating. Mary Lou caught a whiff of a delicious aroma that reached her brain and was forcibly awakened. Having just exhausted a lot of energy, Mary Lou's stomach grumbled with hunger. After receiving Cieli's invitation to eat, she hesitated for a moment, then decisively chose to join Cieli's side. Once it was confirmed that Mary Lou had surrendered, Cieli said to her, "You've seen my strength. You definitely can't defeat me. If you can't even beat your good friend, how can you defeat me?" Mary Lou thought for a moment, shook her head, and replied, "Well, you don't want your friend to get hurt, right? I'll let her out soon, and you should persuade her. Following me won't be a bad thing." Cieli hinted. Mary Lou hesitated for a moment, then helplessly nodded, resembling someone trying to drag a friend into the water. Once Cieli confirmed that Mary Lou would act as the persuader, he released today's main character, Lalassi. Upon being released, Lalassi did not react aggressively. She was on high alert, but relaxed a bit when she saw her good friend Mary Lou. Concerned that Lalassi might have to endure a beating like she did to listen, Mary Lou hurried over and spoke to Lalassi. Eventually, under the strong persuasion of her good friend Mary Lou, Lalassi decided to join Cieli's side and become his Pokémon. After all, Mary Lou was right. There was no way to escape or win if she didn't join. Since there were no bitter fruits to make psychic-type energy cubes, Cieli had to make do with the orange-flavored energy cubes from the common fruit and mix them with the lunch for Lalassi. Fortunately, Lalassi hadn't eaten this kind of food before, and although it wasn't the bitter flavor she liked, she still ate it with great satisfaction. After finishing lunch with the Pokémon, Cieli returned the other 3 Pokémon to their Pokeballs, preparing to ride Beartic back to Orange Flower City. While placing the Pokeballs in his belt, he suddenly remembered his promise to the Sandshrew. He took out the Pokeball containing the Sandshrew, pressed the release button, and the Sandshrew, just released, thought it was mealtime. It wagged its tail and barked at Cieli. Cieli took out a large box of energy cubes made from orange and peach fruits and said to the Sandshrew, "All right, I'm keeping my promise. You're free now, Sandshrew, and this is your reward." Cieli patted the Sandshrew's head, indicating that it was free. The Sandshrew looked at Cieli, then at the energy cubes, and with one in its mouth, returned to the forest. However, seeing the Sandshrew's tail wagging happily, Cieli felt a sense of silence at that moment. Cieli quietly watched the Sandshrew's disappearing figure, ultimately not holding it back, as cultivating so many Pokémon was indeed not easy for him. After bidding farewell to the Sandshrew, Cieli briefly oriented himself and followed Route 102, stepping onto the road back to the city. Chapter 19. Chickens pecking each other. Cieli rode Beartick along Route 102 towards Orange Flower City. While sitting on Beartick, Cieli silently contemplated some matters. After all, he had traveled here, and his understanding of Pokémon came mostly from games and anime. However, in this world, while Pokémon were similar to those introduced in the games, the skill releases were not as rigid. Perhaps he could leverage this aspect, like Quick Attack, High Jump Kick, Teleport Psychic, such flashy moves. Moreover, based on his years of reading Pokémon novels, he felt he might not be very good at training. But he had some insights from his combat experiences in both lives. Just as Cieli was planning how to train his Pokémon, he noticed a young man in the nearby grass, focused on searching for something with a bug-catching net. Hearing the noise from behind, the young man turned around and, upon seeing Cieli riding Beartick, stopped searching. Turning around with a smile, he said to Cieli, "Hey there, sir. I'm Yuanji. You're a trainer, right? Can we have a Pokémon battle?" Upon hearing the young man's words, Cieli was taken aback. This familiar feeling felt a bit like the déjà vu of characters inviting battles in the games. After glancing at the young man's outfit, the familiarity intensified. Wasn't this the bug-catching boy by the roadside? Since the other party was a bug-catching boy, Cieli thought to himself that he would definitely be an experience point monster. But he still enthusiastically replied to the young man, "I'm Cieli, not quite a qualified trainer yet. By the way, what are you doing here? How many Pokémon do you have?" "I have a full team of 6 bug-type Pokémon," Yuanji said proudly, but he avoided answering what he was doing there. "All right, I accept your challenge. Let us get started." Although Cieli didn't know what the other was doing. Hearing that the other had 6 bug-type Pokémon made him agree without hesitation. Familiar BGM plays. The bug-catching boy appears. Yuanji was very happy and threw a Pokeball from his waist, saying, "Go Caterpie, show the charm of our bug types." Looking at the bewildered Caterpie on the opposite side, Cieli fell silent for a moment. This Caterpie definitely looked like it had just been caught, right? It really resembled a bug-catching kid by the roadside. Could it be that the remaining 5 are all Caterpies as well? Casually checking the opponent's attributes. Pokémon, Caterpie, gender, level, 5, hatching stage, ability, shed skin, held item, none, skills, tackle, beginner, string shot, beginner. After thinking for a moment, Cieli casually threw out a Pokeball. "It's decided, you're the one, Ralts." The bowl-cut girl appeared on the field, facing off against the Caterpie. An intense atmosphere spread between the two sides. Using string shot, the Caterpie decided to strike first. Hearing the sound, the Caterpie hesitated for a moment before slowly opening its small mouth and spraying a thread towards Ralts. However, the thread went wildly off course, hitting the big tree beside them instead. Cieli was taken aback, hesitating for a moment before saying telekinesis end him. Lalalaisai was equally speechless. She had thought it would be a strong enemy, but it turned out to be this, with a flash of purple light in her eyes. She directly lifted the stinger bug high and smashed it down, causing the stinger bug to faint immediately. Seeing the already defeated Caterpie, the bug-catching boy Yuanji helplessly recalled his Pokeball and took out another one. "Go, Caterpie number 2. He casually threw out another Pokeball. Looking at the stinging tailworm that was only 1 level higher than before, Cieli already knew the outcome. Lalalaisai, psychic. Lalalaisai pointed with both hands, and with a snap, the stinging tailworm was unable to battle. After continuously defeating the remaining 4 stinging tailworms, the bug-catching boy Yuanji could no longer produce any more Pokeballs. He could only helplessly concede, "Your Lalalaisai is really impressive. I lost. It seems I still need to train." Looking at the bug-catching boy Yuanji in front of him, Cieli couldn't help but speak up. "Actually, the stinging tail bug doesn't need to fight often. As long as you ensure it has enough sleep and food, it will quickly evolve into a hunting phoenix butterfly and a poison powder butterfly." "Oh, is that so?" the bug-catching boy said in confusion. Looking at the confused boy in front of him, Cieli felt that the Alliance's education had a long way to go. However, he suddenly thought that it seemed like the Alliance had no education for civilians. Education had always been controlled by the powerful and the wealthy. Some people even set out on their journeys without knowing about type advantages, like you, Ash, with your electric type against rock and ground types. After some thought, Cieli ultimately decided to educate the bug-catching boy. Bug-type Pokémon evolve faster than any other Pokémon, as long as you can ensure their nutrition is sufficient. Most bug types can quickly evolve into their final forms without needing to battle constantly, especially when they're storing energy to form a cocoon. It is essential to reduce their battles and quietly wait for them to emerge as butterflies. After patiently listening to Cieli's words, the bug-catching boy fell into deep contemplation. Seeing that the boy seemed immersed in thought, Cieli couldn't bear to interrupt him and recalled his Ralts after the battle. This battle wasn't entirely without benefits. At the very least, Ralts leveled up, and its psychic move gained 60 points of proficiency from defeating 6 Caterpies, reaching the mastery level, making the move's activation speed faster. After bidding farewell to the bug-catching boy, Cieli was about to return Ralts to its Pokeball when a voice echoed in his mind. I don't like being in the Pokeball. You can still use telepathy, Cieli said. Yes, we all have this skill. Then I'll trouble you more in the future. All right, my trainer. After communicating with Ralts, Cieli put away the Pokeball and let Ralts sit in front of him. He continued to command his Urshifu to charge ahead. However, just a few steps in, an unexpected event occurred. A group of Snivy gathered in front of Cieli, blocking the way. Looking at the obstructive Snivy bears, Cieli didn't hesitate to release all the Pokémon he had with him. Come out, everyone, prepare for battle. There were quite a few Snivy bears on the other side, and since he didn't have any area attack skills, Cieli could only let his translator, Ralu, go communicate to see if they could avoid this fight. Ralu, what's wrong with you? Why are you all gathered on this main road? Cha-cha, that group of flying birds has taken over our fruit tree grove, and we need to gather together to take it back. The Snivy bears explained. Understanding the situation, Ralu returned to the team and informed Cieli. Confirming that the other party wasn't targeting him, Cieli lowered his guard and carefully passed by, not intending to help the Snivy bears reclaim their territory. After all, this was a matter for the Pokémon community. If they could rally the Snivy bears to such an extent, they could probably handle him as well. He needed to stay calm and not act recklessly. He was still very weak and didn't want to throw himself into danger. The outline of the city ahead was beginning to appear, and Cieli recalled his direct charge bear, continuing on foot with Ralu. Chapter 20. The wealthy young lady is impressive. Jinfu, fear no one. Having just returned from Route 102, Cieli, following his usual routine, planned to check the Bounty Guild for any tasks back to Kanaz City. If there were none, he would have to see if he could hitch a ride with someone else heading back. Arriving at the familiar Bounty Guild hall, he seriously looked at the task board at the front desk and was lucky enough to spot a task that required going to Kanaz City. However, this task had some skill requirements. 1-star escort task. Please escort a truck to deliver items to Kanaz City. Task requirements. Accompanying personnel must have at least one mature Pokémon. Number of participants, 25. Task reward, 2,000. A common escort task, although the reward was small. The key point was that he could travel back to Kanaz City with others. Without hesitation, he accepted the task, went to the registration desk, and after proving he met the task requirements with his Shroomish and direct charge bear, the front desk confirmed the task and handed him the task card along with detailed directions to the task location. A calm night passed facing the morning sun. Cieli joined the 2 new Pokémon for a running workout. After a few laps around the hotel, feeling that his stamina had been fully released, Cieli and his Pokémon enjoyed the hotel's free breakfast before hurrying to the task location. Following the task hints provided by the young lady from the day before, Cieli inquired along the way and eventually arrived at the task destination. The task location was a very large manor. The manor was surrounded by iron railings, with layers of ivy climbing over them. At the entrance of the manor, a small delivery truck was parked, and several strong workers were methodically moving box after box of cardboard cartons into the truck's cargo area under the guidance of a young man in work clothes. Seeing the arrival of a stranger, the young man gestured for the others to continue transporting and approached Cieli to ask, "Is this the Peach Orchard? Do you need anything?" "Hello, sir. My name is Cielu. I received an escort mission for the Peach Orchard from the Bounty Guild. May I ask if this is the address for the escort mission?" Cieli Politelli Inquirat. Although he had already confirmed that the mission location was indeed here upon hearing the name Peach Orchard, he still felt it was polite to ask. "The Bounty Guild? Is it?" "Yes, this vehicle is your escort target. By the way, is there a level requirement for the guild? Would you mind if I take a look at your Pokémon?" The man looked at Cieli, who had a dark complexion but a youthful face, and was only accompanied by a Ralts, expressing some concern. After all, the journey might be short, but accidents could happen. He really didn't feel reassured with a teammate lacking strength. "Come out, Shroomish and Urshifu." Without much explanation, Cieli released Shroomish and Urshifu from their Pokeballs and then said, "Is this okay?" That's fine. Welcome to accept our escort mission. How about this? You can wait over there with Machoke while I direct the workers to load the cargo. We should be ready to depart in about 30 minutes. By the way, you could just call me Yuan-E. I'm the driver for later." After thinking for a moment about Shroomish and Urshifu, Yuan-E accepted Cieli and instructed a Machoke to take him to the resting area in the orchard. Following Machoke to the resting area, Cieli saw another trainer sitting in a boss chair, waiting with her legs crossed, who looked quite familiar to him. "It's you, Infernape?" As soon as Xie recognized her face, he exclaimed, but then he immediately regretted it, realizing he might have said something wrong. Huh? The girl looked up in confusion at the sound, and upon seeing Xie, she instinctively exclaimed, "It's you, Sandshrew. Infernape, what are you doing here?" Hearing the girl repeatedly call him Sandshrew, Xie quickly retorted, "What do you mean, Infernape? You're the rude one, Sandshrew. Remember, my name is Li Xiang." Initially, the girl named Li Xiang didn't understand what Xie meant by Infernape, but her intuition told her something was off, so she pulled out her Pokédex to search. Pokédex, Infernape, the flame monkey Pokémon, fighting fire type. Infernape has a body covered in light yellow fur. Its limbs are devoid of fur and are adorned with black rings, resembling boxing gloves. Its feet resemble human feet, but only have 2 toes. Its tail is absent. Its eyes are slits, and there are angry veins protruding in a cross shape on its forehead. Looking at the image of Infernape in the Pokédex and recalling her encounters with Xie, the girl's clever little brain quickly connected the dots, and her face turned red again. Darn it, go. Forest Lizard, use Leaf Blade and give this Sandshrew a good lesson. Without hesitation, Li Xiang threw out her Pokeball and commanded Forest Lizard to attack Xie. The newly released Forest Lizard had a cold expression, but inside it was confused. There seemed to be just a Ralts on the opposite side, still beside its trainer, yet its own trainer ordered it to attack. After a moment's hesitation, Forest Lizard chose to cover its Leaf Blade with Bug-type energy and swung it at Ralts. Since that's the case, go, Shroomish, use Sonic Punch to counter it. Xie did not choose to let Ralts battle, as the Ralts had just been captured and had not leveled up yet. Facing the unfamiliar, yet somewhat familiar opponent, the Diurico mushroom covered its fist with white light and rapidly unleashed a series of punches. After enduring the pain from the Forest Lizard's continuous slashes, it quickly launched a Sonic Punch, its fist, the size of a sandbag, directly hitting the surprised face of the Forest Lizard. Instantly, the Forest Lizard was sent flying again. But this time it didn't faint outright. Instead, it stood strong in the arena, watching its old rival, the Diurico mushroom, with a vigilant expression, waiting for the girl's further commands. Unlike the Forest Lizard, the Diurico mushroom, which also lacked commands, was secretly releasing master-level paralysis powder in the arena. This master-level paralysis powder could paralyze any type, regardless of its attributes. The colorless and odorless paralysis powder quietly covered the Forest Lizard. At that moment, the Forest Lizard was completely unaware and continued to wait for the girl's orders. Upon seeing the Diurico mushroom, the girl, no longer impulsive as at the beginning, calmly analyzed the current situation. It seemed that the opponent was a combination of grass and fighting types. If she used grass and electric moves, it would only deal half damage, but flying moves would deal 4 times the damage. With that in mind, she commanded, "Go for it. Let him know our strength." Forest Lizard, use Aerial Ace. The girl, despite knowing about type advantages, still opted for a powerful approach. Upon hearing the command, the Forest Lizard's body began to be enveloped in flying type energy, preparing to strike the Diurico mushroom and show it who was the boss. However, at that moment, it suddenly felt a familiar sensation of paralysis. The Forest Lizard thought to itself that something was wrong. Sure enough, upon seeing itself affected by the paralysis powder again, the Diurico mushroom wore a sinister smile, and without hesitation, moved forward to unleash a series of sonic punches at the terrified face of the Forest Lizard. The sandbag-sized fists gradually enlarged in the Forest Lizard's pupils, delivering multiple critical hits. With a few dull thuds, the Forest Lizard was struck in vital spots and fainted. Upon seeing this scene, the girl immediately became furious, her veins bulging like a raging monkey. She captured the dazed Forest Lizard with a Pokeball, rolled up her sleeves, and prepared for a 1v1 showdown between trainers. As she prepared for a real duel, Rika hurriedly said, "I don't think I've offended you, right?" The boy tried to persuade the girl. However, the girl, who was already angry, didn't want to listen to Cieli's rambling. All she wanted now was to deliver a deliberate punch to Cieli's face. The girl's punch landed. The girl, who intended to throw a punch, was immediately subdued by Cieli with a swift counter, pinned to the ground. "You can't beat me, and your Pokémon can't beat mine either." Although a level 2 fighter couldn't defeat a fighting master, it was still easy to bully a girl. The boy took advantage of his physical strength and skills to subdue the girl, try to convince her while keeping her pinned down. The girl, who had calmed down a bit, instantly began to struggle fiercely upon hearing Cieli's words. Her resistance as difficult to manage as a pig being slaughtered during the new year. Just as Cieli was about to say something to calm her down, another staff member entered the room. Seeing the position of the boy on top and the girl below, the staff member paused for a moment before saying, "Sorry, I didn't see anything and was about to close the door and wait outside. Wait, I'm not familiar with her, Cieli quickly explained, calling the misunderstanding staff member back. The staff member returned and roughly understood the situation. After serious mediation and persuasion, the two shook hands and made peace. I'll leave it to you then. If there are any issues, safety comes first. And young lady, please don't argue with others, or I will tell the chairman. The staff member repeatedly instructed them. Got it. So Nagi, Rika said helplessly with a face of discontent, and then took the passenger seat in the car first. Then I'll trouble you. The young lady has a bit of temper, so please be understanding. The staff member didn't elaborate too much. Young lady? Cieli was taken aback. It seems she really was from a wealthy family, given such a large estate. And she even sells fruit. But why didn't she take the opportunity to teach me a lesson? It seemed this young lady was not easy to deal with hidden worries in his heart. Cieli followed the staff member into the car driven by Yuan Yi. After greeting Yuan Yi upon getting in, Cieli fell silent. And Yuan Yi also didn't say much, just giving a slight nod. After several staff members carefully checked the trunks and tires of each vehicle, they took out a form for the accompanying personnel in the passenger seat to sign. At this point, Cieli realized that one person was missing from the Bounty Guild task, and this rich young lady volunteered, which led to this situation. Chapter 21. The convoy in the forest. Cieli sat leisurely in the small truck, watching as the staff slowly opened the gates of the estate. Then, with a few low honks from the leading vehicle, several trucks began to leave the estate, heading towards Kanaz City along Route 104. On the truck, Yuan Yi focused on driving and didn't engage in much conversation with Cieli. It was a silent journey until Cieli, seeing the convoy pass the coastline and arrive at the entrance of Changhua Forest, curiously asked, "Are we going to go straight through Changhua Forest?" "Yeah, they are in a hurry for the goods, and this road is the closest," Yuan Yi explained. "Plus, this road is very safe. Just a few days ago, trainers from the Changhua gym came to inspect it. Don't worry, this task isn't too difficult," Yuan Yi added, seeing that Cieli seemed worried. "I hope so," Cieli thought to himself, not feeling reassured by Yuan Yi's words. After all, he had seen that all 5 trucks were loaded with berries. And combined with the previous gathering of Snivy on Route 102 in Changhua City, which had been driven out of their territory, it undoubtedly indicated that something was happening in this forest. The convoy began to slowly enter the Changhua Forest. The trees in the forest stretched their canopies to capture more sunlight, making it difficult for sunlight to reach the forest floor in large amounts. Only scattered beams of light filtered through, creating a beautiful scene, but the vast darkness of the forest made it seem particularly gloomy. Apart from the sound of rolling wheels, there were no other sounds of snakes, insects, or birds. The forest felt eerily quiet. Although Cieli didn't understand why the forest was so silent. Based on his previous reading experiences, this was not a good omen. As expected, an unexpected event occurred. A brown Pokémon, covered in long, fluffy white mane that obscured most of its face, with long ears, a long pointed nose, and a large mouth with tightly clenched teeth, appeared. Its eyes were murky yellow, with black sclera and pupils. Its hands resembled 3 broad leaves with brown veins, and its feet looked quite special, resembling Japanese wooden sandals. At this moment, this Pokémon was blocking the road with a group of similarly brown creatures, each with 2 small black spots on their chests. Their light brown thighs were thick, adorned with thin, striped patterns. The long-nosed Pokémon had a pointed nose and a light brown mask with pointed patterns extending to the back of its head. Topped with a leaf. It's a sly dog and a long-nosed Pokémon. "We're in trouble now. Get ready to get out and drive them away," Yuan Yi said after naming the opposing Pokémon. He turned off the vehicle and instructed Cieli to get out and prepare to drive them away. Cieli released his Ralts from its Pokeball and held the Pokeballs of his Urshifu and Shroomish just in case. Following Yuan Yi, he got out of the car and stood guard beside it. Cieli saw that the escort personnel from other vehicles were also stopping, getting out, and releasing their Pokémon. Apart from Rika's Forest Lizard and the leading driver's Charizard, most of the escort personnel's Pokémon were large dogs, Butterfree, Urshifu, and similar Pokémon. Opening his attribute panel, he quietly checked the gap between both sides. Pokémon, Sly Dog Gender, Level, 51 Gym Level Ability, Wind Rider Skills, Leaf Blade, Mastery, Hurricane, Mastery, Air Slash, Mastery, Revenge, Mastery, Leaf Tornado, Mastery, Growth, Mastery, Surprise Attack, Mastery. Pokémon, Charizard Gender, Level, 39, Elite Level, Ability, Blaze Skills, Flamethrower, Mastery, Fire Spin, Mastery, Fire Fong, Mastery, Dragon Dance, Mastery, Dragon Claw, Mastery, Dragon Breath, Mastery. After looking at the gap between both sides, Cieli instantly felt worse. A dojo-level Pokémon facing off against an elite level 1. This was no longer just a matter of type advantage. Unless the opponent sent out a Alolan Exeggutor, this battle was doomed. Perhaps sensing the overwhelming momentum of the opponent, the leading trainer did not immediately command Charizard to drive him away, but chose to have Charizard approach to attempt negotiations. Cieli understood the conversation between both sides through the nearby translator, crossed out, Pokémon translator. Charizard, hurry up and clear a path for me. Take your bunch of useless leaves and get lost. Riding on the face and using its ultimate move, Charizard truly lived up to its reputation. Upon translating Charizard's words, Ralts felt a sense of foreboding. Sure enough, as an evil-type Pokémon and the top dog of both the dark and grass types, Shifty, upon hearing Charizard's words, immediately clapped its hands together, unleashing a fierce gust of wind that surged towards Charizard. Just as Shifty's hands came together, Charizard, sensing that things were not going well, hurriedly gathered its energy and unleashed a torrent of flames from its mouth. The column of wind from the hurricane collided with the column of fire, but the overwhelming level difference could not be compensated for by type advantage. Unsurprisingly, the violent wind column swept over the flames like a battering ram crashing against the city gate, pushing Charizard back several steps. However, the situation was far from over. The relentless Shifty bent its legs, its hands covered in black light, and charged directly at Charizard. With a slap to Charizard's face, Charizard, still unsteady, was sent flying. The hit Charizard stumbled to its feet, its tail flames suddenly flaring up, energy gathering in its teeth, indicating it was about to use Fire Fang to reclaim its dignity. Charizard used Fire Spin. Although it was unclear what Charizard said that prompted the opponent to attack directly without negotiation. Seeing Charizard in a state of rage after the ambush made Cieli worry that if Charizard acted on its own without guidance, it might truly be in trouble. Hearing the trainer's voice, Charizard, originally prepared to use Fire Fang to retaliate, changed its move, puffing up its mouth again, and a Fire Spin erupted from its mouth, wrapping around Shifty. Shifty, unhurried, waved its hands forward, and a gust of wind blew from behind, increasing its speed, allowing Shifty to quickly dodge Charizard's Fire Spin. However, while Shifty avoided the Fire Spin, the flame still headed towards the long-nosed leaf behind. Watching their leader display power, had no idea that they were in danger. The fire hit a long-nosed leaf that couldn't escape in time, engulfing it in the flames of the Fire Spin, causing it to cry out in pain. Hearing the cry, Shifty immediately flew to the side of the long-nosed leaf, bent down to check its condition, attempting to rescue it. But the long-nosed leaf was still knocked out by the assault of the flames. Seeing Charizard hit the long-nosed leaf, Cieli felt that things might escalate. So he secretly instructed the already nearby Urshifu and Shroomish to prepare for a strategic retreat. Sure enough, Cieli's analysis was not wrong. After the long-nosed leaf was injured, the furious Shifty showed no mercy. With a single hurricane, it knocked Charizard out, then commanded the long-nosed leaves to engage the opponent's Pokémon. Under Shifty's intermittent ambushes, the trainers, except for Cieli, who had long hidden away, were left battered and bruised. The leading trainer, after repeatedly using Meowstic and Machoke without turning the tide, could only send out Swellow to call for help. Unable to prevent Swellow from escaping, Shifty quickly directed the long-nosed leaves and the walking grass to come out and sweep away the fruits from a cart. Watching the cunning Tengu that had already gone far away, Cieli slowly emerged from the nearby bushes. Chapter 22. Robbery. Just as the fire dragon's flames were about to hit the long-nosed leaf, Cieli realized that things had gotten serious. Using his concealment skill, he found several hiding spots, quickly recalled his Duskull and Urshifu, ignoring the disdainful gaze of Lurantis, and took Lurantis to hide in the bushes. What do you know? This is called a strategic retreat. If I also get caught, you won't have anything to eat in the future. Trying to salvage his glorious image while hiding in the bushes, Cieli, unfortunately, found that Lurantis's disdainful gaze deepened. Fortunately, because they had hidden in advance, Cieli and Lurantis were not found by the cunning Tengu. With the efforts of the long-nosed leaf, the truck's cargo compartment was quickly emptied. Watching the last piece of cargo slowly disappear into the forest on the long-nosed leaf, the cunning Tengu approached the fainted Charizard. With a slap, it then walked over to the Charizard trainer who had been put to sleep by the hypnosis powder, rummaging through the trainer's space backpack and taking away a pile of medicines. In the end, it left behind the hypnotized trainer and a group of fainted Pokémon. Cieli continued to wait in the bushes for a while until a warning bell slowly rang from the road behind. Only then did Cieli slowly emerge from hiding. walking towards Miss Junsha, who was leading the group. Huh? Who are you? Why are you here? One of the Miss Junches said warily upon seeing Cieli emerge from the bushes. The other auxiliary police officers also directed their Pokémon to surround him. If he didn't answer properly, he might end up in tears behind bars today. Cieli hurriedly took out his bounty certificate and mission card from his space backpack, handing them to Miss Junsha in front of him. Miss Junsha took Cieli's documents and glanced at them, frowning immediately. This mission card indicates that you accepted their employment? Yes, I took on the mission at the Bounty Guild in Changhua City. This can be verified from the mission card, Cieli replied calmly. But why is it that they're all unconscious, yet you are fine, and the League has no record of your identity? Miss Junsha questioned after checking the League system and finding no record of Cieli. I can explain that. I'm not from this region. I'm from Pony Island in the Alola region. I encountered a shipwreck after going out to sea and ended up here. Based on what I previously saw with the lava team robbing the briefcase, I deduced that the League has not incorporated the Alola region into its management at this time. Therefore, my Alolan identity is currently untraceable. Alola region? I'll look it up later. For now, please provide specific details of the scene. Tell me everything you know. Miss Junsha felt she had some impression of the Alola region, but it wasn't deep enough, and she needed to check it out later. The urgent matter now was to clarify why this group had been hypnotized and why the Pokémon were knocked out, and whether they were robbed by humans or Pokémon. Cieli then recounted the entire incident from when he left the manor to when he was attacked in detail. After hearing the whole story, Miss Junsha looked at Cieli. So, you hid away as soon as the attack happened? Cieli awkwardly smiled and did not answer Miss Junsha's question. Watching his colleagues wake up the trainers and drivers of the team one by one, and after confirming with the leading trainer that Cieli was indeed a member of this team, Cieli was ultimately taken back to the police station by Miss Junsha due to identity issues. Inside the police station, Miss Junsha checked the terminal and found that the Alliance had recently discovered a region called Alola, but this region had not yet fully merged with the Alliance. So the personnel in this area were not registered with the Alliance. Finally, Miss Junsha stated that there were currently no open routes between the Alola region and Hoenn. However, she could help Cieli apply for an Alliance ID card, allowing him to find a way through the Unova region. This ID card would have a 2-year assessment period during which Cieli could not engage in any illegal activities. Hearing about such a good opportunity, Cieli readily agreed, as having an identity meant he would no longer be limited to living in his small shabby house and black hotels. Under Miss Junsha's guidance, Cieli obtained a temporary identification document, and as long as he had no criminal record, he could eventually receive a permanent identification document. After leaving the police station, he replanned his future path. He might be able to go to the gym and earn badges, as the more badges he had, the higher his value would be. This would allow him to undertake specific tasks to earn a living, and the Rock-type gym in Karnaz City was perfectly countered by a Shroomish, which had a 4x advantage. Without any badges, the Pokémon sent out by the opponent wouldn't be too outrageous. Winning shouldn't be a problem. After making a rough plan, Cieli headed to the Bounty Guild. He presented the task failure receipt and the police station's document to the bounty front desk clerk, proving that this time it was not due to his lack of effort, but rather the opponent was too strong. Due to the significant power gap this time, the guild did not deduct Cieli's deposit or task completion rate. They merely reminded him to pay more attention to safety and did not say anything further. After scanning the front desk for a while and not finding any suitable tasks to return to Karnaz City, he had no choice but to leave the Bounty Guild and set off alone on Route 104 with his Ralts. At the familiar forest entrance, however, this time it was particularly lively, with many trainers gathering in teams to explore the Orange Flower Forest. It turned out that after the incident with the Cunning Tengu, the estate owner had paid trainers to teach that Cunning Tengu a lesson, and the estate owner would also buy back the resources obtained. If someone could bring back the Cunning Tengu, the rewards would be substantial, but Cieli did not inquire about how substantial the rewards actually were. Shaking his head, Cieli had a very accurate understanding of his own strength and did not join the group of trainers to look for trouble with the Cunning Tengu. Instead, he set off on his own towards Karnaz City. In the forest, holding Ralts, Cieli moved forward when suddenly Ralts' voice echoed in his mind. Wait, I sense malice ahead. He released his Shroomish and Urshifu. Upon seeing Cieli release his Pokémon, the opponents also stopped hiding. A few trainers wearing black hoods jumped out from the bushes. Go Houndoom! Hey kid, lend us some money. One of the hooded men said as he summoned his Houndoom from his Pokeball. At this moment, a Houndoom, accompanied by several Rockruff, was baring its teeth at Cieli, silently checking the Houndoom's attributes. Pokémon, Houndoom, gender, level, 19, ability, overconfidence, skills, and A. Looking at the Great Danes and hyenas in front of him, Cieli couldn't understand where they got the courage to do such things. Even the Skull team from Alola would only dare to steal Charizards when they had a combination like the Fire Lizard and the Meowth. But you guys, all Great Danes and hyenas dare to cause trouble? Chapter 23. Counter-Robbery. This chapter is partially data. The latter half can be read or skipped. The Mushroom Pokémon use Sonic Punch against the Great Danes, charging forward with the Bear Pokémon to cover the Mushroom Pokémon's finishing blow. Seeing the pathetic opponents, Xia Li's morale soared. He casually released the Water Rodent to gain experience, and Ralula used its voice. The green pot lid opened its small mouth, emitting a sharp, piercing sound that directly attacked the Great Danes. Upon hearing the sound, the Great Danes showed signs of distress. At that moment, a small water column erupted from the Water Rodent's mouth, bypassing the hyenas in the front row and rushing straight towards the trainer in the back row. As the gangsters focused their attention on Ralulu and Marilioli, the Mushroom Pokémon and the Bear Pokémon had already charged towards the Great Danes. The Mushroom Pokémon Sonic Punch landed squarely on a Great Dane, which was already looking distressed from the voice attack, causing it to roll its eyes. The Great Dane, which was at a double disadvantage, was knocked back. Before it could adjust its landing position, it felt a sharp pain in its waist. It turned out that the Bear Pokémon's big head had crashed directly into its waist. At that moment, the Great Dane felt like its back had broken. It let out a wail and fainted. The gangsters, who were still dodging the Water Rodent's water gun, were dumbfounded, never expecting their main force to drop dead in an instant. Damn it, the plan backfired. Come back, Great Dane. The hyenas used Bite. Watching the Great Dane fall to the ground in a flash, the gangsters regained their composure, and instead of being afraid, they continued to command the hyenas to fight. The hyenas charged at the Mushroom Pokémon one by one, like the gourd children saving their grandpa, but each was knocked down by the Mushroom Pokémon's punches. Seeing the situation was not good, the gangsters prepared to run, only to find their escape route blocked by the Bear Pokémon. The situation had reversed now. Cieli cheerfully picked up a stick from the ground, and under the terrified gaze of the gangsters, struck the leader hard. You wanted to rob. You wanted to borrow some money to play. Now hand over everything you have. Cieli made his demands without hesitation. The gangsters hesitated for a moment, but ultimately, under the fierce expression of the Bear Pokémon, they had no choice but to take out everything they had. No, this isn't enough. Now the boys line up on the left and the girls on the right. Upon hearing Xia Li's words, the gangsters hesitated again. This time, they did not cooperate with Xia Li's instructions, but just stood there silently. Up! Ralula used telekinesis to lift them upside down. Without a hint of indulgence towards these delinquents, Cieli commanded Ralulu to use telekinesis. Ralulu, with purple light filling its eyes, could only lift one due to insufficient psychic level, raising the leader and shaking him up and down violently. The boy couldn't take it and vomited directly. Seeing the vomiting boy, Ralula disdainfully dropped him on the ground. All right, who's next? Cieli looked maliciously at the others. Wait, we'll do it. The gangsters caved in. They divided themselves according to Xia Li's request, including the leader. There were 3 boys and 2 girls. Seeing the divided groups, Xia Li spoke again. Now you have one more chance. Hand over all your valuables, or don't blame me for stripping you and searching yourselves. After saying that, the Mushroom Pokémon waved its fists in coordination with Cieli Li. The helpless group could only take out all their valuables. After counting the items, there's about 60,000 in cash, some fruits, 3 empty red and white Pokeballs, and a few bottles of women's cosmetics. Stuffing the cash into his backpack, Cieli didn't take the rest. Indeed, getting rich still relied on robbery. Cieli happily left with his Pokémon, leaving behind a group of regretful individuals. What should we do, boss? Should we call the police? What? Call the police? Let Junsha catch us? Don't you know where the money came from? The angry leader scolded his subordinates. Damn it, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. I have an older brother in Team Aqua. Should I ask him to help us? At this moment, a little brother suggested. The Black Society's conspiracy, however, having left, Cieli was unaware that they were plotting against him, and he was happily looking at his attribute panel. Victory in battle. Shroomish leveled up. Victory in battle. Stoutland leveled up. Several prompts indicated Xia Li's growing strength. Opening the attribute panel. In addition to the increased over 60,000, there was also an improvement in his Pokémon strength. Pokémon, Shroomish gender, level 26, elite, ability, affects spore-held item, leaf stone, 80, skills, tackle, expert, mega drain, expert, stun spore, master, leech seed, expert, headbutt proficient, poison powder proficient, sonic punch, expert. Shroomish had completely absorbed the grass gem, so Cieli replaced it with a leaf stone. as he found that these types of attribute gems could provide some energy to help Shroomish level up and use the corresponding attribute skills more smoothly. At the same time, due to frequently using Sonic Punch against enemies lately, its proficiency skyrocketed directly to Expert. Pokémon, Stoutland Gender. Level 23, Elite, Ability, Pickup Held Item, None Skills, Tackle, Expert, Growl, Expert, Sand Attack, Master, Tail Whip, Proficient, Wish, Proficient, Cut, Beginner, Needle Arm, Proficient, Headbutt, Expert, Fury Swipes, Expert. Stoutland also saw significant improvements, especially with the Sand Attack skill, as Stoutland had a habit of using Sand Attack to confuse opponents before headbutting them. Just now, this self-serving Sand Attack skill finally reached Master level, which means the sand's density is greater, the activation speed is faster, and can ignore terrain to initiate Sand Attack. This means that it becomes just like in the game, casually throwing out a clump of sand. And the Master level sand not only reduces the enemy's perception, but also sticks to them. Once it gets into the opponent's eyes, it won't be cleaned off easily. Pokémon, Ralts Gender. Level 10-14, Normal, Ability, Telepathy Skills, Growl, Beginner, Confusion, Expert, Hypnosis, Proficient, Pokémon, Marill Gender. Level 11-15, Normal, Ability, Huge Power Skills, Water Gun, Expert, Rollout, Beginner, Tackle, Beginner, feeling a sudden surge in strength. Ralts and Marill exchange surprised glances, having previously battled against Sandshrew, but never experienced such a rapid increase in power, especially Marill, who felt that her water gun seemed to shoot out without needing to charge up. After a silent exchange of glances, the two friends didn't speak, but followed Xia Li even more closely. Chapter 24, Shu. Keep it down. With some cute sponsors, Xia Li's pockets were quite full. Originally planning to head to Kanaz City to train and earn money before challenging the Rock Gym and starting his badge collection, Xia Li now had enough for travel expenses. Therefore, he decided to level up and improve skill proficiency in the Orange Blossom Forest. Although there were gym level and higher Pokémon in the forest, most were ordinary and mature level. As long as he was careful not to provoke any strong opponents, his levels would increase steadily. By the time he faced the Rock Gym, he would be ready to deliver a little shock. Exploring the forest, Stoutland led Xia Li through the forest, constantly searching for suitable targets. Suddenly, Stoutland seemed to catch a scent, lifting its head and signaling to Xia Li. Cautiously following Stoutland to a bush, they saw a wild Stoutland slightly smaller than Xia Li's, accompanied by 3 Sandshrews, searching for something in a clearing. Hiding in the bushes, Xia Li checked the opponent's level with the system. The levels were low, with the highest Stoutland being only level 21, while the Sandshrews were around level 8. A perfect walking experience package. After confirming there were no other Pokémon nearby, Xia Li released Shroomish and Marill. Ralts had been following him and didn't enter the Pokeball. The current situation was that there was a Stoutland with 3 Sandshrews in front. The focus should be on the Stoutland. Xia Li planned to have Shroomish go in first to attract their attention, then use Stun Spore up close, followed by continuous Sonic Punch attacks. Meanwhile, Stoutland would circle around, using Sand Attack and then headbutt to knock out the 3 Sandshrews. Got it. Xia Li briefly laid out the strategy. There was no need for a fair fight in a training battle. For experience, efficiency was key, and if they could launch a sneak attack, they wouldn't hold back. Looking at the Shroomish and the bear, Xia Li nodded to indicate that he understood. Just as he was about to wave his hand to let the Shroomish step forward to draw aggro, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. What about me and Marill? Ever since they defeated the Great Hound and experienced the thrill of leveling up and the comfort of skill mastery filling their brains, the current Ralts and Marill had started to develop a bit of a battle frenzy. You too. How about this? If the Pokémon on the other side plans to run away, use Psychic and Water Gun to stop them. If they don't plan to run, then coordinate with the bear to battle the 3 Snivy behind. But remember, you must let the Shroomish and the bear attack first before you can act, understand? No problem. The trainer heard Xia Li's voice, and Ralts nodded her little head along with her best friend. Looking at the excited and eager to fight Ralulasis, Xia Li couldn't help but feel a headache. He initially planned to cultivate Ralulasis into a lady, especially since he intended to have a good conversation with a mature Shinado. But now it seemed he had raised a super battle maniac. Regardless of what happened in the future, the combat plan began with a wave of Xia Li's hand. The Shroomish quickly rushed out of the grass and charged straight towards the wild Urshifu. Upon seeing the kangaroo, the wild Urshifu immediately became alert, roaring to warn the opponent that it was not to be trifled with. However, upon realizing that Shroomish showed no signs of retreat, the wild Urshifu's claws glowed white as it swung down forcefully toward the approaching Shroomish. Faced with the ferocious attack from the wild Urshifu, Shroomish showed no intention of backing down or dodging. It braced itself against the wild Urshifu's strike, then released a large amount of paralysis powder from its body, which instantly surged into the wild Urshifu's mouth and nose. The wild Urshifu's body began to react strangely, feeling a sense of unease. Its relatively small head, covered in white light, swung down hard at Shroomish. However, before its head could hit Shroomish's mushroom cap, Shroomish's fist, enveloped in white light, began to rain down like a storm on the wild Urshifu's small face. Unlike the novice Sonic Punch that could only hit once, the now proficient Sonic Punch was as fast as lightning and could strike in rapid succession. If the opponent did not dodge in a short time, they would at least take 2 hits or more. The fighting-type energy concentrated in Shroomish's fist struck the normal-type Urshifu's face, causing the wild Urshifu to see stars. After being pushed back a few steps by Shroomish's punch, it unconsciously drooled, unable to control itself due to the relentless Sonic Punch. If it weren't for the fact that the Snivy behind it hadn't escaped yet, it wouldn't be able to hold on. With a belief in its impending doom, the wild Urshifu shouted hoarsely for the Snivy cubs behind to run quickly. However, just as the Snivy prepared to flee obediently, a much larger Urshifu slowly emerged from the forest behind. Initially thinking it was a fellow clan member, the Snivy cubs were about to joyfully run to their kin for help. But the leading Snivy quickly noticed the malicious glare from the newcomer and hurriedly called for its companions to stop. The 3 of them immediately huddled together and began to call out, intending to weaken the opponent. However, Cieli's Urshifu did not spare them simply because they were of the same clan. It charged fiercely towards them, its claws glowing white as it slashed down at the nearest Snivy. Meanwhile, Ralulasis and Maril, who were hiding behind, did not hold back either. Their psychic powers and water guns arrived as expected, directly knocking the remaining 2 Snivy to the ground. Looking at the fallen little bears, the wild charge bear felt a surge of anger and roared, using all its strength to charge at the Shroomish, wanting to leave something behind. However, before it could get close to the Shroomish, it felt a wave of numbness wash over its body and could only watch as the Shroomish slowly approached and knocked it out with a single punch. Battle 1. Charge Bear's level increased. Battle 1. Ralt's level increased. Battle 1. Maril's level increased. The Charge Bear's level rose to 24, while Ralt's and Maril each gained a level, reaching 15 and 16 respectively. Perhaps due to individual differences in Pokémon, the upgraded Ralt's and Maril did not learn any new skills this time. After giving the wild Charge Bear's mouth a simple treatment, it searched around and found only a few berries. Realizing that not every bear has the same luck as its own Charge Bear, Cieli did not take the berries, but instead dragged them to a tree and gave them a simple treatment before continuing to search for the next victim with the Pokémon. After a while, the wild Charge Bear slowly woke up, shook its dizzy head, and looked around in confusion. It finally relaxed when it saw its treated mouth and the unconscious but unharmed Snivy bears. It sniffed the air, confirming that the attacker's scent had dissipated. After nudging the Snivy bears, it hurriedly led them away from this sad place once they woke up. Chapter 25. What? Is that the smell of money? After leaving the wild Charge Bear, Cieli continued to search for the next victim with his Charge Bear. Charge Bear, can you smell anything? Are there any Pokémon groups nearby? Cieli slowly asked after following the Charge Bear for a while. At that moment, the Charge Bear, with its head lowered and constantly sniffing the air, hesitated for a moment before nodding repeatedly. Watching the confident, dashing bear, Cieli did not rush to provoke it. Instead, he took out some homemade energy cubes to replenish the stamina of several Pokémon. After waiting for the Pokémon to finish their meal, Cieli finally nodded, signaling Dashing Bear to lead the way. Following the command, Dashing Bear slowly moved toward the source of the smell. The paths in Orange Blossom Forest were always winding and convoluted. This was because the forest rarely received sunlight, and there were not many travelers or Pokémon around, leaving the roads filled with shrubs and moss-covered stones that were particularly slippery. Additionally, the terrain was uneven with ups and downs, making it necessary to navigate around obstacles to reach the destination. Under the guidance of the experienced Dashing Bear, Cieli and the other Pokémon walked for quite a while before arriving at the location of the smell. Before reaching the source of the odor, Cieli caught a whiff of a foul stench coming from ahead. Upon smelling the foul odor, he had a rough guess about what it was. Cautiously advancing while enduring the stench, he heard a noise ahead and hid behind a tree trunk, slowly peeking out. He saw several blue, bulb-like Pokémon with arms and legs of the same color. On their heads were reddish-brown flowers with white spots, featuring 4 spherical petals and 4 light brown sepals. Their eyes looked sleepy, and they had seductive, purple lips that seemed to be drooling constantly. These seemingly dazed Pokémon were known as stinky flowers. At the moment she saw the stinky flower, Cieli's guess was confirmed. However, after smelling the pungent odor, her face immediately darkened, mainly because being so close to the other party's foul smell was truly unbearable. But she quickly remembered that Ligia from the Rainbow Gym had a very valuable perfume, which seemed to be made from the saliva and pollen of stinky flowers. Just thinking about how this saliva and pollen might be worth a lot made Cieli feel like the air had suddenly become exceptionally sweet. She briefly checked the panel of the largest stinky flower using the system. Pokémon, stinky flower gender, level, 30 ability, chlorophyll held item, none skills, absorb, mega drain. Poison powder, stun spore, sleep powder, acid. I looked at the skills learned by the other 2 stinky flowers, which were 21 and 22, and found that they didn't even have dissolving liquid. I silently estimated my own combat power. The water rat was negligible, not even enough to withstand one of their super absorb attacks. The main threat from the opponent was that level 30 stinky flower leader with dissolving liquid. The others were not to be feared. After all, as fellow grass types, they are not affected by the 3 powders below master level. The only thing to watch out for is the dissolving liquid. Later, the Shroomish will go up to attract their attention. The 3 powders are ineffective against grass-type Pokémon before reaching master level, which means the opponent's true means of output is just the dissolving liquid. You just need to be careful of its saliva, and after the Shroomish attracts their attention, you can ambush from behind with the Charge Bear. Got it? I briefly explained the current role of Shroomish in the team, which is to take the hits, and then, still not reassured, I instructed the Charge Bear. If the opponent uses paralyzing powder, poison powder, or sleep powder, don't engage right away. Wait for their powder skills to end. Then ambush from behind. First, take down the one on the left. At that time, Ralts, you also need to help attack the left one. After defeating it, we will all watch the one on the right, and finally, deal with the big one in the middle. As for Marill, I could only instruct it to stay by my side and use water gun at the edges. After finishing the battle layout, I confirmed that there were only these 3 Pokémon around, then waited for the Charge Bear to quietly sneak into the bushes behind the stinky flower. Once I confirmed the strategy again, I commanded the Shroomish to advance from the grass to engage in battle. Looking at the Shroomish emerging from the grass, the Stunky didn't feel any desire to fight. They simply waved at the Shroomish as a greeting and squatted down to enjoy the sunlight filtering through the treetops. After all, the life of grass-type Pokémon is mostly simple and unadorned, just like the Shroomish before it evolved. Unless it was night, the walking grass, Stunky, and a salted fish were hardly different during the day. Although the opponent acted like a salted fish, the Shroomish had no intention of letting them go. With a kangaroo-like body, the Shroomish kicked off with its strong legs, quickly closing the distance to the Stunky leader. As it approached, fighting-type energy enveloped its fists, charging directly at the Stunky leader in the middle. The Stunky didn't understand what this silly kangaroo was going crazy about, but seeing the other party's stance, it gathered energy in its mouth and spat a mouthful of phlegm. Meanwhile, the other 2 Stunkies slightly trembled, sending sleep powder and toxic powder towards the Shroomish. One from the left and one from the right. Ignoring the dissolving liquid and the powders, the Shroomish's fist landed directly on the Stunky leader's flower crown. The leader, seeing its handsome flower crown dented by the punch, immediately cried out in anger, vowing to turn this stinky kangaroo into fertilizer beneath it. After realizing that the powders were ineffective against the opponent, it ordered its minions to launch a super suck attack to drain the opponent and turn it into kangaroo jerky. Just as the powders stopped and the Stunky prepared to use super suck, they were unaware that a pair of black pupils were closely watching the Stunky on the left from the grass. The owner of the pupils, upon seeing the opponent stop using toxic powder, quickly pulled back its front limbs and kicked off forcefully with its hind legs, darting out of the grass. It pounced on the Stunky on the left, its claws flashing with white light, continuously scratching the Stunky's back. The Stunky were startled by the sudden attack, their foul odor intensifying, but with no time to change their moves, they could only helplessly direct their skills at the Shroomish. However, the Shroomish, being grass type as well, felt little effect from the 2 super sucks. Taking advantage of the moment the Stunky were attacked, the Shroomish, with the super suck still attached, kept using Sonic Punch on the Stunky leader's flower crown, preventing it from supporting its comrades. But the situation was not over yet. A wave of purple energy struck the Stunky on the left, immediately followed by a powerful water column hitting it, causing the already weakened Stunky to fall into complete unconsciousness. Before the Stunky leader in the middle could react, The Raichu, leading the Lurantis, and Maril quickly defeated the Stunky on the right. In front of him was a Straw Hat Mushroom. Behind him was a charging bear blocking the road. To the left was a Lalalaisai, and to the right was a human and a blue-skin mouse. His companions had already fallen one after another. The Stinky Flower leader felt a chill in his heart. Although he knew the situation was dire, he still prepared to fight back. Just as the Stinky Flower leader was about to take action, a tearing pain suddenly came from behind. It turned out that the charging bear had taken advantage of the moment when the opponent was distracted and struck the Stinky Flower leader's back with a powerful blow. As the bear charge struck and hit the opponent, the Shroomish was not to be outdone, rapidly striking the opponent's flower crown with fists like lightning. Stinky! Damn it! With a mournful cry, the Stunky leader collapsed to the ground, fainting. Chapter 26, My Money. How can you do this? After the last Stunky was knocked unconscious by the Shroomish, Cieli finally took out the used healing potion bottles from his space backpack, and then slowly walked towards the Stunky that were lying there like salted fish, unable to resist. Good news, the stench from the collapsed Stunky had dissipated quite a bit. Bad news, the smell still resembled that of long-stored egg liquid. Holding a few used healing potion bottles, Cieli looked at the drool slowly dripping from the corners of the Stunky's mouth, constantly reminding himself internally that this is gold. This is gold. After a round of mental suggestion, the drool from the Stunky appeared golden in Cieli's eyes. He casually picked up a wooden stick from the ground, crouched down, and carefully scraped some of the drool from one of the Stunky's mouths, patiently collecting it bit by bit into the healing potion bottle. EW, that's disgusting. What do you want that drool for? Lalalassy asked, looking at Cieli, who had already scraped the outside of the drool clean and was preparing to stick the stick into the Stunky's mouth to scoop out more drool, with a face full of disdain. Don't underestimate this drool and the pollen on its head. The drool and pollen from a single Stunky can at least be exchanged for 5 boxes of energy cubes. If the quality is good, you could even have energy cubes with every meal for a while. Cieli casually mentioned to Lalalassy after estimating the value of the Stunky's drool and pollen. The disdainful look that Lalalassy had just moments ago now seemed to shimmer like a golden light. Then, with a flash of purple light in her eyes, an invisible force gathered the Stunky's drool in the air and then poured it into the bottle in Cieli's hand. Looking at the few bottles that were still not full, Lalalassy unhappily turned the Stinky Flower upside down and shook it vigorously a few times, causing the pollen on its head to scatter into the air. When it realized that the Stinky Flowers really had not a drop left, it triumphantly handed the few bottles to the dumbfounded Cieli. Is it really possible to do this? Cieli felt like a clown just now. With a complicated mood, he stuffed the bottles containing the Stinky Flower liquid and pollen into his space backpack. Smiling, he patted Lalalassy's little head and said, "You did great. I really like it." The words slipped out like a wolf's mouth. Hearing this, Lalalassy's little face instantly turned bright red, and it quickly ran to Cieli's side, pressed its own Pokeball, and ran inside. Cieli, who was completely confused, had no idea what kind of impact his cheesy pickup line had on the innocent Lalalassy. He could only shrug helplessly as he watched Lalalassy run back into its Pokeball. After confirming once more with the bear that the Stinky Flowers didn't have anything valuable, he reluctantly recalled the mushroom and water rat and left the crime scene. He then activated the Pokémon capture device again to look for the next victim. The bear, carrying Cieli, continued to search through the dense forest for opponents that they could defeat. However, such opponents were hard to find, until the light in the forest began to dim, indicating that the sun was about to set. Cieli still hadn't found a suitable opponent. The Pokémon he encountered were either too numerous or too high in level, making it likely for him to get defeated. The few larger ones were just the water rats, but upon seeing Cieli, they immediately dove into the water and fled, giving him no chance at all. Cieli sighed, having no choice but to return to a flat area he had passed earlier that was very suitable for camping. After reaching the destination, he released the Pokémon and gave them simple instructions. He asked the mushroom to help set up the tent, while the others were sent out to search for firewood. The mushroom worked with Cieli to set up a simple tent and waited for the bear to bring back a pile of relatively dry wood with Lalalassy and the water rat from the depths of the forest. Clearing a space, he slowly lit the campfire, keeping Lalalassy on guard outside, and prepared a simple meal. The aroma of the food mixed with the scent of the firewood. If someone were to pass by from the sky at this moment, they would see several small light spots in a vast forest, with only Cieli's light spot having a plume of smoke gently rising, making it quite eye-catching. Gourmet moment after eating and drinking enough, everyone comfortably lay on the ground, watching Lalalassy and the water rat happily playing together. which made Cieli smile and ease his troubled heart a little. After resting for a moment, Lalalaisai curiously asked what Cieli would do in the future. Cieli smiled lightly and said, "In the future, no matter what I do, as long as I have you guys with me, it's enough." Upon hearing this, Lalalaisai's little face turned red again, but this time it didn't immediately run back into its Pokeball. It just solemnly nodded at Cieli along with the other Pokemon. As night fell, Cieli was alone in the simple tent, while the bear and the mushroom protected the tent from outside, lying in a circle around it. Just as Cieli was about to fall asleep, a rustling sound echoed through the quiet forest. Cieli suddenly woke up, his alertness heightened, and hurriedly got up to wake the Pokemon. Without time to pack up the tent, Cieli simply slung his backpack over his shoulder and hid with the Pokemon in the bushes behind him, away from the sound. As the rustling sound grew closer, a pair of crimson eyes flickered in the shadows, and then a massive figure gradually emerged. Under the moonlight, a creature with a body resembling stone and sharp angles stood on powerful legs. Looking up, there was a scratch running from top to bottom on its white chest, which not only didn't ruin the beauty of its body, but instead made its owner appear even more ferocious. A sharp dorsal fin extended from its spine to its head, and its fierce face with a mouth full of sharp teeth clearly showed that it was not to be trifled with. Trouble, it's a Nidoking. Watching Nidoking approach the camp and sweep away the tent with a wave of its hand in search of food, Cieli couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. The combination of poison and ground types made this creature difficult to deal with, especially since Cieli's current lineup was not well suited to handle it. Pokemon, Nidoking gender, level 34, elite, ability, Poison Point has a 30 chance of poisoning when attacked by contact moves. This ability may trigger with each attack in a multi-hit move. Held item, none skills, glare, poison sting, focus energy, fury attack, horn attack, toxic, thunderbolt, fire punch, ice punch, thunder punch. As expected of you, there's a reason why you're one of Sakiki's representatives. Nidoking's skill pool is truly versatile. Cieli had initially planned to wait for the creature to leave when it couldn't find food, but seeing it step on his simple tent, which instantly collapsed, made his anger flare up. My money. Cieli felt a surge of anger. The opponent was only level 34 and was alone, so he still had a chance to deal with it if they all attacked together. Chapter 27, No Money. Do you dare to tear down my tent? Calling all the Pokemon to his side, Cieli began to whisper instructions. This time, you two will be the main forces. First, you bear. Don't get too close. Use sand attack to keep throwing sand at it. Lalulaisai. After the bear attracts its attention, use your voice to weaken its attack power. Or, if necessary, use psychic to interfere with it. Especially when it uses punching or horn moves, interfere a little bit. Mushroom. Keep releasing stun spore. And once it takes effect, use Sonic Boom to engage in close combat. It seems he thought of something else, and Cieli whispered again. When you get close, be careful of its tail. Don't fight it head on. Our small size allows us to hit its thighs from the side. As long as we disable its thighs, victory will be ours. Upon hearing Cieli's words, all the Pokemon nodded in agreement, except for the water rat, who tugged at Cieli's pants and pointed to itself. Oh, right. Once the bear and the mushroom attract its attention, you can use water gun from the other side to keep spraying its legs. Remember not to attack in the same spot continuously. Switch places. And try to focus on the same leg with your water gun. Cieli originally did not want to send Water Rat into battle. After all, Water Rat's water type was not advantageous against the dual poison type of Nidoking, and Water Rat was currently tied for the slowest in the team with Ralts. Its defenses were not enough to withstand a punch for Nidoking. However, seeing Water Rat's fighting spirit, Cieli did not want to dampen its enthusiasm and could only give a brief instruction. After completing the tactical plan and confirming that all Pokemon understood their roles, Cieli hid with Shroomish in the bushes. The old coin Shroomish skillfully released master-level Stun Spore, which, colorless and odorless, slowly floated towards Nidoking's position under the cover of night. Meanwhile, Charge Bear crouched down and quietly began to circle to the other side of the grass. At the same time, Ralts, with its back to Charge Bear, slowly moved to another position with its good friend Water Rat, preparing to disrupt the opponent at a critical moment. Due to Nidoking's imposing presence, the forest, which had a bit of buzzing moments earlier, now felt particularly quiet, with only the rustling sound of Nidoking rummaging through the tent. The singularity of the sound allowed Nidoking to hear the noise of Charge Bear moving through the branches. Its ears twitched, and noticing something unusual in the bushes, Nidoking roared loudly in Charge Bear's direction. Then its mouth opened wide, gathering poison-type energy into a ball, and without hesitation, it unleashed a poison sting attack aimed directly at Charge Bear's position. The poison sting shot through the grass like a rain of arrows, intending to pierce the grass and the hidden Pokémon within. Charge Bear, still crawling, immediately sensed danger the moment it heard the roar. It exerted its limbs like a cheetah and sprang out from its hiding place. Seeing Charge Bear emerge, Nidoking finally relaxed, a smirk spreading across its toothy mouth as it looked at this overconfident opponent with a mocking gaze. Nidoking's rough voice reached Charge Bear's ears. Nido, this is already mine. While I'm in a good mood, hurry up and get out of here, or you'll regret it. Looking at the still, unpositioned Dodrio, the Charge Bear pretended to submit by laying its front limbs on the ground, showing that it had already succumbed to the might of King Nidoking. Just as King Nidoking lowered its guard while watching the Charge Bear act docile and bow in submission, the Charge Bear suddenly dug its hands into the ground and forcefully threw a mixture of mud and sand towards King Nidoking's eyes. With a painful cry, Nidoking, damn, despicable creature. King Nidoking felt a sharp sting in its eyes and wished it could immediately stomp this audacious offender flat, clearing the mud and sand from its eyes. King Nidoking's accuracy had decreased slightly due to the sand's interference. In its anger, King Nidoking couldn't care less about its unusual state. Energy covered its horns, and white light gathered at the tips, elongating them slightly. Then, King Nidoking lowered its head and charged straight at the Charge Bear. However, the Charge Bear had already escaped from its original position after clearing the sand and was running while using its vocal skills to continuously weaken King Nidoking's attack power. Its cries seemingly mocking King Nidoking's incompetence and carelessness. The horn strike hit the trunk where the Charge Bear had just been, directly splitting the tree in half. Hearing the mocking sounds from behind, King Nidoking's already ignited fury felt as if gasoline had been poured onto it, amplifying the flames tenfold. King Nidoking took a deep breath, signaled for itself to calm down, and quickly turned around, gathering energy in its mouth to unleash a poison needle, predicting the Charge Bear's movements before shooting it out. Faced with the sudden poison needle, the Charge Bear, adept at running in a straight line but not at turning, couldn't evade in time and was directly hit by the attack. In an instant, a cloud of dust rose from the explosion, and as the smoke cleared, the Charge Bear, hit by the poison needle, fell beneath a nearby tree. Unfortunately, the poison on the needle had already taken effect, and the Charge Bear's body began to be continuously eroded by the toxin, resulting in a steady decline in its stamina. Watching the charging Ursaring being constantly eroded by toxins under the tree, Nidoking felt that the outcome was already decided. He was stepping closer to the Ursaring, his anger making him want to stomp this creature to death. Just as Nidoking approached a patch of grass, a long-awaited Shroomish sprang out from the grass. Its hands glowing white, and its fist, the size of a sandbag, struck Nidoking's face like lightning, precise and swift. Caught off guard, Nidoking staggered back a few steps, but quickly regained his footing. Although he had no idea where this kangaroo had come from, it did not affect his fists, which gathered flames as he retaliated with a fiery punch aimed at Shroomish. However, due to the earlier disturbance from the sand and a sudden push from telekinesis, his fiery punch veered off course, allowing Shroomish to dodge the fierce blow. Yet, misfortune often comes in pairs. At that moment, Nidoking, unable to lift his fist from the ground, saw a disgusting figure appear beside him. Upon seeing this figure, Nidoking's pupils slightly constricted, and before he could close his eyes, another irritating sand attack hit him, causing his eyes to sting painfully. Nidoking, you despicable creature, I will definitely kill you today. Nidoking howled in pain after being hit in the eyes by Ursaring's sand attack for the second time. He hurriedly used both hands to clear the sand and stones from his eyes. Anyone who had been hit in the eyes by a master-level sand attack twice would not be feeling good. Chapter 28. The charging Ursaring as Nidoking comically used his stout hands to clear the sand from his face, Shroomish, waiting for the right moment, quickly sensed an opportunity. It moved close to Nidoking's side and launched its seed bomb, accurately targeting the gaps in Nidoking's body to implant the seeds inside him. After completing this series of actions, Shroomish quickly focused its energy and aimed at the side of Nidoking's left knee. With a swift and decisive move, it executed a sonic punch that accurately struck the side of the joint. Nidoking, sensing danger too late, had his head react while his body was still slow to respond. The sudden impact caused a sharp pain in his joint, forcing Nidoking to kneel on one knee, unable to stand for the time being. Realizing that Nidoking had already compromised half of his leg, Shroomish decided not to continue its previous hit-and-run tactic, but instead aimed to expand its victory quickly with more sonic punches. However, Anyone familiar with fighting games knows that being greedy often leads to bad endings. Sure enough, just as Shroomish was planning to continue attacking Nidoking's left leg with a sonic punch, Nidoking's thick tail, which could use a telephone pole as a toothpick, had turned from purple to a steel-like silver. In a flash, it swung from the side and, without any surprise, knocked Shroomish flying. Shroomish was sent crashing to the ground, wobbling as it tried to stand up again. However, it was clear that this blow had taken a toll. The energy it once had was now greatly diminished, leaving Shroomish unable to continue fighting for a while. Recognizing that the biggest threat was now unable to resist, Nidoking gathered toxic energy in its mouth, preparing to defeat Shroomish with toxic spikes. Seeing Shroomish on the brink of death, Ralts could no longer care about exposing herself. Her purple eyes gathered energy as she unleashed a powerful psychic attack aimed directly at Nidoking's face. The sudden psychic attack caught Nidoking off guard, causing his head to turn slightly, which in turn shifted the trajectory of the toxic spikes, causing them to strike the ground beside Shroomish like a rainstorm, kicking up clouds of dust. Frustrated, Nidoking turned his head back, glaring fiercely at Ralts, who had interfered with his plans. This fierce gaze made Ralts tremble all over. Despite having experienced many battles alongside Cieli, this was her first time facing such a ruthless enemy, and the idea of being devoured alive made her legs weak. Just as Ralts was engulfed in fear of Nidoking, his left leg had regained some strength, with icy energy gathering in his hands. He did not attack the trembling Ralts, but instead charged towards the now shaky Shroomish. Just as Nidoking was about to defeat Shroomish completely, Ursaring, who had recovered a bit of stamina, knew that stepping in at this moment could lead to being knocked out completely. However, remembering that if he didn't buy time for Shroomish to recover, the trainer and other companions might not survive, he rushed towards Nidoking with his battered body without hesitation. Looking at the reckless charging bear, Nidoking cruelly smiled, and with frosty fists, he slammed down directly at the charging bear's head. The frost and white light collided fiercely. In an instant, there was a loud explosion, and the charging bear, covered in frost and with dizzy eyes, was sent flying by Nidoking's freezing punch. Fortunately, the charging bear's efforts were not in vain. Nidoking's body suddenly sparked with arcs of electricity, rendering him unable to move due to paralysis. At this moment, the parasitic seeds of the shroom had also broken through the skin's defenses, burrowing deep into the gaps of Nidoking's body, quickly taking root and sprouting throughout his body. The vines that grew from the seeds began to greedily absorb every bit of energy from Nidoking's body and return that energy to the shroom. Looking at the paralyzed Nidoking, the Shroomish quickly used Mega Drain on it, along with Leech Seed, draining the remaining energy from Nidoking. The rapid loss of energy made Nidoking struggle, and its previously strong left leg could no longer support its massive body, causing it to kneel on one knee again. Feeling its energy rapidly increasing, Shroomish kicked off the ground, and the fighting-type energy wrapped around its fists once more. Under the effects of paralysis and energy loss, Nidoking was unable to launch any attacks in response. It could only laboriously raise its hands to protect its head in a defensive posture. However, Shroomish executed an uppercut, the sonic punch soaring from below and striking directly on Nidoking's chin. At that moment, Nidoking's massive body was surprisingly lifted into the air by the punch. But the situation was far from over. Nidoking was suddenly slammed down by a powerful psychic force while in midair, and a water gun shot out swiftly from the bushes, hitting its unguarded face. It was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. With a resentful glance at the water gun's position, Nidoking unwillingly closed its eyes and fainted. A Pokeball flew out from the bushes, hitting Nidoking and capturing it inside. The Pokeball didn't even shake. The red light flashed once, signifying a successful capture. Cieli slowly walked out from the bushes, picked up the Pokeball from the ground, secured it, and did not check the system immediately. Instead, he first checked the status of his other Pokemon, finding that the Rush Bear had only fainted and was slightly poisoned, which relieved his worried heart. He took out a healing item and mixed it with a Pecha Berry, forcefully feeding it to the Rush Bear. Seeing the Rush Bear's complexion improve and no longer producing purple bubbles, Cieli felt completely at ease. He then performed simple healing on the remaining Pokemon and encouraged Ralts and the Water Rat. "You did great. Thank you, Rush Bear." Cieli then recalled Rush Bear into its Pokeball and spoke softly to it. Although the main force in this battle was Shroomish, without the Rush Bear's decisive blow, the outcome could have been very different. The fierce battle ended, and after reviewing the battle, Cieli realized that the striking power of his Pokemon was still too low, and the number of skill slots was insufficient. This was the helplessness of a civilian trainer. However, this gap needed to be filled with a lot of money, which which cannot be resolved in a short time. Chapter 29. Water Rat evolves into Dragon Slayer Warrior, just as Cieli was preparing to check what could still be salvaged from his tent that was destroyed by Nidoking. A figure emerged from the bushes. It was the backup fighter, Meryl. As Meryl came out, it called out to Cieli. Hearing Meryl's voice, Cieli turned in confusion to look at it, only to see Meryl suddenly enveloped in a white light from the inside out. Is it about to evolve? Seeing the somewhat familiar white light, Cieli couldn't help but exclaim in joy. Meanwhile, Ralts, who was checking the tent beside Cieli, looked enviously at her good friend, the water rat, being covered in white light. Within the white light, Meryl's body gradually transformed from small round shape into an oval adult form. Meryl, Meryl. The voice that came from the white light was now a mature tone, unlike the previous lowly voice. At this moment, Meryl's figure changed from a round ball to an oval shape similar to a jumping egg. The originally very cute small round ears were also elongated, gradually turning into long rabbit-like ears. Its short arms and legs only became slightly longer compared to before. Seeing her good friend transform from a lowly into a mature figure, Ralts hurried over, excitedly chatting with her familiar yet unfamiliar friend, the water rat. Ralts, how do you feel? How'd you get so big? Can I become that big in the future? Ralts, who had never seen a Curlius since birth, couldn't help but ask with concern. Meryl, you'll be like me too? Don't worry. Just stick with him and it will happen eventually. Meryl looked down at Ralts with a loving expression. Good friends whispering moment, ignoring each other's whispers, mainly because they couldn't understand. Usually, they could only guess the general meaning of Pokémon. Now, holding hands and chattering away, it was impossible to guess. As Cieli checked the damaged tent, finding it barely usable, he reignited the campfire that had been extinguished during the battle. Sitting next to the campfire, watching the flames dance, his previously agitated feelings gradually calmed down. After a while, Cieli realized he couldn't sleep for the short term, so he opened the system to check the gains from tonight and before. Battle victory. Pokémon Shroomish 2729, learn skill double return, learn skill Sonic Punch. Battle victory. Pokémon Rush Bear 2628, learn skill sleep, learn skill scratch. Battle victory. Pokémon Ralts 1619, learn skill teleport. Battle victory. Pokémon Meryl 1720, learn skill tackle, learn skill bounce. First of all, the levels of the Pokémon had significantly increased in recent days. Previously defeating Stunky and other Pokémon provided some level increase, but it was not recorded then. Among them, Shroomish was just one step away from reaching the elite level. While not dominating a territory, it could still help Cieli navigate through small areas of the forest with care. Ralts was just one level away from evolving. Once it evolved, Ralts could transform from a cute little girl into a cool young lady, and then it would only be one step away from becoming a mature Gardevoir. Skillfully clicking on the icons of his Pokémon to check their detailed status, Cieli first looked at his main fighter, Shroomish. Pokémon, Shroomish gender. Level, 29 elite, ability, Poison Heal held item. Leaf Stone, 65 skills. Tackle, mastered. Mega Drain, mastered. Spore Powder, master. Leech Seed, mastered. Headbutt skilled. Poison Powder, skilled. Sonic Punch, mastered. Double Return, beginner returns double the damage received from physical attacks to the same opponent. Sonic Punch, beginner, sends a shockwave to the opponent's body to attack. Sometimes it can cause paralysis. Basically, it's a slap that has a chance to confuse the opponent. But you can also use your fist. It seems that my Shroomish no longer needs to rely solely on Sonic Punch for combat. Now it can also use its strength to slap the opponent. However, I wonder how its boxing gloves turned into a palm. The double return has also increased its counterattack capabilities during battles, eliminating the need to solely evade the opponent's attacks. Next up is the key player in this battle, Rush Bear. Spirit, Rush Bear gender. Level, 28 elite, ability, pickup held item, none skills, tackle, expert, roar expert, sand attack, master, tail whip skilled, desire skilled, cut skilled, pin missile skilled, headbutt expert, fury swipes expert, sleep, 150, beginner. Sleeps for 2 turns, restoring all HP and curing all abnormal statuses. The book doesn't mention sleeping for 2 turns. It probably just means it's sleeping for a while. Scratch, 150, beginner. Sharpens its claws, increasing its attack and accuracy. If Rush Bear weren't currently stunned, it could take a nap to recover some stamina. The Scratch skill could also buff Rush Bear during a group fight, allowing it to help share the output tasks with Shroomish. Take a look at the pot lid, lowly Ralurazy. Aside from leveling up, the other skill changes are not significant. It simply gained the skills of traveling and the dodge technique, teleportation. Watching Ralurazy next to her experimenting with her new skills with a curious expression, Cieli's face darkened when she saw Ralu Razi still standing in place. Given her current proficiency, dodging an opponent's attack with this skill would be quite challenging, let alone traveling. Ignoring Ralu Razi, who was showcasing her new skills to her best friend, Cieli looked at the main event of the day, Marilia, who had transformed from a water rat into a water rabbit. Spirit, Marilu Marilia. Gender, Level, 20, Normal Elite, Ability, Strongman held item, None skills. Water gun, Expert, Transform beginner. Tackle, beginner. Slam, beginner. Using a long tail or vine to slam the opponent. This is a normal type skill. Bounce, beginner. Jumps high into the air to attack the opponent. Sometimes causes paralysis. This is a flying type skill. Although it gained 2 physical skills, the bounce skill is somewhat useless. After all, in a real fight, the opponent wouldn't just stand there waiting for your big but to land on their face. It's not like they have a special hobby for that. However, if combined with the paralysis from the shroomish and group battles, it could still be somewhat useful. Nevertheless, the acquisition of skills brought Marilia one step closer to becoming a true dragon-slaying warrior. After reviewing the attribute panel, Cieli called Ralu Razi, who was confused because her skills had no effect to her side, and instructed, teleportation requires a target. You need to determine a target to teleport to. Practice more. In the future, we will rely on you for running and chasing. You are the only hope for our team, and in my heart, you are the most important. She poured out a bowl of chicken soup. Ralu Razi immediately felt the heavy burden on her shoulders, ignoring the flirtatious remark behind her, and nodded her little head to indicate she understood. After confirming that Ralu Razi was clear about her short-term training plan, Cieli let her practice on her own and then called her best friend, the water rabbit, over, saying Marilia needs to practice slam more after evolving, which is the skill of using the tail to hit, and the bounce from the sky. The requirements are not high, but the speed of the bounce must be fast, and the landing must be precise, understand? Once you have the opportunity to learn play rough and ice punch, you will truly be a dragon-slaying warrior. As the great dragon-type nemesis, Cieli still held high hopes for Marilia. After instructing the 2 little ones, Cieli briefly contemplated before feeling sleepy. She simply set up the tent, and except for the charging bear and the Pokeball, the rest of the Pokémon were outside the tent guarding it. Chapter 30. Almost became a Pokémon champion in the early morning. The campfire from the previous night had long extinguished, leaving only a little residual warmth, as if telling people it once warmed the world. The morning mist, carrying dew, spread throughout the forest, making the already quiet forest feel even cooler. The morning mist quietly seeped through the tent's seams and approached Cieli, who was still immersed in a dream. In the dream, Cieli was commanding the Feeba to use Origin Pulse with a spirited expression. Several circular points appeared in front of Feeba, and a few powerful beams of light shot out from the center of the circles, roaring towards the Mega Charizard X of Dandy. The swift and fierce speed made it impossible for Charizard to dodge, and it could only brace itself to take the attack. However, as one of the great gods of Hoenn's 3 Stooges crossed out, the great sea god Feeba's performance should be good enough to take it. Charizard directly fell from the sky, and Feeba achieved a 1-6, 1 against 6 feet, as the 1-6 feet concluded. The referee loudly announced that Cieli had won the final, and the entire audience stood up, giving thunderous applause. Cieli stood on the stage with arms outstretched, seemingly enjoying the shouts of victory. Sister Cabbage was wearing a sexy cheongsam, and her round figure swayed with her steps. Her eyes were charming, and she held the champion's trophy with her long and delicate hands as she slowly walked towards Cieli. At this moment, Cieli was giving Sister Cabbage a crazed, suggestive look, and Sister Cabbage welcomed his hints without refusal. Just as it seemed that a scene not suitable for children might occur after the match, suddenly, Feeba, who was standing by, unexpectedly turned against Cieli, gathering icy light in its mouth. A precise ice beam directly froze Cieli's face, making him feel an intense cold, as if he were no longer dreaming. Awakened unwillingly by Feeba, Cieli opened his sleepy eyes. Although he knew that everything that just happened was a dream, he couldn't wait any longer. He was about to take the trophy from Sister Cabbage's delicate hands, and then he would be the champion of the entire region. If he could hold on a bit longer, he might even engage in some scenes not suitable for children with Sister Cabbage. At this moment, Cieli's resentment towards Nidoking deepened. If it weren't for this big guy ruining his tent, it wouldn't be drafty, and he wouldn't have to be separated from Sister Cabbage. The more he thought about it, the angrier Cieli became. He could only helplessly release the seal on his body. Crawling out the seal, he unzipped the tent and prepared to lead his Pokémon for a morning check. Outside the tent, Shroomish had already awakened and was vigorously waving its fists, trying to attach paralysis powder to its punches as Cieli had mentioned earlier. This way, its punches would be like a whip dipped in iodine, hitting while disinfecting. However, the paralysis powder couldn't stick to the sonic punch at the moment, as the speed of the punch was too swift, causing the powder to fall off immediately. However, the road to success is always winding. Seeing the paralysis powder fall off its fists again, Shroomish didn't get too discouraged and continued to work hard in place. Meanwhile, Ralu Razi, having drunk Cieli's motivational soup last night, was also training hard on her teleportation skill. Compared to yesterday's standing still as punishment, this time, Ralu Razi's little face was scrunched up as if she were struggling to use the restroom. After brewing the skill for a while, she managed to teleport 4 to 5 steps from her original position. This 4 to 5 steps count was based on Ralu Razi's movement speed, but it was still a small distance moved. Although the skill took too long to activate and the distance was very short, it was still a significant improvement compared to yesterday. Ralu Razi's best friend, Marilialai, was also adapting to her new skills. The use of the tail to slam was manageable, and she could gather strength to hit the wood, but the bounce skill was always erratic, often hitting in the wrong direction. Cieli, looking speechless at Marilialai, saw her leap high into the air, using both feet to slam down towards her best friend Ralu Razi. Ralu Razi stood still without fear, but as expected, Marilialai crashed down onto the ground beside her, truly a case of operations fierce as a tiger, but with a record of 205. Not wanting to disturb the hard-training Pokémon, Cieli released the charging bear, which had rested overnight. At this moment, the charging bear had awakened from its coma. Under the application of the healing spray, its wounds had healed, but it still looked somewhat listless. Feeling sorry, Cieli gently patted the charging bear's head and sprayed healing medicine all over its body again. The coolness of the medicine made the charging bear shiver. First, eat these cubes, then we'll see if you've learned any new skills. One of the new skills is sleep, and after eating, you can use it to recover some stamina. Cieli took out an energy cube and fed it to the charging bear, advising it. The charging bear lowered its head and ate the energy cube that Cieli handed over in small bites. The replenishment of energy cubes allowed its depleted stamina to recover to a level where it could use its skills. After finishing the energy cube, the charging bear pondered the use of its new skill in its mind, adjusted its posture by lying down, and began to release psychic energy from within. Before long, bubbles started to appear from its nose as it fell asleep. As time passed, the energy continuously repaired every injury in its body and restored the charging bear's stamina. Not wanting to disturb the charging bear, which was in a sleeping state, Cieli called over the nearby Maril. Maril, who was summarizing its jumping experience, heard Cieli's voice and walked over with a puzzled expression. Maril? Maril? What does the trainer need? Maril said to Cieli with a confused look. I'll draw you a circle, and you just need to jump into that circle from near to far continuously, Cieli said, casually finding a relatively soft spot on the ground to draw a simple circle before speaking to Maril. Maril? Maril! Although it didn't understand why the trainer wanted it to jump in a circle out of trust for the trainer, Maril resolutely began to jump into the circle from near to far as instructed. Since the distance was from near to far, Maril gradually became more skilled with the distance and strength, and its accuracy significantly improved. Not want to guide the other two Pokémon anymore. Cieli understood that his grasp of boxing was still shallow. He was merely a verbal champion. If the paralysis sonic punch could succeed, that would be great, but if it didn't, it wouldn't matter. At worst, he could just use paralysis powder up close, which would have a similar effect. It was merely a difference between shoving the paralysis powder directly into the opponent's mouth and waiting for them to inhale it themselves. As for the psychic-type teleportation, Cieli was just as clueless. He could only rely on Ralts to work hard, skillfully starting to gather pots and pans. He prepared breakfast and called over the Pokémon who had finished training for a hearty meal. Mealtime, thanks to Nido King's generous contribution, Cieli's strength had greatly increased, perhaps after resting a bit for the charging bear to recover. He could challenge the Pokémon group he had previously been afraid to face. Cieli picked up a pen and began writing and drawing on paper to plan today's list of targets. Chapter 31, Ambush. No martial virtue, taking out the simple map marked during his previous encounter with the Pokémon group of a charging bear, and excluding some wild Pokémon without fixed bases and those that could call for help, Cieli quickly planned the best list of hunters and routes for today. The first target was naturally his former benefactor, and unlike the previous trading partner, the hunting Butterfree family. This time, the hunting Butterfree group was not as powerful in terms of Pokémon level or number as the one encountered in the Orange Blossom Forest. It was a relatively small group, and no toxic Butterfree or other hunting Butterfree groups were found nearby, meaning that if he were to attack them, it was highly likely they would have no backup. Moreover, if there had been no significant changes in their group recently, it should still consist of 2 hunting Butterfree and 1 toxic Butterfree, along with a small number of Caterpie and Metapod and several random Bug-type Pokémon. The highest levels of the group were those 2 hunting Butterfree, at levels 28 and 29. The tricky part was that the opponent had the Flying-type move Tailwind. If both hunting Butterfree used Tailwind to attack CLE's Shroomish, the previous elite-level Shroomish might have been knocked out on the spot, but now, the evolved elite-level Shroomish could last a bit longer before going down. Furthermore, since the opponents were Bug and Flying types against Grass and Fighting-type Shroomish, CLE's damage would only be a quarter of the usual, while the damage received would increase fourfold, and vice versa. However, the reason for choosing them was that, according to the system panel, the only threats to CLE's Shroomish were the Flying-type Tailwind and the Bug-type Leech Life, while the others were harmless. As for their little minion, the Toxic Butterfree, it had just completed its evolution and was not very high in level. If it hadn't had any major opportunities recently, it would be at most level 15, just right for Ralts to practice against. As for the remaining little Carapace Pokémon, he would let the Water-type Marill take 1 down with each attack. After carefully arranging the hunting Butterfree family, CLE checked the Pokémon status. The Charging Bear was back to its original state thanks to the sleep and healing items, while the other Pokémon were well-fed and ready to go. Among them, Ralts was especially excited, ever since learning from CLE that it could evolve after just a few major battles. The temptation of evolution made Ralts eager to transform into a powerful form and rush to the hunting Butterfree's home to wreak havoc and prove itself. Looking at the spirited Pokémon, CLE waved his hand, and the battle-crazy Ralalaisai quickly used telekinesis to pack the items into the space backpack. Then, it jumped into CLE's arms with the backpack, and the whole team set off. However, caution was still necessary, so only the Charge Bear and Ralalaisai were left for reconnaissance, while Dolly Mushroom and Ma Li were recalled into their Pokeballs, to be released when the battle began, resting in their Pokeballs during the journey to save energy. Under the guidance of Charge Bear, CLE quickly arrived at the territory of the hunting butterflies. The territory of the hunting butterflies was located beside a small lake, where a few mosquito tadpoles were frolicking in the light blue water, and occasionally a koi would jump out. By the lake was a very small flower, carefully tended by the hunting butterflies. Although small, the colorful flowers bloomed in abundance under their care, and 2 hunting butterflies were diligently collecting pollen and nectar. The happy hunting butterflies were unaware that an unexpected guest was quietly observing them from behind a nearby tree. From the scene, it was clear that there were only 2 hunting butterflies present, and no poison butterflies appeared. CLE had 2 guesses regarding the absence of poison butterflies. One was that, considering the living habits of poison butterflies, they preferred to be active at night, so they might just be switching places with the hunting butterflies at this time. The second guess was that the poison butterflies had been expelled from this group, as he had previously seen that the group mostly consisted of poison butterflies and hunting butterflies. The absence of poison butterflies now suggested a high probability of expulsion. Regardless of whether it was guess 1 or 2, it was excellent news for CLE. Even better news was that it was still morning, not noon, and the hunting butterflies were currently separated from the main group, collecting nectar and pollen. If he acted against the 2 of them now, even if they called for help at first, the speed of the stinging worm and shield cocoon would not be fast enough to provide assistance. Everything was in his favor: the timing, the location, and the circumstances. As long as it wasn't a bloodwing dragon catching him off guard, he couldn't lose. Without hesitation, he called out Dolly Mushroom and Molly Lou Lee, changing the original strategy of restraining the hunting butterflies to gang up on the isolated hunting butterflies in front of them, and then deal with the low-level stinging worm and shield cocoon. Looking at the 2 hunting butterflies in the distance, who were focused on collecting pollen and nectar, CLE said without hesitation, "The umbrella mushroom releases paralysis powder. Mix the paralysis powder into the flower C." The umbrella mushroom nodded in understanding, and with a slight tremble of its body, the paralysis powder was carried by the gentle breeze into the flower C, heading towards the hard-working hunting butterflies. Rampardos, start sharpening your claws now. Sharpen as many times as you can. Once the paralysis powder takes effect, regardless of which one it is, first use your head to attack the one that hasn't been affected, and be sure to heavily injure it. When Rampardos charges out, Larvitar, use your psychic power to control its attack target trying to make it briefly lose balance, and Maril, you go help finish it off. After explaining to the group of Pokémon with Rampardos, they nodded to indicate their understanding. Rampardo's claws gleamed with a white light as they rubbed against each other, suddenly becoming extraordinarily sharp. Maril also didn't idle, curling up into a ball to increase her defense. Meanwhile, Larvitar focused on the hunting butterflies, waiting for the paralysis powder to take effect. As the paralysis powder continued to disperse, soon a hunting butterfly close to Xie Li suddenly felt its wings go out of control. Electric arcs danced across its body, and with a bang, the paralyzed hunting butterfly suddenly fell into the flower's sea, stirring up a flurry of petals. The other hunting butterfly, hearing the sound, just turned its head. From a distance, Larvitar saw the moment had come. Her purple eyes flashed, and with a downward press of her hands, she sent her psychic attack straight at the hunting butterfly. While Rampardos and Maril stopped their enhancements and charged out from behind the tree towards the unaffected hunting butterfly. The hunting butterfly that had just turned to check the situation was suddenly slammed to the ground by the descending psychic force, as if it were being suppressed like the legendary Buddha suppressing the Monkey King. Larvitar, not daring to be negligent, increased the psychic output. However, the level difference allowed the hunting butterfly to quickly struggle free from the psychic bindings. Just as the hunting butterfly flew up from the ground and was about to use Gust to fiercely teach a lesson to this audacious attacker, it suddenly caught sight of an unknown object wrapped in white light, rushing towards it at an unavoidable speed. Followed closely by a blue jump, crossed out, Maril leaping high with its feet. There was no time to dodge, and with 3 claw sharpenings, even the basic enhancement made Rampardo's attack something the hunting butterfly could not withstand. Unsurprisingly, it was sent flying, landing straight on the ground nearby. Maril, who had come crashing down from above, pressed down hard on it, producing a puff sound as the hunting butterfly rolled its eyes back, nearly vomiting its insides, and fainted. Chapter 32. Butterflies produce honey. I think it's very reasonable. Just as Maril executed a jumping move from above, pinning the hunting butterfly beneath her and turning it into a hunting butterfly pancake, the hunting butterfly that had just recovered from paralysis looked on in shock, staring at its companion, who usually flew alongside it, being harshly pressed down by a plump blue and white rabbit. An intense anger surged within it, gathering in its eyes, and a mournful cry escaped its elongated mouthparts. The once innocent eyes now gleamed with murderous intent under the influence of rage. Without hesitation, it flapped its colorful wings forcefully forward, instantly creating a small whirlwind in front of the hunting butterfly. With the beautiful wings flapping, this small whirlwind surged towards Maril at an extremely rapid speed. At that moment, Maril, who was preparing to stand up, was completely unaware that the other hunting butterfly had briefly escaped from paralysis and was angrily launching Gust behind her. Larvitar, seeing her good friend in danger, had her purple eyes brewing with power, ready to deflect the hunting butterfly's attack with psychic force to protect Maril, but it was too late. The small whirlwind mercilessly struck Maril's back, sending her flying into the air and crashing into a large tree, causing the tree to shake violently from the impact. However, unfortunately, even though Maril was sent flying, her companion lay on the ground, uncertain of life or death. At this moment, the hunting butterfly's once bright eyes had turned into the dazed eyes of a mosquito coil, its vividly colored wings weakly drooping to the ground, appearing utterly helpless. Seeing the state of its companion, a wailing sound echoed again. At this moment, the hunting swallowtail's eyes were bloodshot, fixed intensely on Mariluri, who was slowly standing up under the tree, as if it wanted to crush her to ashes. Once again, it flapped its wings, the anger in its heart coalescing into a whirlwind in its chest. At this moment, the whirlwind, fueled by the hatred in the hunting swallowtail's heart, grew even stronger than before, no longer the original silver gray, but mixed with a hint of blood red. Unfortunately, the hunting swallowtail's attention was entirely on Mariluri, completely unaware that a long, slender creature had already approached it. Suddenly, the elongated creature leapt high, its sharp claws covered in white light, and swiftly struck fiercely at the back of the hunting swallowtail. The hunting swallowtail was jolted by the sudden attack from the charging bear, but the hatred in its heart sustained it. Its frail body, like a candle in the wind, did not fall from this blow and remained standing strong on the field. With a cry filled with hatred, the hunting swallowtail blew the blood-colored whirlwind fiercely towards the now standing Mariluri. However, Larializ's psychic power, though late, hit the hunting swallowtail's side with great force, causing its aim to deviate significantly. This slight misalignment made the hatred-fueled strike hit directly into the nearby sea of flowers, causing petals to fall like rain from the air, creating a scene of exquisite beauty. Watching the flowers see that they had painstakingly cared for being destroyed by their own move, the hunting butterfly could no longer support its damaged body. It struggled to glide towards its companion, finally stumbling and collapsing onto its partner. With that, the battle came to an end. Mariliali rubbed her aching back and slowly walked over, ignoring the fallen hunting butterfly and heading straight towards where Cieli was hiding. The charging bear retracted its sharp claws, and the mushroom Pokémon emerged from the bushes nearby. Meanwhile, Cieli also slowly walked out of the forest holding Ralts, who looked sorrowfully at the last hunting butterfly as it fell. Just as she was about to say something to Cieli, she suddenly felt a surge of warmth sweep through her body, and a source of energy began to emanate from deep within. Without time to say more, Ralts hurriedly jumped down from Cieli's arms and quickly stood on the battlefield. Mariliali, who was skillfully applying medicine to herself, excitedly dropped her supplies and rushed to Ralts' side, eagerly watching the unfolding scene. A familiar white light enveloped Ralts' body from the inside out, and the energy of evolution began to change her form. Her originally petite, lowly figure gradually elongated, and as the white light dissipated, the Pokémon within was revealed. It appeared like a pure and innocent girl, with slender legs seemingly covered in green stockings. Just the legs alone could attract the crowd. The girl's hair no longer completely obscured her eyes. Instead, she had shoulder-length bangs that revealed one cool eye, and the two red horns on her head had shifted to the sides, resembling hair clips. At this moment, the pure and aloof girl, Kirlia, made her dazzling entrance. The pure and aloof girl joyfully twirled her dress, familiarizing herself with her new appearance before embracing Mariliali, who was eagerly waiting beside her. The two Pokémon then held hands and ran off to chat, resembling a mother leading her daughter. Cieli smiled with satisfaction as he watched Ralts take another step closer to Gardevoir. Now that the girl had arrived, how far could the wife be? He then opened the system panel to check Kirlia's new attribute panel. Battle ended, Shroomish gained experience. Battle ended, Charging Bear gained experience. Battle ended, Mariliali gained experience. Battle ended. Ralts gained experience. Ralts evolved into Kirlia. Kirlia gained new skills. The panel still displayed the familiar battle level-up system. This time, the target hunting butterflies were all elite level, and the experience gained by Pokémon of the same elite level was not much, with even Mariliali not leveling up but getting close. Pokémon, Ralts Kirlia gender, level, 20 elite, ability, telepathy held item, none skills, call beginner, psychic expert, hypnosis proficient, teleport beginner, confusion ray beginner, fires a mysterious beam at the opponent. Sometimes confuses the opponent. Shadow clone beginner, creates clones to confuse the opponent. After evolving into Kirlia, two new skills were added: the psychic special attack skill Confusion Ray and the general transformation skill Shadow Clone. With Confusion Ray, Kirlia no longer needed to rely solely on psychic to suppress her opponents. After all, if the enemy struggled even a bit when her level was insufficient, they could easily break free, and the impact damage from psychic was not very strong, relying more on squeezing the opponent. However, Confusion Ray was different. It directly fired a powerful beam to impact the opponent, making it much more aggressive than psychic. As for Shadow Clone, it seemed somewhat useless given the existence of teleport, but it was better to have it than not. If they encountered an opponent who could predict teleport, using Shadow Clone to interfere would be quite effective. After slightly assessing the future positioning of Kirlia's two new skills, Cieli took out his previous planning notebook for her future and began to write and draw. Meanwhile, the considerate Shroomish had already brought Charging Bear a bottle to collect honey stored in the hunting butterfly's mouth and abdomen. Shroomish directly pulled on the hunting butterfly's long proboscis and delivered a strong blow to its abdomen. Due to the intense pressure on its abdomen, the hunting butterfly could no longer withstand the feeling of its insides churning. The honey it had painstakingly collected began to flow out continuously. Seeing this, Charging Bear quickly raised its hands with the jar, carefully collecting all of it, looking at the somewhat murky but fragrant honey in front of him. The Charging Bear dipped its paw slightly into the liquid and tasted it. Unable to resist, it nodded to the umbrella mushroom, indicating that this flavor was just as good, if not sweeter, than before. The nearby umbrella mushroom, seeing the Charging Bear's admiration for the hunting butterfly's nectar, immediately understood that this creature still had value to extract. Without holding back, it swiftly struck the hunting butterfly's abdomen with force. The hunting butterfly, which had been slightly dizzy, instantly had its eyes rolling back. The nectar it had worked hard to collect began to flow continuously from the corner of its mouth. After a bit of struggle, the umbrella mushroom looked at the now thinner hunting butterfly and, confirming that it really had no more nectar, helplessly tossed it aside. It grabbed the companion of the hunting butterfly and began a new round of operations. Meanwhile, CLE, watching the actions of the umbrella mushroom and the charging bear, felt a dark cloud on his forehead. How could someone as upright as him end up with Pokémon that acted in such a way? Just as he was about to stop this violence, he glanced at the bug honey in the charging bear's paw, estimated its value, and halted his steps. Survival of the fittest, the laws of the jungle. Besides, he was only collecting bug honey and hadn't done anything heinous. Moreover, it would be too cruel to open up the hunting butterfly's stomach to extract the honey inside. After comparing, Cieli suddenly felt that what his charging bear and umbrella mushroom were doing was relatively humane. Soon, the two troublemakers finished collecting the bug honey. Cieli, who had been waiting for a long time with healing medicine, simply treated the two hunting butterflies. After all, overexploitation was not advisable. One must adhere to sustainable development. Chapter 33. Raiding the home, after putting 2 jars of fresh bug honey into his backpack and confirming that there were no oversights on the battlefield, Cieli was about to lead his Pokémon away from the crime scene. However, he suddenly remembered that these 2 hunting butterflies seemed to belong to a group and were not the kind of Pokémon that wandered around without territory. Furthermore, during his last trade with another group of hunting butterflies, the other party had offered bug honey in exchange for healing medicine. This meant that this group likely had a habit of storing bug honey as well. After all, the world of Pokémon might not be the same as Blue Star, and it's very possible that these butterflies also had the habit of storing nectar. Taking action was better than just thinking, considering that there might still be valuable bug honey waiting for him. Even if he didn't collect silk from the spiny caterpillars for the fabric shop, that would still be money. Tempted by the prospect of making money, Cieli unhesitatingly changed direction and headed toward the group. A few minutes earlier in the forest by the flower sea, a group of spiny caterpillars was leisurely munching on the juicy leaves on the branches, completely unconcerned about being caught by the kingler and the swallow. After all, their group had not seen any external enemies for a long time, and a few beetle cocoons and shield cocoons were quietly storing energy beneath the trees, waiting for the opportunity to transform into butterflies. However, this tranquility was soon shattered by a mournful cry from the direction of the flower sea. Upon hearing the familiar sound, the spiny caterpillars nervously raised their heads. Shortly after the first cry, an even louder one followed. At this moment, even the usually calm beetle cocoons and shield cocoons could no longer remain composed, and the entire group began to panic. This voice was not unfamiliar to them. It belonged to their clan leader. Judging by the intensity of the cry, the leader must have encountered a very powerful external enemy. After anxiously waiting for a while and realizing that it was only their leader's voice, and that the voice of the leader's wife had not come from the flower sea, it seemed that the strong enemy might have been a sudden ambush, but was quickly repelled. Relieved, the spiny caterpillars lowered their heads and resumed eating the leaves, while a few more alert, spiny caterpillars scampered down from the trees and cautiously hid in the bushes. Raiding time, however, the culprit, Cieli, did not make them wait long. A beam of illusionary light shot from the direction of the flower sea, directly knocking one spiny caterpillar that was nibbling on leaves off the tree, stunning it with a powerful blow. Following closely, a water column struck another spiny caterpillar that had just raised its head to assess the situation, knocking it down as well. Just as the spiny caterpillars were in a panic, trying to flee to the ground, the charging bear led the charge. Its paws glimmered with white light as it forcefully slashed down at a nearby beetle cocoon, knocking it unconscious. The shield cocoon nearby, witnessing this brutal scene, was about to resist when suddenly a kangaroo-like Pokémon appeared in front of it, its fists wrapped in white light, and with one punch, it knocked the shield cocoon to the ground. Looking at the strong enemies surrounding them under the tree, a desperate group of stingers struggled to use their silk to hinder the opponents, trying to buy time for their companions to escape. However, all of this was in vain under absolute power. All the stingers present, including those previously hiding in the bushes, as well as the immobile shell and shield cocoons, were knocked unconscious by Cieli. Looking at the dizzy insect Pokémon scattered on the ground, Cieli sneered, recalling how the former version of them was unattainable, while the current version could be taken down with a single punch. Opening the system, he found that the experience gained from bullying so many little ones was pitifully low. Not enough for any of them to level up, except for the significant increase in proficiency from defeating opponents. He directed the bear to sniff around for insect honey, while Kairu used telekinesis to collect the silk, making sure not to gather the silk from the shell and shield cocoons, or else they would die. After giving a few instructions to the Pokémon, Cieli sat aside, commanding them to start their looting operation. The bear raised its head, seriously using its nose to search every corner of the forest for the scent of insect honey, while Kairu, along with her close friend, adhered to the principle of not leaving empty-handed, diligently squeezed out the silk from each stinger and formed it into circles. Here, the scent is here. Hurry! The scent-sensitive bear quickly found a smell similar to insect honey and began to dig at the base of a large tree. However, the tree was too smooth, and realizing it couldn't climb up, the bear hurriedly called for its teammates. Hearing the bear's voice, all the Pokémon gathered under the big tree. Looking at the tree hole above, everyone couldn't help but worry. Good news! It seemed they found the insect honey. If all went well, it should be inside the tree hole right in front of them. Bad news. The tree was just too smooth, and neither Cieli nor the Pokémon could climb up. Looking at the width and height of this big tree, and then looking at his tools and the skills of his Pokémon, it didn't seem like it could be broken. Pokémon skills, climbing trees. Suddenly, Cieli, who was struggling with how to climb the tree, remembered that he seemed to have a way to get up there. Looking at the cold girl Cerulean and the water rabbit Marilioli duo in front of him, Cieli had a bold idea in his mind. Cerulean, can you use your telekinesis to wrap around Marilioli and send her to the tree hole? Cieli asked Cerulean and Marilioli. The reason he didn't rush in himself with the mushroom Pokémon was that all three of them were melee fighters, not noble spellcasters. If there was something hidden in the tree hole, they would be helpless except for taking hits. Hearing the voice, Cerulean thought seriously for a moment and then glanced at her good friend. Seeing her friend nodding without hesitation, her purple eyes suddenly glimmered as she pointed her slender little hand at Marilioli. Telekinesis wrapped around Marilioli, carefully bringing her closer to the location of the tree hole. Just as Marilioli was floating in midair and about to approach the tree hole, a whirlwind rushed out from within the hole, sweeping towards Marilioli. Prepared, Marilioli did not hesitate to spray the water gun she had stored in her mouth. However, the whirlwind shattered the water gun, and the residual force still rushed towards Marilioli. Fortunately, Cerulean, who had been paying attention below, promptly pulled Marilioli down, allowing her to narrowly avoid the whirlwind. Still shaken, Marilioli was gently placed on the ground by Cerulean. At that moment, the attacker slowly flew out from the tree hole. It turned out to be Chapter 34, The Final Scream. From the tree hole, a Pokémon émerged slowly. This Pokémon had an oval-shaped purple body resembling a purple sweet potato, with yellow compound eyes containing 3 black dots each. It had golden, stick-like antennae on its head and 2 pairs of legs at the bottom, which were deep pink color, different from its body. Unlike the brightly colored and stunning wings of the hunting butterfly, this Pokémon's wings were simply green, decorated only with a few red circular patterns, making it look exceptionally ugly overall. Upon seeing Cieli and his group, the poison powder moth did not attack immediately. Instead, it paused briefly before emitting a loud, chirping sound, seemingly questioning Cieli and the others. However, upon hearing the chirping, Cieli seemed to guess something and leaned down beside Cerulean, whispering, "Is it calling for reinforcements?" "No, it's just simply questioning who we are and why we're approaching its clan's tree hole." The voice of the translation officer Cerulean, sweet like a girless, echoed in Cieli's mind. "Then tell it that we are hunters sent by the hunting swallowtail to seek help, as a great King Yin and a group of Proudbone Yans have invaded the clan. The hunting swallowtail tribe leader sent us to request its assistance." Suddenly realizing that the poison powder moth's poison powder skill had inexplicably reached a master level of proficiency and with not much antidote on him, Cieli did not want to confront it directly. If he could trick it down from the air, it would be great to let it lead the way while he backstabbed it and took it down without a fight. After all, as the ancients said, all's fair in war. Although he hadn't read military texts in his past life, he had thoroughly studied the romance of the 3 kingdoms on his computer, especially the adaptations made by some media before his crossing, like the battle between Guan Yu and Sun Shangxiang, and Zhang Fei outsmarting Diao Chan, which he had watched countless times, despite the female actors being a bit unattractive. Cerulean rolled her eyes at Cieli's terrible idea. Chelu, your clan is being invaded by the great King Yin and a group of Proudbone Yans. The hunting swallowtail tribe leader asked me to call you for support. We didn't send the stinging tailbug because it's too slow. That's why we came to notify you." Seeing the confusion on the other side's face, Qilu Lian hurriedly explained. The poison powder moth floated in the air as if pondering something, when suddenly, the charging bear beside them shouted in pain, "Cha! Cha! There's poison powder in the air, everyone be careful." Realizing that their plan was exposed, the poison powder moth no longer delayed and gathered its flying energy in its green wings. Soon, a small whirlwind formed, and with a flap of its wings, the whirlwind charged straight at Cieli. Amid the charging bear's painful cries, Cieli quickly sensed something was off. A fine dust floated behind the poison powder moth, continuously releasing toward him. "I've been played. How infuriating. After hunting geese all day, I've been pecked in the eye." A flash of regret crossed his mind. But now was not the time to lament. The opponent's attack was already coming at him. Cieli swiftly rolled to the side, skillfully dodging the poison powder moth's whirlwind attack, which kicked up a cloud of dust upon hitting the ground. Noticing that its skill had missed, the poison powder moth paused for a moment, but quickly regained its composure and prepared to launch another psychic attack at Cieli. However, it was too late. Maliliali used water gun to restrict its movement. Qilu Lian anticipated this and cast Illusion Ray, knocking it down. Avoiding the attack, Cieli quickly steadied himself, running towards Qilu Lian's position while directing his Pokémon to counterattack. Suddenly, a column of water shot skyward toward the airborne poison powder moth. Realizing that if hit, its wings would get wet, and it would be done for, the poison powder moth tried to dodge the incoming water gun, but it played right into Qilu Lian's strategy. As purple circles rapidly struck the helpless poison powder moth, the poison powder moth, directly hit by the illusion ray, emitted a sound of collision as it began to fall from the sky. Unfortunately, the illusion ray was a new skill for Qilu Lian and did not have much power. Before it hit the ground, the poison powder moth quickly stabilized its balance and floated back into the air. At this moment, its eyes sparkled with purple light, and an invisible force quickly locked on his Cieli, wrapping around him. Unfortunately, by now, Cieli had already run behind Qilu Lian. Noticing that the poison powder moth was preparing to attack her trainer with psychic power, Qilu Lian didn't bother to cast another illusion ray and quickly used her own psychic power to counter it. The two psychic powers intertwined in the air, colliding and pressing against each other in a battle for dominance. However, the poison powder moth's psychic power, being bug and poison type, could not match Qilu Lian's psychic and fairy types. Soon, Qilu Lian's psychic force gained the upper hand, breaking through the intertwined wall of the poison powder moth's psychic energy and crashing forcefully into it. The poison powder moth, feeling the pain as its psychic energy was overcome, was unable to dodge and was knocked back a considerable distance. But would this be the end? It knew its opponent was not alone. In front of the poison powder moth, Maliliali was gathering water energy in its mouth, and seeing that it had completed its charge, a thicker column of water shot toward the dazed poison powder moth. Meanwhile, the charging bear, having had the toxins removed by the antidote taken from the backpack, was angrily launching needle bombs at the poison powder moth. With the luck of a true champion, the charging bear unexpectedly dealt maximum damage, and several needles, like the rain of hidden weapons from a Tangmin novel, formed a dense barrage toward the poison powder moth. Both attacks struck the floating poison powder moth simultaneously, and in an instant, there was a loud explosion, and a thick fog rose into the air. Within the fog, the poison powder moth weakly fell from the sky. However, the poison powder moth, relying on its strong willpower and anger at Cieli's attack on its clan, did not accept defeat easily. Trembling, it propped its four legs against the ground, its eyes weak but determined to launch another psychic attack at Cieli. But how could Cieli's top general allow that? After the poison powder moth was hit in the air by the charging bear and Maliliali, the Shroomish had long predicted where it would fall and had been waiting. Upon seeing the poison powder moth still intent on attacking its trainer, the Shroomish did not hesitate to use Sonic Punch, delivering a powerful blow to the poison powder moth's head. There was a loud crash, and a small pit appeared in the ground, with the poison powder moth's head embedded in it. Though he didn't know how the poison powder moth realized he wasn't a good person, it was ridiculous for it to think it could stop him with just one Pokémon. He ordered the Shroomish to scrape off the scales from the poison powder moth, as the pharmacy still accepted them. Even a mosquito is meat. Chapter 35. Harvest time. Cieli's Shroomish, with its ability to heal from poison, was not afraid of the poison powder moth's toxic scales. Patiently, it worked on the flapping moth, thoroughly examining it from head to toe, ultimately discovering that it had only scraped off a tiny bit of scales. Looking at the scale powder scraped from the large moth after a long time of scraping by the toadstool mushroom, Cieli felt speechless. It turned out that such a big moth only yielded this little bit of toxic powder, which probably wouldn't even weigh enough to be measured at the pharmacy. In the end, he could only helplessly let the toadstool mushroom find a place to discard it. Now that a big prize was about to be opened, Cieli felt that this was more of a negligible gain, barely worth mentioning, akin to the hair of a mosquito. Watching the toadstool mushroom sprinkle the scale powder directly on the moth, Cieli instructed Carillion to use psychic power to lift Marilioli again, drifting towards the tree hole. This time, everything went smoothly, and with psychic power wrapping around Marilioli, they quickly reached the entrance of the tree hole. They paused for a moment at the entrance, waiting for Marilioli to charge up her water gun before cautiously approaching the hole. Marilioli carefully poked her head into the tree hole. Immediately, she discovered that inside the hole, besides a few Pokémon eggs, there was a large pile of sparkling bug honey. Supporting herself with her hands at the entrance, she quickly drilled inside, while shouting to Carillion using psychic power below the tree. Luli, come up quickly, bring a bottle, there is a lot of bug honey here. Her excited voice reached Cyrillion's ears. Seeing that Marilioli had already steadied herself at the entrance of the cave, Carillion quickly used telepathy to communicate with Cieli. Cieli, Marilioli said there's a lot of bug honey inside this tree hole. What should we do now? Is there really a lot of bug honey inside? Can you let her see if these bottles are enough? After hearing the voice in his mind, Cieli took out the few remaining empty bottles from his spatial backpack without hesitation and said to Carillion. Carillion looked up and shouted a few times at Marilioli in the tree, but Marilioli, seeing the few empty bottles placed on the ground by Cieli, shook her head helplessly at Carillion. Watching her good friend sway like an egg, the translator Carillion suppressed a laugh and said to Cieli without hesitation, "There aren't enough bottles. We need more." Cieli calculated in his mind the approximate price of a bottle of bug honey at the guild and the remaining potion prices, taking out all the remaining potions from his spatial backpack. The healing potions were definitely off limits, and looking at the antidotes and paralysis cures in front of him, Cieli hesitated for a moment. In the game, these two statuses would accompany the Pokémon unless removed with skills. Poisoning, in particular, would cause the Pokémon to faint over time, but after thinking it through, Cieli realized that the remaining enemies basically didn't have any particularly strong poison-type skills. However, the paralysis effect was uncertain. He put away the paralysis cure and said to the watching Ji Chongxiong, "Don't waste it. You were poisoned earlier, and you might still have residual poison now. Drinking a few more bottles won't hurt." Ji Chongxiong reluctantly took the antidote, and after drinking 2 bottles in a row, his face turned black, indicating that he really couldn't drink anymore. Helpless, Cieli glanced around and saw Carillion nearby. The girl, seeing the antidote in Cieli's hand, was so startled that she covered her mouth and shook her head vigorously. Seeing the resistant Pokémon, Cieli could only helplessly tilt his head back and gulp down the remaining antidote. Ugh! After one gulp, he immediately spat it out. It turned out that the antidote smelled like disinfectant, a scent that made Cieli's stomach twist, and he promptly vomited it out. With tears in his eyes, he could only pour a few bottles of antidote on the ground, carefully wash the bottles to prevent the honey from mixing with other odors, and place the bottles back on the ground. This time, without Carillion's reminder, Cieli looked up at Marilioli in front of the tree hole. After hesitating for a moment and silently estimating, Marilioli nodded, indicating that there should be enough bottles below. After receiving Marilioli's affirmation, Cieli said to Carillion, "Use psychic power to bring the bottles up, help Marilioli pack them, and then drop them down. Don't worry, we will catch them below." In fact, both the medicine bottles and antidote bottles were made of flexible materials. As long as there were no sharp objects on the ground, the bottles would not be damaged by collisions. Nodding silently to Cieli, Carillion once again used psychic power to wrap herself and the bottles, floating to the entrance of the tree hole, starting to pack the honey from the tree hole with her good friend. Meanwhile, Cieli and the others below could only stay alert and patiently wait for Carillion and Marilioli to finish packing the bottles and drop them down. Harvest time, however, Carillion did not make Cieli wait long under the tree. Soon, the bottles filled with honey began to slowly drop in front of Cieli one after another, wrapped in psychic power. With these honey bottles, combined with the honey extracted from the hunting butterflies earlier, Cieli now had a total of 13 bottles of honey. If the previous acquisition task had the lowest quality worth at least 13,000, then if it was top quality or good, it would be a windfall. He wouldn't need to walk through the green grass cave, but could directly take a boat to Kaina City. Thinking of this, Cieli felt very happy and carefully packed the honey into his space backpack. Meanwhile, in the tree hole, After confirming that the remaining honey was enough for the hunting butterflies to live for a while, Curlian floated down slowly with Marilioli from the tree hole. Soon, Cieli led the Pokémon away from the hunting butterflies' territory and continued towards another victim's home. Not long after Cieli left, the two hunting butterflies that had fainted in the flower sea shook their drowsy heads and, after waking up for a while, looked at each other. Neither had captured the other, although they didn't understand why they weren't taken. Just beaten up instead, they were at least relieved not to be separated. The happy hunting butterfly couple did not mourn the ruined flower sea. After all, as long as their loved one was still by their side, they could restore the flower sea eventually. Without their partner, it wouldn't matter if the flower sea still existed. After all, the Pokémon they used to gather nectar with was no longer there. The hunting butterfly couple, no longer in a mood to gather nectar, happily flew together into the forest. However, as they flew, they noticed something was off. The forest, which usually cheered upon seeing them, was now filled with cries of sorrow. Worried, they hurriedly flapped their wings faster to rush to the scene. Looking at the devastated group on the ground, although filled with anger, the hunting butterfly counted the number of Pokémon and found that, aside from being beaten up, the Stunfisk were inexplicably empty. Their silk had been squeezed out. The hunting butterfly couple calmed down. Their group had not diminished, and they could not defeat their opponent, so they decided to treat this as an unfortunate disaster. Suddenly, a bug sound emitted from the leader's mouth, and after waiting for a while, they realized that the Dustox, which should have appeared upon hearing the sound, did not show up. The butterfly couple felt something was wrong and hurriedly flew towards the tree hole. Under the big tree, they saw the Dustox still headfirst in the hole, its frail body barely moving, as if telling the butterfly couple that it was not dead yet. After struggling to pull the Dustox out of the pit, with no time to comfort it, the couple flew straight towards the tree hole. Upon peering inside, their eyes went dark and they fell straight down from the tree hole. Seeing their reaction, the Dustox also felt that something was wrong and hurriedly flew up to support them. After calming down, the hunting butterfly couple reluctantly accepted the fact that they had been robbed by bandits. Good news, their group did not lose any members. Bad news, a month's savings had been stolen and they would have to economize in the future. Silent tears flowed in their hearts. Damn bandits. Chapter 36. Sudden Change. Aki. What's going on? Why did I suddenly sneeze? It doesn't seem like I have a cold. Or is someone cursing me? Cieli, who sneezed inexplicably, turned his head in confusion and found no pollen or anything like that. He then cast a sharp gaze at the nearby Chikorita, who was mumbling to herself. Noticing Cieli's gaze, Chikorita innocently indicated that she didn't know. Looking at the cute and pure girl with an innocent face, what could Cieli do? He could only choose to smile and forgive her. Reluctantly, Cieli continued to follow the charging Ursaring as they traversed the orange blossom forest. Suddenly, the Ursaring in front and the Chikorita beside him looked warily at the sky. After a while, a powerful pressure came from the treetops, and a red figure swiftly flew past Cieli and the others, soaring away into the distance. It couldn't be wrong. What that guy said was not a lie. There really is one in this forest. Upon seeing the red wings sweep past overhead, Cieli felt uneasy. Although the speed of the figure was rapid, he was different from ordinary Pokémon trainers. As a time traveler who often played Pokémon games and grew up watching Pokémon before his journey, he might not have sensed the strong pressure as keenly as Chikorita and the others, but the familiar deep blue body, the white shell on its abdomen, and the iconic blood-red wings all told Cieli its identity. It was one of the demigods of Hoenn, a dual-type dragon and flying Pokémon. The most dangerous existence in the Hoenn region, the aerial overlord, the Bloodwing Dragon, known for its brutal nature, also called the Violent Dragon. Seeing the direction in which the Bloodwing Dragon was swooping down, Cieli immediately hesitated to head towards the next target point. After all, his next targets were a few Kintoro located by the lake in the Orange Flower Forest, and the flight path of the Bloodwing Dragon seemed to overlap with his targets. If it was heading there for a barbecue steak, he would likely end up being the charcoal. After a moment of inner hesitation, he glanced at the system panel and realized that his gains from hunting in the forest over the past few days were sufficient to support his departure to Wudo City after obtaining the Rock Badge in Kanaz City. He had enough money and Pokémon levels for now. As the ancients said, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. It wasn't that he was being timid. He just preferred to heed the advice of the ancients. Cieli helplessly said to his Urshifu, "Let's stop and not head in that direction anymore. Let's go back to Kanaz City." The Urshifu, just freed from the pressure, nodded without hesitation upon hearing Cieli's words. It carefully identified the direction and cautiously led Cieli through the forest towards the edge. While hiding carefully in the bushes, Cieli tried to minimize his presence. Just as he decided to turn back and started on his way, the Urshifu had brought him forward for only a short while when Kyra Lillian sensed a large gathering of Pokémon ahead. Adhering to the principle of caution, Cieli quickly found an inconspicuous bush to hide in. This bush was in an excellent position on the side of the approaching Pokémon, and there was a large tree as a barrier, so even if the others charged in his direction, he would be shielded. Seeing this big tree, one would consciously avoid it, and Cieli would not expose himself just because someone passed by unconsciously. Just as Cieli put away his aggressive attitude, holding Qi Lu Lian and carefully hiding in the bushes, he saw a group of Pokémon, all gray with a small horn on their heads, resembling the rhinos on Blue Star, running past from a distance. He cautiously opened the panel and looked at the rhinoceros Pokémon, with levels ranging from a maximum of 40 to a minimum of 6 and an average level above 30. At that moment, Cieli didn't dare to breathe. Even if he spotted a very low-level rhino cub in the group, he didn't dare to have any bad ideas. It's no joke. Just the leader of that group, even with all the Pokémon, including Cieli going up to challenge it, they might not stand a chance. Especially since it could use Earthquake. If that foot stomped down and took effect, it would probably take out everyone on Cieli's side. And he himself could be sent back to the starting point, going to hunt monsters instead. Feeling that the other party was not to be trifled with, Cieli cautiously peered towards the big tree, praying that the concealment skill he had mastered in the past few days would work. Perhaps the heavens favored fools, as the rhino group did not pass by the bushes where Cieli was hiding, but instead moved straight towards the other side of the forest. Just when Cieli was secretly rejoicing at having escaped, an unexpected occurrence happened. A familiar sense of pressure came from the air again. He saw a Pokémon that he did not want to see appear above the treetops in front of the rhino group. Its bloodthirsty gaze swept over the entire group of rhinoceroses as if they were toys, and its blood-colored wings undoubtedly revealed its terrifying identity. It was the Bloodwing Dragon that had just flown by. Hadn't it found the Tauros unappetizing? Just as Cieli was complaining in his heart, he suddenly noticed that there seemed to be a person on the Bloodwing Dragon. He saw a man in a black robe sitting on the Bloodwing Dragon, looking down at the rhinoceroses, his mouth moving as if he were saying something. Then the Bloodwing Dragon gathered Dragon-type energy in its mouth and forcefully spat it into the air. A sphere of Dragon-type energy shot towards the sky, and the sky immediately appeared to be filled with shooting stars. Not just appeared, but actually was. Just when Cieli thought he was seeing things, a mass of energy in the form of stars fell from the sky, howling down towards the group of rhinoceroses below. However, although the rhino leader was herbivorous, its strength was nothing to scoff at. It stomped its feet hard on the ground, and several massive rocks made of energy shot towards the Bloodwing Dragon in the sky. Unfortunately, upon seeing the rhino leader's rock barrage, the Bloodwing Dragon looked down with disdain and contempt, as if viewing an ant, and couldn't even be bothered to dodge. The meteor shower formed by dragon stars howled towards the rocks, instantly shattering the massive stones and continuing their momentum towards the rhino group, causing the rhinoceroses to wail in distress. As the dust settled, among the rhinoceroses, only the rhino leader stubbornly stood its ground, while the others had already fallen unconscious to the ground. It seemed that in the face of the strength of the quasi-divine Bloodwing Dragon, the rhino leader's strength was as inadequate as its taste. Looking at the standing rhino leader, the originally disdainful Bloodwing Dragon suddenly felt its dignity was challenged. A mere Pokémon, no bigger than an ant, actually dared to stand its ground. It opened its mouth and took a deep breath, and with a powerful expansion of its chest, a scorching flame was unleashed from the Bloodwing Dragon's mouth, directly hitting the already weakened rhino leader, knocking it down. In the struggle between the river clam and the fisherman benefits, but this one-sided slaughter was clearly more ruthless. At this moment, Cieli, hiding in the bushes, didn't even dare to breathe, secretly contemplating. As the rhino leader fell, the man in black on the dragon's back threw out several Pokeballs, capturing all the rhinos in one go. After retrieving all the Pokeballs, the Bloodwing Dragon flapped its wings and soared into the air instantly. This was different from other novels. Logically, the low-level rhino should have run towards him, and then the man in black would disdainfully abandon it, allowing him to tame it and embark on a path of vengeance for his clan. It seemed the author of this book was truly a failure. How could such a wonderful plot not be fleshed out? Damn it, looking at the scene that left no trace behind, Cieli couldn't help but complain a few times in his heart while observing from the bushes. Chapter 37. For a summary, data chapter can be skipped. Author's reminder. This chapter is a data chapter and could be skipped. Cieli, who had no intention of continuing to hunt, soon exited the forest under the guidance of the charging bear. Looking at the familiar path, Cieli couldn't help but sigh. C.S. Sanhan have finally returned. After carefully checking his bag, he found that he only had one bottle of healing medicine left, with no antidotes or detoxifiers remaining, as he had used them all to store bug nectar. In fact, during his exit from the forest, Cieli encountered several weak hunting Butterfree groups and Oddish groups, adhering to the thought that a thief shouldn't leave empty-handed, and that it would be foolish to not take advantage of a good opportunity. He unhesitatingly raided them. Not only did he gain a large amount of experience, but he also collected a significant amount of nectar, bug honey, bug silk, and bug powder, leaving only one bottle of healing medicine, while everything else was repurposed for materials. Shaking his head, he opened the system panel. Cieli, level 9 holding, 140,000 items. Berry Encyclopedia, Herbal Encyclopedia, Beginner Energy Cube Crafting Book, Capture Net, Poison Powder Pack. Energy Cube, excellent. Great Ball, Healing Medicine, Nectar, Bug Honey, 63 bundles of Stinging Caterpillar Silk, Bug Powder, Simple Energy Cube Crafting Machine, Damaged, Simple 10, Damaged, etc. Skills, Gathering Level 3, Expert. Trading Level 3, Expert. Escape Level 4, Master. Stealth Level 3, Expert. Traps Level 1, Novice. Capture Level 1, Novice. Fighting Level 3, Expert. Training Level 3, Expert. Cooking Level 3, Expert. Energy Cube Crafting Level 3, Expert. Thanks to the contributions of many victims, Cieli's skills had greatly improved, especially in gathering and fighting, as he continuously collected Pokémon materials and gathered berries they didn't want. Victim. At this moment, Cieli's gathering technique was exceptional. If given a stinging caterpillar now, he no longer needed to painfully squeeze its abdomen for silk as before. Just a gentle press on a few key points would make it spit out every last drop. Truly impressive. As for the fighting skill, it was purely from kicking the stinging caterpillar. Cieli even specially tested it. The Shroomish, without using paralysis powder or control skills, couldn't fight him at all. Cieli could quickly analyze what the Shroomish would do next and directly target its vital points. Moreover, long-term forest living had significantly boosted his life skills. His cooking skills could make the aloof Chikorita set aside her modesty and join the ranks of quickly eating another bowl. Now if Cieli didn't become a trainer and instead became a chef, he could easily support himself and these Pokémon. As for the energy cubes, with a plethora of unclaimed berries, he worked hard to produce them, transforming from something even dogs wouldn't eat to now being close to the point where the simple energy cube machine was nearly worn out. Training had also made Cieli more keenly aware of the strengths and weaknesses of Pokémon, allowing him to propose targeted training that greatly contributed to improving their strength. After looking at his own panel, Cieli felt that he was now frighteningly strong. However, thinking back to the time when he saw the Bloodwing Dragon use the Dragon Star move to take out a group of unicorn rhinos in one go, his initially proud heart calmed down again. When would he be able to possess such strength? Looking at the total Pokémon gains, skills that are not often used will no longer display proficiency and skill names, such as Tackle. To avoid wasting space, Pokémon, Shroomish Gender, Level 32, Elite, Ability, Poison Heal held item, Leaf Stone 10 skills, Mega Drain, Expert, Sleep Powder, Divine, Leech Seed, Master. Headbutt, Expert, Sonic Punch, Master, Force Palm, Proficient. Others, slightly less. The Divine Sleep Powder is colorless and tasteless, and it can also be attached to other melee skills, forcefully preventing opponents with the electric-type immunity from using their skills. Moreover, the paralysis duration has increased. As long as the level difference isn't huge, being stuck for the entire match is basically the norm. The Master-level Sonic Punch can hit from both sides, continuously smacking the opponent's face, which is even more unreasonable than a series of punches. Pokémon, Ursa Ring Gender, Level 30 Elite, Ability, Pickup held item, None skills, Sand Attack, Master, Cut Expert, Pin Missile, Expert, Headbutt, Master, Fury Swipes, Expert, Sleep, Beginner, Scratch, Beginner. Others, slightly less. Ursa Ring's progress compared to Shroomish is not particularly significant. It can only be said that the Headbutt is used very proficiently, even giving the impression that this Headbutt can unleash a million-ton impact. Of course, the momentum is just momentum. The power isn't that strong. After all, it relies solely on Ursa Ring for the Headbutt's upper limit. Pokémon, Curlia Gender, Level 24 Elite, Ability, Telepathy held item, None skills, Psychic, Expert, Hypnosis proficient, Teleport proficient, Dream Eater proficient, Shadow Clone beginner. Others, slightly less Kirlia skill proficiency increase is not as rapid as the previous two. The main reason is that before the skills could be unleashed on the enemy, it was taken down by two melee maniacs. However, the good news is that after Teleport reached proficiency, it finally looks decent. The activation speed has greatly improved, basically reaching a level where the heart can follow the will. However, the distance is still short and weak. Pokémon, Maril Gender, level 25 elite ability, huge power held item, none skills. Water gun expert, tackle proficient, bounce proficient. Others, slightly less Kirlia's good friend, Maril, is only one level higher than Kirlia, and there isn't much change in skills. The main output still relies on water gun, and unless the opponent actively closes in, Maril will only show off a punch, which is a bit of a waste of the huge power ability. However, once he has enough money to buy the CD to learn Farmer's 3 punches, there might be a significant change. Nidoking weak, Kingler weak. As for the other two, since they haven't been completely captured, they are not counted. Moreover, Cieli has no intention of training them. Mainly, their level has risen, and his own attack methods and understanding of skills have already solidified, making it difficult to train further. However, if they're used for trading, selling, it is still quite good. Chapter 38, Encounter Again. Looking at the Nidoqueen and Crawdaunt displayed by the system, Cieli suddenly realized that he hadn't fed these two guys in a long time. The Pokeballs containing Nidoqueen and Crawdaunt in front of him made Cieli feel a bit of a headache. He thought about releasing them. Crawdaunt would be fine, but if he released Nidoqueen, there was no doubt it would immediately shoot a poison sting at him. Although he currently had the strength to gang up on it, getting injured and the rewards wouldn't be proportional. Experience from consecutively defeating the same Pokémon is not given to prevent grinding and repeatedly beating a single one. He didn't want to train them, so he could only sell them. However, the Bounty Guild was not the Hunting Guild. The Bounty Guild was a legitimate organization. You could collect Pokémon materials and then sell those materials, which was fine. But directly selling Pokémon was strictly prohibited by the Pokémon League. However, where there is light, there is darkness, and Cieli knew that there was definitely a black market in Canaz City. He just wasn't sure where it was. Helplessly, he put the 2 Pokeballs back in his backpack and continued to follow the Urshifu toward the city. As he passed the stone bridge, Cieli suddenly remembered the campsite he had once set up, but he didn't know how it had fared over time. He told Urshifu for a moment and turned to head toward the campsite he had built. After walking for a while and looking up, he saw that the once well-established campsite had become desolate. It seemed that after a long period of neglect, the campsite was overgrown with weeds, and the small wooden cabin had turned into a pile of ruins. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that when it was initially set up, the foundation had not been properly established. Perhaps due to rainy days and long-term neglect, the wooden cabin's foundation had eroded, leading to its eventual collapse. Looking at the dilapidated campsite, Cieli did not let his Pokémon come out to help set it up again. Instead, he quietly observed for a while with his Urshifu, and then turned around and left. After leaving the ruins of the campsite, Urshifu continued to follow Cieli as they walked down the road. It was noon, and Route 104 appeared quite desolate. Only Cieli and Urshifu were alone on the road. After basking in the sun for a while, Kyra had directly retreated into its Pokeball, not wanting to share the warmth of the sun with Cieli. Before long, Cieli noticed a few figures ahead on the road. Several punk boys were surrounding a man wearing a black scarf and a blue and white striped shirt. The punks were pointing and whispering towards Cieli. Just as Cieli was confusedly looking at this somewhat familiar punk group, feeling as if he had seen them somewhere, one of the punks spoke to the man in the blue and white shirt. "Cousins, this guy. He beat us up in Orange Blossom Forest, stole our money, and even stripped us of our clothes." Upon hearing this, Cieli instantly remembered. Weren't these the same guys who had been throwing money around last time? So they came back for revenge? Realizing that they might be seeking vengeance, Cieli immediately became alert. He released his Shroomish from its Pokeball to stand next to Urshifu, while also holding the Pokeballs of Kyra and Mariluri in his other hand, ready for support at any moment. After hearing his cousin's words, the punk leader looked seriously at Cieli's Shroomish and Urshifu, realizing they were just common mushrooms and an evolved form of a snake pattern bear. He sneered, "It's you? This little loser dares to steal my cousin's money? I'd advise you to hand over all your money and Pokémon, and then kneel down to apologize to my cousin. Maybe I'll let you go." As he spoke, he casually threw out a Pokeball, and 2 Pokémon appeared. One was the big hound they had seen last time, and the other was a blue Pokémon with a large beige circle on its chest, short fangs on its upper jaw, and thick white whiskers, resembling a seal. "Since this little loser doesn't want to give up, Let's show him our power. Go Big Hound, tear them apart using Bite. Sea Lion, Water Gun Attack. Seeing that Ciel didn't seem inclined to surrender upon seeing his Pokémon, the punk leader commanded his Pokémon to attack without hesitation. The Big Hound roared and bared its sharp fangs, charging towards Ciel. However, before it could take a step, Urshifu had already used its white aura to swiftly knock it away. With a painful howl, the poor Big Hound fell into the crowd behind it, causing a commotion. Meanwhile, the Sea Lion also fared no better. Its water gun missed the experienced Shroomish, which charged directly at it. The Sea Lion, seeing the Shroomish coming towards it, tried to sweep it away with a water gun, but its reaction was too slow. The Shroomish had already closed in and seized the opportunity, using its paralyzing powder on its sonic punch, launching a series of left and right hooks that made the Sea Lion cry out in pain. However, under the continuous assault from the Shroomish, the Sea Lion soon fell silent. The paralysis from the powder had seeped into its body, rendering it unable to scream. The good news was that the paralysis made its face hurt less. The bad news was that it couldn't even make a sound due to the effect on its mouth. The Sea Lion, being dual-type ice and water, was already doubly weak against fighting-type moves and weak to grass as well. If it weren't for the careless trainer's mistake at the start, launching a snowflake attack that would have doubled the damage against the Shroomish, the Sea Lion, being at level 38, would have easily knocked out the Shroomish with just one hit instead of using Water Gun against a Grass-type Pokémon. The worst part was that it had let the opponent get close, but was too late to say anything now. The Sea Lion quickly fell under the double damage of the Sonic Punch. Instantly, all that remained on the punk side, aside from a group of cheering groundhogs, was the Big Hound, which was a high-level Pokémon. The punk leader, who had just been boasting, was now staring dumbfounded at his AC Lion, which had been knocked out cold by the opponent's fists. Oh no, I've hit a brick wall. It's all this dog's fault. They said the opponent had used some tricks to win before. If that was a trick, what does that make me? Just a joke? The punk leader glanced resentfully at his cousin, realizing he had made a grave mistake. He stopped commanding the Big Hound to attack, and instead called it back to his side. After all, his Big Hound was nowhere near as strong as the Sea Lion, which had already fallen. There was little hope of turning the tide with the Big Hound and his cousin's weak groundhogs. Hey man, we might have a little misunderstanding here, the punk leader said without hesitation, realizing he had no chance of winning. Heh, Ciel merely sneered, and then commanded Shroomish and Urshifu to finish off the opponents. As expected, the Big Hound quickly fell under Urshifu's claws, and the groundhogs had long been knocked out one by Shroomish. Now, the usual rules. Hand over the money, Ciel said, commanding Mariluri and Kyralulian to surround the already defenseless punks. Chapter 39. Rock Jim 1 watching the Shamate boy obediently take off his clothes and skillfully lay out all the cash and valuables on the ground. His cousin looked bewildered. Isn't it just a loss? Why does it have to be so serious? Why do we have to take off our clothes? However, seeing Ciel's gradually dangerous expression, the cousin was suddenly frightened and quickly pulled out all his valuables, placing them together. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to take off his clothes until he was left in only his underwear and hurriedly squatted down next to his cousin. Ciel smiled with satisfaction at the other person's cooperation. Considering the other party's cooperation, let's just have Kyrulian take the cash this time. As for the Pokeballs and healing items, we can forego those. After receiving the cash from Kyrulian's telekinesis, Ciel skillfully wet his fingertip and quickly counted it, only to find that the cash amounted to as much as 120,000, which was even more than he had on him, most of it contributed by the Shamate cousin. You've got quite a bit of money, huh? Next time you can bring your parents to see me, but remember to bring more cash. If you come to trouble me again, and I find out there's less money than this time, it won't be as simple as this. Ciel said fiercely to the Shamate cousin, seeing the other person nod awkwardly. Ciel didn't say anything more and turned to lead the Pokémon forward towards Kanaz City. Watching Ciel's figure disappear on the road, the squatting punk cousin suddenly complained to his cousin beside him. Cousin, why don't you use the ocean team to pressure him? That way he wouldn't take our money, right? Hearing the foolish cousin's words, the cousin, who was already regretting that his money had run out, immediately exploded with anger. You idiot. Is this the trainer you said needed to use underhanded tactics to defeat you? Do I need to use tricks to deal with you? If it weren't for the fact that my aunt treats me well, I would have beaten you to death today. Are you stupid? If the name scared him, that would be fine. But if it didn't scare him and he was afraid of the ocean team seeking revenge and killing us, where we go to cry? Will we all turn to ghosts? He vented his anger on his cousin and ignored the idiot, secretly calculating in his mind. Bounty Guild in Kanaz City, Ciel skillfully took out his guild card, and under the guidance of a generous and wealthy young lady at the front desk, he exchanged all the materials he had collected from the forest for money, except for the self-made energy cubes that they wouldn't accept. The total materials from the forest included 63 bundles of thorntail worm silk, with each bundle weighing an average of 2 pounds and having a comprehensive quality of good. To CLE's surprise, the purchase price for nectar and worm nectar was actually the same as for crystal honey. But the quality of the nectar collected from the smelly flower was very good, reaching excellent quality. Nectar was directly sold at 10,000 per pound, making a quick profit, while the worm nectar from hunting the phoenix butterfly was abundant, but had mixed quality, with only 6 bottles being excellent and the rest being good. After some bargaining, he sold the worm powder at 1,000 per bag. Summarizing this trip, CLE's total earnings from this forest adventure amounted to $275,800, not counting the Nidoking's contribution. With 2 rounds of sponsorship from the punks, his total amount reached an astonishing $460,900. Thinking back to a month ago, when he was so broke, he was almost selling blood to buy Pokeballs now, just 1 month after getting Pokémon. He had amassed $460,000 in wealth. After leaving the Bounty Guild, CLE sighed, briefly contemplating the use of this money, and walked toward the Devon Mall, not the item mall. With money, he naturally wanted to go to the higher-end Devon Mall. While the item store had good products, the quality of Pokémon supplies and daily necessities could not compare to the Devon Corporation, which belonged to Daigo's family. Shopping due to the previous space backpack being a bit small, and because if it hadn't been filled up, CLE could have continued to hunt in the forest for a while longer. It turned out that what limited the hardcore player was not the level and difficulty, but the size of the space backpack. This time, he spent a full 100,000 to upgrade his small backpack to a large one, with its internal black technology space being significantly larger. If he had to compare, the old small backpack was like a Magikarp, while the new large backpack was like a Wylord. Not only did he upgrade his backpack, but he also replaced the tent that was destroyed by Nidoking with a brand new automatic tent. This new tent could be set up automatically by simply throwing it out and pressing a switch, costing only 50,000 to take home, which was quite tempting. He hoped Nidoking would be worth that price. Otherwise, even if he didn't gain experience from defeating it, CLE would still have to catch it and get a beating. Nidoking, damn, how much did your previous tent cost? Similarly, he also spent a fortune replacing the simple energy cube maker he had worn out with a high-end energy cube maker, costing another 50,000. In just 30 minutes inside, CLE's funds quickly shrank by half. Standing at the entrance of the Devon store, he suddenly felt dazed, if it weren't for his inner restraint, knowing that the remaining money had to support him in taking a boat to the fighting town in Kanaz City. The remaining 260,000 might have been wiped out instantly. Quickly leaving this sad place, he spent another 50,000 in the item store to replenish some healing items and other supplies. Thus, the shopping ended, and he began today's main business, to obtain the Rock Badge. With a temporary ID now, CLE could pay for healing at the Pokémon Center without having to rely on healing items and waiting for Pokémon to recover naturally. 4 Pokémon for 10,000. Why don't you go rob someone? CLE complained as he left the Pokémon Center, looking at the red and white ball-shaped Pokémon Center. However, you get what you pay for. After treatment, the hidden injuries of the Pokémon were healed, and CLE could clearly see changes in the Pokémon's fur, skin luster, and physique. After asking a passerby, CLE arrived at a uniquely shaped gym that looked like a cave. Without surprise, this design must be a rock gym, just like Daigo, who loves rocks. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open and entered. Inside, a boy was at the reception desk, and, upon seeing CLE, he curiously asked, "Are you here to learn from Sister Cuckoo, or are you here to challenge a rock gym?" "I am CLE, a trainer just starting my journey. I'm here to challenge the gym." CLE briefly introduced himself and stated his purpose. Upon hearing that he was there to challenge the gym, the receptionist flipped through a notebook in front of him and said, "You're lucky. Sister Cuckoo has no appointments today, but you may have to win a match against our gym intern first before you can challenge our gym leader." The main concern was that all kinds of trainers would come to challenge the gym, leaving the gym trainers with no personal time. Therefore, unlike Ash, the league's favorite child, ordinary trainers like CLE couldn't challenge the gym leader directly. They had to pass the selection of the intern trainers at the gym before they could book a gym battle. Without hesitation, CLE nodded and followed the receptionist to the back area, where he saw a young man already standing on the field. The young man looked at CLE and said, "I am Ah Cohen, an intern here for 2.5 years. If you want to challenge Sister Cuckoo, you need to pass my test first. We will have a 3v3 match. If there are no issues, shall we begin?" After seeing CLE nod, Akuin threw the Pokeball from his waist. "Go, Geodude. Let him see our rock-like will and spirit." Looking at the level 8 Geodude, Cieli thought that even a small mosquito is still meat. And the idea of leveling up quickly to transform from a girl into a young woman did not lead him to send out the resistant Shroomish and Marill. Instead, he called out the nearby Kirlia without hesitation. Geodude, rush in and use Tackle. Seeing the seemingly fragile girl like Kirlia on the field, Akuin chose Tackle without hesitation. But it seemed that besides Tackle, the level 8 Geodude really had no other offensive moves to use. Cieli remained silent, and soon, the already waiting Kirlia waved its little hand. A powerful psychic lifted the rushing Geodude high into the air, and then it was slammed down hard on the ground, creating a pit almost instantly. Perhaps due to its sturdy ability, Geodude did not faint immediately. Is this what it means to have a rock-like will? If it were a Caterpie or a Oddish, it would have fainted from that hit. Seeing that Geodude did not faint, Kirlia, unaware of its sturdy ability, silently complained in its heart, but soon used Psychic again to lift Geodude up and slammed it down into the pit once more. With a dull crashing sound, Geodude lay dazed in the pit. Poor Geodude's rock-like endurance couldn't withstand 2 hits from Psychic, and it fainted without even touching Kirlia. What? How could this happen? Come back. Geodude. Akuin, seeing his Geodude lose so quickly, couldn't help but sweat coldly. But the rock-like will soon calm him down. He recalled Geodude, and after some hesitation, threw out another Pokeball. Unsurprisingly, it was still a Geodude. Looking at yet another Geodude, Cieli couldn't help but complain, the third one. It can't possibly be another Geodude, right? Akuin said nothing, undoubtedly confirming Cieli's thoughts. As expected, 2 more craters appeared on the gym battlefield. And Geodude 2 and Geodude 3, which were only slightly higher in level than the previous one, didn't even get to touch Kyrelian before being knocked out. With Akuin's swift defeat, a sound of footsteps quickly approached from the corridor behind. As the footsteps grew closer, a girl with a ribbon-like hairstyle, dressed in a black girl-esque dress and wearing pink tights, appeared before everyone. Akuin, even when facing a strong opponent, you still bravely challenged instead of giving up. Just this point shows your rock-like perseverance. It's okay. This battle isn't your fault. It can only be said that this challenger is very strong, beyond what you can handle. The girl glanced at Kyrelian on the field, gauging the general strength of the opposing trainer while encouraging Akuin behind her. Akuin, who originally felt disheartened after being knocked out consecutively, turned red after hearing the girl's encouragement. His dark face showed signs of wanting to say something, but he was tongue-tied and couldn't get the words out. In the end, he could only return the defeated Geodude to its Pokeball and stood excitedly behind the girl who was about to enter the battle, having roughly guessed the girl's identity. Cieli chose not to speak at this moment. Instead, he called Kyrelian back to his side, waiting for the girl to continue. Hello, I am Duwan, the gym leader of the Kanaz gym. I heard that you currently do not have any badges, so our battle will still be in a 3v3 format. I will go first. Go, Geodude. Gym leader Duwan said gently, then took a Pokeball from the side and threw it out. Soon, a Pokémon emerged from the Pokeball. This Pokémon resembled a large sphere covered in rocks, with a turtle-like head and a pair of sturdy arms on either side. The sharp claws glittering with cold light on its hands indicated that it was not to be trifled with. A pair of short, thick legs supported its massive body, and after entering the field, it silently stared at Cieli, quietly waiting for its trainer's command. Looking at the level 31 Geodude in front of him, with its rich pool of skills ranging from Rollout to Earthquake, and even the fire and thunder punches from Farmer's 3 Fists, Cieli's expression darkened. Before coming here, Cieli had done his homework and thought that as a newbie trainer without a single badge, the opponent would at most send out a Geodude. And that would be the last one to come out, rather than the Geodude in front of him. Although there's only one character difference between them. The difficulty of battle is not a small gap. Geodude is the evolved form of Geodude. Although he roughly understood why he was facing such a high difficulty, Cieli still wanted to curse. Coach, she doesn't play by the rules. She can't handle small trash. Originally thinking he would just be battling small Pokémon like Onix and Geodude and easily pushing through, Cieli found himself with no choice but to bite the bullet and go in, only praying that the opponent wouldn't continue to play dirty, and that they wouldn't resort to a self-destruct when he was low on health. Go, Shroomish, use Sonic Punch. Cieli, who had initially planned to let Kirlia gain some experience to evolve sooner, dared not be reckless anymore and decisively sent out his ace, Shroomish. Once on the field, Shroomish wasted no time and charged towards Geodude, its fists glowing white. Oh, you've learned your type matchups, well, knowing to send out a fighting and grass-type Shroomish. But you should be using your grass-type moves for ranged attacks, which have 4 times the effectiveness against me. Instead of using your fighting-type moves for close combat, which only have double effectiveness, Geodude used Protect, then prepared to finish it off with Earthquake. As Ciel's Shroomish approached, the experienced Duan remarked, having keenly determined that the move being used was Sonic Punch. She had seen this close-combat fighting-style tactic many times. As long as she blocked this hit, a close-range Earthquake would likely end it. Shroomish was already very close to Geodude by the time Duan spoke. Seeing Shroomish charging right in front of it, Geodude calmly raised its hands, enveloping itself in green energy. The energy blocked Shroomish's left-hand Sonic Punch, and after successfully blocking the first Sonic Punch, the energy began to fade. Years of battle experience allowed Geodude to stomp down and initiate Earthquake the moment the energy disappeared, sending away this reckless opponent. However, this time it encountered a problem. Although Geodude blocked the left-hand Sonic Punch, Ciel's Master-level Sonic Punch allowed Shroomish to strike with both fists, and the right-hand Sonic Punch was still in play. After seeing the opponent's protective energy disappear, the Shroomish immediately launched its Sonic Punch at the head of the Geodude without hesitation. In an instant, Geodude was left a bit dazed from the hit. But how could things just end there? After seeing Geodude slightly dizzy from its hit, Shroomish continued to unleash a barrage of punches. Ora, ora, ora. Shroomish's fists swung rapidly, continuously hitting Geodude's small head from both sides. Geodude was unable to even let out a scream from the relentless combo, only able to retreat continuously. Finally, Shroomish slightly bent its legs, retracted its right hand a bit, and after a brief moment of charging, it quickly struck Geodude hard on the chin, sending Geodude flying. A cloud of dust rose from Geodude's landing spot, and as the dust settled, it was clear that Geodude's head had swollen up, and its eyes rolled back as it fainted. The battlefield fell silent, and the gym leader, Dujuan, slowly raised a question mark above her head. What just happened? How could her large and sturdy Geodude be knocked out so quickly? Even if it was a double weakness, it was just a Sonic Punch, not a Bullet Punch. And why could a single Sonic Punch be unleashed in a flurry? Is there any fairness in this? Is there any science behind it? This is Pokémon after all, oh well. Meanwhile, the referee, after a moment of silence, quickly regained his composure due to his strong professionalism and raised a flag symbolizing victory for Ciel, announcing, Pokémon Geodude, unable to battle, Shroomish wins. Now, please have the gym leader switch to a new Pokémon. The referee's voice rang in Dujuan's ears, pulling her back from her shock. Helplessly, she recalled the fainted Geodude with a Pokeball, and looking at the few remaining Pokeballs, Dujuan fell into hesitation. The current level of her Pokémon wasn't much different, and if Geodude could fall so quickly then, typically, gym leaders adjust their Pokémon lineup based on the number of badges the challenger has, but the highest is usually their ace, and there is no lower limit. However, once the challenge is confirmed, this lineup won't change, though she really wanted to send out her ace, Tyranitar, to regain her dignity as a gym trainer. This lineup didn't include Tyranitar. After some thought, Dujuan had no choice but to send out the Pokémon that was supposed to be last, Nosepass. Go Nosepass! Show him our rock-solid will, and use Thunder Wave. The Pokémon Nosepass, with its red nose and body resembling many stones pieced together, appeared and unleashed a Thunder Wave towards Shroomish. However, the fierce Thunder Wave struck the ground where Shroomish had just been standing. It wasn't that Shroomish dodged. It was that Ciel, not adhering to the unwritten rules, recalled Shroomish. In gym battles, gym leaders cannot change their Pokémon. But challengers are not bound by this rule. They just typically don't switch much. Ciel didn't want his main fighter, Shroomish, to be paralyzed. Once Shroomish was paralyzed, he would basically be finished. After all, a level 36 Nosepass could easily take out Shroomish, and the remaining 3 Pokémon besides Ursaring would be hard-pressed to hold up, with the other 2 essentially being fodder. Chapter 41. I got the rock badge. Ciel, not adhering to the unwritten rules, recalled his main fighter, Shroomish, and sent out Ursaring, whose ability is Pickup, nicknamed Lucky Bear. Go Ursaring! Use Sand Attack to blind him and give Shroomish a chance to win. The reason for sending out Lucky Bear instead of the Water Fairy type Maril was purely because Maril currently only had one ranged move, Water Gun, while the rest were close range attacks. Ciel didn't think Maril's Water Gun would deal much damage, and the opponent only needed a simple Thunder Wave to take Maril out. So sending out Ursaring to weaken the opponent's perception was undoubtedly the best choice. Moreover, Ursaring was quite lucky and shouldn't get controlled immediately. Sure enough, as soon as Ursaring stepped onto the battlefield, it hadn't even had time to use Sand Attack before being struck by the opponent's precise Thunder Wave. However, perhaps due to Ciel's good fortune, Ursaring, Although the thunder wave hit Ursaring, its paralysis effect didn't activate immediately. Seeing that its body was only slightly different, Ursaring wasted no time digging into the ground with its claws, quickly forming a clump of energy sand. With a swift motion of its claws, it sent the sand flying towards Nosepass. The master-level sand attack came in fiercely, and Nosepass, which was already slow-moving, couldn't dodge in time. Although it managed to move a little, it was still hit by the sand. The moment sand attack hit, it was as if Nosepass's entire perception was blocked, leaving it completely confused as it relied on magnetism to lock onto its enemies. Just moments ago, it could easily sense the opponent's position, but now, in its magnetic field perception, Ursaring's figure suddenly became erratic, causing Nosepass, which was used to fighting based on magnetic fields, to feel a wave of panic. Its body involuntarily swayed as it tried to regain its magnetic sense. Looking at the constantly shaking Chow Baby, Duan also felt a bit confused. It seemed like it had just been nudged a bit, but was it really that serious? Based on her years of experience raising Chow Baby, its current state clearly indicated that it had lost its magnetic field. Did the opponent bring some kind of interference device? Looking at the empty hands of Cieli and not finding anything strange on the bear, Duan could only shake her head helplessly, attributing Chow Baby's behavior to the instability of the magnetic field today. Chow Baby, stabilize yourself. First, use hardening to strengthen yourself. As the saying goes when in doubt, strengthen yourself first. As long as you are hard enough, you can still find an opportunity to counterattack. Hearing Trainer Duwan's voice, the previously panicked Chow Baby quickly stabilized, wrapping energy around its body, making it become harder. Looking at the strengthening Chow Bei, Cieli didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, he continued to direct the constantly charging Xiong to use sand manipulation toward Chow Bei. As the master level sand manipulation continued to hit, the magnetic field perception that could still faintly sense Chow Bei became completely silent. Even the nearby Dujuan could no longer sense it. Since its birth, Chow Bei had never encountered such a situation. Although it had fought against opponents that could interfere with the magnetic field before, it could still roughly determine their location even when disrupted. However, today was the first time it experienced a complete blackout in perception, and it suddenly felt panicked. After all, it was just a level 38 baby. Seeing the northern nose start to shake up and down again, falling into a state of panic, Cieli immediately knew the time was right. Without hesitation, he commanded the charging bear to stop digging and began sharpening his claws in place to strengthen himself. No matter how hard your shell is, as long as my blade is hard enough, I can split even a rock in half. Seeing the opponent continuously strengthening themselves, Duan immediately became anxious. If the opponent continued to strengthen a few more times, it would be problematic if Chow Bei lost. The last Pokémon she sent out would have to face a fully powered opponent, which was terrifying to think about. Chow Bei, calm down, don't panic. I'm right behind you. Now, use Rock Blast towards the front. Duwan's gentle yet firm voice came from behind Chow Bei, quickly stabilizing the originally panicked Chow Bei. With a stable mindset, Chow Bei could no longer lock onto the opponent with its magnetic field and could only strike the ground hard, causing massive rocks to erupt from the ground and randomly bombard the front. However, without the magnetic field perception to lock onto the opponent, Chow Bei missed the direct hit on the charging bear and instead struck at the feet of the referee who was watching, startling the referee into quickly raising a defensive barrier. From the sound of the impact, Chow Bei felt that it seemed to have missed its target. It struck the ground again, ready to adjust its position and continue using Rock Blast. However, the charging bear, which had sharpened its claws 6 times, would not cooperate as Chow Bei wished. The charging bear began to run on all fours like a cheetah, swiftly reaching Chow Bei's side. With its claws made razor-sharp by the claw sharpening skill, it fiercely slashed at Chow Bei, knocking it back several steps. Just as Chow Bei managed to stabilize itself, the charging bear, which knew nothing of humility, used headbutt to smash into its already unstable body, instantly knocking Chow Bei down, which then fainted on the ground. Chow Bei was defeated. The charging bear achieved victory, and the gym trainer was asked to switch to a new Pokémon. Watching the disoriented Chow Bei lose so thoroughly, Duan could only sigh at the opponent's good luck, as they happened to encounter magnetic field interference. She didn't attribute Chow Bei's unusual behavior to the sand manipulation, because during her time as a trainer, there were also instances where others used sand manipulation to disrupt Chow Bei, but none of them had any significant impact. Unaware that she actually lost due to the sand manipulator, Duan couldn't help but feel overwhelmed when she saw the fully enhanced Urshifu on the field. Although the opponent hadn't shown any rock-type counter skills yet, being in a fully enhanced state meant that any melee skill would be just as effective as a counter skill. Looking at the few remaining Pokémon discs behind her, Dujin couldn't help but ponder seriously for a moment. Then, with a determined gaze, she selected one of them. It's decided, it's you, go. Chapter 42. I obtained a rock badge. As a Pokeball was thrown by Dujin onto the battlefield, a low-bodied Pokémon with deep gray skin and eyes as blue as the sky appeared. Its broad back was covered with several segments resembling iron armor, each with a prominent spine in the center and round holes on both sides of the segments. Its wide jaw also had several flat protrusions. The short and sturdy limbs had a pair of horn straps, the upper part dark gray and the lower part silver. Just from this Pokémon appeared fierce yet somewhat cute. This Pokémon, which should have exuded dominance, looked quite adorable due to its two small milk teeth. As it entered the battle, it fiercely roared at the opposing Xiong, seemingly showcasing its powerful strength. But its two small milk teeth made it hard for the opponent to perceive any fierceness. However, even though the opponent was a bit awkwardly cute, Cieli did not let down her guard. Instead, she frowned, sensing something was off. Quadola was the evolved form of Qua, at least a level 32 tough guy. She had just checked its stats, and this one was not a newly evolved Pokémon, but a serious contender that had evolved a long time ago. After some thought, she initially wanted to recall Xiong, who was at a 4 times disadvantage, and replace it with the 4 times advantageous Doligu, but at this moment, Xiong's attack and accuracy had been maximized. Ultimately, holding on to the idea of letting Xiong take a chance, losing would still deplete the opponent's health, she chose to let Xiong continue fighting. Xiong used Pin Missile to wear down the opponent. Deciding to let Xiong consume the opponent, Cieli chose a long-range attack. Hearing the trainer's voice, Xiong gathered bug-type energy in front of it. With the enhancement, this time the Pin Missile appeared exceptionally powerful. If the previous Pin Missile was a toothpick, the one now, enhanced with attack levels, was like a sharp spear. With Xiong's roar, the imposing Pin Missile shot out like thousands of archers simultaneously firing. With a whoosh sound as it headed straight for Quadola on the battlefield. At this moment, Quadola, looking at the barrage of Pin Missiles that could drown it, showed no signs of fear. Instead, it calmly lowered its head slightly, tucking its limbs under its abdomen to minimize the impact area of the Pin Missiles. At the same time, Quadola steadily used the move Iron Defense to enhance its own defense. Steel-type energy gradually covered Quadola's body, significantly increasing its defense by several levels. Just as Quadola wanted to reinforce itself further, the rain of needles finally arrived. Under this overwhelming barrage, Quadola stood like a hard stone, unmoved by the pelting rain. Accompanied by intense collision sounds, a cloud of dust appeared at Quadola's position. Knowing that a fully enhanced Pin Missile wouldn't take down the opponent, Cieli continued to command Xiong, follow up, and use Pin Missile to attack the previous position. As Xiong replicated the earlier scene and shot Pin Missiles at the dust cloud where Quadola was. This time the attack did not produce the intense crashing sound. Instead, it only made the sound of Pin Missiles hitting the ground. Not hearing the familiar sound, Cieli seemed to realize something, her expression suddenly changing as she hurriedly told Xiong, who was still standing in place. Get away. The opponent is below. However, without this kind of battle experience, Xiong's reaction was still a bit slow. Suddenly, a pit appeared beneath its feet, and a metallic glossed head charged out of the hole, delivering a powerful blow to Xiong's abdomen before it could dodge. In an instant, Xiong's abdomen was struck with such force that its entire body arched up, flying into the air unintentionally. Before Xiong could land, Quadola, emerging from the pit, powered its short limbs and rushed towards where Xiong would land. With its metallic gloss sturdy head, Quadola crashed into Xiong, which had just landed and was still unsteady. Usually, Xiong was the one using its head to knock kids away, but at this moment, it finally experienced what it felt like to be hit by a vehicle. After being knocked several meters away, Xiong eventually crashed into a stone pillar with a loud bang and slowly slid down, falling unconscious. The referee nearby, witnessing this scene, quickly raised the flag in his hand and announced, Xiong is unable to continue fighting. Quadola wins. Please, challenger, switch Pokémon. Sorry, Xiong. I should have recalled you much earlier. Cieli looked apologetically at the unconscious Xiong in the Pokeball. But it's okay. It's time to show him some color. Go Doligu. Use Sonic Punch, without a hint of hesitation or choice. Cieli sent out her ace-do Li Gu directly. Seeing the Shroomish from the last match, the gym leader, Du Jian, likely knew that she was bound to lose. However, as a rock-type gym leader, how could she easily give up her badge? Taking advantage of the fact that the Shroomish had just entered the battlefield, Du Jian showed no sense of sportsmanship typical of a trainer and gym leader, directly commanding her Katara for a grand entrance. Katara, use Earthquake to the maximum extent. Upon hearing Du Jian's command, Katara, waiting on the field for its opponent, immediately lifted its front foot and slammed it down hard on the ground. Instantly, a surge of ground-type energy flowed into the arena, making the entire battlefield extremely unstable, and it began to shake violently. As the ground trembled, rocks began to rise and strike at the Shroomish. The Shroomish gathered fighting energy in its fists, continuously swinging to shatter the rocks flying towards it. However, despite its impressive punching skills, the Shroomish was still heavily injured by the barrage of stones, as two fists could hardly compete against four. As the tremors subsided, the battered Shroomish had no time to catch its breath. With its legs slightly bent, it pushed off forcefully and charged toward Katara, which was slightly out of breath after exerting all its energy on the earthquake. As the Shroomish approached, Du-won knew that if she didn't act now, she might miss her chance. Ignoring Kadola's current state, she shouted loudly, "Kadola, use Body Slam and collide with it." Hearing Du-won's command, Kadola lowered its head and charged towards Shroomish with its strong limbs. However, at that moment, an unexpected event occurred. Kadola's body started to emit arcs of electricity. Paralysis powder had taken effect. It turned out that when the opponent used Earthquake against Kadola earlier, Shroomish had continuously released paralysis powder in its direction, trying to control it. Unfortunately, until the earthquake ended, Kadola showed no signs of being paralyzed. Initially, it was thought that the paralysis powder had no effect, but now it seemed that it was just delayed. Looking at the immobile Kodora due to paralysis, the glowing fists of the mushroom hat swung left and right, crazily striking Kodora's small head, producing a sound like iron being hammered from Kodora's head. Finally, one could see the mushroom hat raising its right fist, enveloped in white light, as if using all its strength to slam down, instantly driving Kodora's small head directly into the ground. Looking at the Kodora that had its head stuck in the ground, Du-won didn't even need to wait for the referee to confirm. She already knew she had lost. With a resigned gesture, she signaled the referee to announce the opponent's victory. The referee, receiving the signal, announced loudly, "Kodora is unable to battle. Dolly Mushroom wins. Congratulations to the challenger for a successful challenge." After the referee finished announcing, Du-won recalled Kodora into its Pokeball and placed it back on the podium. After calming her emotions, she smiled at Cieli and said, "Ah, I lost. Congratulations on your victory. It seems I still have much to learn." According to the rules of the Pokémon League, any trainer who defeats a gym leader is entitled to receive this. So please accept this officially recognized rock badge from the Pokémon League. With that, she smiled and handed a sharp-edged yellow badge to Cieli. Cieli accepted the badge with both hands and thanked Du-won with a smile before leaving the gym under the guidance of the front desk staff. However, just a few steps out, the front desk staff followed him and said to Cieli, "Miss Du-won is very grateful for the wonderful battle you provided. Here is a simple guide about rock-type Pokémon. Please accept it." After saying that, she handed a book to Cieli, understanding its value. Cieli quickly thanked the front desk staff. Chapter 43. The strongest Pokémon in the world inside the gym. Gym leader Du-won quietly watched Cieli's departing figure. Her eyes slightly squinted as if deep in thought. Beside her, Akun, seeing Cieli completely disappear from view, hurriedly stepped forward and whispered to the contemplating Du-won, "Sister Du-won, I promised Sister Lixiang to teach that guy a lesson. Now that he has won, how should we explain this to Sister Lixiang?" Lixiang's previously wealthy and hot-headed Monferno. Hearing Akun's words, Du-won gave him an exasperated look and said in a low voice, "We are gym trainers. Taking out Kodora and Chao Bei against an opponent who hasn't even earned a badge exceeds the standards set by the league. If we go any higher, people will criticize us for bullying new trainers." After saying that, Du-won fell silent for a moment. When she saw Akun wanting to say something again, she helplessly spoke up, "I'll talk to her about it. I shouldn't have laughed at her back then. By the way, go get a rock cultivation handbook for that trainer named Cieli. Consider it a compensation for the overspec battle." "Okay, Sister Du-won." Akun, who initially wanted to say more, quickly agreed upon seeing Du-won's increasingly cold demeanor and jogged to the back to get a rock handbook to hand over to the front desk. Main and supporting character division line at this moment. Our protagonist was looking at the handbook provided by the rock gym. The handbook presented clear and structured views on rock types, detailing their strengths and weaknesses, and provided in-depth understanding and unique insights into how to deal with their weaknesses. For example, when facing a water-type surf attack, one could use the seismic waves produced by earthquake to disrupt the opponent's rhythm, preventing effective hits on our side, among other techniques. Previously, he had only heard of earning badges from gyms, but he didn't expect to receive a handbook this time, although it wasn't a unique cultivation manual. A handbook that thoroughly analyzed the type was a rare find. Once again, he marveled at how Du-Wan, the rock gym leader, truly was a master. Her handbook was excellent, and she was also willing to teach. He couldn't help but wonder why she had increased the difficulty of the battle. Perhaps she saw him as a promising talent and wanted to test him more thoroughly. Sitting on a bench by the roadside, Cieli flipped through the handbook while feeling that Du-Wan had a keen eye for talent. He quickly skimmed through the handbook, committing its general contents to memory. After finishing, he carefully placed it in his backpack and took out a map to plan his next route. Now, he had 3 paths to choose from. The first was to cross Route 115 and pass through Meteor Falls to reach Chiyoya Town, then proceed from Chiyoya Town to Huiyin Town to challenge the Fire-type gym. However, this route was the most dangerous, as Meteor Falls was home to numerous Salamances and a few Garchomps, which were quasi-legendaries. Encountering any of them could lead to dire consequences for Cieli. The second option was to take Route 116, crossing the Kalu mountain range to reach Levine Town, and then from Levine Town to Zijing City to challenge the Electric-type gym. However, since the Kalu tunnel had not yet fully opened, he could only traverse the mountain range, which was a long journey and home to many wild Pokémon. It was said that a quasi-legendary Tyranitar roamed there, and although Tyranitar was reclusive and hard to encounter, the high density of rock-type Pokémon along the way was still a headache for Cieli. The third option was to take the water route to Kanaz City, board a ship to Wudo Island, and then travel from Wudo Island to Kana City, which had no drawbacks except for the cost. Looking at the 3 roads on the map, Cieli, who is equipped with a system and has the potential to become a god given enough time, chose the third route by boat, which has the highest safety factor, to Wudo Island without hesitation. After planning the route, Cieli closed the map and started heading towards the port of Kanaz City. On his way to the port, a brand new billboard suddenly caught his eye. The billboard boldly proclaimed the strongest Pokémon gym in the world, adorned with flashy decorations and an arrow pointing to indicate the gym's location. Standing in front of the billboard, Cieli couldn't help but ponder for a moment. Wasn't there only one gym in each city in the Hoenn region? And the strongest Pokémon gym, was it a quasi-god or a divine beast? Should he go take a look? With a sense of curiosity, Cieli followed the route indicated by the billboard to the location of this so-called strongest gym in the world. Soon, a huge courtyard came into view, with a sign at the entrance boldly stating the strongest gym in the world. Just as Cieli was examining this shiny sign, a few boys in shorts came out from the gym, saying, "What the heck? This is too strong. We can't win at all." Yeah, it's too unreasonable. How could it be like this? Let's go, let's try another gym. This one is too strong. We can't win at all. Watching the boys in shorts passionately discussing which dojo to challenge for the next badge as they walked towards Kanaz City, Cieli felt even more puzzled. A rogue? Very strong? As he observed the boys' departing figures, he realized he hadn't encountered such characters in the game. With a sense of curiosity, Cieli stepped through the door of the dojo. "Is anyone here? I'm a trainer here to challenge the dojo," he called out, looking at the empty battle arena with confusion. Just as Cieli finished speaking, the dimly lit battle arena suddenly burst into bright light, and a man wearing a white t-shirt with a large gold medal hanging from his waist hurriedly ran out. Following the man was a Pokémon with a huge yellow beak, resembling a combination of a pelican and a seagull, known as Wingull. Looking at the big-mouthed seagull beside the man, which had a vacant expression and a dazed look like a melon rind, Cieli asked in confusion, "I'm here to challenge the gym leader. Could you please report it?" Seeing Cieli's confusion, the man smiled confidently and said, "I am Anthony, the owner of this dojo." "Oh, then what kind of dojo is this? Is it newly established?" Looking at Anthony, who directly entered the arena without any underlings to assist him, Cieli's confusion deepened. As if sensing Cieli's bewilderment, Anthony laughed and said, "Good question. My dojo is not an official dojo yet, and we don't have a badge. But the strength of my pelican is absolutely unbeatable." Seeing that the opponent didn't even have a badge and still dared to claim to be the strongest Swablu, Cieli's face darkened, and without hesitation, he called out to his Urshifu and Chikorita, turning to leave. "Hey, wait a second, you're a trainer, right? How about a battle? Don't worry, if you win, I won't let you suffer any losses. If you lose, it's not a big deal, right? Anthony hurriedly persuaded. Hearing Anthony's words, Cieli also stopped in his tracks. A reward? He curiously opened the system panel and glanced at the opponent's Swablu, which was only level 28. Wasn't that like giving away money? Without hesitation, he stopped and nodded to confirm the challenge process with Anthony. When he heard Cieli inquire about the process, Anthony smiled confidently. My Swablu is absolutely invincible, and you can use any Pokémon to battle me. Even if you want to switch all 6 in and out, that's fine. How can he be so confident? Looking at the opponent's level 28 Swablu, Cieli was completely puzzled. Could this guy actually be Kyogre? Chapter 44. Thought it was a true god, but turned out to be a fake, although he was confused about where the opponent's confidence came from. Since the other party said he could gang up, Cieli didn't send Urshifu to suppress the opponent, but chose to let Chikorita gain experience instead. After all, leveling up early was beneficial. Go ahead, Chikorita. Use Hypnosis to control it. Due to the opponent's strong confidence, Cieli thought for a moment and chose a cautious strategy. Having Chikorita use Hypnosis first to control the opponent and then see what to do next. The cool girl in the field crossed her fingers in front of her chest, and suddenly a psychic energy constructed a mesmerizing light ring in front of her. As she gently pushed with her small hand, the light ring rushed toward the dazed Swablu at an extremely rapid speed. How could a mere hypnosis hit us? Swablu, use Flamethrower to crush it. Anthony shouted loudly. A question mark slowly rose above Cieli's head. Did he just hear things? This was definitely a Swablu, right? Swablu using Flamethrower? Just when Cieli thought the opponent had made a mistake, a surging pillar of fire shot out from Swablu's mouth, and to Cieli's disbelief, the fire pillar effortlessly shattered the psychic light ring, and then, with unabated momentum, it charged straight toward Chikorita. After seeing her skills being overwhelmed by the opponent, the outdoor combat during this time was no longer the inexperienced Kyrulian. Without a second thought, she instantly teleported to the other side. Just as she dodged the attack of the fire pillar and hadn't even caught her breath, a vine whip descended from the sky, quickly wrapping around the girl as a slender waist, and then the vine whip tightened, firmly binding her. Looking at the vine whip at her waist, the girl realized that something was wrong. However, before she could use teleportation to escape the vine whip's binding, the vine whip began to swing rapidly, drawing circles with the turning head of the seagull. Suddenly, the vine whip released Kyrulian, and due to the continuous spinning and acceleration, Kyrulian was thrown to the ground at a terrifying speed, resulting in a loud bang. A humanoid pit appeared on the ground, and Kyrulian lay within it, dazed with stars in her eyes, having fainted. Meanwhile, Cieli in the audience was also dumbfounded, seriously doubting that the system had malfunctioned. He had sensed something was off when the opponent used Flamethrower, but thinking about how in the Pokémon world Nidoking could surf and how the 4 times weak to Electrotide Gyarados could use Thunderbolt, he thought the opponent's Flamethrower wouldn't be the big deal. However, when Kyrulian used teleportation to dodge the Flamethrower and was just about to command Kyrulian to use Illusion Beam, he saw the seagull stop using Flamethrower and extend 2 strange vine whips from the corners of its mouth. Feeling that something was off, Cieli was about to warn Kyrulian when he saw Kyrulian being ensnared by the vine whips, bound in midair, and then swung around like a giant pendulum before being thrown to the ground and fainting. A magician? This Pokémon was a gift from my friend. Don't say it was bought from some online store. A bunch of classic quotes flashed through Cieli's mind. However, at this moment, he took a careful look at the system panel. It didn't make sense. The opponent's panel didn't have these skills either. This broken system must be malfunctioning. Is this not possible? Now you can switch to another Pokémon. Don't worry, my Pokémon is invincible. Just send anyone in. Anthony's voice suddenly echoed in Cieli's ears. Cieli shook his head, brushing away his chaotic thoughts. He should now consider how to defeat the opponent. This seagull was no longer just a weakling. It was a magician. Come back. Kyrulian, go Marilioli, use Water Gun to attack directly. Since the opponent was so confident, let Marilioli wear them down a bit, giving the later Rampardos a better chance of winning. Although group fights are shameful, looking at it from another angle, the opponent is challenging us as a group, and a one-on-one would be much fairer, wouldn't it? After recalling Kyrulian, he threw the Pokeball containing Marilioli into the arena. The Water Rabbit immediately charged in and unleashed a charged water gun attack, which struck the spinning seagull, causing it to stagger. However, the power of the adept-level water gun might not be enough, and the seagull, also a water type, quickly stabilized itself, continuing to circle in the air, waiting for Anthony's command. Seeing Cieli's Marilioli being sent out, Anthony scoffed and shouted loudly. Seagull, use Thunder. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning split the sky, transforming into a dragon of thunder that crashed into the unprepared Marilioli. The lightning dragon quickly electrified Marilioli, who was struggling to fight back, while the seagull prepared to unleash thunder again. Cieli helplessly took out the Pokeball. "Come back, Marilioli. You did great. So how about it, kid? Isn't my seagull the strongest in the world? Why don't you just admit defeat?" Seeing Cieli lose 2 rounds in a row, Anthony said with a smile. "Damn. In that case, go. Shroomish, move quickly." Cieli ignored Anthony's taunts and instead arranged for Rampardos, who was originally supposed to go out first, to come in last, letting the 4 times weak Shroomish go first. Once Shroomish entered the field, it quickly started running, while the seagull chased behind, fiercely spraying flames with its beak. After narrowly dodging the opponent's flamethrower once again, the flying seagull's body was suddenly enveloped in electric light, and it found itself unable to flap its wings again, plummeting straight towards the ground. Finally, with a thud, the seagull crashed to the ground due to paralysis. But the Shroomish and Cieli had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The Shroomish on the ground disregarded the concept of double resistance and delivered a sonic punch right to the seagull's beak, causing the upper and lower jaws to fall apart, while the Pokeballs inside its beak were knocked flying out. As he watched the countless Pokeballs being shot out from the bird's mouth, Cieli suddenly realized that this guy was not a magician at all, but rather the damn Senju Hashirama. Cieli, who detested others cheating and not allowing him to cheat the most in his life, felt a surge of anger rising in his heart. Taking advantage of Anthony pulling out the Pokeball to recall the seagull, Cieli rushed straight to his side in just a few steps and, without saying a word, delivered a heavy blow to his stomach with a burst liver punch. Ugh! Anthony felt like he was about to vomit his meal after being hit hard in the stomach by Cieli's punch. Seeing Anthony bend over, Cieli didn't hold back and grabbed his shoulders, aiming to deliver a knee strike to his head to make him understand why flowers are red. Wait, I can explain. Seeing the knee getting closer, Anthony, driven by his survival instinct, hurriedly shouted. However, it was too late. The knee collided violently with the cartilage of his nose, instantly sending Anthony flying. Instead of pulling him back for another kick, Cieli let him kiss the hard floor. Lying on the ground, Anthony felt as if his great-grandmother was standing on a stone bridge, calling him to hurry over. His mind felt as thick as paste, with thoughts coming to a halt. After a moment, he suddenly felt something flowing out of his nose. When he reached up to touch it, he saw his hand covered in red liquid. Just as he was about to recite poetry in 3 steps, he looked up and saw Cieli and Shroomish glaring at him with clenched fists, while the seagull in front of him had long since fainted, and all the Pokeballs on the ground had been confiscated by Cieli. He quickly changed his tune, saying, my fault, big brother, please don't hit me. I have a learning CD here as compensation for you. Just please don't tell anyone. So where's the CD? Cieli, with a dark expression, looked at Anthony, who was kneeling on the ground and dared not raise his head, and said in a deep voice, "Wait, I'll go get it right now. I'll go get it." Looking at the intimidating duo in front of him, Anthony quickly stood up and led the 2 of them towards the room at the back. Meanwhile, Doligu and Cieli closely followed Anthony on either side, their fists tightly clenched, ready to give him a hard hit if he tried anything. Seeing the unkind duo, Anthony put away his own thoughts, helplessly opened a drawer, took out 4 skill discs from inside, and handed them to Cieli with a pained expression. Looking at the skill discs in Anthony's hand, which included Frozen Fist, 100,000 volts, Flamethrower, and Thunder Punch, Cieli did not choose any of them. Instead, he forcefully pried one from Anthony's hand. Looking at the little child, making choices while I want everything, Cieli was about to argue with Anthony, but then he thought of the current combat power of both sides and immediately quelled his thoughts, feeling wronged and not daring to say much. This is the hush money and compensation for emotional distress you owe me, as well as the Pokémon healing fees. One of each shouldn't be too much, right? Cieli said coldly as he looked at Anthony. Anthony felt that if he said anything to this unreasonable guy at this moment, it would not just be physical pain today. He would face something more severe. So he reluctantly agreed, looking pained. "You little brat, don't let me see you again, or every time I see you, I'll hit you. Duskull, let's go." Putting away the skill discs, Cieli left Anthony's gym without hesitation, taking Duskull with him. After Cieli completely left, Anthony felt like crying without tears. He wanted to call the police, but then he thought if he was found out for cheating, his previous reputation would be ruined. Driven by vanity and a sense of self-preservation, Anthony ultimately had to suffer the consequences. Chapter 45, The Fisherman Never. Having just left Anthony's gym, Cieli had to return to Canas City after 2 of his key Pokémon were knocked out due to Anthony's cheating. and he needed to go to the Pokémon Center for treatment. Actually, he could have managed without treatment, but if something happened on the boat and his only water-type Pokémon, Maril, hadn't recovered, he might end up in a really tough situation. Plus, the new discs he had acquired from Anthony also required a disc reader to learn. They couldn't just be slapped on his forehead and used. Moreover, there were no shops on Fighting Island, so he thought it would be better to buy items at the nearby item shop while he was getting treated. What a world with the strongest Pokémon gym. Turns out to be just a little brat. After silently despising Anthony's actions, Cieli felt relieved as he looked at the skill discs he had just obtained, despite being initially frustrated about having to return. During treatment finally finished with his business, Cieli hurriedly arrived at the Kanaz city port, watching the last boat to Fighting Island slowly disappear from view. Standing on the shore, he could only let out a long sigh of helplessness. Just as he was pondering whether to return to Kanaz City for a hotel or stay at a nearby hotel at the port, a bald old man slowly approached him. Turning to look at the helpless-looking Cieli, he said, "Young man, are you going to Fighting Town? That was the last boat. The next one won't be until tomorrow at 8 a.m. Cieli looked at the old man speechlessly and slowly replied, "Thank you for the reminder, sir. I understand." He was about to turn and leave when the old man hurriedly called out, "There are legitimate accommodations nearby that are very cheap, and they have exciting programs at night. Do you want me to take you there?" Cieli immediately stopped, his mind filtering out the earlier comments and focusing on the mention of exciting programs. But then he seemed to remember something. The previous deception he faced regarding exotic women made his slightly darkened face fall again, and he said seriously, "I, Cia, am a decent person and never engage in illegal activities. Not with Pokémon, either." As if seeing through Cieli's facade, the old man added another jab. "Oh, really? Of course. I'm an old man. Would I lie to you?" Hearing this, Cieli thought that people in this world were indeed a bit more straightforward, so without hesitation, he turned to the old man and said, "This world isn't as strict as Blue Star. Am I finally going to grow up tonight? How exciting. By the way, should I choose someone with a good figure or a pretty face?" As Cieli walked away, he pondered while the old man, seeing him turn, wore a knowing smile and said, "By the way, old man, my name is Hachi. Just call me Old Hachi." Although the name Hachi sounded a bit familiar, Cieli didn't pay much attention to the detail and hurriedly urged, "My name is Cielu. Let's go. It's getting late and I'm tired. Let's hurry." Looking at the impatient Cieli, the old man smiled slightly and didn't say much. Instead, he led Cieli towards the port. Following the old man Hachi, who turned left and right in the port, Cieli soon saw a simple inn located at the intersection of the main road. Looking at the position of the inn, Cieli couldn't help but wonder, "Grandpa Chi, are you sure there are exciting programs here?" "Don't worry, you won't be disappointed," the old man said with a mysterious smile. Trusting a man as a man, Cieli followed the old man to check in. After paying, he couldn't wait to head to his room. But the old man hurriedly grabbed Cieli's hand and said, "The program isn't here. Come with me." He then led the way towards the coast. Wild. How exciting. After hesitating for a moment, Cieli first held Chilu Yin in his arms, and then, under the irresistible force, followed the old man Hachi to the shore. Looking at the unobstructed coastline and listening to the waves crashing against the rocks, Cieli silently watched the old man next to him excitedly assembling a fishing rod and said, "The program you mentioned, it wouldn't be fishing, would it? Accompanied by the rocks, dancing with the waves, and outsmarting the fish, this thrilling experience of battling the sea. Aren't these enough to get excited about?" While assembling the fishing rod, the old man Hachi replied, "By the way, this rod is yours. Remember not to pull too hard, or the Pokémon might drag you down." Taking the rod from Hachi, Cieli felt a heavy heart. Perhaps he wouldn't grow up tonight. That said, Cieli, who was actually quite interested in fishing, attached bait to the rod and cast it high. Seeing Cieli's posture, old man Hachi became intrigued. "I thought I would need to teach you." Smiling without saying a word, Cieli quietly waited for the Pokémon to bite. At that moment, the system panel suddenly added a fishing skill to Cieli's skill bar. As time passed, neither of their fishing rods moved at all. Cieli couldn't help but look at Hachi. "Old man Shi, you didn't choose an empty spot, did you?" "Impossible, I come here often. Fishing requires stability." The old man calmly replied, "Sea fishing is different from river fishing. Stability is nonsense." However, thinking that fishing in the Pokémon world might have its differences, Cieli chose not to say more. Chapter 46, The Furious. Finally, after waiting on the shore for a long time for a fish to bite, Cieli's fishing rod finally started to shake. Originally in a daze, Cieli quickly reached out to grasp the rod's handle, steadying his stance. One hand continuously reeled in the line, exhausting the opponent's strength. Before long, with a firm pull from both hands, the fishing line brought a Pokémon onto the shore. Its body a brilliant red, with dorsal and ventral fins resembling a crown. Watching the Kingler floundering on the shore. Although fully aware that there probably wouldn't be anything good to catch here, the first catch being a Kingler felt a bit unlucky. With the mindset that if the opponent's level was suitable, it would be considered training a Gyarados, Cieli took a serious look at the opponent's level and size. Underdeveloped body, dull scales, and only level 7. Reluctantly thinking that even a little experience is still experience, Cieli directly commanded Cerulean to use Psychic to lift the Kingler and throw it back into the water. When the Kingler landed in the water, a weak energy feedback returned, merging into Cerulean's body. However, the experience bar barely increased, so he continued to bait and cast again. Meanwhile, Elder Hatchie, seeing Cieli catch a Kingler, mercilessly mocked him. Cieli retorted without hesitation. As a coastal person who has been fishing for years, if I can't even catch a Kingler, I'm worse than a newbie. How about I catch you a Kingler later, as if you caught it? Air Force guy. Hearing Cieli's words, Elder Hatchie's dark complexion instantly flushed, and he hurriedly reeled in his fishing rod, changed the bait, and loudly claimed that he couldn't catch any fish because he was too unlucky being next to Cieli. He then found a new spot to cast his line. Ignoring the Air Force guy, feeling that the fish might have come, Cieli cast again, and this time it was noticeably faster. Both fishing rods bent simultaneously, and fish were hooked again. With hopeful thoughts, Cieli skillfully performed the usual actions, dragging the hooked Pokémon up. It was still the familiar red, but the only difference was that this one was of a lower level than the previous one. With the mindset that a mosquito's leg is still a leg, Cieli had Cerulean knock it away. Looking back at Elder Hatchie's catch, it was also a Kingler. After catching Kingler twice in a row, Cieli felt quite unlucky. He greeted Elder Hatchie and walked straight towards a nearby spot to start looking for a new fishing point. Finally, at a rocky area, Cieli felt it was a good place, rebaited the hook, and calmed his restless heart. He earnestly prayed to the various gods of Blue Star, not asking for much, just hoping to catch a mini dragon, not requiring Kyogre or Lugia. Feeling that the gods had understood his request, Cieli cast the fishing rod heavily again. Patiently waiting for the mini dragon to bite, Cieli shared his training plans for it with Cerulean, who listened seriously as Cieli painted a big picture for it. Just as Cieli was enthusiastically painting a big picture for Cerulean, perhaps the heavens couldn't bear to see him deceive the girl, the fishing rod shook again. Feeling that luck was about to arrive, Cieli unhesitatingly lifted the rod, but this time the resistance was noticeably stronger than before. Feeling it was a big catch, Cieli remained calm, slightly bending his legs to stabilize his center of gravity, while continuously pulling the rod and rotating the reel to tug at the opponent. In an exciting tug-of-war, the fishing line brought up a Pokémon with sharp teeth, its body a bright blue and white, resembling a shark. The newly caught Sharpedo opened its mouth to reveal its sharp teeth, black evil-type energy clinging to them, diving down from mid-air. Seeing the opponent so aggressive right after coming up, and wanted to bite its trainer, Cerulean, who had just been brainwashed by Cieli, felt that it had to show that it hadn't let him down. With a flash of purple light in its eyes, it concentrated its psychic energy and pointed at the opponent. Although the psychic attack hit, nothing happened, leaving Cerulean puzzled. Sharpedo, feeling the psychic attack, adjusted its position and changed its target to Cerulean. Just as Cerulean was confused, Cieli hurriedly said, "Cerulean, use teleport. This guy is a dark type and one to be affected by psychic moves. Legendary Pokémon and mythical Pokémon don't have this kind of weakness. Flying types can take a hit from a ground move that 1T fly and become a pancake." Realizing too late, Cerulean quickly abandoned the idea of using Psychic to attack, and, with a flash of white light, teleported to Cieli's side, who had already run to the back. In fact, when Cieli caught Sharpedo, he felt something was off and ran away. He originally thought Cerulean would follow, but if he hadn't looked back, his dream of being a young married woman might have been dashed. Taking out the Pokeball containing Shroomish and tossing it in front of him, Cieli's confidence soared. Having already checked Sharpedo's level through the system, he saw it was a high level 40, considerably higher than Shroomish, but not absurdly so, and silently estimated the strength comparison between the two sides. He then spoke to the Sharpedo, which was trying to return to the sea. "That waist over there, looking ugly must be hard for you. Coming out in the morning to scare Milotic, and in the evening to scare Jengar." Originally already annoyed at being caught, Sharpedo was further provoked by Cieli's taunts about its appearance, and veins bulged on its forehead as it angrily turned around, looking at the frail human and kangaroo in front of it, not understanding where they found the courage to mock it. Water energy covered its entire body, and a stream of water shot out from behind Sharpedo, propelling it directly towards Cieli, its huge mouth wide open as if to swallow both Cieli and Shroomish whole. As the great white shark charged over, Cieli couldn't help but sneer and quickly rolled to the side, leaving the Shroomish to face the shark alone. Without hesitation, the Shroomish scattered a few seeds, its fists glowing white as it delivered a heavy blow to the charging great white shark. The shark, propelled by the water flow, rushed towards the Shroomish's fist, resulting in a loud and unpleasant collision between its head and the fist. It appeared as though the Shroomish's left hand had been scratched by something. Noticing the rough skin, Cieli quickly reacted and told the Shroomish use Mega Drain on it. After the collision, the great white shark turned around, its sharp teeth glinting as it lunged at the Shroomish. However, the seeds that the Shroomish had just thrown had pierced through the shark's skin, embedding themselves in its body and growing thorns that greedily drained the shark's energy. The great white shark canceled its ice fong and attempted to use water jet to shake off the thorns, but the Shroomish would not allow it to do so. Chapter 47. Fish Fin. The Shroomish quickly gathered its energy, and then a green energy ball formed in its hand, which it swiftly threw towards the great white shark. The moment the energy ball made contact with the shark's rough skin, the once energetic great white shark felt its stamina plummeting like a dam bursting, and its fierce eyes struggled to stay open. However, the great white shark was ultimately a ferocious Pokémon, and its brutal will suppressed its exhausted spirit. Gritting its teeth and ignoring the greedy thorns on its body, it enveloped itself in a layer of water once more and charged straight at the Shroomish in the arena. Seeing the ferocious expression on the giant shark opposite, who wanted to trade one for one with himself, the Shroomish had no intention of engaging in a one-for-one exchange with this exhausted opponent. It quickly turned its body and jumped to the side. However, this move fell right into the giant shark's trap. The cunning giant shark had already noticed that during the battle, the positions of both sides had switched. Now, behind the Shroomish stood the ocean. If it confronted the opponent in a one-for-one manner, the Shroomish would most likely dodge, allowing the giant shark an unobstructed path to the sea. Once it entered the ocean, it would be free as a bird in the sky and could swim wherever it pleased. Although the parasitic seed was continuously draining its strength, making its body feel extremely uncomfortable, seeing the obstacle to its hope clear away made this little pain trivial for the ocean bully. As long as it could escape, it could gather its buddies and come back for revenge later. Just as the giant shark excitedly imagined entering the sea, finding its companions, and then coming back to devour the pesky human along with his companions, it suddenly felt that familiar, powerful drain of strength coming from beside it again, extinguishing its already scarce energy like a candle in the wind. The water wrapping around it began to recede, and its furious eyes gradually turned calm. Its mind, lost in illusions, started to feel dizzy. At that moment, the giant shark felt that it might never return. With its vision blurry, it looked longingly at the ocean just a step away, feeling regret, and then completely fainted. Meanwhile, the Shroomish, seeing the giant shark faint, stopped its super absorption technique and turned to look at its trainer behind it. However, Cieli felt a headache as he looked at the shark. Indeed, the giant shark was a good choice as a mount in the sea or as a physical attacker, but this guy was just as troublesome as the ocean bully Gyarados. They were both difficult to handle. For troublesome Pokémon, Cieli usually tried to reason with them, but looking at the giant shark's clearly rough skin, he silently gave up on that idea. The cost of reasoning seemed a bit severe. Moreover, rather than spending time and effort trying to adjust this one, it would be better to catch a weak Phoeba and raise it from scratch. However, letting the giant shark go was simply impossible. Didn't he understand the value of a fierce Pokémon and the ocean bully? Forget about everything else. Just the gang formation was basic, and revenge was a certainty. Don't mention that fish have only a 7-second memory. The slap you gave it last year, it can still return to you this year. In summary, letting the giant shark go was simply impossible, but the thrifty Cieli was unwilling to just let it go. He casually took out his food, material notes. According to the data he had collected over the past few months, he quickly found the water type section, skipping over notes about items like Kingler's whiskers being medicinal and fish bones being used for soup. He quickly located the sections on the giant shark and Phoeba. It clearly described that the dorsal fin of the giant shark was considered a valuable ingredient, worth at least 2,000. Its teeth could also be made into processed products. Seeing this, Cieli's eyes lit up, filled with the gleam of gold. The gaze towards the mega shark gradually became unfriendly. But the cautious Xie Li resisted the urge to act and continued to check. He saw that it was written below that the Mega Shark had been listed as a protected Pokémon by the Alliance due to widespread overfishing. Bully? Protection? What the hell? What kind of bully is in such a miserable state that they need protection? Oh, the opponent is humans. Then it's fine. But this small print in front of him still served as a warning to Xie Li. This is not the wilderness. It's a port. So Xie Li had no intention of cutting off the Mega Shark's dorsal fin to sell it. After all, he had just deceived Miss Junsha from Changhua City to get a temporary ID. If he engaged in illegal activities, his ID could be confiscated, and he would have to start living as an illegal resident again. At least during the assessment period, Xie Li did not plan to engage in any illegal activities. What? You ask if his previous extortion of Anthony's skill disc doesn't count? That would only count if Anthony reported it immediately, but he would ruin his own reputation first. And Xie Li had long seen that the other party was extremely vain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hidden a Pokeball in the mouth of a seagull to attract passing boys in shorts to do such morally corrupt things. In summary, it was highly unlikely that the other party would report it immediately. As long as they didn't report it right away, if they waited a few days to report it, he would have already taken a ship to Fighting Island, and by then, the matter would have subsided, with each side having their own arguments. You can't just ask a time traveler to take you back to the past. This incident would ultimately just be a dispute. However, the Mega Shark in front of him was different from Anthony. If he cut off its dorsal fin, not to mention the possibility of someone nearby seeing it, he would likely get caught, and then his ID would be gone. Moreover, even if no one saw it, he couldn't keep the fin in his backpack for long, and he still didn't know the location of the black market. He couldn't sell it quickly, and he didn't know how to cook it. But that didn't mean Xie Li couldn't gain something from the Mega Shark. As mentioned earlier, the dorsal fin was valuable, but its teeth were also a favorite among people at sea or along the coast, and the teeth of the Mega Shark were the same as those of Blue Star, capable of growing back quickly. As long as he didn't extract a large number of teeth from the Mega Shark population, taking one or two wouldn't be illegal. Carefully prying open the unconscious Mega Shark's large mouth, Xie Li looked at the row of sharp teeth and couldn't help but feel a headache. How was he supposed to extract them? Due to the other party's Dark-type attribute, using Cerulean's psychic power to extract the teeth was obviously unreliable. Looking at the Shroomish beside him, Xie Li suddenly had a bold idea. Shroomish, come here, use a small power of force on its teeth, control the force. Don't break them, Xie Li said to the Shroomish beside him. The reason for using force instead of Sonic Punch was that Sonic Punch was too fast and might smash the teeth in one go, while force was different. It was controllable, and the upper and lower limits completely depended on the amount of force and energy used. Shroomish carefully controlled its fists and struck the front of the Mega Shark's teeth with one hit. The teeth slightly recessed inward, but remained firmly in place. However, since the rough skin was the characteristic protecting the exterior, it could do nothing for the inner teeth. With a painful expression on the Mega Shark's face, under Xie Li's command, Shroomish shook all 12 of its main teeth. Then, Xie Li carefully shook them up and down until the teeth completely fell out. After that, he carefully called Maril to use water gun to clean the blood from the teeth, dried them, and then put them into his backpack. Looking at the toothless Gyarados, Xie Li nodded in satisfaction, then threw out a Pokeball. Perhaps it had been tormented enough by Xie Li, as the Pokeball showed a successful capture without even shaking. Xie Li casually put away the Pokeball, unaware that a group of red figures at the distant shore glanced at him, flicked their fins, and disappeared from the surface of the water. Chapter 48. Boarding the ship after defeating the Gyarados, Xie Li looked up at the sky, which was gradually darkening, with the afterglow of the setting sun illuminating the sea. Standing on the shore, Xie Li admired the beautiful scene of the golden sun sinking into the sea. Upon realizing that no more fish were biting, he lost the desire to continue fishing, dismantled his fishing rod, and put it back in his backpack, waiting for his Ursaring, who was rummaging on the beach for items, to return to his side. After receiving a pile of scrap that the Ursaring had somehow dug up, Xie Li, with no dreams of fortune, could only helplessly gather all his fishing gear, and along with the Ursaring, walked towards the position of Elder Hatchie under the glow of the setting sun. At that moment, Elder Hatchie was calmly sitting on a small stool, patiently waiting for the fish to bite. Looking at the indifferent old man Hatchie, Xie Li did not greet him directly, but quietly walked to his side and glanced at the empty bucket, mocking not a single fish Air Force guy. Although he didn't quite understand what Xie Li meant by Air Force guy, old man Hatchie knew it couldn't be anything good. He shot a glare at Xie Li in annoyance, then stood up and looked at the empty bucket in Xie Li's hand, suddenly feeling more confident as he said, "Aren't you the same?" Cieli seemed to have anticipated that old man Hachi would say this. He directly took out the freshly caught giant tooth shark teeth from his bag and handed them to the old man with a grin, saying, "These are from the giant tooth shark I just caught. What do you think? Want to buy them?" Looking at the shark tooth in Cieli's hand, the old man reached out to take it, carefully examining it. It was indeed a tooth from a megalodon, and after sniffing it, he noticed the lingering smell of blood, as if it had just fallen off. He then happily said, "This tooth is definitely from a megalodon, but where is the megalodon? Did you tame it? Of course, why? Do you have any ideas? Why wouldn't you cultivate and tame it?" The old man asked, puzzled by Cieli's apparent disinterest in the megalodon. Cieli awkwardly smiled and honestly confessed to the old man, "This guy is a tyrant of the sea. I need to go out to sea soon. If I release it, won't it retaliate against me?" The old man looked at Cieli with approval and said with a smile, "Young man, you are quite thoughtful. How about this? I need a Pokémon to help guard my fishing grounds. Let me take a look at your megalodon, and if it's suitable, I'll take care of it for you." Considering the restrictions of the league rules, the old man didn't mention buying the megalodon, but Cieli understood the implication behind his words. With a face full of joy, Cieli took out the Pokeball containing the megalodon. Upon seeing the megalodon without its main tooth, the old man's forehead darkened. "This kid," he then said to Cieli, "how about I gift you a set of super fishing rods?" Cieli quickly calculated in his mind and realized he was making a great deal. He wasn't sure how much the megalodon was worth, but the super fishing rod, as the pinnacle of fishing rods, was definitely worth much more. With a delighted expression, he said to the old man, "Sir, you're too kind. How about I give you these teeth as well?" After the transaction, Cieli began to call the old man to return, but the old man was not willing to go back with just a Kingler. So he decided to stay and continue battling the sea. Cieli could only express that he was happy for the old man and left him behind to return. Food time. After enjoying a hearty meal at the Port Hotel, it must be said that the fish here is really well cooked. While sipping on the complimentary drink from the front desk and listening to the chatter from the next table, Cieli noticed that his hearing had become much sharper since he leveled up as a trainer. He overheard two people quietly whispering, "Did you know? I'm only telling you this, don't tell anyone else, but I heard there is going to be a fighting tournament on Battle Island soon." "I already knew that. Why keep a secret?" "Not that. Do you know what the prize for the tournament is?" "What is it?" "Take a guess," the man said, teasing his companion. Cieli and the man opposite were itching to rush over and give him a beating, seeing that his companion was unwilling to cooperate. The man rolled his eyes and finally whispered, "I heard it's a semi-divine Dragonite." "Really? Is that true?" His companion said, looking shocked. "Keep it down. Keep it down." The man felt a sense of satisfaction seeing his companion's astonished expression, but quickly reminded him to lower his voice. The two of them continued to chat about various topics, which Cieli paid no further attention to. However, could Battletown really offer a Dragonite as a prize? That surfing boy could actually produce a Dragonite? Cieli didn't believe it. Not bothering to listen to their idle chatter anymore, he quickly finished his drink, returned to his room, released his Shroomish for guard duty, and began to rest. Waiting for the ferry the next morning, after bidding farewell to Old Man Hachi, Cieli boarded the early ferry and started looking for his cabin with the ticket in hand. He quickly found the location marked on the ticket. A luxurious single room on the second floor. The reason he bought the expensive ticket this time was simply because the ferry was different from what he had imagined. Unlike in the games, the ferry from Kanaz City to Battle Island takes at least 2 days to reach, and from Battle Island to Kana City, it takes about 4 days, assuming there are no Pokémon attacks along the way. If there are Pokémon attacks, who knows? You might even have to swim there yourself. But with the luxury ticket, he didn't have to worry. Not only could he enjoy gourmet meals, but if something really happened on the ship, he could directly go to the 3rd floor and take a helicopter or a Pokémon to escape, making a great value. As Cieli boarded the ship, a pair of eyes filled with hatred watched him from the water. Then the figures disappeared without a trace. Chapter 49. Out and About. At the port, the ship's horn let out a long sound, and amidst the waving hands and farewells from the people on shore, it slowly set sail, heading towards the distant ocean. Even though Cieli had lived 2 lives, it was his first time on a ship. To be precise, it was his first time on such a luxurious ferry. With a curious mindset, Cieli wandered around the ship, stopping to look at anything interesting he came across. While he was exploring the ship with a curious expression, he suddenly noticed a large crowd gathered around a machine, talking amongst themselves, accompanied by many Pokémon. Filled with curiosity, Cieli approached and casually asked a familiar-looking uncle, "Hey there, can I ask what is going on? Is this a Pokémon battle?" The bald uncle, initially displeased when Cieli pulled on him, immediately brightened up and said with a smile, Young man, you don't know? This isn't a Pokémon battle. This is a Pokémon exchange. If you have any extra Pokémon, you can exchange them with others. Trading is illegal, but exchanging is legal. Cieli silently complained about the league's regulations in his heart, then thanked the uncle in front of him and began to look at the many Pokémon before him. From the Caterpie of Kanto to the Stufful of Alola, it was a vibrant display of diversity, even mixed in with a few starter Pokémon from different regions. The group gathered around the starter Pokémon was the largest, and out of curiosity, Cieli leaned in to listen to the Pokémon exchange requests. After hearing the requirements, Cieli shook his head and stepped back. The other party was either asking for a trade of starter Pokémon for starter Pokémon or was foolishly hoping to exchange for a legendary Pokémon. To think that a mere blue crocodile could be traded for a legendary, it's like saying you were bitten by a blue crocodile and lost your mind. He silently mocked. Cieli began to carefully observe again and noticed that everyone's Pokémon varied in quality. After filtering out a few with poorer appearances, he finally picked out several Pokémon that he found appealing. He immediately approached the nearest one, hoping to make an exchange. Since the Nidoking and Kingler in his possession had been stuck for too long, and selling them to get something useful would be nice. What? You say Nidoking is uncooperative? That is not my problem. Maybe you're just too weak to handle it. The first Pokémon he wanted to trade for was the Alolan Stufful. It looked like a color-changed panda bear, but with a tail that wasn't as long. Its appearance was quite adorable. Moreover, this Stufful not only had smooth fur and bright colors, but it was also clearly a rare find, and its attributes were luxurious as well. Pokémon, Stufful gender, level, 5 ability, fluffy skills, cheer up, tackle, stare, round from its external appearance. This was a very nice quality Stufful, and it even had cheer up. Although Cieli didn't know where it learned that move, this Pokémon was very much to his liking. Low level, easy to train, and of decent quality. Without hesitation, Cieli squeezed through a group of girls and approached the trainer of the Stufful to start conversation. Hello, my name is Cieli. Would you be willing to trade this Stufful? Cieli said to the trainer. Do you want to trade for this guy? What Pokémon do you have? Personally, I prefer something more powerful. Li Qing hesitated before responding. Powerful? Cieli suddenly thought of the Nidoking in his backpack that had been hungry for a long time. With a mindset of giving it a try, he took out the Pokeball containing Nidoking from his backpack and said, how about this Nidoking, a dual-type poison ground? Is it powerful enough? Seeing the puzzled expression on the other person's face, Cieli quickly added, this guy has elite-level strength, and he has a wide variety of techniques. He can attack from a distance or engage in close combat, and he can control the battlefield. He is versatile. Just look at his appearance. His limbs are thick and his head is fierce. And take a look at his large tail, which can easily snap a telephone pole like a matchstick. His entire body exudes an overwhelming presence. Seeing the other person's eyes filled with excitement, I took a breath and continued. If it weren't for the fact that my girlfriend really likes this fluffy Pokémon, I wouldn't be willing to trade it with you. If you don't want to trade, then forget it. I'll go find someone else. Seeing Cieli pretend to leave, Li Qing quickly urged, Wait a minute. Let's chat some more. How about we have a match so I can see the strength of Nidoking? Upon hearing that he would have to command Nidoking, Cieli immediately felt overwhelmed. After thinking for a moment, he said, my Nidoking's combat power is too strong. I'm afraid it might damage the ship's deck, and battling is too troublesome. By the time we're done, the Pokémon I want to switch might already be taken by someone else. Since you don't want to trade, then forget it. Wait a minute. Just wait for me a moment. Don't trade with anyone else. I'll be right back. Hearing that Cieli was determined to leave, Li Qing became anxious and quickly stopped him from leaving, pulling out his phone to make a call. Hiding to the side, Li Qing quickly communicated with the person on the other end of the line. Before long, he jogged back to Cieli and said, Okay, I think Nidoking is great. Let's go over there to trade. Seeing the other person successfully fooled by him, Cieli put on a face of great profit and finally felt relieved in his heart. He and the other person came to the exchange machine and both placed their Pokeballs in front of the machine. As the machine started up, it immediately exchanged Nidoking and Tongo Bear. Looking at the stuffed toy bear in his hands, Cieli smiled and said, The exchange is complete. By the way, I've been short on energy cubes these past few days, so Nidoking might be a bit hungry. Remember to prepare food for him first. Okay. The other party happily held Nidoking's Pokeball, afraid that Cieli would change his mind, and quickly disappeared into the crowd. Good luck, don't get killed by Nidoking. Cieli silently prayed for the other party, then put away the stuffed toy bear's Pokeball. It wasn't time for brainwashing yet. He wanted to see if he could exchange for another one. After wandering around for a while, Cieli's Kingler was rejected by several people. No one was willing to trade with him. As for the inferior ones, Cieli was too lazy to exchange with them, so Kingler remained stuck in his hands. After shaking off a group wanting to trade for his Chikorita, joking that his Chikorita was just a few levels away from evolving into a mature form, he thought trading with them would be foolish. Bored, Cieli continued to stroll around the ship until Chapter 50. It will be paid back eventually. Suddenly, the ship's alarm rang loudly, and the crew members who had been chatting casually or leaning on the railing to gaze into the distance gradually turned serious. Soon, the crew gathered on the deck, and with the first mate's command, they began to disperse, guiding the somewhat anxious passengers. Meanwhile, the loudspeaker emitted a dull sound. "Dear esteemed passengers, good morning. I am Captain Haiwang, in charge of this voyage. We have encountered a minor incident with the flounder, as several Sharpedo have drifted over. However, please rest assured, the ship's trainers have already gone to communicate with them. Please remain calm. We are." Cieli, who was still on the first floor, had no intention of listening to the captain's lengthy announcement. At that moment, he just wanted to quickly reach the second floor's helicopter deck, planning to escape at the first sign of trouble, relying on his luxury ticket. He didn't want to be drifting around with a water rabbit Mariel. After all, Mariel wasn't a Y-Lord, and he didn't want to end up exhausted and stranded on a deserted island. Soon, Cieli followed the ship's signs and the crew's guidance to the second deck. Standing on the deck with his upgraded sharp eyesight, he looked towards the incident site and saw a particularly enormous Sharpedo leader leading dozens of Sharpedo and a swarm of Carvania swimming around the ship. Above the Sharpedo leader, a trainer riding a Fiero, which Oldrin renamed to Big Bird, but I still think Fiero sounds better and more powerful, so I will continue to use Fiero here. Including future Lapras, which will also be referred to as Lapras, was circling in the air. Besides the trainer, there was also a Pokémon whose appearance was hard to make out, seemingly assisting him in communicating with the Sharpedo leader below. And beside the Sharpedo leader, Cieli seemed to see a group of Carvania, swimming rapidly around the Sharpedo leader. They were excitedly saying something to the Sharpedo leader, occasionally gesturing toward the ship, their expressions fierce, seemingly harboring deep resentment towards it. Seeing that group of Sharpedo, Cieli's intuition told him that these guys seemed to be coming for him. He immediately fixed his gaze on the conversation scene ahead, while his body honestly moved away from the railing, fearing that the ones opposite would see him and take out their anger on him first. After all, he had just briefly checked the leader of the opposing group with the system, who was at level 61, just breaking through to the king level, while his own Pidgeot was only at level 54, merely gym level. As the Sharpedo continued to cry out, the leader of the Sharpedo seemed to think of something, and its already fierce expression suddenly became even more violent. Its massive body began to resonate with the seawater, and suddenly a spiral water column erupted from the mouth of the Sharpedo leader, forming a circle in the air and shooting toward the Pidgeot that was circling above. However, since Pidgeot was a Pokémon capable of serving as an escort for ships, it was no ordinary creature. The moment Pidgeot saw the Sharpedo using the water pulse attack against it, it quickly flapped its wings with force, avoiding a direct confrontation by dodging this sudden attack. After evading the water pulse from the Sharpedo leader, Pidgeot, under the trainer's command, unhesitatingly flapped its wings and forcefully created blades of wind directed downward, rapidly shooting them toward the ground. At this moment, the experienced Sharpedo leader, relying on years of combat experience against Pelipper, had already predicted that its skill would not hit the airborne opponent, and had led its group into the sea to evade the incoming wind blades, commanding the Sharpedo and the Poochyena to charge toward the ship ahead. Seeing that negotiations had collapsed, the prepared first mate and captain led a large number of crew members to gather on the first deck, as if they had a pre-planned response, throwing out a large number of water-type Pokémon to block the front of the ship, forming a solid defense line. When Cieli saw that the leading water-type Pokémon were the captain's level 67 Gyarados and the first mate's level 58 Frogadier, his urge to flee instantly stabilized, and his thoughts about Pidgeot as an aerial vehicle strengthened a bit. Suddenly, he remembered that someone had previously wanted to trade a relatively small Pidgey for his Kingler, but he had rejected the trade due to the Pidgey being a bit weak. Now, thinking back, as long as the aerial vehicle could run, he shouldn't ask for too much, and he could go find that person to trade later. However, now was not the time to think about that. A maritime battle was about to break out. Under the leadership of the Sharpedo leader, the Sharpedo and Poochyena having submerged in the seawater to evade the aerial attack. All used their signature move, Water Jet. The water enveloped the bodies of the sharks, and with the help of the water flow, their speed surged from a mere 30 miles per hour to an astonishing 200 miles per hour, charging toward the crew's Pokémon at lightning speed. However, since they could make a living at sea, the people on the ship were certainly not incompetent. Under the captain's command, Gyarados led several other Gyarados to take the front line, while general energy wildly gathered in the mouth of the Gyarados in front, forming a terrifying light sphere. Accompanied by a roar from the Gyarados, beams of light shot toward the group of Sharpedo. And any Sharpedo and Poochyena that were swept by the white light were unable to resist, floating on the water like dead fish, creating a truly tragic scene. Watching the tribe suffer such heavy losses before even getting close to the enemy, the leader of the Great Tooth Shark, although his eyes showed a hint of sadness, was filled more with hatred towards humans. Fueled by this rage, the Great Tooth Shark leader quickly led his tribe to charge through the destruction caused by the Gyarados.
Braving the water cannon attacks from various Pokémon and reaching the front of the ship, close combat is brutal.
Unless the Great Tooth Shark inherits moves from its egg or has skill discs, all its moves are melee. Under the leadership of the Great Tooth Shark, the Shark tribe crashed fiercely into the Gyarados and the other melee water-type Pokémon's defense line, starting a more intense brawl. The Great Tooth Shark leader filled his sharp fangs with dark energy and bit down hard on the Gyarados underling in front of him. Although they were both ocean bullies, the significant level difference caused the Gyarados underling to nearly faint from the attack. However, the Gyarados, being a fierce Pokémon, despite on the verge of losing consciousness, showed no signs of weakness and bit down hard on the Great Tooth Shark leader. Although the bite attack took effect, the rough skin of the Great Tooth Shark leader caused it to suffer recoil damage. Even as it fainted, its large mouth remained tightly clamped onto the Great Tooth Shark leader. Meanwhile, the sailors on the deck saw their Gyarados had fainted and hurriedly took out a Pokeball to recall it, preventing the Great Tooth Shark from taking advantage of the situation to deliver a fatal blow. Taking damage after fainting would result in immediate death. Of course, taking too much damage at once would also lead to death. Watching the Gyarados disappear from its mouth, the Sharpedo leader was not surprised. It had known for a long time that humans could recall their Pokémon to avoid damage. However, this was not the time to think about that. Although the Sharpedo leader had just taken down a Gyarados in one hit, its clan was currently engaged in a brutal close-quarters battle, and it was urgently looking for the next opponent. Its cunning nature locked onto the captain's Gyarados. At this moment, it understood that if it could deal with the captain's Gyarados without external help, victory would tilt entirely in its favor. The Sharpedo leader quickly sank into the sea, advancing toward the captain's Gyarados under the cover of a group of Sharpedos. Meanwhile, the captain's Gyarados was currently grappling with one of the Sharpedo's rough skin, using its dragon tail to directly knock a high-level Sharpedo out of the water, sending it flying into the air. Before it could land back down, a few passengers had appeared on the deck, and one of the tourists commanded their Venusaur to quickly gather sunlight and unleash a solar beam, knocking the Sharpedo unconscious midair. Chapter 51. The escaping Sharpedo leader, the captain on the deck, calmly observed the fierce battle on the water surface. As the captain of the Flounder's ship, his long experience at sea allowed him to keenly notice that the Sharpedo leader, which should have been wreaking havoc on the surface, had vanished. The Flounder captain did not believe that the Sharpedo leader would abandon its clan and flee. This Pokémon, which coexisted with cunning and brutality, had led to countless similar attacks throughout his career, and he immediately realized that the opponent was likely to dive into the depths of the sea and then launch a surprise attack on his Pokémon or the ship beneath him. Understanding the opponent's intentions, the captain decisively commanded the Gyarados to submerge into the sea to guard against the Sharpedo leader's ambush. The enraged Gyarados, eager to continue rampaging on the surface, quickly calmed down under the trainer's command and the roar of the Gyarados leader. Following the captain's lead, one Gyarados flicked its tail and swam into the sea, leaving a Frogadier leading other water-type Pokémon to continue dealing with the remaining sharks without the Sharpedo leader. At this point, the deck was not only occupied by crew members, but also by Pokémon trainers who, in collaboration with the crew, released high-level Pokémon with long-range counter skills to fend off the shark attack. Seeing an opportunity to gain experience, Cieli wasted no time sending out all of his Pokémon to join the fight against the sharks, except for his novice Teddiursa, which had no offensive capabilities. The rest of the Pokémon did their utmost to unleash their ranged attacks on the fish swarm. As everyone released their Pokémon one after another under the crew's guidance, a Nidoking was sent out by Li Qing. With Li Qing's financial backing, a large number of energy cubes, and promises of finding a mate for it in the future, the Nidoking, who had been hungry for a long time, joined Li Qing's side without hesitation. However, fate was like a giant boomerang. Cieli's Shroomish and Li Qing's Nidoking were assigned to the same defense position. Although the freshly caught Nidoking obeyed its trainer Li Qing's commands, It had just been captured and was filled with hatred from being beaten by Cle and the long-term suffering of being trapped in a Pokeball and starving. These combined feelings ignited Nidoking's already unstable mind like fire to oil. Looking at the mushroom kangaroo in front of him, based on previous experience, he judged that the opponent could not defeat his Nidoking. With both hands, he continuously summoned Frost to cover himself and, without hesitation, charged towards Ciel's Shroomish with his powerful legs at an incredibly swift speed. Shroomish had already noticed the movements of Nidoking beside him and immediately understood that the opponent was there to thank him for his previous care. However, times had changed, and he was no longer the inexperienced Wu Xia Ameng. Moreover, Nidoking was not Guan Yu. Shroomish raised his fist without hesitation and launched a sonic punch. A fast and precise strike that left no room for evasion, ruthlessly hitting Nidoking on the head. Thanks to his dual-type poison ground and his thick skin, Nidoking realized he could not dodge and chose to take the sonic punch head-on. As he expected, the punch did not inflict significant damage. It only caused a slight pain. Feeling the sting, Nidoking's ferocity intensified, and he swung an ice punch mercilessly at Shroomish, who had already crouched down to dodge the blow. Quickly standing up, taking advantage of Nidoking's moment of inattention, Shroomish unleashed a flurry of punches, creating afterimages as his fist, the size of a sandbag, struck Nidoking's face at an incredible speed. Nidoking's face was instantly knocked to the side from the continuous hits, and his head began to feel heavy under Shroomish's assault. With the final uppercut from Shroomish, Nidoking fell straight to the ground. Seeing this scene, Li Qing's expression darkened instantly. This was his Pokemon's first strike, and he couldn't say much. Silently, he recalled Nidoking, planning to train him properly later, wondering how someone so large could be so easily defeated. However, Li Qing did not seek trouble with Ciel, believing that since Ciel could capture Nidoking, his Pokemon would easily handle it. Ignoring the small incident on the deck, a fierce battle was erupting underwater. Led by Captain Gyarados, several Gyarados, and the leader of the Sharpedo, several Sharpedo were engaged in a brutal biting contest beneath the sea. The exceptionally savage Gyarados abandoned ranged attacks, opening its mouth wide and ignoring the rough skin of Sharpedo to bite down viciously. Naturally, Sharpedo relished the opportunity to gnaw at Gyarados, but Gyarados was ultimately outnumbered. Blood began to surface, and upon seeing the blood in the water and a Gyarados subordinate that had floated up due to being knocked out, the captain quickly realized that Gyarados below might be in trouble. He hurriedly directed the sailors to command their Pokemon to go down for rescue. As more Pokemon gathered on the deck, the numbers of Lantern and Sharpedo in the water gradually decreased. Seeing that the formation was stable, Frogadier led the sailors' water-type Pokemon into the water to assist the Gyarados below. Watching the gradually dwindling group around him and the increasing number of water-type Pokemon surrounding the Gyarados leader, the Sharpedo leader understood that there was nothing more to be done. The fury in his eyes slowly faded, replaced by a calm determination. With a roar from the Sharpedo leader, the remaining Sharpdos and Carvanhas shook off their opponents and quickly began a strategic retreat with their injured companions. The captain, who always believed in eliminating threats completely, commanded his Gyarados to lead their allies in pursuit. Under the watchful eye of the Fiero overhead, the Gyarados directed the water-type Pokemon to continuously attack the Shark group with ranged skills. In an instant, after sacrificing a large number of Sharpdos and Carvanhas, leaving behind their fallen comrades floating on the water like dead fish, the Sharpedo leader ultimately managed to escape. The victorious captain gazed at the tragic scene on the water, feeling a headache coming on. In his younger days, he would have turned that group of Sharpdos into shark fin soup, but now, under the protection of the League, the Sharpdos were neither tasty nor worth discarding. Helpless, the captain communicated via radio with a nearby port. Before long, a large League ship slowly approached. After coordinating with the ship's captain, they directed the crew to haul the Sharpdos and Carvanhas from the sea onto the deck, where the waiting Chansey could provide treatment. Watching as the Megalodon and the Sharpedo had been taken over by the Alliance, the ship resumed its journey, this time with some long-tailed gulls arranged around the vessel for vigilance. After witnessing the end of the maritime battle, Ciel also set aside his desire to escape, but his need for flying-type Pokemon grew stronger. Without hesitation, he turned to the customer he had previously wanted to trade a Pidgey for a Kingler and completed the exchange. Although this Pidgey was small and thin, with some nurturing, it could at least fly, right? Thus, Ciel added a new utility Pokemon to his collection. Chapter 52. Fishing competition since the attack yesterday. The Flounder had been sailing steadily under the captain's command until it reached the junction of shallow blue and deep blue waters. At this moment, the ship stopped, and just as everyone thought another Pokémon might attack, the captain's dull voice came through the loudspeaker once again. Dear passengers, hello, this is the captain of the Flounder. We are now 1 day's journey away from Battle Island. Currently, the sea is calm and everything is well, so please rest assured. After taking a sip of water, the captain continued, according to our chief mate's exploration, there is a deep-sea pit below us, which is quite rare in shallow waters. Therefore, we will hold a fishing competition during this journey, with generous prizes. Passengers who are interested can sign up with the chief mate on the first deck. Following this announcement were a series of safety precautions and warnings. Cieli showed great interest after hearing the broadcast. The prizes were secondary, but the deep-sea pit was the key. He didn't know what a deep-sea pit was, but in games, water that looked different from the normal sea surface usually indicated a deep-sea pit or a deep-sea tunnel. Pokémon could use the dive skill to take trainers into these passages to capture deep-sea Pokémon, like Kyogre, but in reality, Cieli had no understanding of this deep-sea pit. After signing up with a chief mate, a sailor nearby explained the existence of this phenomenon. Deep-sea pits can be categorized into fixed and non-fixed types, and the one encountered during this voyage was a sudden appearance. Deep-sea pits could be caused by large schools of fish gathering or by volcanic eruptions beneath the seafloor, causing tectonic shifts or compressions. However, as this voyage had not encountered extreme weather or tsunamis, the situation of a volcanic eruption did not exist. This meant that the deep-sea pit was actually just a large gathering of fish, leading to Pokémon that prey on them also converging in large numbers. What the crowd didn't know was that if it were just this, the captain wouldn't have organized a fishing competition. Through this event, he had a deeper purpose, to lure the Megalodon leader into an attack. Known as the Tyrant of the Sea, the Megalodon is a Pokémon with a vicious and cunning nature. As the Tyrant of the Sea, it holds grudges and is very adept at patience. Once it sets its sights on someone, it will find a way to strike when they least expect it. As the saying goes, a thief may steal for 1,000 days, but a victim can only guard for a day. Firstly, the Flounder's journey was not just to Battle Island and Kana City. It was also heading to Quiet Water City and Green Ridge City. If the Megalodon leader couldn't be dealt with in shallow waters, once they reached the deep sea, the captain would have a much bigger problem on his hands. Therefore, the captain wanted to use the fishing competition to create the illusion that the ship was relaxing, enticing the Megalodon leader to strike. Once the Megalodon leader attacked, the Alliance ships, quietly following behind, would coordinate with the captain to surround it, not giving it a chance to dive and directly overpowering it for capture and training. Of course, Cieli was unaware of any of this. At that moment, he was drooling over the generous prizes. First place, a water stone and a mysterious water drop. Second place, a water stone. Third place, a full discount voucher for a ship ticket. Positions 4 to 30 would receive various discount vouchers, just with different discount amounts. Except for the captain and the chief mate, everyone else could participate, but they had to sign up at a designated spot on the first deck. To ensure fairness during the competition, the release of water-type Pokémon or Pokémon capable of diving, as well as Psychic Pokémon, was prohibited. There would be non-participating sailors supervising, and any cheating discovered would result in a score of 0. The ship's deck was quite large, comfortably accommodating the group of participants. After all, not every tourist would be fishing. Many would be watching the excitement from the second deck. Cieli released his Duskull and had to choose a spot that looked good to it. After scanning the area, Duskull found a comfortable spot on the east side of the ship, and Cieli quickly followed it there. After checking the feng shui, he unhesitatingly chose a position with his back against a pole, just a simple pole to lean against for comfort. As other participants took their places, the competition officially began. Cieli attached the bait to the fishing hook and cast it high into the water, true to the reputation of a fish-gathering place. It wasn't long before he felt a bite. Discovering the pole was quite weak, Cieli immediately focused and quickly reeled in the line, effortlessly lifting whatever was at the end. However, what he caught was not a Pokémon, but a fish he did not recognize. Based on videos he had seen online, Cieli did not remove the fish, but instead left it hanging on the hook, as the competition did not specify that caught fish could not be used as bait. As expected, a passing sailor glanced at Cieli's actions, but said nothing and continued patrolling, carefully securing the fish to the hook. The fish sank along with the hook to the bottom of the sea, and Cieli patiently awaited his next catch, wondering if he would reel in a Kyogre or a Lugia. Suddenly, there were exclamations from behind him, and Cieli turned to see a handsome young man pulling up a Pokémon that had a long, snake-like body with a small white horn on its forehead and 2 small feather-like wings on either side of its head. The other participants nearby were exclaiming, "What is that? It looks so beautiful. It's a legendary Pokémon, you idiot. He actually caught a legendary Pokémon. Oh my god, it's a Haxorus." At that moment, Cieli was also stunned to see the Haxorus, unable to believe his eyes. He looked like a character watching the protagonist show off, serving as the shock supporting role. Standing there wide-eyed. Once he regained his composure, Cieli wished he could kick the young man aside, reel in the Haxorus himself, and laugh heartily while basking in the envy and jealousy of others. However, just as Cieli opened the system to check, he saw that this Haxorus was level 61, and he realized things were not that simple. Normally, evolution occurs around level 55, but sometimes there are exceptions. As expected, catching it does not mean one has the strength to subdue it. This one, at a high level of 61, has a skill pool that can only be described as drool-worthy, the Dragonair. Upon realizing it had been caught and was now in front of a group of humans, its lithe body twisted slightly, and soon clouds began to form in the sky as it moved. Lightning danced joyfully within the clouds, and with a roar from the Dragonair, a bolt of lightning as thick as a tree came crashing down directly towards the young man. The crew members, upon seeing the young man catch the Dragonair, had already rushed to his side to protect him. Seeing this situation, they quickly commanded the Seagull and the other Pokémon to unleash protective moves, managing to withstand the lightning strike, which prevented the young man from being vaporized on the spot. However, with the disappearance of the lightning, the Dragonair that had been on the deck also vanished along with a flash of lightning. Watching the Haxorus leap off the deck and plunge into the sea, the young man clutched the railing with both hands, resembling a heartbroken girl abandoned by her lover, unwillingly leaning there and shouting, hoping the unfaithful lover would turn back. But how could the freedom-seeking Haxorus look back? Without a glance, it submerged into the water, quickly shaking off the onlookers with ulterior motives and disappearing into the ocean. However, as the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. The fishing competition did not require capturing the Pokémon to count as a score. As long as the participants successfully caught a Pokémon, it would be counted. Thus, the record of catching Haxorus was noted in the young man's scorebook. If nothing unexpected happened, he should be the first place winner. Thinking that the first prize wasn't too bad, and considering that Haxorus was too high a level for him to control even if he captured it, the young man's gloomy expression improved significantly under the crew's encouragement. When the crowd saw Haxorus escape, they all expressed their regrets, but no one knew what was truly in their hearts. However, this served as a warning to some trainers nearby who hadn't released their Pokémon. With a reminder of past experiences, everyone released their Pokémon. Cieli also let out his Shroomish and Chimecho to prevent the disaster of letting a rare Pokémon escape after catching it. After arranging his Pokémon, Cieli, although knowing that first place was out of reach, remained calm in his chair. If first place was gone, there was still second place, right? No mysterious water drops. A water stone would be great too. If worst comes to worst, a fairy ticket voucher would be acceptable, as one rare Pokémon after another was caught. Some were captured, while others, like Haxorus, escaped due to the fisherman's lack of skill. However, with the continuous appearance of rare Pokémon, the incident with Haxorus was quickly forgotten. At this moment, Cieli, sitting on the bench, was no longer calm. He began to seriously doubt the possibility of being jinxed. He hadn't caught any Pokémon besides a few sea fish, not even a Magikarp or a Tentacle. Initially thinking it was a bad spot, he saw the uncle next to him pull up a Milotic and successfully capture it, which made Cieli feel even more dejected. He started to wonder if he had done something wrong to deserve this lack of fish. After all, he was just helping the Sharpedo get a tooth replacement. It wasn't anything heinous. Compared to the two villains who wanted to release Kyogre and Groudon at the drop of a hat, Cieli felt like a saint. And saints shouldn't be treated this way. Just as Cieli was lamenting in his heart, the fishing buoy in front of him began to bob up and down. Chapter 53. Unlucky for rewards. Looking at the floating bobber in front of him, Cieli's previously gloomy mood due to the air force instantly brightened up. Even if he hooked a Carp King, he would find it acceptable. Without hesitation, he lifted the fishing rod, ready to test the strength of the opponent. Just as Cieli raised the rod and began to exert force, the opponent suddenly sensed something unusual and started to swim quickly towards deeper water, pulling the fishing line. Feeling the immense tug through the rod, Cieli concluded that it definitely wasn't a common fish like a Carp King, as Carp Kings didn't put up much of a fight. At worst, it would be a goldfish. However, Cieli wouldn't let go just because the opponent was strong. He was determined to reel it in and redeem his 0 record. He slightly spread his feet, positioning his left foot forward and his right foot back, then exerted force simultaneously. His legs pressed tightly against the ground like the roots of an old tree. With his legs supporting him, his waist began to consolidate every bit of strength in his body, stabilizing himself against being dragged into the water. Once he ensured he wouldn't be pulled under, Cieli began to engage in a battle of wits with the opponent. Gripping the fishing line spool in his hand, he continuously turned it backward to tighten the line, then suddenly turned it forward to loosen it a bit, repeatedly pulling and releasing the opponent. Perhaps disturbed by this tugging, the unknown Pokémon beneath the surface felt extremely uncomfortable and was determined to swim downward. But whether the opponent was exhausted or scheming, it suddenly gave up, struggling, and was dragged directly to the surface by the fishing line. As the rod tightened further, a Pokémon familiar to Cieli leaped out of the water. Looking at the Marill in front of him, Cieli finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least he was no longer at zero. After greeting the sailor who had been recording the scores, he confirmed with the recording sailor and directly wrote one Marill in the originally blank scorebook, then closed it. Seeing the record, Cieli, without hesitation, took out the scissors beside him and cut the fishing line, having no intention of pulling the Pokémon up or sending his Marill down to battle and capture it. After Cieli cut the fishing line, the Marill in the water looked at him on the boat with a confused expression. This was different from what he remembered. Shouldn't it be pulled up for a battle and capture? Suddenly, Marill seemed to realize something. Its little face flushed red, understanding that the other party found it undesirable. It shot a water gun towards Cieli and then, regardless of whether it hit or not, dove into the sea, disappearing from sight. Skillfully dodging the water gun, Cieli unhesitatingly rehooked and silently prayed for blessings from the gods, then continued fishing. Perhaps the gods were out of service. Until the end of the competition, Cieli did not catch any new Pokémon. Forget about the top 3, getting 29th place would be considered good. The first place, unsurprisingly, went to a young man who caught a Dragonair. The second place was a bit surprising to Cieli. It was a quiet-looking girl who won with an ancient fish known as a living fossil, the Arcan. The third place went to a bronze-skinned uncle beside Cieli, who caught a Milotic. The judges originally wanted to place the Arcan in second, but considering its rarity, they could only rank it third. As for the remaining places, Cieli did not pay attention. Soon, the award ceremony officially began. Everyone gathered on the first deck, while some individuals leaned against the railing on the second deck, watching the awards ceremony below. Just as everyone focused on the ceremony, a pair of hateful eyes beneath the water were staring at the people on the boat. The owner of these eyes was the earlier escaped Sharpedo leader. After fleeing, the Sharpedo leader had gathered a large number of Sharpdos and several other Sharpdos in just one day. Watching the ship's side, which seemed ripe for the picking, the Sharpedo leader's eyes were filled with intent. Based on its past experience of attacking ships, it knew that with this type of hull, as long as it organized its Sharpedo minions to charge at the side of the ship, even if they couldn't break the hull, they could still knock some humans leaning too close to the edge of the second deck into the sea. Once these humans fell into the water, the Sharpdos would go in to bite them, while would lead the charging Sharpdos to hide behind. If the opponent's Gyarados came out, it would sneak attack. If that failed, it would run away. Soon, the Sharpedo leader gathered its following Sharpdos. Unlike the large number of minions before, this time there were only 4 Sharpdos and still a large number of Feeba. After explaining the collision positions and the plan to charge and run, the Sharpedo quickly organized its minions to rush towards the ship. What the Sharpedo leader did not know was that not far behind it, a dozen Gyarados were quietly following the ship, with the leading Gyarados being level 71. Watching the Sharpdos charge towards the ship, the Gyarados no longer hid and swam straight towards the side of the Sharpedo group, intending to block their escape route. Meanwhile, at the awards ceremony on the Flatfish, the head sailor, upon hearing a report from his subordinate, quickly walked towards the captain who was presenting the awards and whispered a few words in his ear. Soon, the captain revealed a meaningful smile and whispered a few instructions to the head sailor. The head sailor nodded repeatedly at the captain's instructions, disregarding the surprised looks from the crowd, and took half of the crew from the award ceremony directly to the side deck, deploying all the water-type Pokémon they had. Under the lead of the head sailor's Frogadier, the sailor's Pokémon quickly rushed towards the Sharpedo group below. The moment Frogadier appeared on the deck, the Sharpedo leader realized something was wrong and hurriedly slowed down its charge, floating in the sea and wanting to call off the attacking team. But once a charge was initiated, how could it be easily stopped? A large number of Feeba followed the Sharpedo minions and charged straight towards a defensive team formed by Frogadier. Without the Sharpedo leader's participation, the team led by only 4 Sharpdos faced a well-trained defense team, resulting in one-sided slaughter. Frogadier knocked out the Feeba and Sharpdos around it with a punch. while its surrounding minions were not to be outdone, shooting streams of water or beams of light, causing the close combat-focused Sharpedo group to collapse. Just as the Sharpedo leader was about to try the same tactic again, the Gyarados that had been waiting behind had already blocked its escape route. Seeing the powerful pressure emanating from the Gyarados leader, the Sharpedo leader knew that it was probably doomed this time. Even so, the Sharpedo leader did not choose to surrender. Its eyes became even more ferocious, and without hesitation, it opened its large mouth and resolutely led the remaining Phoeba towards the Gyarados. Looking at the giant toothed shark leader charging towards him, the Gyarados at the forefront had an expression full of disdain and mockery. This guy couldn't possibly think of himself as the Gyarados of that captain, could he? Although he looked down on the opponent's strength, out of courtesy, Gyarados still gathered energy in his familiar dragon mouth, and a familiar white light shot straight out from his mouth, instantly killing the giant toothed shark leader. When the Lantern beside the giant toothed shark saw their boss knocked out by the opponent, they immediately scattered like birds and beasts, disbanding in a hurry. Gyarados and the Frogadier did not pursue them, allowing the Lantern to escape. After all, Lanterns were not like giant toothed sharks. They were not loyal subjects and had no intention of protecting their leader. They simply liked to bully the weak and fear the strong. If the giant toothed shark was present, the Lantern would dare to bite the opponent, but without the giant toothed shark leading them, they could only flee. Watching the violent dragon bring the unconscious great white shark leader up from the sea, the captain felt relieved upon seeing the unconscious shark and contacted the Alliance ships behind to handle the situation. He then continued to steer the flounder towards Battle Island. Chapter 54, Battle Island, half-dated chapter. With item additions at the end, Cieli stood on the port platform with Tongo Bear on his left and Carillion on his right, watching the ship gradually disappear in the distance, accompanied by the sound of the ship's whistle, feeling increasingly excited inside. Due to the great white shark incident, the originally planned 2 to 3 day journey turned into 4 days. However, during the 4 days of sailing, Cieli still had a fulfilling time on the ship. There was a battle arena on board, and Cieli liked to challenge others when he had nothing to do, especially looking for lower-level fish Pokémon. Additionally, the great white shark attack incident caused his Pokémon's levels to rise significantly compared to before boarding the ship. For brevity, unless it's a data chapter, I won't include data in the novel unless special circumstances arise, such as looking at someone else's. And it's stated that skill discs can be learned repeatedly until they are damaged. Learning progress depends on the quality of the disc and the Pokémon's understanding ability. The easier it is to learn, the faster it progresses. As Cieli's top fighter, the Chief General, Dough Mushrooms, leveled up from level 33 to 36. In terms of skills, due to the level increase, he learned the skill Sky Uppercut, which can hit Pokémon in a flying state, and learned Thunder Punch, which attacks the opponent with a fist filled with electricity. Sometimes it can paralyze the opponent through a skill disc. The second general, Ji-Chong Bear, leveled up much faster than Dough Mushrooms, rising from level 30 to 34. Due to continuously using Scratch and releasing Missile Needle during the Great White Shark attack, harvesting many lower-level sharp-toothed fish and injured great white sharks. Unfortunately, despite the level increase, Ji-Chong Bear did not learn any new skills, but thanks to Cieli's skill disc, he managed to learn Volt Tackle, which attacks with a strong electric shock. Sometimes it can paralyze the opponent, allowing him to start using Thunderbolt. As for our female companion, Carillion, due to her skill limitations, she couldn't benefit from the experience surge from the great white shark and sharp-toothed fish, resulting in her level not changing as dramatically as the other two. However, she still managed to increase her level by 1, going from level 24 to 25, just one step away from becoming a mature Pokémon, about 5 levels. Despite this, Carillion didn't leave empty-handed. By using Teleport daily to follow Cieli around the ship, her proficiency in Teleport increased rapidly, jumping straight from proficient to master level. The changes brought by master level teleport were remarkable. Unlike the previous clumsy teleportation, the new teleport not only consumed less energy, but also allowed for swift movement. As long as Carillion had a thought in her mind, she could teleport at light speed, no longer limited to just transporting herself, but could also take Cieli with her, although the distance depended on her current state. Similarly, Carillion's good friend, Marilioli, did not perform well during the Great White Shark attack due to her lower level and being a water-type Pokémon, so her level only increased from 25 to 27 through battles. However, unlike her good friend, Marilioli learned Fairy-type skill play Rough, which plays with the opponent while attacking. Sometimes it can lower the opponent's attack, and Water-type skill Water Tail which attacks the opponent by swinging her big tail like a raging wave with her level increase, taking a big step closer to becoming a dragon-slaying warrior. As for the novice Tongo Bear and Pidgey, they did not level up at all due to the high levels of the Pokémon they battled on the ship, leaving them with no new experiences. After checking on the recent status of his Pokémon at the platform, Cieli casually began to inquire about the location of the local fighting gym from staff, planning to scout it out before deciding whether to challenge it directly. However, when Cieli arrived at the local fighting gym, he was surprised to find a crowd of girls gathered outside. As he contemplated the advice from an old man to enjoy life by looking at beautiful people, a handsome young man emerged from the gym, holding a surfboard with one hand. He walked out, surrounded by a group of elegantly dressed girls, and confidently strode away, drawing envious looks from everyone. Watching the bikini-clad girls leave, Cieli retracted his gaze with envy, reflecting that if he were the protagonist of a novel, the author must be a failure. Otherwise, he should be written as exceptionally handsome, attracting admiration and affection everywhere. How else would the readers feel a sense of immersion? After a moment of internal monologue, Cieli approached the gym's front desk, where a burly man with a completely different vibe from the previous young man stood. Just as Cieli thought this muscular man was the gym leader and was about to inquire about starting a challenge, the front desk man seemed to see through Cieli's thoughts and said helplessly, "I'm Yudo, an intern trainer at this gym. The guy who just left is the gym trainer. Currently, all challenge slots are fully booked. If you're willing to wait, you can leave your information, and the next match can be scheduled in 7 days." Looking at the fully booked matches and recalling the scene of the opponent running out with a surfboard and a bunch of girls, Cieli internally despised him for being another unprofessional dojo trainer. However, the matches still had to be competed in, and he could only helplessly say, "My name is Cieli, and I currently have only one badge. Please help me make a reservation. By the way, is there a place to stay here?" "Yes, you can go." The other party skillfully took the card that Cieli handed over and directed him to the nearest hotel. After completing the registration, Cieli simply thanked the person and left the dojo, heading to the hotel to check in. On the move, sitting by the large bed in the hotel, Cieli looked at the map of Wudo Island he had obtained from the hotel front desk and began to plan his itinerary for the next 7 days. The first stop was the well-known stone cave, rumored to be filled with many rare stones, attracting a large number of collectors. In the game, players first meet De Wu at the stone cave to deliver a letter to him. However, navigating inside the stone cave requires a Pokémon with the flash skill. Otherwise, one has to rely on torches or headlamps. Due to the large number of stone enthusiasts at the stone cave, although there were no official stores in the area, the hotel offered mining hats with built-in headlamps and a batch of Pokémon trained to use the flash skill for enthusiasts to rent. After putting the map into his bag, Cieli purchased a lot of ingredients and Pokémon food under the surprise gaze of the hotel staff, bought 10 mining hats and batteries, and also rented a walking grass Pokémon proficient in the flash skill. To stand out, one must endure hardships. As a person from Zhonghua, Cieli was not afraid of hardship, only afraid that hard work wouldn't yield returns. However, with the support of the system, all efforts would be rewarded. With no time to enjoy the island's beautiful scenery, Cieli gave up the comfort of the large bed and rode his polar bear towards the entrance of the stone cave, following the map's guidance. The entrance of the stone cave was not as eerie or narrow as imagined. Instead, it was very bright and spacious. Many people dressed in climbing gear or jackets gathered in front of the cave, exchanging or trading precious stones dug from the cave. With the mindset of possibly finding treasure, Cieli approached to take a look, but quickly expressed his confusion, wondering what was so interesting about these oddly shaped stones. However, it wasn't completely fruitless. Sharp-eyed, Cieli noticed a few familiar stones among the peculiar ones: megastones and keystones. Overjoyed, Cieli maintained a calm demeanor and approached the stalls where the megastones were being sold. The stall owners seemed to have agreed upon a price of around 100,000 each. Looking at the 10 or so megastones and a large number of keystones in front of him, Cieli wished he could buy them all. But looking at the money in his hands, he could only think about it. After calmly selecting, based on years of gaming and watching anime, he identified several familiar figures among the evolution stones: the light blue megastone for Venusaur wrapped in dark green and pink, the black and crimson megastone for Jengar, and the silver megastone for Boscodora wrapped in white and black, among others. Looking at the hyper-evolution stones in front of him that he couldn't use, Cieli continued to carefully select among them. Finally, he found a silver stone wrapped in green and pink, belonging to Shinado, in a corner. Without hesitation, he took the hyper-evolution stone and, after some bargaining, finally acquired it for 50,000. At another stall, he bought a keystone for 50,000. He placed the Hyper Evolution Stone and the keystone into his bag. Currently, his Kyra had not evolved into Shinado yet and couldn't use these items. Moreover, it seemed that the Alliance had not even incorporated the United Regions into its jurisdiction, let alone the Carlos region, which could only be said to be in contact. Therefore, for now, the Hyper Evolution Stones were likely only known to the upper echelons of the Alliance, but the specifics of how to operate them were probably not clear. Cieli just wanted to take advantage of the current situation where no one knew anything to collect his favorite Hyper Evolution Stones, to avoid the difficulties of having something valuable but no market for it later. After glancing regretfully at the Hyper Evolution Stones at the stalls, Cieli strengthened his resolve to earn money to redeem them and resolutely led his Pokémon into the Stone Cave. Chapter 55, Stone Cave Without Hesitation. Cieli followed the main group into the Stone Cave. At the beginning of the journey, the cave's sides were illuminated by mining lamps along the way. But as the forks increased and they ventured deeper, the lamps began to dwindle. The once large crowd also started to disperse, each searching for their desired openings. Relying on his instincts, Cieli randomly chose a fork and found himself at a dimly lit junction. He released his Pokémon, with Chiku Chong positioned at the front as the vanguard, while Dolly Mush was on alert in the back, ready to support Chiku Chong. Dolly Mush also used its spores to mark the path along the way, preventing any silly incidents of getting lost inside. The young Kyra was perched on Cieli's shoulder, using its ability to sense malicious intent in the vicinity. After arranging the formation for entering the cave, Cieli then released the rented walking grass to stay by his side. As soon as walking grass appeared, it naturally used its flash to dispel the darkness around, the sparkling green light contrasting with the dim cave, giving Cieli a moment of regret. Had he known, he would have been tempted by the opponent as high skill proficiency and low price. Choosing a fire type would have been much better. At least the light wouldn't be this forgiving green. But it was too late to say anything now. He could only hold his nose and endure it. With a command from Cieli, the team began to move slowly through the cave, cautiously advancing in the cavern. After walking several dozen steps and passing through a few narrow passages, the path ahead became extremely wide. After instructing Dolly Mush to mark the way, Cieli and the others continued to explore along the rock wall. Suddenly, Chiku Chong discovered a crackling sound ahead, stopping and signaling back to Cieli. Upon seeing Chiku Chong's state, Cieli quickly halted his steps, raising his right hand in caution and signaling to the Kyra on his shoulder. Kyra understood Cieli's intention and communicated the stop command to the other Pokémon through telepathy, and soon the team came to a halt. Cieli put on the night vision goggles he had bought from the market, adjusted the settings, and carefully extended his head out. Through the green vision of the night vision goggles, he saw several small Quan Shur, which looked like animated stones, happily gnawing on rocks under the lead of a Rungong Shur, a spherical Pokémon made of uneven stones. Unlike Rungong Yin, which had a turtle-like head, Rungong Shur had no head at all. It was spherical. The evolution of wild Rungong Yin was unclear, possibly due to eating certain stones or being influenced by some magnetic field during evolution. Watching the group of small Geodudes happily crunching on rocks under the leadership of a Graveler and thinking about how he was running low on money lately, Cieli recalled the saying that even the smallest mosquito is meat. He checked the level of the Graveler using his system and found it was only level 31, but it had the ability to explode, taking everything along with it. If he didn't have a good way to take it down in one hit, he thought that if he could just make this Graveler explode, it might not affect the small Geodudes too much, but he would definitely enjoy the spectacle. Cautiously, he pulled his head back and said to the nearby Oddish, "Hey, use sleep powder on that group of small Geodudes over there, got it?" Actually, master-level paralysis powder could also control them. But paralysis powder can't control everyone at once, and the paralysis effect is different from sleep. Paralysis involves electric currents jumping through the Pokémon, making it obvious they've been paralyzed. Cieli was worried that if the paralysis powder didn't work on the Graveler, it might explode and cause a big mess. Although there is also a risk of being discovered with sleep powder, it's quite normal for rock-type Pokémon like Geodude to doze off while eating. However, it would be strange if they were to get paralyzed while eating. The tasked Oddish nodded. Though it should have been called grass or road, it felt like an insult, as Oddish quietly used sleep powder, focusing the skill towards Graveler. Cieli gathered the rest of his Pokémon and quickly arranged a strategy. Have Curlio wait next to Breloom, ready to teleport in for a decapitation strike once the Graveler fell asleep. As time passed, the nearest small Geodude, which had been happily crunching on rocks, suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness wash over it. Its pace of eating slowed dramatically, and its eyes grew hazy. After stubbornly munching a few more times, it finally succumbed to sleep, dropping the rock it had been holding with a clatter. Seeing its companion suddenly fall asleep mid-meal, another small Geodude sighed, thinking how young ones really take it easy, eating until they sleep. But soon enough, it too felt the drowsiness creeping in and, unable to resist, followed its companion into a deep sleep. Watching the small Geodudes dozing off one by one, Graveler's eyes filled with confusion. After a brief moment of doubt, it became alert. Something was off. This was the time for small Geodudes to be sleeping, so something must be amiss. The vigilant Graveler raised its arms, its small eyes scanning the surroundings. Just as it was about to use Rock Slide to test the area, two unfamiliar Pokémon suddenly appeared before it. One resembled a human girl, with purple light swirling in its eyes. A beam shot towards Graveler's eyes, and an overwhelming wave of sleepiness struck it. Caught off guard by the close-range hypnosis, Graveler fell into a deep slumber. Although it was reluctant, its mind succumbed to sleep. Just as Graveler closed its eyes, Breloom gathered fighting energy in its fists and unleashed a barrage of sonic punches, striking Graveler's spherical body like a flurry of meteor punches. Just as Graveler had fallen asleep, the intense pain jolted it awake. However, due to type disadvantage and being at similar levels, the sudden output of damage drained its energy rapidly. Realizing it was running low on stamina, Graveler hastily began to gather energy, planning to use Explosion to drag its assailants into the abyss with it. But things didn't go as planned. Just as Breloom delivered an uppercut, Graveler's Explosion was interrupted before it could be unleashed. It was sent crashing into the rock wall behind it, rolling its eyes back and fainting. After defeating the leading Graveler, Cieli no longer hid his presence and charged into the group of small Geodudes with his remaining Pokémon, beginning his journey of taking down the weak. The small Geodudes that weren't put to sleep were shocked to see their leader suddenly defeated by two unfamiliar Pokémon. They instinctively curled up to roll away and escape, but Cieli wouldn't let them get away. He charged out from his hiding spot with Maril and Ursaring, intercepting the fleeing small Geodudes. After a thorough lesson, the small Geodudes were all captured. Looking at the dazed group of small Geodudes, Cieli smiled with the joy of a farmer seeing a bountiful harvest in autumn. Many details not shown in the Pokémon anime are hidden in the Pokédex. But in reality, the Geodude family is quite different from what is portrayed in the game. They love eating rocks and often dig up rare stones, which they can't digest, so they keep them in their bodies or regurgitate them. Now, Cieli felt like he was opening blind boxes, starting his treasure hunt. He lined up the small Geodudes from lowest to highest level, beginning with the weakest. Cieli carefully examined the first small Geodude, and after confirming there were no strange stones on it, he pried its mouth open, donned minor gloves, and carefully reached inside. Sure enough, after a careful exploration, Cieli pulled out a shiny golden bead and a piece of undigested rock from the Geodude's mouth. Adding personal lore, Geodude digests by assimilation, not through liquid. Otherwise his hand would be gone. Looking at the smiling Cieli, who was excited about the good start, he continued on the path of mining with Cerulean. After carefully checking all the small punch stones, he found a total of 9 small gold beads, 3 gold beads for large gold beads, and a pile of strange stones. This pile of strange stones needed to be taken out to be appraised by the merchant outside to determine their value. After finishing with all the small punch stones, Cieli gradually shifted his gaze to the golem in front of him and felt around its body, but found nothing. It seems that the only option left is to dig into the other party's mouth. But as Cieli looked at the deep, bottomless mouth of the Geodude, he couldn't help but feel a headache. After a moment of thought, he reluctantly instructed Cerulean to use telekinesis to flip it over and shake it up and down vigorously to see if anything could be shaken out. Accompanied by Cerulean's shaking, Geodude's expression grew increasingly uncomfortable, and finally, after a vigorous shaking, Geodude spat out a pile of strange liquid, with a few stones falling to the ground along with it. Looking at the stone in front of him, Cieli crouched down and took out an iron rod from his backpack. Carefully, he pushed aside a few stones from the unknown liquid, and after a thorough inspection, he discovered that in addition to a pile of mysterious objects, there were also 4 thunderstones mixed in. Looking at these mediocre thunderstones, Cieli couldn't help but complain. Is this guy trying to evolve into an Alolan form? By the way, the Alolan form eats Magneton, not thunderstones. However, Cieli still happily collected all the stones and put them in his bag. This was not just a cave of stones. It was simply a gold mine. Excited, Cieli arranged the entire family of Geodude and began to prepare to look for the next victim. Chapter 56. Unexpected events. A group of uninvited guests was quietly infiltrating the stone cave, each carrying a Zubat. They divided into pairs and began to delve into the cave as if searching for something. During their search, they ambushed Pokémon trainers they encountered along the way, stealing their Pokémon and items. At this moment, Cieli was hiding around a corner, using his excellent stealth skills to watch an impending Pokémon family battle. In an open area, an Onix broke through the rock wall, followed closely by dozens of Sandshrews. The leading Sandshrew charged out of the tunnel created by the Onix and immediately launched a barrage of star-shaped projectiles at it. The high-speed stars hit the Onix, halting it instantly. Offended, the Onix coiled its body, raised its head high, and looked down at the group of Sandshrews, trying to scare them off. Some of the smaller Sandshrews were frightened and hid behind their companions, but many others stood their ground, fearless, confronting the Onix. The leading Sandshrew shouted angrily at the Onix, as if condemning it for something. However, the Onix, with its indifferent expression, couldn't be bothered to respond to the Sandshrew's loud accusations and simply roared back, interrupting their chatter. Meanwhile, Cieli, hiding around the corner, understood through the translation provided by his translator, Kyrolian, that the Sandshrews were happily enjoying Hot Pot and singing at home when suddenly this Onix destroyed their home. The Onix, having wrecked the Sandshrew's home, didn't leave even a word of apology and turned to flee. Furious, the Sandshrews chased after it, finally cornering it in the open area, intending to teach it a lesson. However, logically, the Onix should have a magnet on its head and shouldn't make such a mistake. But Cieli's keen eyes suddenly noticed that the rocky horn on the Onix's head seemed to be broken. What should have been a long horn was now less than half its original length. Realizing the reason, Cieli didn't rush out to persuade both sides to put aside their grievances and reconcile. While he loved Pokémon, he knew the occasion mattered. He was a Naruto, who could talk his way out of things, nor did he have Ash's physique from Pallet Town. If he went out now, he would definitely be caught in a double battle. Moreover, seeing the level difference, Cieli felt that the Sandshrews might not be able to educate this Onix. The highest level of the Sandshrew was only 20. Although there were many of them, their average level was not even 18, while they faced a level 41 Onix. Especially one with Dragon Breath and Sand Tomb. Cieli believed that the Sandshrews might not get justice and could end up getting beaten. As expected, seeing the Onix's disdainful attitude and refusal to admit its mistake, the furious Sandshrews collectively used high-speed stars against the Onix. A flurry of shining stars illuminated the dim cave, resembling a meteor shower as the bright stars rushed towards the Onix. However, the Onix was not to be underestimated. It was tough. The Onix disdainfully glanced at the overwhelming high-speed stars of the Sandshrews, showing no intention of dodging. A flash of white light enveloped the Onix, transforming its somewhat dull body into a metallic sheen. Protected by this brilliance, the Onix took the hit from the high-speed stars head-on. However, there was a price to pay for arrogance. With a loud explosion, a cloud of dust erupted, and the formerly confident Onix was sent flying. Its coiled body stretched out straight. It seems that this Onix lacks intelligence, having suffered from its lack of knowledge. It doesn't realize that high-speed star is not a physical attack. Using Harden is useless. Meanwhile, Cieli, who is watching from the side, is regretting not buying some sunflower seeds at the hotel, as he could have been enjoying them while watching the fight, just as the Sandshrews were about to press their advantage. Their claws glowing with a white sheen as they charged into the smoke to teach this rude Onix a painful lesson. The Onix, which had previously fallen, quickly regained its footing thanks to its significant level advantage. Then, with a dragon tail move, its tail, imbued with steel-type energy, swept fiercely toward the Sandshrews. The tail broke through the smoke and swept directly toward the Sandshrews. As the tail swung, a series of wails erupted. Several of the Sandshrews in the front were directly knocked away by this iron tail, crashing against the rock wall with a scream. Under the influence of the Onix's higher level, this iron tail completely defeated them, causing them to fall from the wall and faint heavily. Seeing their kin being knocked away by the Onix, the anger in the leader of the Sandshrew intensified. With a sharp scream, several Sandshrew, having transformed into a round shape, directly dug holes into the ground within the blind spot of the Onix's vision and burrowed in. Meanwhile, more Sandshrew used their high-speed star attacks to strike the Onix from a distance, buying time for their companions. Seeing this group of yellow-bellied mice using Swift again to attack itself, how could the Onix, having suffered a loss before, just take the high-speed stars like a meteor shower? However, its pride made it too lazy to move. It simply opened its large mouth, and a surge of dragon-type energy erupted from it. The powerful Dragon Breath. composed of dragon energy, struck directly at the high-speed stars, instantly shattering them and charging towards the group of sandshrews with immense energy. Unfortunately, the small and agile sandshrews had already left their original positions after using Swift, continuously moving and launching high-speed stars at the Onyx. The Onyx was thoroughly irritated by the relentless stars. After a brief moment of thought, it forcefully slammed its tail onto the ground, instantly transforming the ground beneath several sandshrews into quicksand. Once the quicksand appeared, it began to swirl rapidly, trapping the sandshrews within it. Watching the constantly spinning sand mice in the quicksand hell, the Onyx cruelly opened its mouth wide and unleashed a powerful dragon breath, leading the dragon-type energy straight towards the trapped sand mice. With a loud bang, a pit appeared in the ground, and a few sand mice that were originally in the quicksand hell lay motionless in the pit, unable to even let out a wail. The leader of the sand mice looked on with a mix of regret and despair. At that moment, a familiar white light enveloped the leader of the sand mice. As everyone gazed at the evolution light before them, the scene fell silent. However, the white light quickly dissipated, revealing the leader's once smooth back transformed into rows of raised scales, and its short arms elongated into sharp claws. Wow, it's evolved. Too bad I don't have my phone. Otherwise, I could have captured this moment. Cieli couldn't help but comment as he watched the leader of the sand mice evolve into the Sand King. Moreover, the evolved Sand King S-level jumped from level 20 straight to level 28, faster than Cieli could catch Pokémon. The newly evolved Sand King let out a shrill cry, its long claws digging into the ground, turning the once firm ground beneath Onyx into soft earth. Soon, the soft ground transformed into quicksand, trapping the Onyx. Looking at the Sand King mimicking its movements, Onyx sneered and planned to charge out of the quicksand. Just as Onyx attempted to struggle free, several sand mice that had already burrowed into the ground jumped up from all sides, their claws striking fiercely against Onyx's body. It turned out that those few sand mice had quietly dug tunnels and now surrounded Onyx. Instead of fleeing after their initial strike, they took advantage of the moment to leap onto Onyx's body, firmly locking their claws onto its rocky form. Once stable, they began to wave their claws, glowing with white light, relentlessly attacking Onyx's body. Watching his family members climb onto the Onyx and continuously use their moves, the Doug trio did not continue to use High-Speed Star to harass the Onyx from behind. Instead, it exerted force with its limbs and rushed towards the Onyx, intending to help its family. The Onyx had actually sensed something was wrong with the ground long ago, but feeling that its opponent was too weak, it chose not to evade and instead planned to deliver a heavy blow once the opponent emerged. However, the sudden appearance of the sand tomb caused its ground vibration sensing to fail, which allowed the group of Doug trio to entangle it. The pain radiating from its body was a clear indication that if it did not take action, it might end up in serious trouble. Soon, the Onyx devised a solution. It endured the constant pain from the Doug trio's attacks, slightly curved its body, and then exerted force to break free from the immature sand tomb. Once free, the Onyx did not stop. It elongated its body and lay flat on the ground. Just when the Doug trio thought they had knocked out their opponent and were feeling pleased, the Onyx's long body spun rapidly like a crocodile's death roll, directly throwing off the celebrating Doug trio. The Onyx did not let the Doug trio off the hook. It raised its long tail high and struck down hard on one of the Doug trio. After taking the Onyx's powerful blow, this Doug trio did not make a sound and was directly slammed to the ground, forming a mouse-shaped pancake before losing consciousness. Looking at the shrew that he had flattened, the Onyx's eyes flashed with a hint of pleasure, but he did not stop there. The dissatisfaction in his heart drove him to repeat the same move, swinging his long tail down hard towards the shrews on the ground. As the giant Onyx's tail, filled with steel-type energy, swept towards them, the nearby sandshrews were filled with despair. They were too close to escape, and just as they were losing hope, their leader, the Sandshrew King, charged in from the side. With its claws glowing white, it struck down fiercely at the Onyx's tail, attempting to intercept the Iron Tail attack. Soon, the Sandshrew King's strike collided with the Onyx's steel tail, but unfortunately, the significant difference in level and skill proficiency could not be made up for by a momentary surge of power. The clash of skills ultimately ended in the Sandshrew King's defeat, as it was forcefully knocked away by the Onyx's iron tail and crashed hard onto the ground. However, the Sandshrew King's strike was not without effect. Thanks to its resistance, the Sandshrews that should have been knocked away successfully escaped the range of the Onyx's attack. As they watched their leader being knocked away, the Sandshrews continuously unleashed high-speed stars to interfere with the Onyx, preventing it from getting close to the struggling Sand King. However, at this moment, how could the Onyx let this embarrassing little mouse get away? Thus, the Onyx stubbornly endured the Sandshrews' high-speed stars, repeatedly using its body slam to knock away the small Sandshrews that launched suicide attacks to protect their leader, just to hinder the opponent's approach. Looking at the approaching Onyx and the clan member who was knocked away while trying to save him, the king of the burrowing mice felt a deep sense of regret and heartache. Chapter 57. Don't move. Struggling to get up while lying on the ground, the king of the burrowing mice shouted loudly for his companions not to save him and to hurry and escape with the injured clan members. Meanwhile, Onyx swam towards the king of the burrowing mice with a smug expression, intending to use Rap to bind him and slowly end this troublesome little mouse. The burrowing mice nearby looked on in despair as Onyx approached their leader, feeling powerless to help. In the corner, Cieli watched the scene unfold and instantly realized an opportunity had arrived. The great demon king, Onyx, was about to capture the beautiful princess, the king of the burrowing mice, after defeating the guard army, the burrowing mice. At this moment, the protagonist, Shroomish, would appear to save the princess, and surely the princess would at least offer something in return, right? What? You say Shroomish and the king of the burrowing mice aren't from the same egg group, one being a fairy and plant type, while the other is terrestrial, and both are female, so they can only be friends and can't be a couple. But does Cieli want love? No. He wants the princess's treasure vault. With the number of burrowing mice, there's no way their warehouse doesn't hold some good stuff. Cieli wouldn't believe it otherwise. Calling Shroomish over, Cieli said in a low voice, Kyrulian, take Shroomish and teleport directly to the top of Onyx's head, then have Shroomish attack Onyx's head directly. Remember to release the seed bomb before using fighting-type moves. After giving instructions to the two, Cieli waved his hand, and Kyrulian used teleportation to swiftly take Shroomish to the top of Onyx's head. Onyx felt the sudden weight on its head, but didn't pay much attention, thinking it was just another burrowing mouse trying to stop it. However, all it wanted was to bind and torment the opponent, then use Iron Tail to slam the king of the burrowing mice to the ground, making it impossible for his clan to rescue him. Just as Onyx was about to bind the king of the burrowing mice, it suddenly noticed the glimmer of hope in the king's eyes turn into confusion. It turned out that the king had seen Kyrulian and Shroomish suddenly appear above Onyx's head. Although unsure whether they were friend or foe, the instinct to survive sparked a glimmer of hope in its eyes. In the king of the burrowing mice's hopeful gaze, Shroomish waved one hand, and a large number of seed bombs flew towards Onyx's body, quickly covering it all over. The seeds broke through Onyx's tough exterior, penetrating its body and constantly rooting and sprouting inside, greedily absorbing every bit of Onyx's stamina. Just as the seeds were crazily siphoning off Onyx's energy, the oblivious Onyx finally sensed something was wrong with its body, realizing that what was on its head was not a burrowing mouse. It hurriedly lowered its head to use Tackle, trying to knock off the unknown Pokémon on top of it. However, Shroomish and Kyrulian quickly sensed Onyx's intentions and would not let it have its way. Kyrulian gathered purple energy in both hands, and, as it lightly exhaled, a beam of psychic energy rushed towards Onyx's head. Although Onyx felt the intense energy fluctuation in its head, it couldn't react in time, and the illusion beam exploded on top of Onyx's head, reducing its stamina to a mere flicker. The intense pain in its head caused Onyx to cry out and fall straight down. As Onyx collapsed, Shroomish leaped high from Onyx's head and landed in front of it. At this moment, Onyx's eyes were slightly dazed due to the impact of the illusion beam, and it vaguely saw a green mushroom standing in front of it. But Shroomish didn't care whether Onyx was confused or not. It steadied itself, charged its fists in front of its chest, and then unleashed a flurry of punches, enveloped in white light, directly towards Onyx's head. The sound of the punches was reminiscent of the Pegasus Meteor Fist from Saint Seiya, with the fists appearing to move slowly in place, while in reality, their speed had surpassed the average person's vision, creating an illusion. Accompanied by the background music in Cieli's mind, Aura, Onyx was sent flying by Shroomish's consecutive sonic punches. With a loud crash, the massive Onyx slammed against the rock wall before falling down dazed. Watching the once invincible Onyx being easily defeated by the two unfamiliar Pokémon in front of it, the downed Steelix flashed a hint of fear in its eyes. But it had no idea that a large part of the credit for Onyx's defeat actually lay with it and its kind. As the Kyrulian and the Umbrella Mushroom approached the Mountain King, the surrounding Sandshrews, although very frightened, bravely stepped forward to block their path. However, the Kyrulian and the umbrella mushroom did not retaliate. Instead, they stood quietly in place, looking at the sand shrews in a friendly manner. Looking at her clansmen bravely stepping forward for her, the pangolin king had tears in her eyes. But she knew very well that if the two in front of her wanted to harm her and her clan, their current strength would not be able to withstand it. She hurriedly called out to the pangolins, blocking the way. Although the pangolins hesitated upon hearing her call, they ultimately relievedly cleared the path, allowing Dulu Mushroom and Kyrulian to reach the pangolin king. Seeing the injured pangolin king before her, Kyrulian took out the medicine bottle that Cieli had entrusted to her from under her skirt. Looking at the girl in front of him holding a bottle, the burrowing king was momentarily puzzled. Before he could ask, Kyrulian sprayed the healing potion towards him, causing the burrowing king, who was already afraid of water, to quickly cover himself with his claws. The burrowing mice nearby were also excited, ready to fight to the death. The healing potion from the Alliance, known for its quality, quickly healed the burrowing king's skin wounds. Feeling the pain from his wounds lessen, the burrowing king hurriedly called off the burrowing mice, who were about to fight to protect their leader. After receiving treatment from the healing potion, the burrowing king, who had previously struggled to stand, found that he could now barely get on his feet. He gratefully thanked Kyrulian and the mushroom cap repeatedly. "Thank you, you saved our tribe. We are really grateful to you." Watching the constantly thankful Pingoro and the shrew mice gathering around to express their gratitude, Kyrulian shyly smiled. However, the nearby Shroomish remembered Cieli's earlier words and hurriedly said, it's okay. When seeing injustice, we must lend a helping hand. My Shroomish and Kyrulian hate this kind of bullying against weaker Pokémon the most." Upon hearing Shroomish's words, although she was the leader of her kind, the Pangoro, who had little contact with outsiders, suddenly had stars in her eyes. If it weren't for the fact that the other was also female, she would have wanted to stick to Shroomish right now. Calm down. Even if you're the opposite sex, you won't have a romantic relationship. Looking at the Shuckle King whose eyes were filled with hearts, the Shroomish instantly knew that it had successfully completed the trainer's task. It quickly nudged the shy Chikorita beside it, who also reacted and hurriedly said, Chiku, you don't need to thank me for this small thing. It seems like many of your kin are injured. I can go back and find a trainer to help you. Okay, the Shuckle King, initially a bit hesitant upon hearing about the trainer, although it had little contact with outsiders, did not mean it was unaware of human existence. It had heard from the rock-type Pokémon living in the rock cave, like the Kakuna, that humans were evil. Whenever it saw humans, they would come up to hit it and throw a ball at it. However, upon thinking of how powerful Chikorita and Shroomish were, and how they had saved itself and its kin, it believed that their trainer must be a very good person. Pure and kind-hearted, it agreed without hesitation. Chikorita left Shroomish behind to bond with the Shuckle King S group while returning to report to Cieli. Upon hearing Chikorita's report, Cieli knew that Shroomish had exceeded the planned completion of the task. He tidied up his clothes, making himself look presentable, and followed Chikorita to where the Shuckle King was located. Chapter 58. Holy Monk, don't go. As Cieli hurried along, Shroomish, who had stayed behind to communicate with the Shuckle King, was currently looking at the Shuckle King with a dumbfounded expression. The Shuckle King's eyes, which should have been dark, were now filled with heart shapes, completely focused on Shroomish. Shroomish looked at the blushing Shuckle King and felt that its gaze was just like that of the male Caterpie it had seen while hunting in the forest with Cieli, staring at the female Caterpie during mating. The male Caterpie's look at the female Caterpie was exactly like how the Shuckle King was looking at Shroomish now. However, Shroomish remembered that Cieli had taken out a notebook seriously to write and draw while they were mating, but just when they were halfway through, Cieli rushed out from the bushes and gave them a beating, all while firmly stating that early romance was prohibited. Now, the Shuckle King resembled the male Caterpie back then, but what made Shroomish feel a bit better was that the nearby Shuckle mice at least looked normal, gazing at it with admiration instead of behaving like their leader. Shah, Lord Shroomish, do you have a partner now? The Shuckle King shyly asked Shroomish, while its body continuously tried to get closer to Shroomish for some affection, looking at the clearly intent sand shrew in front of him. If it weren't for the important task assigned by his trainer to calm the god of wealth in front of him, he would have already launched a sonic punch. Unable to solve problems with violence, Shroomish felt that he might as well challenge a Steelix one-on-one. And can't this guy see that he is also female? With no other options, Shroomish could only continue to wear a face of indifference, enduring the harassment from Sandshrew. However, at this moment, the Sandshrew, who saw his beloved in Shroomish, simply thought that Shroomish was just not good at speaking and felt that the other was different from other Pokémon, which instantly increased its affection. It was completely unaware that Shroomish was on the brink of being knocked out by a sonic punch. Just as Shroomish clenched his fist, planning to endure no longer, Cieli appeared from around the corner with Curlia, coming in front of the Sandshrew group. Watching the Mountain King, who was trying to nuzzle against the body of the mushroom Pokémon with a face full of spring water, while his own mushroom Pokémon had a look of despair, Cieli was immediately puzzled and opened the system, doubting whether he had read it wrong. He carefully checked the genders of both Pokémon, and indeed, they were both female. This made no sense. Could it be that this Mountain King was a lesbian? He silently complained in his mind. Although he was speechless, he still had to get down to business. Cieli took out some healing medicine from his bag, gave his mushroom Pokémon a reassuring look to keep holding on, and then released the rest of his Pokémon, letting the bear lead them to treat the injured Sandshrews. Meanwhile, Cieli approached the unconscious Onix alone. Faced with the massive Onix, he was at a loss for where to start. In the end, he had no choice but to call over the Cerulean, who was treating a Sandshrew, and instructed her to carefully scan the Onix's entire body with her psychic powers to check for any abnormalities. However, after multiple scans, the Onix's shell was found to have nothing but a bunch of strange stones. Looking at the Onix's gaping mouth, Cieli reluctantly gave up the idea of digging inside. Feeling like he was at a loss, he thought about not leaving empty-handed and ultimately decided to throw a Pokeball to capture the Onix, hoping to see if he could trade it with some mountain climbers later. He then had to pin his hopes of getting rich on the Sandshrew family and waited in place for a while. Cieli's Pokémon worked together to finish treating all the injured Sandshrews. In the grateful gazes of a group of Sandshrews, they brought Cerulean to the Mountain King. Seeing the trainer finally come over, the mushroom Pokémon ignored the Mountain King's request for a nuzzle and hurriedly ran behind Cieli, ready to act as a background wall. Looking at the Dulimo mushrooms running to Cieli's side, the Sandshrew King suddenly felt a sense of emptiness. However, she quickly noticed that the Sandshrews around her had already recovered. Instantly, she smiled happily and ran in front of Cieli, constantly calling out, "Sha, Sha. Thank you very much, trainer, for saving my clan." Just as Cieli was hesitating about how to ask for a reward, a few smaller Sandshrews came running out of the tunnel behind the Sandshrew King, carrying some sandscale fruits and other berries. The little Sandshrews placed the fruits in front of Cieli, but he had not yet accepted them. Instead, he smiled and gently patted the slightly scared little Sandshrew. However, the little Sandshrew found that the hand was not as frightening as it had imagined. Instead, it felt warm and comfortable, and it immediately showed a look of contentment. Watching Cieli reject the fruit from the tree in front of him, Chuanshan Wang couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. This was already the most precious thing in the tribe, yet the other party seemed not to like it. Cieli then took out a gold pearl, a super evolution stone, and a thunderstone from his backpack and placed them on the ground. He said to the nearby Cerulean, "Tell them to see if they have these minerals. We can exchange them for energy cubes." After that, he took out a box of homemade energy cubes and handed it to Do Ligu to give to Chuanshan Wang. The reluctant Do Ligu had no choice but to take the energy cubes to Chuanshan Wang and handed one over, demonstrating that it was edible. Out of affection for Do Ligu, Chuanshan Wang unhesitatingly took a piece of the energy cube and put it in his mouth. Living in a cave and feeding on tree fruits, Chuanshan Wang had never tasted anything so delicious. Although he wanted to eat more, he looked around at the curious little eyes and decided to share it with each of the Chuanshan mice before carefully saving the remainder. Watching the king of Sandshrew distribute food to each Sandshrew and seeing their happy faces, Cieli knew everything was settled. He had prepared a batch of homemade energy cubes of ground, rock, and steel types in advance just for this moment. He gestured for Cerulean to come forward for communication, and then sat on the ground, watching as the two parties exchanged words. Mainly, Cerulean spoke while the king of Sandshrew nodded enthusiastically and chimed in occasionally. After a brief exchange, the king of Sandshrew understood Cieli's intentions and called out softly to the Sandshrew behind him. Instantly, the Sandshrew spread out and quickly ran into the tunnel created by the large rock snake. Before long, a rustling sound came from the tunnel. It turned out that the Sandshrew had run back to fetch items and returned with many strange stones. The Sandshrew lined up neatly and placed the peculiar stones in front of Cieli. Looking at the stones, Cieli knew that this rescue plan for the princess had paid off. A quick glance revealed several large golden beads and big golden beads among them. Just these beads were enough for Cieli to buy a few megastones and skill discs. Cieli generously took out half of the energy cubes from his bag, giving them to the Sandshrew. "What? You say sand shrew aren't rock types? Switching it up is perfectly normal, right? The sand shrew, now with energy cubes, excitedly ran back to the king of sand shrew, happily holding the energy cubes to share with the chief. Seeing the trade completed, Cieli prepared to leave with the stones. Just as he packed away the rare stones given by the sand shrew, he stood up, called to his Pokémon, and prepared to say goodbye to the sand shrew tribe. Watching the departing Shroomish, the king of sand shrew took a few steps forward, while a few sand shrew called out. The king of sand shrew looked back at the tribe, and then turned to glance longingly at the soon-to-be-gone Shroomish. In the end, ignoring the calls from the sand shrew behind him, the king of sand shrew stood there with a gloomy expression, watching sadly as Shroomish followed its trainer out of the cave. Its scales, which should have been slightly raised, drooped down in disappointment. Chapter 59. The Watcher in the Shadows. After bidding farewell to the sand shrew tribe, the group continued their journey to explore the stone cave. As they ventured deeper, the cave grew darker, illuminated only by the occasional glow of bioluminescent plants, as if they were reminding Cieli that he was still within the cave. The dimness of the cave also brought about a frustrating issue. Being inside the cave made it difficult to perceive the changes outside, so people couldn't accurately judge the passage of time. To address this, before entering the cave, Cieli had heeded the advice of climbers and excavation enthusiasts at the entrance and purchased a watch with built-in positioning. He also crouched down from time to check his watch under the glow of the walking grass to determine the current time. Looking at his watch, Cieli saw that it was already afternoon. It seemed he should find a place for both the Pokémon and himself to rest. Unlike humans, whose sense of time was affected in the cave, Pokémon were quite different. For example, nocturnal Pokémon like Zubat would fly out of the dim cave to forage once night fell. Cieli didn't want to encounter a swarm of Zubats while walking. Unlike Golbat, Zubat could suck human blood. Standing still, Cieli thought for a moment, vaguely recalling that there was an abandoned cave in the direction he had come from. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack, making it suitable for spending the first night in the stone cave. Having made his decision, he signaled Shroomish to follow the signs from their earlier path, reverse their formation, and began to head back while marking off the current signs to avoid confusion. After passing through several tunnels, Cieli and the group quickly arrived at the previously mentioned cave. This cave was located at a relatively high position, and, generally, rock-type Pokémon wouldn't climb up here unless they were full. The internal space was also quite large, allowing Cieli and his Pokémon to comfortably sleep there. Climbing into the cave, Kairu used telekinesis to give the cave a quick cleanup. After a thorough check to ensure there were no hidden holes or tunnels inside, Cieli sprinkled insect repellent around the cave and applied a powder that rock-type and ground-type Pokémon disliked to prevent being robbed while sleeping at night. Once everything was arranged, Cieli took out the instant food and energy cubes from his backpack and shared them with his Pokémon. While the Pokémon happily ate dinner together with Cieli, he pulled out all the gains from the Sandshrew tribe, looking at the numerous strange stones before him. Cieli also generously turned on the mining lamp. Under the clear white light, he and his Pokémon meticulously selected some rare stones. The total haul from the Sandshrew tribe included 2 large golden beads for big golden beads, 3 golden beads for fire stones, 2 thunder stones, 3 light stones, and then a pile of peculiar stones, one of which looked particularly like a fossil, but Cieli couldn't tell what kind of strange stone it was. Happy, he counted the golden beads one by one. Just as Cieli joyfully counted the beads and evolution stones, the scent of the gems wafted out, attracting an unexpected guest. This uninvited guest cautiously poked its head out from the cave entrance, greedily staring at the evolution stones in Cieli's hand. However, its greed quickly alerted Kairu. The girl, who had been nibbling on energy cubes, suddenly sensed a strong malice coming from the cave entrance. Realizing the malice, the girl didn't immediately stand up to check the entrance. Instead, she communicated with Cieli through psychic sensing. "Trainer, I feel a very strong malice at the entrance. It makes me uncomfortable." Upon hearing Kairu words, Cieli's hand, which was counting the gems, paused momentarily. However, he didn't say anything at that moment. Instead, he pondered in his mind before responding to Kairu and his thoughts. "You should notify Shroomish through psychic sensing, telling it to quietly release Stun Spore towards the entrance, and then have Urshifu turn its back to the entrance and use Sharp Claw." Kairu nodded slightly, indicating her understanding. Soon, Cieli's commands were relayed to Shroomish and Urshifu beside him. The Shroomish and Urshifu, who were happily eating energy cubes, slowed down their eating slightly. Shroomish paused for a moment before continuing to eat cubes without losing speed, but its body was secretly shaking, scattering Stun Spore towards the entrance. Meanwhile, Urshifu, appearing to be full, lazily yawned and turned its back to the group. Nearby, Bobo and Tono Bear, seeing Urshifu's back, were puzzled. Wasn't this big brother usually the best eater? What was wrong today? Was he not hungry? Why was he eating so little? Bobo and Tono Bear were still young and didn't understand what was happening. They simply called out to Urshifu a couple of times, seemingly concerned about why he wasn't eating. Looking at the concerned younger ones, although Ji Chongxiong felt helpless, he was afraid of being seen by the enemy and could only tell the two little ones that he was too tired today, had no appetite, and wanted to rest for a while. After hearing this, Bobo and Tong Oxiong saw that their big brother was so exhausted, so they didn't ask any more questions. Bobo continued to eat the energy cubes in his bowl. However, Tong Oxiong felt it was a pity to see the remaining energy cubes in Ji Chongxiong's bowl and unhesitatingly poured the energy cubes from Ji Chongxiong's bowl into his own. Seeing the doubled cubes in his bowl, Tong Oxiong was instantly twice as happy. On the opposite side, Molly Lu Li was instantly. How could this guy not see Ji Chongxiong turning around to sharpen his claws? It proves that there are enemies nearby. How can he eat so happily? After a moment of internal complaints, Molly Lu Li knew that danger was approaching. Although there was a lump in her throat, she continued to eat the cubes. But no one noticed that the water-type energy in her mouth was slowly gathering, just waiting for Xie Li's command to use water gun on the opponent. As all the Pokémon were preparing, Do Li Gu's paralysis powder had already covered the malicious source point mentioned by Qi Lu Li and on a large scale. Confirming that the paralysis powder had covered the opponent, Do Li Gu raised his head to signal Qi Lu Li in. Upon seeing Do Li Gu's gaze, Qi Lu Li immediately communicated telepathically with Xie Li. Trainer, the paralysis powder has covered that area. Should we take action? After hearing Qi Lu Li's words, Xie Li nodded and quickly put away the gems. Watching the gems being put away by the other party, the unknown Pokémon in the darkness suddenly felt a craving in its heart, tempting it to rush forward and snatch the gems. However, upon seeing the group of unknown Pokémon beside the other party, its cautious instincts suppressed the greed within. But soon, the unknown Pokémon sensed something was off. Its body seemed to be experiencing some kind of abnormality, feeling tingly all over. Just when this Pokémon thought it had eaten something bad, it suddenly noticed that the green-haired girl and the long bear had disappeared. In a flash of white light, Kyrillian, after sharpening its claws 3 times, charged directly to the source of the malice. Looking at the bipedal Pokémon in front of me, the most striking feature is its gem-like eyes, which sparkle with an eerie sheen. If Xie Li were here, he would be able to immediately identify that the Pokémon before him is the Ghost Dark type, Shuppet. Looking at the uniquely shaped soul eye in front of her, Kyrillian did not underestimate it all. She unleashed her full firepower, gathering her psychic energy in her small hands to form a glowing ring that fiercely shot towards the soul eye. Following closely was the charging bear, which had been teleported in, charging forward with its claws sharpened 3 times and enhanced by a master-level tackle. At this moment, the charging bear was like a heavy tank with the weight of a mouse tank, but the speed of a Bugatti, charging towards the soul with an extremely frightening momentum. The light wave hit the soul eye first, but strangely, although the light wave made contact, there was no explosion. Seeing her skill being immune, Kyrillian immediately realized that this Pokémon, like the previous encounter with a Mega Sharpedo, was a Dark-type Pokémon immune to Psychic-type moves. Knowing that she could not be of any help, Kyrillian could only place her hopes on the charging bear. As the charging Shuckle Bear rushed towards it, the recently freed soul eye raised its hand in fear. However, something strange happened quickly. The Shuckle Bear charged straight through Soul Eye's body and crashed into the rock wall behind, creating a strong impact that left a hole in the wall. The Shuckle Bear shook its somewhat dazed head and stumbled out of the hole. Seeing the Shuckle Bear's lackluster attack, the Soul Eye couldn't help but mock it cruelly. But soon it realized that the paralysis sensation was retreating a bit, so it hurriedly turned its back to Kyrillian and dashed into a side tunnel. It turned out that Xie Li was chasing after it with the other Pokémon from behind. Seeing the fleeing figure, Xie Li stopped the Shuckle Bear, which wanted to chase after it. Based on Kyrillian's description and the mention of gem-like eyes with a humanoid shape, Xie Li quickly deduced who this malicious Pokémon was. It was precisely because he knew its identity that he felt troubled. The Dark and Ghost types allowed this Soul Eye to resist normal and fighting-type attacks without being detected. Moreover, with its Dark typing, it could also resist Psychic-type attacks. Now, aside from Fairy-type moves that could deal double damage to it, other types would only have mediocre effects. However, since the opponent only dared to spy from the shadows rather than coming directly to steal, it indicated that the opponent might not be very strong. Otherwise, Given the Soul Eye's personality, it would have come to steal outright if it could defeat the Shuckle Bear, rather than lurking in the dark. With this thought, Cieli's anxious heart relaxed a bit, but he still needed to find a way to deal with that guy. After all, a thief will always come back, while a guard can only be vigilant for so long. Although ghost types perform mediocrely in games, in reality, they are quite challenging to deal with, as most ghost-type Pokémon lack physical form, making them elusive and hard to catch. Additionally, one aspect not reflected in games and anime is that ghost-type Pokémon generally have a poor attitude toward any living Pokémon. They tend to attack humans and other Pokémon. The Soul Eye is slightly better as it prefers to consume gemstones. However, Cieli quickly came up with an idea. Since the Soul Eye likes gemstones, perhaps he could use some diamond-like stones he had pried off from small onyx as bait and set a trap to see if he could capture it. The Soul Eye is indeed a treasure itself. Its diet consists of gemstones and small diamonds. During the process of consuming gemstones, its eyes turn into gems, and the components within the stones crystallize and appear on its body surface, making each Soul Eye a walking vault. The thought of this vault running away right in front of him made Cieli regret not having had the Shuckle Bear use Thunderbolt on it immediately. However, hindsight is always 20/20, and Cieli decided to educate his Pokémon on how to effectively deal with such Pokémon in the future. Meanwhile, the fleeing Soul Eye still had Cieli counting gemstones in the cave on its mind. The sparkling gemstones looked to the Soul Eye like a 6.2-liter V8 engine to a man, especially with the alluring sounds it made, which were truly captivating. Unwilling to give up, the Soul Eye walked through the tunnel, its gem-like eyes constantly flickering as if deep in thought. Soon, it stopped, grinned lewdly, and directly burrowed into another tunnel. Chapter 60. The conspirator, Cieli, placed a small diamond near the entrance of the cave, positioned just far enough inside that it could be observed through night vision goggles. The diamond was coated in a powerful paralysis powder and standard hypnosis powder. And a bit of powder that rock-type Pokémon disliked was also carefully applied nearby to prevent the bait from being consumed by rock types. However, as Cieli hid in the shadows, using night vision to wait for the Soul Eye to take the bait, time passed without the Soul Eye appearing. After waiting for a long time, Cieli reluctantly accepted that the Soul Eye had completely fled, and he could only helplessly instruct his Shroomish to retrieve the diamond, hoping to tempt other Pokémon with it later. While Cieli was setting the trap, the escaping Soul Eye was not idle. For its beloved gemstones, the Soul Eye was constantly thinking in its mind. Originally, the Soul Eye planned to capture a small diamond and then lure the fierce Garchomp that raised it over. Once the Garchomp encountered humans, it would undoubtedly attack immediately. But the Soul Eye quickly recalled the Garchomp's ferocious demeanor, noting that every time it saw the Soul Eye, it never spoke and would attack with a dragon breath right away. Just thinking about the Garchomp's ability to melt rocks with its dragon breath made the Soul Eye shudder. Forget it. The last time it just chased after a small diamond, it almost got knocked out. If it tried to capture those small diamonds this time, the Garchomp would definitely not let it escape to that human. Who knows, it might die under the Garchomp's dragon breath before even reaching that human. It had to think of another way. Just then, several Zubat preparing to go out foraging flew past the Soul Eye, watching the Zubat flying in front of it. The Soul Eye's gem-like eyes sparkled with joy as a bold idea popped into its head. As the Zubat were about to fly past it, the Soul Eye hurriedly called out to stop them. Hearing the shout, the Zubat hung upside down on the cave wall, looking at the pitch black, bloodless, ghostly eyes blocking his way. Especially feeling the opponent's strength so low, the Zubat's eyes glinted coldly, filled with disdain and contempt, their sharp teeth sending chills down the spine. The Zubat that had been intercepted hung upside down in the cave, their expressions gradually turning dangerous as toxic energy gathered in one of their mouths, as if they were about to attack the ghostly eyes at any moment. The ghostly eyes, startled by the Zubat's intimidating gaze, hurriedly shouted upon seeing the toxic energy gathering in the air. Yuan, Yuan, are you going to look for food? I think I just saw a human child alone in the cave. Fearing that the Zubat might lose interest in Cieli, the ghostly eyes directly downgraded Cieli's age to that of a child, since in the Pokémon world, a child generally represents weakness. However, although the Zubat liked to suck blood, it didn't mean their brains were all made of blood. The ghostly eyes' overly servile attitude quickly alerted the leading Zubat that something was off. Why would the other party remind them that there was a human in the cave? To be honest, the relationship between Zubat and Ghostly Eyes couldn't be described as very bad, just average. After all, Ghostly Eyes, being a ghost and dark type, had no blood, which meant they were not on Zubat's menu. The Zubat also had no gems to entice the ghostly eyes, so there was no hunting relationship, and their diets were completely different, meaning there was no competition. However, driven by a craving for the blood of human children and their own formidable strength, the Zubat decided to let the ghostly eyes explain the situation before making a decision. Thus, the Zubat asked the ghostly eyes, Whackin', Whackin', why are you telling us this? Where is that human? And are there other Pokémon around? Upon hearing the question, the ghostly eyes immediately became happy. They were not afraid of being asked, but rather feared silence. As long as they asked, it proved they had this idea in mind. To ensure the other party would willingly join them in attacking the human, the ghostly eyes did not respond to the Zubat immediately, but instead ponder in their mind how to answer in a way that would entice the Zubat to cooperate. Looking at the soul-stealing eyes lost in thought, the bloodsucker bat patiently clung to the rock wall, waiting for a response. As time passed, the patience in the bloodsucker bat's eyes gradually faded, and the cold light that had originally diminished began to coalesce once again. Sensing the impatience of the other party, the soul-stealing eyes hurriedly spoke. Rock. There's only one person. When I encountered him, he had a long-shaped Pokémon by his side, and also a Pokémon resembling a young girl was watching over him. Fearing that the other party might not trust him, the soul-stealing eyes quickly added, Rock. He has the gems I want to eat, but I can't defeat the Pokémon protecting him. I know you like to feed on human blood, so I want to invite you to attack him together. In the end, humans and Pokémon will be yours, and I only want the gems. How about that? Upon hearing that the soul-stealing eyes had stopped him for the gems, the bloodsucker bat's doubts diminished significantly. Realizing that the soul-stealing eyes were indeed weaker than himself, and noticing that the soul-stealing eyes had not sustained significant injuries, the bloodsucker bat felt reassured that the target might not be that strong. Thus, the leading bloodsucker bat turned to discuss with the others behind him, and ultimately, under the decision of the leading bloodsucker bat, they decided to follow the soul-stealing eyes to attack the human child. However, the news of an enemy about to arrive on the battlefield was certainly unknown to Ciel, who was currently resting his head on the warm belly of a bear cub while holding the girl like Cerulean, soundly asleep. Meanwhile, the Shroomish and the Budew were quietly guarding the cave entrance against unknown enemies. Being nocturnal Pokémon, Shroomish and Budew preferred to bathe in moonlight at night or search for decaying grass to absorb nutrients, making them well suited for the task of vigilance. As a grass-type Pokémon, Budew looked up at Shroomish with admiration. During the previous battle, it had followed Ciel and witnessed Shroomish's impressive display of strength as it defeated large Pokémon like Onix and Geodude. Being small and weak, Budew had never realized that grass-type Pokémon could be so powerful, easily defeating such strong enemies. Actually, you can too. It's just that the hotel only trained you in shiny skills, and everything else is outside its training scope. Looking at the little fanboy in front of him, the Shroomish couldn't hide his joy and proudly recounted the adventures he had with Ciel, especially the story of how he and his friend fought against Nidoking. He described how all his teammates had fallen, leaving only himself standing, desperately holding on despite feeling faint. With a powerful punch, he sent Nidoking flying into the air, and the scene of it kneeling on the ground begging him to stop was enough to make the grass-type Pokémon's admiration overflow. If it weren't for the trainer's instruction that they couldn't speak loudly, it would have been unable to resist praising Shroomish's bravery. Suddenly, Shroomish seemed to sense something, and he reached out with his little hand to stop the grass-type from speaking, leaning down to quietly instruct him to wake everyone up. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the grass-type hurriedly ran towards the trainer. Watching the walking grass run off to notify everyone, the Straw Hat Mushroom followed Ciel's earlier instructions, thinking that when faced with uncertainty, it was best to first use paralysis powder to control the situation. It scattered the divine-level paralysis powder towards the tunnel. The colorless and odorless powder, already difficult to detect, quickly filled the tunnel as if it were entering a deserted realm. Seeing the tunnel covered in paralysis powder, the Straw Hat Mushroom's worried heart relaxed slightly. It was quite confident in the power of the paralysis powder, and just hoped it could hold out until Ciel and the others woke up to support it. Chapter 61. Night Raid. Knowing the situation was urgent, the walking grass jogged over to Ciel's side. Looking at Ciel, who was sleeping with one arm around Cerulean and the other around Tongo Xiong, the walking grass couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. At less than 0.5 meters tall, including its leaves, how was it supposed to wake this guy up? Should it use powder? It felt like that might make him sleep even more soundly. Helpless, the walking grass could only approach Ciel and call out loudly a few times. Hearing the calls, Ciel instantly woke up, opening his slightly drowsy eyes. Although his mind was a bit confused, he still vigilantly scanned his surroundings, seeing the anxious-looking Oddish and the empty surroundings. Cieli hurriedly woke up the translator Chilulien and the rest of the Pokémon. Under the translator's interpretation, Oddish quickly relayed everything that the Shroomish had instructed. Upon hearing the news that there might be enemies approaching the cave entrance, the remnants of sleep in Cieli's mind dissipated instantly. He quickly organized the Pokémon to head to the cave entrance to support Shroomish, while instructing the Urshifu to use its claw-sharpened move to build up power. As for the Teddiursa, which also had a power-up skill, Cieli did not overlook it either, although its level had only increased by 1 so far. In a guerrilla battle, any increase in strength was definitely a good thing. After giving instructions to the Pokémon, Cieli quickly shouldered his backpack and led the Pokémon to the cave entrance. He saw that Shroomish was still vigilantly watching the cave entrance. Seeing that Shroomish was unharmed, Cieli finally relaxed. Cautiously approaching the cave entrance to join Shroomish, Cieli instructed Oddish to turn off the flashlight, fearing that the light would attract enemies. After equipping night vision goggles, he carefully extended his head to look outside the cave. He saw that the fleeing Gulpin was cautiously approaching with a few Zubat, completely unaware that they had already triggered the first warning line set by Cieli not far away, which had alerted Shroomish. At this moment, they were still moving cautiously, afraid of waking the sleeping ones. Cieli cautiously checked the opponent's levels using the system and discovered that Gulpin was only level 14, while Zubat was slightly better at level 28. He wondered where they found the courage to ambush him, probably from Liang Jingru's bravery. After seeing the opponent's level, Cieli knew it was stable. Afraid of being discovered by the opponent's ultrasonic waves, Cieli quickly pulled his head back and signaled Cerulean beside him to start notifying their respective Pokémon of the plan through telepathy. Both Pidgey and Teddiursa received their auxiliary tasks for this operation, as experience is always valuable. Cieli wasn't worried about the few Zubat, but he was concerned that if they couldn't catch the Haunter this time, it would definitely hide away. With the opponent's knowledge of the cave and the support of Ghost-type moves, it would be much harder to catch it later. Therefore, the focus of this battle was how to eliminate Haunter in one hit. The opponent's Dark and Ghost types ruled out the possibility of Cerulean using Shroomish or Urshifu for a quick knockout. However, when Cieli thought of Urshifu, he suddenly remembered that his Urshifu seemed to have learned Pin, Missile, and Thunderbolt. Although the opponent is immune to Psychic, Normal, and Fighting types, it is not immune to Bug and Electric types. No matter how low the opponent's level is, as long as Cerulean brings Urshifu to the opponent's face, they can directly use Pin Missile. With Urshifu's lucky attributes, Pin Missile would definitely hit 3 times or more, and then it could take out the opponent in one shot. As long as they caught the Haunter, whether or not they caught Zubat was irrelevant. Although Zubat also had materials that could be sold, Cieli found it too troublesome. After all, the materials from Zubat are its teeth and wings, which can only be sold to traditional medicine shops and not to other pharmacies. So even if collected, they are hard to sell and the price is very low. The League still allows the capture of Zubat that attack humans. Their numbers are as abundant as Magikarp in water, and there are plenty of Zubat families in every cave, which is quite disgusting. After dealing with the Haunter, Cieli turned his attention to a few Zubat. Although he wasn't interested in the materials on them, since they dared to provoke him, he still wanted to properly deal with them. Seeing the walking grass beneath him, Cieli came up with a bold idea and instructed Cerulean to speak to the walking grass. Walking grass, I have a very important task for you. I wonder if you can complete it? Although confused about where the voice was coming from, the walking grass obediently nodded, indicating that it was listening. Seeing the other party nodding in agreement, Cieli continued, Later, I will throw you into the air. When a Zubat flying over looks at you, you will use your maximum power flash to blind it. I believe you can do it, right? Although he knew that bat Pokémon like Zubat and Golbat used ultrasonic waves to determine their position, Golbat's eyes were still somewhat useful compared to the unevolved Zubat. At least its vision was better than Zubat's, and it would not only rely on ultrasonic waves to observe its opponent, but also use its eyes for further observation. Hearing that it would be thrown out to attract fire, the timid nature of the Mewtwo made it a bit fearful. But thinking about its big brother, who had defeated Nidoking with punches and kicked Onix, how could it, as a grass-type Pokémon, let down the glory of its big brother? The glory of the grass type would be upheld by itself and its big brother. In an instant, Mewtwo's initially fearful heart was filled with courage after being brainwashed by itself, and it nodded vigorously, indicating that it could do it, no matter what was thrown at it. Although it was unclear why this Mewtwo had gone from fear to courage, Cieli praised it after seeing the nod, causing Mewtwo's originally purple body to turn pink from shyness, almost becoming a shiny Pokémon. After finalizing the strategy, Cieli did not hesitate to signal the Pokémon. After receiving the Pokémon's response, Cieli held the nervous Budew in his hand and, after reassuring it, aimed at the positions of Golbat and Jengar before throwing it straight out. At this moment, Budew, flying in the air, gradually transitioned from fear to excitement. It felt filled with courage and suddenly cried out loudly, seeing the walking grass flying excitedly in midair and making a ruckus. The ghostly eyes and big-mouthed bats looked over in confusion. However, that glance led to a tragedy. The walking grass, still airborne, sensed the gazes of the ghostly eyes and big-mouthed bats and became even more excited, unleashing its full power to frantically absorb the energy from the surrounding air. Suddenly, its small body erupted with a dazzling light, akin to a flashbang hitting you around the corner. At that moment, the entire cave felt as if it had lit up. But not everyone enjoys an instant dawn. The ghostly eyes and big-mouthed bats, who had long been dwelling in darkness and preferred to roam at night, were extremely displeased. However, it was too late, as they were drawn in by the walking grass's cries and instantly blinded by the brilliant light. The ghostly eyes covered their gem-like eyes with their purple claws, kneeling on the ground and wailing uncontrollably, while the big-mouthed bats were directly knocked to the ground by the bright light, tears streaming from their eyes as they lay there in pain, howling. However, the flash was fleeting. Seeing the Pokémon wailing on the ground, the walking grass was filled with excitement, feeling like the boss of the grass type. Naturally, Cieli did not waste this precious opportunity. While the ghostly eyes were kneeling and crying, Kairu appeared in front of the ghostly eyes with a fully powered-up Ursa Major. Looking at the previously escaped Soul Hook Eye, the charging bear wasted no time and unleashed full firepower. The fully enhanced missiles targeted the kneeling Soul Hook Eye and shot forward fiercely, like a torrential downpour of needle-like rain that completely submerged the Soul Hook Eye. A dull explosion sounded from the location of the Soul Hook Eye, followed by a cloud of dust rising from the explosion site. Feeling uneasy, the charging bear, with electric currents surging all over its body, unleashed a leaping thunder dragon towards the dust after a few seconds of skill accumulation due to its inexperience. This instantly scattered the dust, revealing the Soul Hook Eye lying in a crater, its body twitching as it lay unconscious inside. Looking at the completely dazed Duskull, Kairu and Shroomish immediately used their teleportation to help their other companions without saying a word. The situation on Duskull's side was not optimistic, but its good brothers quickly followed in its footsteps. Seeing how effective the walking grass's glow was, the big brother Shroomish charged up electric energy on its fists and delivered a heavy punch to the howling Zubat on the ground. As Zubat, feeling the presence of Pokémon nearby, tried to endure the pain in its eyes and take off, it was hit hard back to the ground by Shroomish's thunder punch, falling into a state of physical sleep with its eyes glazed over. After taking down one Zubat, Shroomish did not rest and ran towards Pidgey and Teddiursa, who were performing a brutal series of tackles on the lowest level Zubat. However, the level difference allowed Zubat to stabilize itself after taking a few hits, and in anger, it flapped its wings, unleashing flying-type energy that slashed through the air, sending air blades towards the nearest Teddiursa. Realizing that it couldn't escape from such a swift attack, Teddiursa could only curl up in fear, hoping to reduce the area of impact. However, the anticipated hit did not come. Teddiursa cautiously lifted its head and saw a water column erupting from behind it, dispersing all the air blades. It turned out to be the water rabbit Marill, who had been behind them, providing protection. The Zubat, unable to dodge in time, was directly struck against the wall by the water column, producing a dull thud before falling to the ground. The fallen Zubat struggled to get up, only to suddenly find a pair of short legs in front of it. Lifting its eyes, it saw Marill had already arrived in front of it. Then, Marill bent its short legs and jumped heavily onto the down Zubat. Marill's plump body came crashing down on the small Zubat, which felt as if its insides were being squished out. After a painful scream, it fainted. After taking care of this Zubat, Marill looked around and found all the Zubats had fallen into a deep sleep. At this moment, Cieli also slowly climbed down from the cave, quickly walked to Teddiursa, checked for injuries, reassured it, and then set it down. Chapter 62, finally waiting for you. After the battle, Cieli slowly came down from the cave entrance, looking at the fainted Zubats scattered all over the ground. He thought seriously for a moment, then took out a rope from his spatial backpack that was originally meant for climbing in caves, preparing to let Shroomish and Kairu work together to bind all of them. Ever since the incident with the Sharpedo, Cieli understood the nature of Pokémon that bear grudges. If it was impossible to capture them or to frighten them enough to not cause trouble, then eliminating them was the best choice to prevent future problems. However, Cieli really didn't want the materials from Zubat, as bats are creatures that make people uncomfortable in both the blue planet and the Pokémon world. If you say you want to give me a Woobat, then everything I said above is nonsense. However, not wanting Zubat's materials doesn't mean there aren't ways to extract relative value from them. For a creature like Zubat, Cieli could still find ways to make a profit. There were too many of them, and he didn't want to waste Pokeballs. So he needed to bind them first. Just as Cieli was preparing to teach the Pokémon how to bind Zubat, a gentle white light enveloped Kairu Lien's body. Looking at the familiar white light in front of him, Cieli was slightly taken aback and then suddenly filled with joy. This meant evolution. He had been looking forward to her coming. She finally came. Quickly opening the system panel, he found that the system's notifications had already flooded the screen, but since Cieli only checked the system every 2 days, he had noticed that the Pokemon's levels had changed significantly. It turned out that after experiencing the annihilation of the small Geodude group, defeating the Onix in battle, and the annihilation of the Zubat group, Kairu Lien and the other Pokemon's levels had greatly increased in just 1 day. As the main force, Kairu Lien's experience gain was particularly outstanding, with its level rising from 27 to 30 upon entering the cave. Cieli quickly found the latest system report for Kairu Lien. Battle victory, Kairu Lien level up notification. 2930, Kairu Lien learned the skill Fairy Wind, learned the skill Meditate, learned the skill Heal Pulse. Not only did it reach the evolution standard level of 30, in reality, Pokémon evolution levels generally allow for evolution within 3 levels without resistance or unknown factors. But it also learned the Fairy-type skill Fairy Wind and the healing skill Heal Pulse, alleviating worries about being powerless against dark types and running out of healing items. Enveloped in the light of evolution, Kairu Lien had heard Cieli talk about how stunning its evolved form was, how beautiful it would be. So it was filled with anticipation for the evolved girl Kairu Lien, naturally having no thoughts of suppression or resistance. As soon as it reached level 30, it was enveloped in evolution light and began its evolution journey. Just as Cieli was about to check the panels of other Pokémon, the white light faded, revealing a new Pokémon in front of him. She had short dark green hair that covered half of her face, embodying the beauty of a poet's image of holding a peepa half hidden, dressed in a pure white outfit reminiscent of a graceful lady. One of the most beautiful existences among Pokémon, Shinado appeared before Cieli. Looking at the stunningly beautiful Shinado in front of him, Cieli didn't hesitate to reach out and give a gentle squeeze to her chest, which was just the right size to hold. It was at least a C to D cup, although the red structure on her chest slightly affected his judgment. Cieli still relied on his past experiences to determine the girl's chest size. Shinado, seeing her best friend staring in shock, felt her face flush red from Cieli's bold move, secretly cursing him for not being aware of his surroundings. Although he was very curious about the scenery under the girl's skirt, seeing Shinado's shy expression made Cieli decide to wait until they took a break to observe further. It was more important to deal with the fainted Gahunyan and Dazue bat first. Reluctantly withdrawing his hand from Shinado's soft body, he felt her warm hands leave his chest, and a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Not noticing Shinado's expression, Cieli picked up the nearest Dazue bat with one hand and explained to the Pokémon surrounding him. All Pokémon that fly with wings have a clear weakness, which is their wings. So whether in battle or after, as long as you bind their wings, they won't be able to stir up any waves like a beached whale lord. Now I'll teach you how to tie up their wings after battle. He then proceeded to bind the Dazue bat's wings like a vendor in market, standing it up with its back to him, wrapping its wings with twine a few times near the base, and expertly tying a knot, effectively binding the Dazue bat like a chicken ready for sale. The Pokémon watched Cieli's actions with a mix of understanding and confusion. He didn't continue to repeat the binding process, but simply explained the precautions and handed the rope to them, letting them figure out how to bind the remaining Dazue bats themselves. After giving his instructions, Cieli called out to Shinado, but found she was not by his side. Turning around, he saw that Shinado was quietly chatting with her best friend Marilioli, so he decided not to disturb her. He went directly to the focus of the day, Gahunyan. Looking at the Pokémon that resembled an alien, Cieli rubbed his hands in excitement, pulled out a knife hidden in his thigh, and carefully began to detach the crystals from Gahunyan one by one. He didn't miss the blood-red gem on its chest either. After he had removed all the crystals, he carefully checked Gahunyan's body to ensure he hadn't missed anything. Once satisfied, he turned his attention to Gahunyan's pair of gem-like eyes. Recalling the Pokédex and the Material Encyclopedia's description, he remembered that these eyes were gems that Gahunyan grew by consuming minerals. If lost or damaged, they could regrow after eating more minerals. Knowing this wouldn't affect Gahunyan, Cieli no longer hesitated. He carefully pried around the edge of the gem with his knife, and, with a final push, removed a whole piece of the gem. Looking at the pair of sparkling gems in front of him, he knew he had hit the jackpot. Their quality was surely valuable, likely enough to cover the down payment for land on the outskirts of Karnaz City. Carefully storing the two gems, Cieli took out a Pokeball to capture this renewable goldmine. Unlike the worthless Dazue bats, the rare Gahunyan was highly sought after by many mountaineers. Even though the league regulations stated that Pokémon could not be bought or sold, it didn't say anything about trading. By cleverly utilizing loopholes in the rules, this Gahunyan could bring Cieli great benefits. The Pokeball quickly captured Gahunyan without even shaking, flashing red light as it was successfully caught. Meanwhile, the Dazue bats had already been bound in various ways by the Pokémon and were now gathered, waiting for Cieli's next instructions. Looking at a pile of unconscious Zubat, Cieli couldn't bring himself to use healing items on them, joking that in this cave, healing items were valuable exchange goods, and it wasn't worth using them on these worthless bloodsuckers. While struggling with how to wake up this group of bats, Cieli remembered the healing wave that Shinado had learned during its evolution. He called Shinado over, holding its small hand, and said to the highest level Zubat present, "Shinado, use healing wave on this Zubat, and Dodrio, prepare Thunder Punch, charging up for Volt Tackle." Although Shinado didn't understand why Cieli wanted to heal the Zubat, it was considerate and didn't ask too much. With its hands clasped in front of its chest, Shinado gathered psychic energy, which felt different from the previous Psybeam. This energy was filled with a gentle sensation, since it was still not very skilled with the newly learned move. Shinado took some time to gather the energy before releasing the healing wave. The psychic energy formed a gentle droplet that slowly penetrated into the Zubat's body, allowing it to feel the healing power. The Zubat's originally pained expression eased slightly, and its eyes gradually opened. At that moment, the Zubat regretted it deeply because it saw two bolts of lightning surging in front of it. Before it could utter a word of mercy, the lightning overwhelmed the Zubat, and the intense pain made it want to cry without tears, causing it to faint once again instantly. Looking at the large-mouthed bat that had fainted again, Cieli helplessly said to the two little ones, "Control your strength, don't knock it out all at once. We the kind side need to persuade it to lead us in a friendly manner, not to kill it." Hearing Cieli's words, the mushroom and the bear nodded helplessly, but inside they kept complaining about Cieli. It was clearly he who said to hit the large-mouthed bat when it woke up, and they were just following orders. Yet they were the ones getting scolded. They could only control their strength a bit, and when Shinado awakened the bat again, thanks to previous experience, Shinado was much faster this time and quickly brought the fainted large-mouthed bat back to consciousness. The large-mouthed bat, just awakened, was horrified to realize that everything that had just happened was not a nightmare. The demon appeared before it again, and this time it didn't faint instantly like last time, but it was much worse than before, as the opponent immediately started to pummel it fiercely. The large-mouthed bat struggled to fly, but found that it could feel its wings, yet couldn't take off. Just as it was about to faint again, a gentle beam of light surged into its body, and feeling the rise in its physical strength, the large-mouthed bat couldn't be happy at all. Its expression was even more desperate. Chapter 63. Shinado. Due to a major revision of the chapter, readers who find this chapter strange can understand that the protagonist has become single. Watching the gradually collapsing Zubat, Cieli knew the timing was almost right, and he slowly opened his mouth to stop the actions of the Shroomish and the bear Pokémon that were currently attacking. Upon hearing Cieli's words, both the Shroomish and the bear Pokémon ceased their electric-type attacks, allowing Zubat to catch its breath for a moment. The Zubat, which had been taking a beating, suddenly noticed the reduction in attacks and, frightened, cautiously lifted its head to look up. It saw a human squatting in front of it with a smile, holding a wooden stick. The previous attacks made Zubat realize instantly that the man in front of it was the trainer of these Pokémon. Looking at the man in front of him with a kind smile, the big-mouthed bat dared not show any intention of attack, his face full of ingratiating expression, fearing to offend the man before him. Looking at the completely docile Zubat in front of him, Cieli smiled faintly, immediately knowing that his plan was halfway done. He slowly spoke, "Tonight, you and the Soul Snatcher came to attack us, and I've already dealt with the main culprit, the Soul Snatcher." With that, Cieli released the completely stripped Soul Snatcher from the Pokeball and placed it in front of the Zubat. Looking at the battered ghost eye in front of him, The hatred in the big mouth bat's eyes surged instantly. Damn it. Wait, human cub. If this is a human cub, then am I just a Pokémon waste? However, seeing the ghost, in a more miserable state than himself, the big mouth bat felt a sense of satisfaction. They deserved it. They dared to deceive me. They should face this kind of end. But seeing the other party like this, it seemed they had undergone even more terrifying torment than he had. The thought of potentially becoming like the other party made the big mouth bat's previously smug expression turn into one of sheer terror. Looking at the now more terrified Zubat in front of him, Cieli knew that the other party had completely given up. He used a Pokeball to capture the bald Ghastly and continued, "Logically speaking, I should treat you the same way I treated Ghastly, dismantling you and selling you at the pharmacy. However, I'm kind-hearted and can't stand blood, so I want to give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. The only question is whether you are willing to cooperate with me." After hearing the translation from Shinado, the Zubat, filled with a strong desire to survive, quickly nodded its head at Cieli. It was afraid that if it nodded too slowly, Cieli would think it was uncooperative and sell it to the pharmacy. Looking at the big-mouthed bat nodding like a garlic pounder, Cieli continued, "I know you are very familiar with this cave. Now I need you to lead us to find some special Pokémon groups in this cave. If you perform well, I will set you free when I leave the cave, and then you can live peacefully in the cave. Do you understand?" The big-mouthed bat, knowing it wouldn't die for now, would have bowed down to Cieli in gratitude if it weren't tied up at that moment. As for what the other party was looking for the Pokémon groups for, that was none of its business. After all, a dead friend is better than a dead monk. Do you understand? It quickly nodded to indicate to Cieli that it was willing to be a traitor and lead the way. Looking at the completely surrendered Zubat, Cieli laughed heartily. As for the remaining Zubat, he had long instructed the Shroomish to take them outside the cave. Although he didn't want to directly deal with them, how could they expect to live after offending the abbot? Bound and with a bad reputation. They were likely to die without Cieli having to lift a finger. He took out a Pokeball and captured the Zubat leader. Some time had passed since the attack. Checking his watch, Cieli glanced at his Shinado beside him and felt he could still catch a bit more sleep. Without hesitation, he gathered his Pokémon. This time, Cieli didn't sleep with the Ursaring as a pillow. After observing the general height of the cave, he confirmed it was safe and took out the one-button tent he had purchased from Devon Corporation, quickly setting it up. After arranging Ursaring and the other Pokémon to sleep in different spots, Cieli and Shinado entered the tent. Sensing Cieli's unspoken request, Shinado shyly covered her face. Seeing that Shinado did not refuse, Cieli chuckled and turned off the light. "I will definitely turn over a new leaf and be a better person." Looking at the peacefully sleeping Shinado, Cieli did not disturb her. Instead, he gathered the Pokémon that had already woken up and released the Zubat that had surrendered yesterday. He showed it the Pokémon encyclopedia with rare materials, asking if there was anything familiar. The Zubat, aware that it needed to perform well to receive leniency, carefully examined the Pokémon in the encyclopedia, comparing them with the memories in its mind. After pointing out several Pokémon, especially when it identified a young Garchomp, Cieli was overjoyed. Although he knew that this Gibble likely had parents, he still decided to take a look. He told Zubat that if it could lead him to catch this Pokémon, he would reward it with some food that it really liked. Watching Cieli make promises, Zubat, although unsure what the reward was, realized that if it found this Gibble, it probably wouldn't be captured and sold at the pharmacy. It immediately flapped its wings to lead Cieli. But he stopped the enthusiastic Zubat. He knew that the minimum evolution level for pseudo-legendaries was around level 50, meaning that if the Gibble had an elder with it, he would likely encounter 2 gym-level Pokémon, while his highest-level Pokémon, Shroomish, had only reached level 40 after several days of battling. Therefore, over the next few days, Cieli needed to catch up those 10 levels. Of course, if there were no elders around, he would directly capture it after a little education. As for how to train it after capturing, Cieli already had his own ideas, which mainly involved reallocating the resources originally intended for Kakuna to Gibble. After all, he initially planned to catch a Kakuna, but with the presence of Gibble, the pseudo-legendary Gibble was definitely more appealing. While Cieli was jotting down ideas on paper about how to capture this Gibble, Shinado in the tent had already woken up. Seeing Shinado come over, Cieli scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. Chapter 64. Isn't drugging a basic skill? Unlike the Sandshrew that prefers to stay at home, the Zubat, which often flits between various caves and tunnels in search of food, undoubtedly had a deep understanding of the stone cave, being an experienced guide. Under Zubat's lead, Cieli quickly arrived near the area of victim number 1. Hiding around the corner, Cieli looked at the layout, which was different from the previous one, with a Geodude and a small group of Onyxes. This time, The Geodude group consisted of a large number of Geodudes and about 10 Onyxes, forming a big family, which made Cieli feel a bit of a headache. The good news was that Zubat was indeed obedient, and this was the Onyx group Cieli was looking for. The bad news was that this bat seemed to think Cieli was very impressive, directly leading him to a large group of Geodudes. Looking at the 8 Geodudes that had the skill Rocky End, the leading Geodude had even reached level 35. Under the condition that the opponent does not use Rocky End, it would definitely be easy for me to solo them. However, the problem is that the opponent would definitely use Rocky End. Once they use this skill, Cieli and the Pokémon can definitely run away, but the materials that were hard-earned would be lost, and only some experience would be gained. At this moment, Cieli wished he had a Swampert in his team. However, now is not the time for self-pity. Cieli carefully observed this group, and suddenly noticed that due to their large numbers, the distribution of each Geodude was different. He also discovered that a few Geodudes were in the blind spots of other Geodudes. Cieli's mind started to turn, and a bold idea emerged. If possible, this group could be easily wiped out by him. First, he let the Pokémon with enhancement skills start to charge up, while those without enhancement skills, like Shroomish, began to set up Stun Spore and Sleep Powder in designated locations. Cieli didn't waste any time. He took out the pile of, or he had pried from the mouth of a small Onyx, and carefully smeared a bit of lure powder on it. This lure powder was specially made to attract Rock-type Pokémon. Just one small ball could attract all nearby Rock-type Pokémon that like to eat rocks, prepared by climbers outside to capture their desired rock and ground-type Pokémon. He placed the smeared minerals outside the cave and had Pidgey use its wings to gently fan the scent inside. As Pidgey flapped its wings, the enticing aroma quickly penetrated the cave. Except for a few Geodudes on the outskirts, most of the small Onyxes and Geodudes were lured over by this alluring scent. Looking at the few Geodudes left in the cave's blind spots, Cieli revealed a knowing expression. He exchanged a look with Shiny, who understood immediately and teleported with Shroomish to the back of one of the Geodudes that was still focused on digging. The Geodude hadn't noticed Shroomish behind it. However, the nearby Onyx noticed the unexpected guest and was about to warn the Geodude, but Shroomish quickly raised its fist and struck the Geodude on the back. Perhaps due to its toughness, the Geodude didn't faint immediately, but struggled to turn around and see who was attacking it. But Shroomish wouldn't allow it. Fearing the opponent would use Rocky End, it quickly delivered a powerful uppercut to the Geodude's back, sending it crashing into the rock wall. The poor Geodude didn't even realize what had attacked it before it fainted. After taking care of the Geodude in the corner, the nearby Onyx, although confused about why someone would attack its kin, still rolled over with its hands on its head to confront Shroomish. Unfortunately, before it could use its rollout attack, Shiny, with her glowing purple eyes, waved her hand. An invisible force lifted the Onyx and slammed it hard against the wall, instantly putting it in the same situation as the Geodude. Thus, under the seamless strike of Shroomish and Shiny, several isolated Geodudes had no means of defense and fell one after another under Shroomish's iron fists, while Onyx, aided by Shiny's fully enhanced psychic, joined the Geodudes. Only one Onyx, realizing the situation was dire, chose to flee instead of helping when it saw its fellow Geodude being attacked. As the fleeing Geodude dashed away, Shroomish and Gardevoir exchanged glances, having no intention to chase after it. Instead, they quickly returned to Cieli's side to await the next phase of the plan. Seeing that Shroomish and Gardevoir had successfully completed their tasks, Cieli smiled and nodded. Now it was just a matter of waiting for the final moment to wrap things up. Meanwhile, on the bait side, the unaware Geodude leader, oblivious to the ambush, was leading the few remaining Geodudes and the small Geodudes, drooling over a pile of rocks coated with bait. After some hesitation, the leading Geodude, under the envious gaze of the small Geodudes, decided to share the tempting rocks with the remaining Geodudes. Just as the Geodudes were enjoying this delectable feast, a small Geodude hurriedly ran out of the cave, calling out in panic. Hearing the commotion, the Geodude leader quickly turned away from the food to communicate with the fleeing small Geodude. Upon learning that the Geodudes inside the cave had all fallen after being ambushed, the Geodude leader suddenly recalled the delicious food it had just obtained. At that moment, it seemed to realize something, urgently warning the other Geodudes that enemies were nearby, when suddenly it felt a tingling sensation coursing through its body. Realizing that something was seriously wrong, the Geodude leader's rocky head fell into a brief moment of contemplation. But before it could come up with a solution, it was stunned to see a Pokémon it had never encountered before appear right in front of it. Knowing that this Pokémon was an enemy, the Geodude leader attempted to stomp the ground to use Rock Tomb to attack. But the tingling sensation interrupted the flow of rock energy within its body. Missing the last opportunity, the Geodude leader was quickly approached by Shroomish, who gathered fighting-type energy between its fists. With a pair of ruthless iron fists, it unleashed a furious barrage of attacks on the Geodude leader's round body. And the fighting-type energy had a super effective impact on the rock-ground dual-type Geodude leader. Unable to execute his second move, the Geodude leader fell to Shroomish's sonic punches. After dealing with the Geodude leader, Shroomish intended to help its other companions, but found a battlefield filled with the rampaging Urshifu, charging like a rhino and taking out Geodudes and small Geodudes, while the Marill following closely behind used water gun for finishing blows. Even the rented Mewtwo was full of enthusiasm. If it weren't for the need to provide illumination, it would definitely have charged in with its big sister Shroomish to wreak havoc, with it responsible for the distraction and Shroomish for the chaos. As the Geodudes on the field were picked off one by one, the small Geodude group could no longer put up any resistance, especially when Gardevoir, having completed its meditation and possessing area attack skills, entered the fray. All the small Geodudes were subdued. Watching Cieli effortlessly defeat the large group of Geodude, the little wildness in the Zubat's heart vanished, replaced by fear and submission. All it wanted now was to be a loyal lackey. Chapter 65. Bobo's first battle. As the last Geodude was thrown against the wall by Shineduo using Psychic, the entire large group of Geodude fell unconscious. Seeing the unconscious Geodude and Geodude scattered on the ground, Cieli revealed a look reminiscent of when he played Stardew Valley, admiring the bountiful harvest in the fields. Excitedly rubbing his hands, like a fly rubbing its hands, it was time to open the blind box and see if he was a lucky one or a chief. Just as Cieli was focused on giving a physical examination to the nearby Geodude, a seemingly dead Geodude quietly opened its eyes upon hearing the commotion. It watched as the human in front of it used his wicked hands to poke around in its companion's mouth, ultimately pulling out the precious stones its companion was reluctant to digest, with a look of joy on its face. At this moment, the small fist stone's inner anger instantly ignited, suppressing the cowardice within. Filled with rage, it raised its fist high and charged at Cieli beside it. Unfortunately, the small fist stone's revenge targeted the wrong person. At this time, Cieli's fighting skills had already reached level 3 proficiency. Although his brain didn't react in time, his body had already dodged the straight punch and accurately grasped the small fist stone's arm with one hand from the side. Looking at the confused little Geodude, Cieli, whose brain finally caught up, lifted the little Geodude high up and then swung it back and forth violently toward the ground. With each of Cieli's continuous left and right swings, the little Geodude made a loud thud against the ground. After several swings, Cieli, slightly out of breath, glanced at the already unconscious little Geodude in his hands and sighed helplessly. "I gave you a chance, but you're useless. You'd be better off picking a fight with a walking grass than with me." Meanwhile, the Zubat beside him watched Cieli's brutal demeanor and gulped hard. It had initially thought the scariest one was that bear who liked to electrocute, but unexpectedly, it was this human in front of it. Thinking back to how it wanted to suck the other's blood earlier, Zubat felt uneasy, and its little eyes rolled around as if lost in thought. Not noticing the increasingly sycophantic demeanor of the Zubat behind him, Cieli instructed his Pokémon to prevent any further accidents. Shroomish, use Stun Spore on this group of Geodudes. Shiny Gardevoir, check if any of them have woken up. If so, bring them out. After glancing at the still under level 10 Teddiursa and Pidgey, who just wanted to slack off, Cieli continued, "Teddiursa and Pidgey, come over here. If any wake up, you two will be responsible for finishing them off." As the stun spore gradually covered the unconscious Geodude group, sure enough, a few of the fainting Geodudes showed signs of life. Upon seeing this, Shiny Gardevoir ruthlessly used Psychic to wrap around these Geodudes and pulled them out from the group of unconscious ones. The Geodudes, realizing they were being lifted by the opponent, felt a sense of impending doom and struggled to get up and resist or escape. However, the God-level stun spore had already covered their entire bodies, firmly controlling them in place and rendering them unable to move. Looking at the 3 small Geodudes in front of him, Cieli exclaimed that they were talented. Wasn't it said that rock-type Pokémon are straightforward and inflexible? Why were these few so cunning? After expressing his thoughts, Cieli didn't immediately have his Shroomish step forward to weaken them. Judging by their levels, they didn't seem much different from his own Stufful and Pidgey. Originally planning to let Stufful and Pidgey finish them off, Cieli changed his mind and slowly walked up to them, saying, "I'm giving you an opportunity. If you can defeat my Pokémon in a one-on-one battle, I will let you go." thinking that Sableye had already collected all the valuable items from them during the earlier search. But curious to see if the Geodudes would explode like Sandshrew, Cieli decided to stoke the fire further. If any one of you can consecutively defeat any 3 of my Pokémon, then I will leave and let your group go. Upon hearing Sableye's translated words, the 3 small Geodudes were filled with disbelief. They exchanged glances and understood each other's thoughts. Now, the enemy was the knife, and they were the fish on the chopping block. Since they were all doomed, they might as well take a gamble. As for whether the opponent would keep their word, they could only pray for Regirock's blessing. With this thought, the higher-level Geodude waved its hand, and one of the smaller Geodudes bounced into the center of the arena, eyeing the Pokémon on the field. According to the plan they had just discussed, they first eliminated the kangaroo, as a single punch from a golem was truly terrifying. They then sequentially ruled out the duo of female friends and the digging bear over there, finally focusing on Pidgey. Although Pidgey could fly, they were in a cave, and the flying space was extremely limited. As long as they operated properly, even if they couldn't win, they could exhaust most of Pidgey's stamina. Without hesitation, the stout-armed Geodude pointed at Pidgey in front of it and let out a few muffled cries. Hearing the Geodude's call, Pidgey, at Cieli's signal, spread its wings and flew into the air, circling and confronting the opponent. Looking at the flying Bobo, Little Fist Stone hugged itself with both hands, curling its body up, and a glossy sheen flashed across its round body. It was trying to become rounder. Watching this Little Fist Stone, it wanted to respond to changes with stability, which aligns well with the rock type's offensive style. But what would Bobo do? Cieli, after seeing Little Fist Stone use its roundness to strengthen itself, did not prompt Bobo. He wanted to see what Bobo could achieve without the trainer's command. Bobo, with its keen eyes, had already noticed Little Fist Stone strengthening itself in midair. Recalling the usual battles, Bobo suddenly had a countermeasure in mind, with a swift flap of its wings and a bird call. A small column of wind shot straight down from Bobo's wings towards Little Fist Stone on the ground. Little Fist Stone looked at the wind column in front of it. Although its eyes showed a bit of panic, it quickly remembered the boss's previous instructions and did not attempt to dodge or flee, but continued to steadily strengthen itself. Finally, the small wind column struck Little Fist Stone, producing a dull sound, followed by a cloud of dust rising. Watching the rising dust, Bobo's eyes were filled with joy. But the good times didn't last long. The little Chansher did not faint as Bobo had hoped. Instead, it planted its hands on the ground, using its rock-type energy to gather the soil. With a powerful swing, the Chansher broke through the dust and charged towards the overjoyed Bobo. Watching the falling rocks breaking through the smoke, Bobo showed a hint of panic in its eyes. Although it was a flying-type Pokémon and managed to dodge most of the stones due to its advantages, it still got hit by a few. The rock-type energy caused Bobo pain all over its body. Seeing that its skill had hit the small Geodude, it felt a surge of joy and continued to use Rock Slide on Bobo. However, having already suffered once, Bobo was not going to fall for the same trick again. Relying on its flying advantage, Bobo quickly dodged the rocks from Geodude and continuously used Gust through the gaps created by the falling stones to attack. Amidst the back and forth between the wind columns and the rocks, Geodude looked at the panting Bobo and revealed a meaningful smile before fainting heavily. Looking at the enemy in front of him finally fainting, Popo deeply understood the power of the Dopon mushrooms at this moment, and his desire for strength increased even more. Meanwhile, Cieli, who was watching the battle, looked at the fainting Little Fist Stone on the field, narrowing his eyes and pondering the oddities of this fight. Logically, the opponent's last move, Rockfall, could have defeated Popo, and at that point, Popo's stamina had already decreased to a certain extent, making it impossible to dodge that move. However, it was clear that the opponent had intentionally aimed a rock fall elsewhere, merely continuing to deplete Popo's stamina. Just as Cieli was continuing to think about the doubts in this situation, Little Fist Stone No. 2 had already entered the arena and helped the fainted Little Fist Stone number 3 down. Chapter 66. The double kill of Little Fist Stone, just as Cieli was still contemplating the intentional letting go behavior of Little Fist Stone number 3. The Little Fist Stones had already assisted Little Fist Stone number 3 off the field, and in came Little Fist Stone number 2. Without hesitation, Little Fist Stone No. 2 set its sights on the adorably naive tonic bear beside Cieli. According to the plan discussed earlier, besides Popo, this adorably naive little bear was one of the weakest among them. The newly entered Little Fist Stone number 2 grumbled a few times towards Tonic Bear, and upon hearing the calls, Tonic Bear, seeing that even the less skilled Popo had won, felt confident that it would be fine too, and immediately marched boldly into the arena. As both sides stood ready on the field, Shinado outside the arena let out a soft shout, and the duel officially began. Upon hearing Shinado's voice, both sides instantly sharpened their gazes. Unlike the defensive counterattack from Little Fistone number 3 earlier, Little Fistone No. 2's attack now appeared much more aggressive. It quickly curled its body into a ball with its hands and rolled towards the stuffed bear. The stuffed bear glanced quickly towards the direction of the mushroom, recalling how the mushroom had previously stopped the rolling of the Rockruff with one punch, knocking it out cold. With a confident expression, it chose to confront the opponent head-on. Normal-type energy enveloped the stuffed bear's fluffy body, and with a white light atop its head. The stuffed bear charged straight at the rolling Little Fistone. The round body of Little Fistone collided heavily with the stuffed bear, instantly sending it flying. Seeing the stuffed bear being hit by a car, the mushroom with a conical hat looked quite awkward. Noticing the strange gaze from the nearby Maril, it quickly waved its hand to indicate that it hadn't taught this move and had nothing to do with it. However, Maril didn't believe the mushroom's nonsense. Clearly, both the stuffed bear and the charging bear were bears, yet the stuffed bear particularly liked to learn from the mushroom. With a speechless expression, Maril said to the mushroom, Luli, is this what you taught him? How is this different from the charging bear? Looking at the teddy bear, who was full of energy but not using it, and then saw it being thrown by a car again, the shroomish awkwardly smiled at the teddy bear. This was clearly something the teddy bear, who learned to charge, liked to do. How could it be counted as his own? Then, he secretly made up his mind to give this little brother a good transformation, just as Shroomish was thinking about how to transform his little sister after going out. A change suddenly occurred in the arena. The once dominant Geodude, perhaps due to rolling too much or not rolling for too long, suddenly stopped its rolling attack. Seeing the opponent stop rolling, Teddibeer felt a surge of joy and stopped using the tackle to fight back. His furry hands wrapped in fighting energy. He slammed down hard at the slightly confused Geodude in front of him. Geodude looked at the little fist in front of him, chuckled, and skillfully rolled away from his side, avoiding Teddibeer's forceful attack. At that moment, Teddibeer, unable to move freely, helplessly struck his fist on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. In the dust, Teddibeer squinted his cute eyes, constantly searching for the enemy's position, not knowing that Geodude had already rolled out of the dust, gathering rock energy all over his body. Geodude used both hands to throw a bunch of rock energy stones quickly towards Teddibeer, who was still searching for the enemy in the dust. The stones hit Teddibeer, who was crying out in pain. Seeing Teddibeer's cries, Geodude suddenly thought of something and slowly stopped the rock attack, giving Teddibeer a moment to catch his breath. Gasping for air, Teddibeer rushed out of the dust, looking at Geodude outside the dust, and once again gathered fighting energy in his furry little hands, swinging directly at Geodude. But unlike before when Geodude skillfully dodged, this time he took the opponent's forceful attack head-on without dodging or defending. Then he rolled his eyes and fainted. Watching Teddibeer dramatically win, Cieli became more certain of his speculation in his heart, looking meaningfully at the last remaining Geodude in the arena. Looking at the unconscious Geodude number 2, Geodude number 1's eyes were filled with determination. For the sake of the plan, it didn't move the other to the arena, but jumped straight into the arena, calling out a few dull cries at the still unsubstituted Stufful. Hearing the calls, Stufful hesitated for a moment, glancing back at its trainer, Cieli. At this moment, Geodude number 1's expression slightly shrank, but knowing that this was the crucial moment, it dared not make a sound and quietly waited for Cieli to speak. Watching the nervous Geodude number 1 beside him, Cieli understood what the other party was thinking. However, out of curiosity, he still said, "Our duel does not prohibit will battles. Since the opponent chose you, go bravely. Cupchew, I believe you can do it." Cupchew was physically and mentally exhausted from the previous battle, but since the trainer believed in him, he thought to himself that Brave Bear was not afraid of difficulties. He had just defeated one Geodude, and he could take on another one too. Cupchew silently encouraged himself. However, the gap in reality couldn't be solved with just a few encouraging words. With a command from Shinado, Geodude number 1 adopted the same strategy as Geodude number 2. It curled itself up and rolled straight towards Cubchew. Faced with the aggressive Geodude number 1, Cubchew, who was already drained of energy, could only use all his strength to raise his fluffy fist and strike towards the approaching Geodude. Soon, Cubchew's fist collided with Geodude's body, accompanied by a piercing sound of impact. As expected, Cubchew was knocked away. After being knocked back, Cubchew did not get up again, but fell heavily to the ground. Cieli instructed Shinado to use telekinesis to wrap him up and send him to the back for healing. Looking at the winning Geodude in front of him, Cieli slowly spoke. "Congratulations on your victory. Since that's the case, I will keep my promise. You can leave here safely. Watching Xia Li generously give way. Although knowing this was his only chance, the little fist stone still shook its head, indicating that it was unwilling to leave just like that. Then it continued to call out to the Bobo in the arena, signaling it to hurry up and come on stage. Although aware that the opponent's goal was not to escape alone, Xia Li, curious to see how far the opponent could go, signaled to the Bobo beside him. Upon receiving the signal, the Bobo flapped its wings and flew directly into the air, cautiously watching Little Fist Stone number 1 in the arena. Watching the Pidgey hovering in midair after entering the field, Geodude number 1 adopted the same tactic as number 3, choosing to stay put and use Defense Curl to enhance itself, attempting to max out its defense before launching an attack. The airborne Pidgey keenly sensed that the Geodude on the ground was powering up, knowing that if it allowed its opponent to continue strengthening, it might lose its chance. With a flap of its wings, Pidgey unleashed a gust of wind that rushed down towards the Geodude below. Seeing Pidgey's wind column, Geodude realized the moment had come. It remained completely still, gathering rock energy in its hands, and hurled it fiercely at Pidgey. The falling rocks collided with the wind column, but since Pidgey was already weakened, the rocks quickly dispersed the wind column, and the concentrated rock energy struck Pidgey directly. Pidgey let out a cry of pain and fell straight to the ground, losing consciousness upon impact. Geodude number 1, having secured its second consecutive victory, continued to stand on the field, coldly watching as Xia Li directed Shinado to take Pidgey to the back for healing. Looking at the resolute little Geodude on the field, Xia Li pondered for a moment and said, "You have already won twice in a row. Which one do you want to challenge this time? By the way, if you're willing to come with me, you won't have to fight a third match. I can leave, and you can protect your tribe from further harm. What do you think?" The little Geodude thought for a moment, looked back at its tribe, but still shook its head and refused Xia Li. Looking at the rejecting Geodude, Xia Li smiled and didn't say much more. To be honest, he still liked Pokémon that knew how to leverage their companions' advantages to create opportunities for themselves. However, since the other party was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. Some readers might wonder why he didn't treat Shinado this way before. It can only be said that as the team expanded, individual energy was limited, until a suitable place to settle was confirmed. There wouldn't be too many positions for Pokémon in Xia Li's team. After all, capturing them is easy, but training them is difficult. Now, let's begin with your next opponent. As long as you win one match, we will leave here, and you can protect your tribe. Since the other party refused to follow him, the necessary process still had to be followed. Meanwhile, the Geodude, who had fought 2 consecutive battles, was recovering its stamina while calmly observing the strength of Xia Li's Pokémon. Now, only 2 options remained. One was the Zubat, which was familiar to it, flying in the air. This kind of Pokémon sometimes disturbed its tribe when it was starving, but it was always repelled by the powerful Onix. However, that was only possible due to Onix's strong strength. If it took the stage, it might be pinned down and beaten. So, excluding that option, the only choice left was the Oddish, which was acting as a light source. Geodude was not familiar with Oddish, but it sensed an extremely uncomfortable feeling from it. This feeling was similar to what it had experienced when facing a Kangaskhan that was trying to claim territory. An elder who had returned from training outside once said that this discomfort was because the opponent had a type advantage over them. Watching the restrained walking grass and the hesitating little fist stone, while Xia Li arranged for Shinai Duo to continue checking the little fist stone group for any missed stones. The little fist stone suddenly thought of another challenger. Chapter 67. Real-world Pokémon. At that moment, the little fist stone had a sudden idea. After removing the big-mouthed bat and the walking grass, there was actually another opponent to challenge, which was the trainer himself. Although the opponent looked quite strong, as long as he agreed, with his rock-like strong body, fighting a human shouldn't be a problem. As long as he won, the group would definitely be saved. However, the little fist stone wasn't sure if the opponent would accept his challenge. If the opponent refused, he could just choose that walking grass instead. With a mindset of giving it a try, the little fist stone called out to Xia Li a few times. Hearing the little fist stone's calls, all the Pokémon in the area looked surprised. Only the big-mouthed bat stared at the little fist stone with a foolish expression. Upon hearing the little fist stone calling and pointing at him, Xia Li hesitated for a moment. There were no other Pokémon around him, and although he had a suspicion that the little fist stone wanted to challenge him, he still thought it was unlikely that the opponent would be that foolish. But soon, Shinai Duo conveyed the little fist stone's intention back to him. Knowing that the challenger was himself, Xia Li revealed a meaningful smile. The opponent might not know that after he had dealt with the little fist stone that had ambushed him, His own fighting level had already risen to level 4. Master-level fighting skills were not just about simple fighting techniques and physical enhancement, but also brought Cieli the ability to gather and use fighting-type energy. For the future happiness of Cieli and Shanai duo, as well as the possible appearance of a female protagonist, the author had no choice but to strengthen him a bit, to prevent the day when the protagonist's waist would be directly broken by Shanai duo sitting on him. What? You don't know what it means to be broken? Good kid, Shun-Ti asked. It's no exaggeration to say that Cieli at this moment was like a humanoid Macamp. Looking at the confident little fist stone, Cieli cracked his knuckles and said to it, "Are you sure you want to choose me as your opponent?" Looking at Cieli, who suddenly exuded an unusual aura, and glancing at the surrounding Pokémon, who were all looking at him like a warrior, little fist stone, who was originally full of confidence, now seemed a bit hesitant. After confirming that the other party really was a human, Little Fist Stone hesitantly nodded. Watching the nodding Geodude, Cieli let out a loud laugh and said, "All right, since you've chosen me, I won't back down. I'll set an example for the newly joined Pokémon. Let's get started." As soon as Cieli finished speaking, he pushed off with his legs and quickly charged towards Geodude at lightning speed. Geodude instinctively flinched at the sudden approach of Cieli. The short arms of Geodude slowed down in their movement, causing the rock throw move that should have been unleashed earlier to still be in its charging phase. Unfortunately, this brief hesitation was an obvious flaw in Cieli's eyes. Cieli quickly closed the distance to Geodude, extending a hand in response to Geodude's shocked expression, directly grabbing the arm that was still charging. Taking advantage of Geodude's momentary confusion, Cieli swiftly threw it down onto the ground. The solid slam left Geodude momentarily dazed, and the move it was attempting to execute was forcibly interrupted by Cieli's throw. However, Cieli did not let Geodude's confusion go to waste. Instead, he followed up by lifting Geodude up, and, with his other hand primed, he wrapped fighting-type energy around his fist and began to rapidly punch Geodude's face. Much like a heartbroken gym trainer hitting a punching bag. Unlike the feeling Cieli had when punching a tree trunk in the past, this time, the punches infused with fighting energy felt like they were striking a sponge. It wasn't a hard impact. It felt more like hitting a soft punching bag. Feeling stronger than he had imagined, Cieli continued to hammer Geodude, who was held up in his grip. In the midst of the stunned expressions from the surrounding Pokémon, after charging up for a moment, Cieli let go of Geodude. Just as Geodude thought it had finally found an opportunity, Cieli delivered a powerful strike while Geodude was still in midair, sending it flying and embedding it into the rock wall. Based on Cieli's previous battle experience, Geodude should have been knocked out by now. As Geodude struggled to climb out of the pit, Cieli's desire to capture it intensified upon seeing it fight for victory and to save its kin. However, regarding this unique Pokémon with its own way of thinking, Cieli still wanted Geodude to follow him willingly. So he spoke slowly, "Geodude, you see my strength, right? If you follow me, you can go further, see better views, and taste various kinds of stones from around the world, rather than gnawing on these rocks day after day, year after year in this dim cave." However, before Cieli could finish, Geodude glanced at its unconscious kin and shook its head firmly at Cieli. Seeing Geodude still unwilling, Cieli smiled understandingly and said, "Everyone has their own aspirations. I want to force you. Let us call this one a win for you. The bottles on the ground contain healing potions for your companions. Farewell, Geodude. Partners, let us go." With that, Cieli set down the healing potions and, under the astonished gaze of Zubat, let Geodude go to continue leading the way. In reality, Shinado had already exhausted all the materials, and the opponent didn't want to follow Cieli. So continuing to fight would only be a waste of time. Watching Cieli and the others leave, the small fist stone that struggled out of the pit let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as if it were in a dream. But the pain on its body was a constant reminder that everything that had just happened was real. Looking at the healing medicine left by Cieli and thinking that the other party probably had no need to deceive him, little Qiangshi tried spraying it on himself. As the medicine was applied, a cool sensation spread from within his body, and he felt the pain receding and his strength recovering. Little Qiangshi silently looked towards the direction where Cieli had left, but soon glanced again at the unconscious clan members. After hesitating for a moment, he looked blankly in the direction Cieli had gone, ultimately gritting his teeth and bouncing towards his clan members. At this time, Cieli had long since left and, under the guidance of Dazue Bat, found an open area to tally the spoils of the recent raid, looking at the scattered golden pearls and evolution stones. At this moment, Cieli couldn't help but smile widely. secretly thinking that if he had known it would be like this, he wouldn't have bought the Eagle Beako. Mining and getting rich himself was much faster than robbing someone else's mine. He quickly counted the spoils from this raid on the large little Qianshi clan, and, as expected, the bounty was abundant. 21 small golden pearls, 10 golden pearls, 9 large golden pearls, 8 huge golden pearls, 136 strange stones, 1 thunderstone, and 4 dark stones. Most importantly, there was a super evolution stone for an unknown Pokémon, as Cieli couldn't remember every super evolution stone from the anime and games. He could only say that this super evolution stone resembled the one for Shinedo, except for the different base color. Cieli seriously suspected that this might be the evolution stone for another evolutionary form of Shinedo, but he still wanted to verify it to know for sure. The following data can be skipped. If not written, everyone wouldn't know the progress, but if written, it might get criticized for being wordy. So it's placed here for optional viewing. He then looked at the current levels of the Pokémon. After a round of harvesting, Duzamish had reached level 42. As expected, the experience from fishing ponds decreased significantly towards the end, making leveling up slower. In terms of skills, Sky Uppercut and Thunder Punch had reached a proficient level, making the skill execution smoother, but there was still no qualitative change like with Sonic Punch or Paralyzing Powder. However, he learned a new skill, Slate Split, a powerful hand chop attack that can also break light screens and reflect barriers. Jicheng Xiong's level had also risen to 37 after these battles. Due to the type disadvantage against rock and ground types, his experience gain was even less than Duzamish. In terms of skills, Volt Tackle had reached a proficient level, and he learned a new skill, Body Slam, charging at the opponent with tremendous force. He will also take slight damage. Shinedo's level increased from 30 to 32. Although she often initiated battles, she hadn't defeated many Pokémon, as most were taken down by Duzamish and Marilioli, so her level didn't increase much. However, her skills improved quite quickly, with telekinesis advancing from proficient to master level. The master level telekinesis had a stronger binding effect, making it nearly impossible to escape unless there was a type disadvantage or a significant level gap. Meditate and Heal Pulse also reached proficient levels with faster activation speeds. Marilioli's level jumped from 27 to 34, making her the highest level up among all the Pokémon, thanks to her water type advantage and her water gun reaching master level. Her speed and range for taking down opponents surpassed even Duzamish. Additionally, she learned Rolling and Bubble Beam, no longer relying solely on water gun for ranged attacks. Meanwhile, the remaining Tongo Xiong and Bobo were just slacking off. Bobo's level only increased to 10, and due to his poor comprehension, he didn't learn a single new skill. Tongo Xiong, being a newcomer with decent comprehension, also slacked off but managed to reach level 12, learning the skill Retaliation, Counterattack. Chapter 68. The Mantis catches the cicada in the cave, however, just as Cieli was happily looking at the system panel showing the Pokémon's improved strength. Seeing the low levels of Tongo Xiong and Bobo made his previously cheerful expression darken instantly. What on earth were these two doing? After so many battles, you're telling me that you two haven't even reached level 20? If this were the human world, and I were a boss encountering such lazy employees, wouldn't the company go bankrupt? Training must be intensified, and they must be rigorously trained. Cieli roared in his heart, embodying capitalism's fury. At this moment, Tongo, Xiong, and Bobo, who were happily having lunch nearby, suddenly felt a chill run down their spines, as if an eerie presence was lurking in the shadows. Making them anxious, they exchanged glances and found that the others seemed to feel the same, so the two little ones hurriedly went to report to their big sister, Duzamish. Meanwhile, Duzamish, who was enjoying Xia Li's homemade energy cubes, became alert upon hearing the two's words and patted Shinedo nearby. Shinedo cautiously used her telekinesis to scan the cave repeatedly, but found nothing unusual, shaking her head to indicate to Duzamish that there was nothing wrong here. After receiving Shinedo's response, Duzamish could only dismiss the two little ones, thinking it might be a false alarm. However, after dismissing them, Duzamish still scanned the surroundings warily, remaining on guard while continuing to eat, unbeknownst to Cieli, who was feeling a bit of unrest due to his own grievances. He continued planning how to capture a pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Given his current level, if the opponent had parents protecting them, it would surely be akin to sending him to his death. After all, if one could breed a round land shark, there would definitely be a fierce land shark present. Therefore, the main goal now was to continue looking for Pokémon clans to improve himself. However, now that Duzamish was at a formidable level 42, there were more battle targets available. Perhaps he could try to take on that solitary boss Kidora, even though the opponent might not have any valuable materials to sell. the experience from a high-level opponent would still be substantial. Just as Cieli was writing and planning the cave raid and envisioning a bright future of capturing a round-land shark with the help of his mining hat's lamp, a sudden explosion echoed from a tunnel on one side of the cave. Hearing the explosion, Cieli quickly stood up, cautiously calming the Pokémon around him. He exchanged a glance with Shinado, signaling her to prepare the team. As all the Pokémon worked together to gather the items in the cave and arrange themselves in a protective formation around Cieli, the explosion sounded again. Through Shinado's telepathy, Cieli instructed Dazue Bat to lead the way ahead to check for any other exits, so they could avoid the explosion area and detour through another tunnel. Cieli didn't want to get too involved with the potential risks in the cave. After all, curiosity could not only kill cats, but also land trainers in trouble. However, Dazue Bat awkwardly flapped his wings, indicating that no matter which way they went, they might have to pass through the explosion zone. Taking a glance at Sandshrew, after confirming that he could teleport back through instant transmission, since he couldn't avoid the explosion point, he decided that it was better to take the initiative rather than passively waiting for death. After deciding to check the situation, Cieli instructed his walking grass to stop shining, while he put on his night vision goggles. As for the Pokémon, there was no need to worry. Except for Pidgey, they all had decent night vision capabilities. However, Pidgey and Stufful had already been recalled by Cieli using Pokeballs. After rearranging the emergency tactics after the ambush, Cieli carefully led the team towards the explosion site. Soon, another explosion sound echoed from the tunnel entrance, but this time, since they were closer, they also heard some commanding voices coming from the tunnel. Cautiously sticking his head out, he heard the voice before he saw the person. Slaking. Using Smoke Attack, just as Cieli poked his head out, he saw a Slaking charging up its attack, slightly lifting its feet, and then slamming them down heavily on the ground. The flames in its mouth surged towards the three Pokémon opposite them. The dazzling flames of the smoke attack instantly illuminated the somewhat dark cave, but it was unfortunate for Cieli with the night vision goggles. His cheap goggles could only distinguish black and white, and now they were filled with bright white light due to the extensive smoke attack. Just as Cieli was about to take off the night vision goggles to observe the battle, he heard a familiar soft voice. Swampert, use Water Pulse to push back. Immediately, the surging flames collided violently with the rushing water, causing another loud explosion. At that moment, the clever Cieli had already taken off his night vision goggles and, relying on the light from the flames, saw the situation on the battlefield. It turned out that three men dressed in Lava Team robes were battling against three other Pokémon trainers in the cave. Among the three Pokémon trainers, Cieli also spotted a familiar face, looking at the fiery monkey girl in front of him, who was coordinating with her companions to command the Swamp Leap Fish and the opposing Dumbfire Camel in a back-and-forth exchange of attacks. Cieli couldn't help but marvel at how wealthy they were. With the Fiery Chick and Forest Lizard, the trio was complete. If it weren't for his previous visit to their industrial park, Cieli would have thought they were a female version of Ash. However, after checking the levels of both sides through the system, he noticed that they were quite close in level. He just didn't understand why the trio with better resources was struggling to defeat the opponent, especially since there were only two Pokémon on the opposing side. Suddenly, Cieli realized something seemed off. The Fiery Monkey Girl clearly had other starter Pokémon, and the Lava Team also had three members. There was no reason for only two Pokémon to be battling against them. Just as Cieli thought the opponent was too weak, leading to their Pokémon being defeated, he saw the Great Hound launch a Shadow Ball towards the sturdy chicken in front of it. To dodge the Shadow Ball, the sturdy chicken leaped into the air, but that single jump gave the opponent an opportunity. A sound cutting through the air echoed in the dim cave as several blades sliced through the air, striking the sturdy chicken midair. The sturdy chicken let out a cry of agony, but the worst was yet to come. The Great Hound's trainer, seeing that the large-mouthed bat had successfully ambushed the sturdy chicken from the shadows, commanded the Great Hound to use a crunch attack on it. Obeying the order, the Great Hound howled and bared its sharp teeth, biting down on the fallen sturdy chicken, which was left completely unconscious from the continuous onslaught. Seeing the scene, Cieli couldn't help but marvel at the usefulness of the big-mouthed bats in caves or during night battles. While Cieli was reflecting, the big-mouthed bats in the air emitted waves of sound targeting the Swamp Leap Fish on the ground, which was completely unaware of the impending danger while it was engaged in a battle of water waves and smoke with the Dumbfire Camel. However, Cieli, who was watching everything, had no intention of intervening. The timing wasn't right, and helping now would bring no benefits. Although Cieli wasn't clear about the other two, he understood that the explosive monkey was not someone who would show gratitude. Watching the Swamp Leap Fish get hit by the ultrasonic waves from the big-mouthed bats and fall into chaos. It was swiftly taken down by the big dog with its icy fangs. Now, only one forest lizard remained on the explosive monkey trio's side, and it seemed that the previous Pokémon were all knocked out. Observing the forest lizard making its last stand, the lava team chuckled and said, with such skills, try to do good deeds is truly laughable. Finish it, dumb fire camel, use flamethrower. Hearing the trainer's command, the dumb fire camel spewed flames from its mouth. But the forest lizard, being an agile type, quickly dodged the flames with a powerful push of its legs and charged toward the dumb fire camel with its glowing leaf blades. Unfortunately, while it avoided the flamethrower, it couldn't escape the air blades hidden in the shadows. Several blades sliced through the air and struck the forest lizard's back hard. The forest lizard let out a cry of pain, but its determined nature prevented it from collapsing immediately as it struggled to continue charging at the dumb fire camel. However, it was still 3 against 1, not 3 against 3. The big dog, with flames in its mouth, bit down fiercely on the forest lizard's shoulder, completely extinguishing its will to resist. Chapter 69. Former enemies. Watching as all her Pokémon were defeated, Li Xiang bit her lip in frustration, secretly regretting her decision. If she had known these two were so unreliable, she wouldn't have accepted their invitation. Did she really need a treasure hunt in a cave? Now, her fate rested entirely on the mood of the opposing team. Just as Li Xiang was lost in her thoughts of regret, the team leader of the lava team, commanding a Zubat, stepped forward and coldly addressed the 3 of them. The game of house is over. Hand over your valuables, backpacks, and Pokémon. We can consider leaving 1 Pokémon with you to exit safely, otherwise. From the moment the opposing team used their starter Pokémon in battle, the lava team's leader realized they were either rich or noble, likely just here for a treasure hunt, and accidentally ran into them while seeking justice. Initially, he thought about simply eliminating them, but then reconsidered. If he killed them, their family would likely come looking for him, leading to bigger problems. It was better to rob them. After all, rich girls were never short on money. Besides, as long as they didn't die, their family wouldn't oppose his organization over a small amount of money. At most, they might issue a bounty, but he hadn't been recognized. So was a big deal. Even if he were discovered later, he could just pay back the organization with the loot. While the team leader was calculating how to maximize his gains without attracting trouble, one of the girls spoke up. I'm Lily from the Tenyo group. We lost this time, but we can't give you our Pokémon. However, you could take our backpacks, just leave us a few healing potions. The money in our backpacks is enough to buy these Pokémon. The girl didn't say anything foolish about not seeking revenge afterward. Even if she did, they wouldn't believe her. It was better to show her background first, making the opponents hesitate before acting, then voluntarily hand over their possessions. After all, Lily knew that the enemy hadn't immediately taken care of them. She was just coincidentally pursuing them for justice. Now that they had been defeated, it was very likely that the enemy was simply after money, so giving a bit of it wouldn't hurt. After saying this, she tossed her backpack in front of them and squatted down skillfully. Li Xiang and another teammate were left stunned, but understanding that the girl was right, they reluctantly threw their backpacks over as well. Seeing the other party so cooperative, the team leader hesitated for a moment. However, considering the special nature of these individuals' Pokémon from the 3 major families, it would be difficult to sell them on the black market without getting caught. The space backpacks they had appear to be quite valuable. After all, just by looking at the design of the space backpacks, it was clear that selling them alone would not result in a loss. Therefore, the team leader agreed to the other party's request and did not confiscate their Pokémon. However, he also did not leave any healing items for them. After all, the team leader was not foolish. If he provided healing items, the other party might quickly recover and ambush him during his mission. But if he didn't give them any healing items, they would have to wait in place until their Pokémon recovered before continuing their actions, which undoubtedly bought him a lot of time. After some brainstorming, the team leader ultimately agreed to Lily's plan and casually instructed 2 subordinates to collect all 3 of their backpacks. Seeing the joyful expressions on his team members' faces as they opened the backpacks, he knew they had gained a lot this time. So he didn't continue to make things difficult for the 3 of them, and instead slowly walked towards Cieli's cave entrance with his 2 subordinates. Seeing that both sides quickly reached a consensus and the lava team was approaching him, Cieli was slightly taken aback. However, this was not a good ambush point. Once a fight broke out, even if he managed to snatch the lava team's backpack, it was very likely that he would have to return it to these rich girls, as he was still ostensibly part of the orderly faction. Therefore, Cieli decided to delay the battle location. He recalled his Pokémon, leaving only Shinado to accompany him. After putting on his night vision goggles He patted Shinedo's shoulder and said in his heart, use psychic to lock onto them. Let's teleport a bit further back and wait for them to come. Hearing Xie Li's words, Shinedo obediently teleported with him a little further back, then used psychic to cover the entire cave, quietly waiting for the fish to bite. At this moment, the three members of the lava team were walking while checking the contents of their backpacks. Looking at the dazzling array of items inside, they happily discussed how to allocate them. The squad leader said with a grin, thanks to Lord Huiyin organizing this operation, we wouldn't have encountered such an opportunity otherwise. With the resources of these three rich girls, I will soon step into the gym leader level. When I gain the favor of Lord Qiyin and become the fourth leader, I will definitely bring you all along to great heights. Soon, each of you will be squad leaders. The subordinate beside him echoed. The captain is mighty and imposing. Thanks to the captains Nidoking and Zubat, we were able to capture those girls. After the captain rises to greatness, he won't forget us. We are willing to serve the captain without hesitation. The squad leader laughed heartily, nodding in agreement, praising his companion's words. Just as they were engaged in mutual flattery, the Zubat hovering in the air let out a piercing scream, warning the others. Hearing the warning, the squad leader quickly put away his smug expression and threw out a Pokeball from his belt. As the Pokeball was thrown, a Pokémon that Xie was very familiar with appeared before him. The Nidoking that just came out glared fiercely at the three people in front of him. He had just started enjoying life with a rich young master, but before long, the young master was defeated by the opposing boss, and he was handed over to these small fry. Now he had become a henchman for these small fry. However, facing the opposing boss's quasi-elite level Charizard, Nidoking lowered his proud head, thinking that it's better to live than to die. Eating wherever he could was what mattered now. Since the opposing side had called him out, there must be some troublesome opponent. Nidoking scanned the cave, but found no enemies. Just as he was about to look back at his trainer with a puzzled expression, a flash of white light appeared, and a Pokémon that Nidoking hated appeared before him. Nidoking would never forget the mushroom kangaroo that caused him to lose his home. Seeing the Shroomish in front of him, Nidoking raised his arm in anger without a second thought. Flames enveloped his arm, and he swung it down hard at the suddenly appearing Shroomish. Seeing a familiar face so enthusiastic, Shroomish happily raised its fists and executed an ultra-fast sonic punch, striking Nidoking in the face before Nidoking's fiery punch could reach it. Unlike the first encounter when Nidoking took the sonic punch without moving an inch, this time Nidoking was sent flying by Shroomish's punch, crashing heavily to the ground. At this moment, Nidoking lay on the ground in disbelief, wondering how much time had passed for the world to change so dramatically. Previously, he could easily defeat Shroomish, but now he was the one being knocked away. Just as Nidoking, feeling indignant, wanted to get up and continue fighting Shroomish, Shroomish had already pounced on him, straddling his body and unleashing a flurry of punches like pounding rice cakes. The continuous blows made Nidoking feel extremely uncomfortable, and he let out a series of wails. Soon, the pain ended. Under the relentless assault of Shroomish's punches, Nidoking fainted, having gone from entering the battle to collapsing in just a few seconds. Watching the Nidoking fall to the ground at the speed of light, the lava team exclaimed in disbelief. However, no one knew the struggles of Nidoking, who had already come out with half health and was being suppressed by the opponent's level and face-tanking damage. Anyone in his position would have suffered a crushing defeat. In Chapter 70, as the three members of the lava team watched Nidoking, who had been knocked down without even releasing a single move, they shouted in disbelief. This Nidoking was a gift from Lord Firegoose. It had been snatched from a rich young master on a ship, and its own strength had already reached the elite level. If it weren't for his proficiency in linguistic arts and his ability to appreciate the unique beauty of Lord Firegoose, this Nidoking would definitely not have been his. Watching his hard-earned Nidoking being knocked down by the opponent, the team leader felt a bit incredulous. Although he was momentarily dazed, his team members were not. They glanced at the Shroomish on the field, quickly released their Pokémon, and then hurriedly tugged at the team leader's arm, signaling him that a great enemy was at hand and to stop daydreaming. Captain Fire Duck, there's only one opponent right now. Our chances of winning are still high. Don't give up, Captain. The teammates, seeing that their leader was still a bit confused, quickly reminded him. Upon hearing his teammates' reminders and noticing that the opponent seemed to have only one Pokémon, the team leader regained his confidence. He thought that perhaps Nidoking had been weakened by those girls earlier, and the surprise attack was what caused it to be taken down so quickly by this Shroomish. Now, with a 3-on-1 advantage, victory was in their hands. Go Zubat, show our power. Use Air Cutter on that Shroomish. The team leader, feeling he had grasped the truth, chose to ignore the possibility of the opponent having multiple Pokémon or teammates, since the opponent had already chosen to attack him, proving they would not let him go. Rather than surrendering and waiting to die, he decided to fight back. The teammates also chose to cooperate with the captain, commanding their Slugma and Houndoom to use ranged attacks to try and take down the Shroomish first. Following their commands, a blazing flame erupted from Slugma's mouth, shooting straight towards the Shroomish, while Houndoom also gathered Shadow Ball and threw it at the Shroomish. However, how could Cieli allow Shroomish to fight alone? A fierce water column and a robust thunder dragon surged out from behind Shroomish, the aggressive water column directly suppressing the blazing flames. Comparable to a hydro pump attack, the water column slammed Slugma against the wall, and Slugma was knocked out without even making a sound. Houndoom's Shadow Ball didn't fare any better. The thunder dragon quickly shattered it and charged towards the downed Houndoom. But Houndoom wasn't as slow as Slugma. It quickly dodged to the side with a light push of its legs, and the thunder dragon struck the ground with a dull thud. Just as Houndoom was feeling relieved, Shroomish had already taken advantage of Houndoom's moment of dodging the thunderbolt and swiftly approached it. With its fists crackling with electricity, Shroomish unleashed a powerful punch to Houndoom's face, knocking its teeth out. Furthermore, due to the earlier battle exhausting its stamina, Houndoom was knocked to the ground by that thunder punch and couldn't get back up. As all the allied Pokémon on the field fell, Zubat was still nowhere to be seen in the air. Just when the team leader thought Zubat had betrayed him, he saw his Zubat being ambushed and knocked down by another Zubat from above, which then hung quietly in front of the Lava Team's escape route, preventing them from fleeing. Having lost most of their Pokémon after the previous battle with Li Xiang and her friends, the Lava Team realized they were in deep trouble as all their Pokémon were defeated. Just as the team member was about to speak, intending to intimidate the opponents, a Shinado suddenly appeared on the field, immediately using Psychic to lift the three of them high into the air. Then it slammed them down heavily onto the ground. The three felt as if their internal organs were about to shift and groaned in pain, but before they could plead for mercy, they were lifted into the air again by Psychic, but this time they weren't dropped down again. Watching the three floating in the air, Cieli slowly stepped out from the shadows after confirming there were no other dangers. Looking at the guy wearing night vision goggles, the three knew they had fallen into this person's hands. However, due to the opponent's earlier actions, they understood his ruthlessness. Threatening him at this moment could very likely lead to their demise in this cave. The squad leader coughed a few times, suppressing his bodily pain to force a smile, and said, "My lord, we did not mean to offend you. We hope you can forgive us, and we will surely change. We will never forget your kindness." At this point, still daring to threaten me? Upon hearing the last two sentences, Xia Li's expression darkened. He waved his hand at Shinado. And upon seeing Xia Li's expression, Shinado waved her small hand, causing the three to crash heavily to the ground again. This time, the squad leader lost a tooth from hitting the stones. Knowing that the opponent might misunderstand, the squad leader endured the pain in his mouth and quickly spoke, "My lord, I misspoke and caused a misunderstanding. What I meant to say was that I deeply appreciate your mercy and kindness, and I will certainly repay you generously. Those spatial backpacks on the ground are my gifts to you." Fully aware that remaining silent could lead to losing both life and wealth, the squad leader unhesitatingly handed over the spatial bags belonging to Lily and the others, along with their previous gains, all at once to Cieli. Looking at the package on the ground, Cieli chuckled and said, "If I kill you, the package will also be mine. So there's no such thing as you giving it to me. You'd better bring something useful to exchange for your life, understand?" The squad leader was taken aback, feeling bitter inside, not knowing where he had offended the other party to the point that his life was at stake. But now, with his life in danger, he could no longer care about anything else and hurriedly said, "Sir, what do you want to hear? I will definitely say whatever I know, and even if I don't know, I will find a way to get it for you." The teammates beside him quickly echoed, "Yes, sir. We are all willing to serve you. We just need you to let us go." Upon hearing this, Cieli did not say much, but instructed Dula Mushroom and Ji Chong Bear to check the backpack. After confirming that there were no traps inside the space backpacks, he ordered Shinado to take the Pokeballs off the opponents and lock them, then had the Pokémon carry all the backpacks away. He also had Shinado seal the mouths of the three, planning to take them to a safe place for thorough questioning. Just as Cieli used Thunderbolt to attack the Great Wolf Dog, the muffled explosion still reached Lily and others' ears. Upon hearing the explosion, Lily and the others exchanged glances, a glimmer of hope flashing in their eyes. But once the explosion ended, no further sounds came. The hope in their eyes dimmed again as they exchanged glances. They could only sit helplessly on the ground, waiting for the Pokémon to wake up naturally or for any passerby to help them. Chapter 71. Information in the cave, led by the Zubat. Cieli arrived at a sufficiently remote cave. After Shinado confirmed there were no sources of danger nearby, Cieli finally set down the backpacks and the three individuals. At this moment, Cieli was not in a hurry to check the contents of the backpack, as he knew without looking that the items inside were extraordinarily rich. He took out the tunneling rope from the backpack and had Shinado use Psychic to bind the three with it. Looking at the three people bound together in front of him, Cieli then instructed Dulagong go take off their hats. As Dulagong removed the hats from the others, Cieli was surprised to find that they were a combination of 2 men and 1 woman, and both the men and the woman were quite good-looking. Belonging to that kind of attractive type, one can only say that villains have never been lacking in looks throughout history. Looking at the 3 people in front of him, Cieli chuckled and said, "All right, it's time to prove your worth. Let's talk about some valuable things, shall we?" After a pause, Cieli continued, "First, let's discuss why you are here. Who is the leader? The first person to speak can earn a point. In the end, only the one with the most points can leave here alive, while the other 2 will have to sleep here forever." Although Cieli was smiling, the cruel words he spoke filled the hearts of the 3 with fear. At that moment, the only woman, hearing Cieli's last 2 sentences, quickly reacted and said, "My lord, we are a small team under Lord Firegoose of the Love Squad. This man in the middle is our team leader. His name is Fire Duck. I am Fire Sparrow, and that black eye over there is Fire Flame. Lord Firegoose sent us here to find a place called Awakening Small Temple, but I'm not sure about the rest." Watching the Fiery Sparrow spill all the intel, the Fiery Duck and the Fiery Flame finally reacted, secretly cursing the other's cunning. But it was already too late. The Fiery Sparrow had revealed all the information on their side, and even if they continued to speak, it would just be repeated data. Realizing this, the 2 fell into a state of despair. The Fiery Goose, the Awakening House. When Cieli heard the mention of the Awakening House, he couldn't help but hesitate. With the improvement of his level, his memory ability had also been greatly enhanced. After recalling the plot from the anime and games, if he remembered correctly, it wasn't the Fiery Goose leading the search for the Awakening House in the anime, but rather the Fiery Village Action Team, right? Doubting that he had been deceived, Cieli's expression darkened as he said to the woman in front of him, "It seems you are not being honest. Don't think I don't know. Wasn't it the Fiery Village searching for the Awakening House? How did it become the Fiery Goose?" Seeing Cieli's face darken and mention the captain of the Fiery Village he recognized, the Fiery Sparrow realized that the other party might be very familiar with her organization and hurriedly added, "How could I dare to deceive you, sir? However, the captain of the Fiery Village is also on the island this time, but not here. He is on the other side of the island. We are 2 teams landing on the island simultaneously, one in the south and one in the north. Please believe me, sir." Looking at the other person's sincere expression, as if afraid that she wouldn't believe him, Cieli shook her head and didn't continue speaking, but instead began to think deeply. Watching Cieli, who was deep in thought and not continuing the conversation, Huixiao also felt a wave of anxiety. He hesitated and wanted to say something, but was afraid of interrupting the other person's thoughts and making them angry, so he could only wear a conflicted expression. Unbeknownst to him, Cieli, who had received the information, was currently thinking about how to deal with the 3 of them. To be honest, killing these 3 guys would indeed resolve the problem once and for all, but the benefits for him were too low, due to the lack of intelligence about this world. Cieli really needed someone who could provide information to help him understand the general direction of the world line. However, Cieli was well aware that if he let them go, they would definitely not be grateful. There was a high probability they would find a way to retaliate. Currently, he was still in a developmental stage, and getting entangled with the lava team would not be a good thing. So what should he do now? While Cieli was constantly thinking about how to arrange these people, the 3 bound individuals looked at Cieli's changing expression and exchanged glances. They saw a desire for life in each other's eyes, and then quickly looked away, each contemplating how to preserve their own lives. The squad leader, watching his 2 teammates, thought that as long as he was alive, he could find more members. Finally, he gritted his teeth and decided to take a gamble. So with a stiff face, the squad leader spoke to the pondering Cieli. "Sir, I still have some information to tell you. I wonder if you're interested." Cieli, not angry at being interrupted, glanced at the squad leader, who was eager to survive, and said lightly, "Go ahead. What is the information? If it is of high value, I might consider sparing your life." The squad leader felt a slight joy in his heart upon hearing Cieli's response, and hurriedly organized his thoughts before saying, "Sir, as you know, we are members of the lava team, but I wonder if you understand the purpose of our organization? Fearing that the other party might know a lot about the organization, the squad leader looked nervously at Cieli after finishing the sentence. Cieli secretly laughed upon hearing this. Not only did he know what they were up to, but he also knew the upper structure of their organization and the location of their base. He was about to tell them that he knew they were trying to awaken the sleeping Groudon, which would expand the landmass due to Groudon's grumpiness, thus achieving their goals. However, Cieli suddenly thought that he knew what the other party was trying to do. But if he said he didn't know, and what they said later didn't match the information in his memory, then this person would be someone who was loyal to the organization, and he wouldn't have to worry about their lives anymore. He could just eliminate them. However, if their information was not too different from what he remembered, then this person was basically a double agent and had low loyalty to the organization, probably joining to enhance their own strength. For such a person, he might be able to spare their life, and later find a way to give them some benefits to make them see that following him had prospects, which would naturally prevent them from thinking about revenge, and instead lead them to cooperate with him. After quickly thinking through all this, Cieli looked at the nervously tense squad leader and slowly said, "Then you may speak." Upon hearing Cieli's words, the squad leader, who had been tense to the point of having his heart in his throat, finally relaxed a bit and hurriedly said, "Sir, we are members of the Lava Team. Our leader is a big shot named Chien Song, but we haven't seen him in person much. However, he has several group leaders under him, and I have only seen Captain Huitsuin and Captain Huyen." After saying this, the squad leader Hoya continued to organize his words, "And the three of us are a small team under Captain Huyen. There are many such small teams like ours. This time, Captain Huyen arranged for us to come to this cave to find a place called the Awakening Shrine." When he mentioned the Awakening Shrine, the squad leader Hoya showed a conflicted expression but quickly steadied his gaze and continued. "It is said that there's a red gem inside the Awakening Shrine that possesses magical powers. Once found, it can awaken the legendary god of the land." Just as the squad leader was about to continue and say Groudon's name, Cieli already knew that the other party was a double agent and directly interrupted him. "All right, I understand. Your information is very valuable, and I can spare the three of you." When the squad leader was interrupted and thought that Cieli was dissatisfied with his information, he suddenly heard Cieli say he would let them go and felt a wave of incredulity in his heart. He quickly nodded and bowed, thanking Cieli profusely. "Thank you, sir. If you ever need me in the future, I will go through fire and water for you. Even if it means rushing into a volcano to fight the duckbill fire beast, I will bravely step forward." Cieli looked at the flattery of Hoya and couldn't help but feel that the other party was indeed a talent, with a good way of speaking. However, he still interrupted Hoya's flattering words and said solemnly, "However, I do need you to help me with something." Upon hearing Cieli's request for him to do something, Hoya instantly fell silent. After some inner conflict, he could only stammer, "Sir, it's not that I don't want to help you, but all my Pokémon have already bowed down to your brave and extraordinary Shroomish. I hope you can give me some time to recover." However, Cieli already knew the personality of this double agent and directly interrupted his continued excuses. "I don't need you to fight, nor do I need you to serve me. I just need you to report the Lava Team's actions to me every month at the game hall on the first floor in Zijing City." Looking at the conflicted team leader, Cieli continued, "Don't worry, I won't take the information for free. In exchange, I'll provide you with generous rewards based on your monthly intel, and I can even catch some rare Pokémon for you. Think it over." Without waiting for the three of them to respond, Cieli directly commanded the walking grass to use sleep powder to knock them out. Watching the three of them fall asleep, Cieli ordered the charging bear to retract the ropes, then left behind the backpacks belonging to the three, only taking the backpacks of the fiery monkey trio. After all, to make the other party trust you, you need to leave them with some assurance. Signaling to the nearby Zubat, Cieli continued to follow it in search of a new cave as a training spot. Some may wonder why he let these three go and whether it would attract Team Magma. To clarify, it won't, because the organizational structure of Team Magma is completely different from Team Rocket. Their only goal is to resurrect Groudon. As long as you don't obstruct their plan to resurrect Groudon, they generally won't pay you any mind. And these three are one of the foundations for the protagonists in the future. Chapter 72, The Unconscious Kecleon Under the Guidance of Zubat. Cieli led his Pokémon as they carefully navigated through several turns. After avoiding a few groups of Pokémon they couldn't handle, they finally found a cave that looked decent. However, there was a sound of digging coming from inside, indicating that this cave was already claimed. Cieli cautiously peeked in and saw several round-bodied Pokémon covered in a layer of silver steel on their bodies and heads, happily following two larger Pokémon, which were heavily armored with thick steel and had particularly sturdy limbs, as they diligently dug for ores in the cave. Watching the two Kolaras in front of him leading several Kecleans, digging for ores while munching on the freshly unearthed iron ore, Cieli's eyes suddenly brightened. He checked through the system and confirmed that these Pokémon were within his reach. However, these Pokémon seemed to have a rather rough appearance. But the valuable items they possessed were hard to resist. As expected, these two Koalaras were likely a couple. Generally speaking, Pokémon like Koalaras and Bashikuras have a strong territorial instinct and rarely form large groups, usually acting alone or in small family units. This meant that they definitely had no external help, and what he saw was basically their entire strength. The highest level among them was a male Koalara, only level 39. Cieli's desire deepened. According to the Materials Encyclopedia, Koalaras and Kecleans were different. Kecleans shed their shells naturally during growth or evolution, and their shells could be considered somewhat valuable but not particularly precious. However, Koalaras were different. Once Keclean evolved into Koalara, its shell would no longer shed. And as the years levels increased, the shell would become increasingly valuable. A Koalara at level 39, only 3 levels away from evolution, had a shell that was quite valuable. Not to mention, just selling it to a steel enthusiast like Dawu or a steel mill would yield enough money to buy a farmer's 3-punches skill disc with some leftover, which posed the question of whether it was worth anything. After confirming the significant value of the steel shell on the Koalaras, Cieli began to devise a plan to capture these Pokémon. To be honest, their strength seemed average to him. He could easily defeat them in a head-on confrontation. However, their ability to dig was quite troublesome. He wasn't worried about them attacking him while digging, but rather that they might escape through the tunnels they created. Generally speaking, wild Pokémon would run away unless they belonged to a large group or were particularly confident in their strength, like stubborn Pokémon such as Scyther or Bisharp. Otherwise, it was basic instinct to turn and flee when faced with danger. Of course, those who couldn't run fast enough would either be eaten or captured by trainers to work for them, leaving behind only seasoned escape experts. However, Cieli quickly thought of a plan. Watching the Koalaras mining, he grinned and led his Pokémon to a secluded spot. He pulled out a piece of ore he had obtained from a small fist stone and quietly began to add a bit of material to it. He had Shinedo use telekinesis to make a small hole in the ore, and he started adding a little bit of stuff inside. First, he added some paralysis powder from Shroomish, then some sleep powder from Sleepy Grass, and finally, he coated the surface with some lure powder to mask the scent of the powders while adding a bit of temptation to the ore. Looking at the unprincipled Cieli in front of him, the eyes of the Zubat were filled with admiration, and his thoughts became clearer. Soon, the enhanced iron ore appeared in Cieli's hands. The current issue was how to reasonably deliver it to the two Keclean without letting Keclean eat it first. Just as Cieli was deep in thought, the usually silent Zubat stepped forward voluntarily and called out to Cieli a few times. Hua, hua, I can take the stone inside, leave it to me. Looking at the loudmouthed bat in front of him, Cieli couldn't help but wonder. Loudmouthed bat. What's going on? Is there an enemy? Meanwhile, Shinedo spoke up in time. It says it can take this stone to the side of Kidula, so you can leave the matter to it. Looking at the largemouth bat in front of him, Cieli hesitated for a moment. To be honest, the largemouth bat was kept by Cieli to explore the cave. Otherwise, it would have been tied up like his companions and left in the cave to face its fate. So, he was a bit worried about the bat's eagerness to volunteer, fearing it might run away, which left him uncertain. However, Cieli quickly recalled that the largemouth bat had been performing quite well lately, diligently leading the way and even understanding to ambush the opposing largemouth bats during battles with the lava team. Otherwise, he had planned to wait for the opposing largemouth bat to expose its location by using Airblade before having his Shinedo control it and focus fire to take it down. After considering this, Cieli decided to take a gamble, but before doing so, he made a precautionary measure by instructing Shinedo in his mind to use telekinesis to monitor the largemouth bat's movements. If the largemouth bat showed any signs of trying to escape, he would abandon the bait plan and take it down first. The largemouth bat, seeing Cieli nod, excitedly grinned, thinking it had transformed from a captive to one of their own. It happily grabbed a rock with its claws and quickly flew into the air, unaware that behind it, Shinedo's eyes glowed with purple light, and a wave of telekinesis quietly followed the largemouth bat. Waiting for the moment, it tried to flee to capture it decisively. Flying in the air, the largemouth bat carefully navigated through the rock pillars hanging in the cave. Using ultrasonic feedback, it soon arrived above a male Kadora, which was digging through the soil at the edge of the cave, searching for iron ore. However, A tantalizing scent soon wafted into its nose, reminiscent of walking down the street on an empty stomach, just as a bakery brings out freshly baked bread. The aroma of wheat making your stomach churn. Sensing the enticing smell, the Kadora inhaled deeply and began searching for the source of the aroma. It quickly discovered that the scent was coming from a rock embedded in the rock wall above it. The wisdom of a foodie is unmatched. The male Kadora stomped its feet, and rock energy formed small stones above its head, which quickly shot towards the bait lodged in the rock wall, knocking it down. Watching the bait fall to the ground, the male Kadora drooled slightly from the corner of its mouth and hurriedly ran over. Without hesitation, it lowered its head and swallowed the bait whole. Observing the Kadora devour the bait so quickly, Cieli couldn't help but wonder, does this guy not even think about where this rock came from? How could it eat it so fast? However, he also realized that only someone as despicable as him, an outsider, would pull such a stunt. A normal Pokémon trainer would at most provide bait to lure them in and then face them directly to recover them. While someone like Gaheo didn't fit into that category. Watching the male koala, who had just eaten the ore and seemed a bit drowsy, Cieli knew the opportunity was coming soon. However, instead of dealing with the male koala first, he planned to wait until it fell asleep before targeting its wife and daughter. But suddenly, Cieli thought this scene looked somewhat familiar. If he replaced the koala with a human, it had a certain resemblance to those Japanese plot films where someone gets their friend drunk and then goes after their friend's wife and daughter. He secretly scolded himself for being despicable, as he often thought of such things when he got carried away. The other party was a koala, not a human. Just as Cieli was mocking himself, the male koala finally couldn't handle the increased amount of ore and collapsed on the ground, drifting off into a deep sleep. Looking at the sleeping Kadora in front of him, Cieli glanced at the Shinado beside him. Shinado, fully aware of Cieli's intentions, shot him an annoyed look. With one hand pressing on the nearby Doutamush, a flash of white light appeared, and Shinado, along with Doutamush, directly teleported in front of the female Kadora. Seeing the two Pokémon that suddenly appeared in front of her, the female Koraidon became alert, calling out loudly in an attempt to summon her mate while charging towards the Shroomish with her four short legs against the white light. Seeing Kadora trying to call for her partner, the Shroomish scoffed disdainfully, skillfully covering its fists with a white light, and then struck hard from the side at Kadora, who was using a headbutt attack. Under the dual pressure of level and attributes, the fighting skills force directly broke through Kadora's headbutt, sending the female Kadora flying. Looking at the female Kadora, who quickly stood up to try to dig a hole after being knocked away, the Shinado beside her had purple light swirling in her eyes. With a gentle upward lift of her slender hands, an invisible force bound the female Kadora and lifted her into the air. Meanwhile, the Dually Mushroom kicked off the ground with both legs and rushed to the side of the female Kadora, gathering strength in both fists. The familiar sonic punch struck the female Kadora, causing her to let out a painful wail. However, the wailing quickly escalated as the Dually Mushroom unleashed a flurry of sonic punches on the female Kadora, but the cries soon came to an end. With the final uppercut, the female Kadora collapsed to the ground. The poor female Kadora did not receive any support from the male Kadora, even as she lost consciousness, ultimately falling helplessly to the ground. Beside her, the Kadora was also captured by Cieli, who led other Pokémon to take them all down. After clearing all the Kadoras, Cieli led his Pokémon to surround the sleeping male Kadora, seeing that his wife and daughter were all unconscious while the male Kadora continued to sleep. Cieli let out a villainous laugh and directed his Pokémon to focus fire and take him down. With an explosion, the sleeping male Kadora fell into a painful unconsciousness, leading to the complete annihilation of the Kadora clan. Chapter 73, A Bountiful Wave. Looking at the neatly arranged family of Kecleon, Cieli excitedly rubbed his hands together. Indeed, mining in the Liver Forest is much more profitable than in the mining caves. Each cave is full of talent. Not only are they 4 times weak to Shroomish, but they also have minerals on them. No wonder so many people like to climb mountains and go into mines. It all makes sense now. While complaining about how rich mountain climbers are, he directed his Pokémon to line up the Kecleon family from youngest to oldest. Unlike the last group of Geodude, this time Cieli planned to personally open the blind boxes. It wasn't just because he was lucky. Mainly, Kecleon is different from Geodude. There are no evolution stones or anything like that to dig up on them, and if there were, they probably would have eaten them by now. The only valuable thing on them is their armor, and he was worried that the Pokémon might carelessly remove the armor from Kecleon, as damaging it would reduce its value. Cieli carefully touched the edge of Kecleon's steel armor, and with the boost of his level 3 gathering skill, he quickly found a breakthrough point. He cautiously inserted a crowbar into the breakthrough point and began to pry open the steel armor attached to Kecleon along the edge. After a short while, the half-circular silver steel armor was removed by Cieli. Watching Kecleon turn from silver to black, he directed his Rampardos to take it aside. However, kind-hearted Cieli only removed the armor from its back, leaving the one on its head alone. It wasn't that the armor on its head was less valuable. In fact, it was worth more than the one on its back. Rather, it was simply because removing the head armor might make survival inconvenient for Kecleon. And the back armor regenerates much faster than the head armor, leaving a line for future encounters. After removing all the armor from Kecleon and Kecleon's family, Cieli piled them up and led his Pokémon out of the cave, planning to find another cave to rest. Not long after Cieli left, the female Kecleon woke up from her stupor. After quickly counting the number of Kecleon and finding none missing, she breathed a sigh of relief. However, she soon noticed something was off. All the Kecleon's back armors had vanished without a trace. Realizing something was wrong, the female Kecleon, due to her short neck, couldn't check her own back armor. But through her lighter body, she knew her armor had also been taken. Thinking about being left bare, a wave of sadness surged in her heart, but soon this sorrow turned into anger. She thought, if it weren't for that deadbeat not supporting her, how could she have ended up in such a situation? Enraged, the female Kecleon turned to look for the male Kecleon. Upon discovering that the male Kecleon's armor had also disappeared, she went to his side and kicked him hard to wake him up. Looking at his angry wife and the missing armor, the male Kecleon regretted not having eaten that piece of or earlier. Little did he know that the reason the male Kecleon was in such a predicament was due to eating. The female Kecleon could no longer suppress her anger and began to beat the confused male Kecleon. Domestic violence scene, unaware that a brutal domestic violence incident was underway after he left, Cieli, under the guidance of the local tyrant, quickly found another cave that satisfied him. Fortunately, this cave was unoccupied by any Pokémon or humans. After quickly cleaning up the cave and letting Shroomish and Rampardos guard the entrance, Cieli happily took out his recent haul. The armors from the Kecleon family went without saying. He organized them and stuffed them into his space backpack. The current focus was on the 3 space backpacks he had snatched from the Magma Gang. Looking at the 3 backpacks that are even larger than his own spatial backpack, Cieli couldn't help but rub his hands in excitement, filled with anticipation about the identities of their owners. He first opened the first backpack with a face full of expectation. This backpack belonged to his old acquaintance, Li Xiang. As he watched the first item pulled out, a piece of intimate clothing, Cieli's expression turned dark, and he disdainfully tossed the original flavor underwear aside. Jokingly, he thought he wasn't a pervert. If he were the sweet and cool hoe and the long-eared rabbit, he might have some interest, but as the fiery monkey, he had no interest at all. After discarding some useless clothing and feminine products, Cieli finally found what he was looking for. Looking at the items before him, he could only say that a plantation owner was indeed impressive. A huge pile of precious tree fruits that Cieli had only seen in the collection. Dozens of high-quality grass-type energy cubes, a few grass gems he had seen before in a bed, and a miracle seed. Besides these, there was also a heap of skill discs, mostly focused on grass-type. After carefully categorizing the items, Cieli continued with the blind box opening activity. And the second blind box was even more explosive, coming from a rich girl of the Tianyo group. One could only say that she was indeed the child of a conglomerate. Her worth was much higher than that of Li Xiang, the plantation owner. In addition to having a large number of high-quality energy cubes like Li Xiang, there were also many high-quality Pokémon drinks that Cieli had never seen before, as well as some evolution stones that looked to be of excellent quality, along with numerous coveted Psychic-type skill discs and a pitifully small number of Fire-type discs. Looking at the numerous items in front of her, Cieli could only think of 2 words, Bikai. Just the thought that her mining life over the past few days was not even comparable to what was in someone else's bag made her secretly realize that she indeed lacked strength. Having money was useless. This further solidified her determination to improve her abilities. Looking at the third bag, Cieli felt full of anticipation. The first 2 were so impressive. There was no reason for the third one to be disappointing. Moreover, when they first saw the 3 of them, this woman was dressed the best, looked the best, and had a perfect figure and face. Unlike the hot monkey, who could only be looked at for her face, Cieli's chest was even bigger than hers. Without hesitation, Cieli opened the bag. To her surprise, it wasn't filled with wealth, but rather poverty, leaving her speechless. It was all beautiful clothes and designer perfumes. There wasn't even a skill disc, let alone an evolution stone. The energy cubes were the only things worth a little money. With no other choice, Cieli could only take out the energy cubes categorize them properly, and then gather all the three people's clothes to let the electric bear vaporize them with a thunderbolt. However, what Cieli didn't know was that all the clothes in this bag were limited edition, worth more than the other two bags. It can only be said that she suffered from a lack of cultural knowledge. After carefully checking the contents of the three bags and finding no locator or special scent, Cieli organized the items neatly back into the bag and then simply discarded the three bags for the electric bear to destroy. Feeling quite satisfied, Cieli happily gathered all the Pokémon and generously took out the high-quality energy cubes to share with them. Watching the Pokémon eat happily, Cieli chuckled. Just as Cieli was happily watching the Pokémon eat, Shinedo came over, gently touched Cieli, held her hand, pointed to the already set-up tent, and then went inside first. Looking at Shinedo, who had already entered the tent, Cieli felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. Only after experiencing love does one realize that men must protect themselves well. Chapter 74. The Noisemaker in the Morning. Although the dim cave was not illuminated by sunlight, Cieli still got up early from her warm nest, guided by her biological clock, and began leading her Pokémon in simple physical exercises. After finishing the physical training, the Shroomish diligently practiced the Seed Bomb it had just learned, occasionally reinforcing its newly acquired Thunder Punch. Notable contributions from the three wealthy daughters: Grass type, Seed Machine Gun, Solar Beam, Seed Bomb; Electric type, Thunder, Ice type, Ice Beam, Ice Punch; Psychic type skills, Light Screen, Reflect, Trick Room, Seal. It is also noted that the discs are not one-time use, but vary in quality. Whether a Pokémon can learn a skill depends on its comprehension and the clarity of the disc's explanation. Not far away, the Urshifu was frowning as it tried to release Ice Beam and Water Pulse according to the instructions on the disc. Unfortunately, the only result was turning its face red without any success. It was unclear where the trainer had pulled out these discs from, insisting that it must learn them today. Poor Urshifu took several days just to learn Volt Tackle. This was clearly a challenge for it. Reluctantly, it could only grit its teeth and continue learning. Next to it, struggling alongside, was Marl. Although Marl's aptitude was similar to Urshifu's, it had the advantage of learning Ice Beam and Ice Punch. Marl had a slightly better understanding of Ice-type skills and was progressing faster than Urshifu. Looking at her good friend who had a face full of bitterness and resentment, Shinedo covered her mouth and smiled. Since Shinedo had just evolved, Cieli didn't rush her to learn new skills, but instead let her practice the skills she learned after evolving, especially the healing skill, Healing Wave. Everyone shouldn't misunderstand. It wasn't for Cieli's happy life at night, but just to ensure everyone had support. As for the others, Cieli had them all captured for physical training. After all, whether it was Bobo or Tongo Xiong, their main focus before evolution was physical training, and for these two, Cieli hadn't arranged any skills for the time being. As for the captured Dazue bat, given how well it performed, Cieli decided that regardless of whether it found a round land shark or not, he would honor his promise and release it once he exited the cave. As for the walking grass, since it was rented, Cieli found it difficult to train at the moment, so for now, it only needed to focus on maintaining its shine. Of course, if it had to follow Dolly Mushroom for training and act as its little brother, Cieli wouldn't interfere. Just as everyone was doing their morning exercises, a harsh noise pierced through their ears. This noise caused extreme discomfort, directly interrupting the Pokémon skill practice. Especially for the Choco Bear, which had finally shown some progress, it was immediately disgusted by this noise. After a while, the noise finally dissipated. As Cieli watched the Pokémon unable to focus on their studies due to the noise disturbance, his expression gradually darkened. Anyone would find it unbearable to be disturbed by such noise early in the morning, especially since he was currently in a cave where sounds were not only difficult to propagate but also hard to dissipate. However, despite his frustration, Cieli did not directly confront the source of the noise. Instead, he first settled his Pokémon, knowing that they needed to be well fed to be effective. After they finished eating, he planned to check out what was causing the ruckus early in the morning. If it turned out to be a Pokémon that he could handle, he would confront it. If it was a human, he would first put on his Team Magma outfit before dealing with it. Team Magma, thank you. Just as Cieli and his Pokémon were sitting down to enjoy a breakfast provided by a rich family, the noise returned. This time even more unpleasant, reminiscent of a fat tiger singing. Cieli suppressed his urge to teach the source a lesson, calmed his angry Pokémon, and quickly finished breakfast. Under the leadership of a Zubat, they rushed towards the direction of the noise. Fueled by anger, Cieli quickly arrived at the source of the noise, spotting a purple Pokémon with a pair of speaker-like ears and a large mouth. Resembling a troll from a fantasy game, on a platform before him, Cieli immediately recognized it as a Whizmore. Although he was unsure why this troll-like Pokémon was in a cave, he felt the need to teach it a lesson for being so annoying so early in the morning. At Xie Li's signal, the Pokémon most affected, the Urshifu, charged in, gathering electricity around him. Urshifu roared, and a thick bolt of lightning formed, illuminating the dim cave as it surged towards the Whismur, who was singing and dancing in the cave. However, perhaps due to frequently being ambushed, the Whismur reacted quickly, instinctively dodging aside at the sound of the roar. The powerful lightning struck the platform instead, kicking up a cloud of dust. Just as the Whismur was about to mock its opponent for missing, a figure shot towards it at lightning speed, delivering an uppercut to its upper lip. The sudden punch sent the Whismur flying into the air, but before it could land, a flash of light struck its eyes, causing it to tear up. An invisible force then bound the Whismur tightly, lifting it high before slamming it down onto the ground. Despite its tough exterior, the Whismur let out a pained cry from the sudden psychic attack. Before it could recover, multiple blades and a gust of wind struck down on its back, knocking the Whismur back to the ground. Unable to withstand the barrage of attacks, the Whismur began to wail in pain, but Xie Li's Pokémon showed no signs of stopping. Then a round Pokémon with short legs sprinted over, and as it got closer, it leaped into the air, coming down hard on the Whismur. The heavy weight of the Pokémon pressed down on the Whismur, which could no longer take it. Its eyes rolled back, and drool poured from its mouth, looking utterly miserable. After enduring such relentless attacks, it finally fainted. However, the fainted Whismur was still met with a harsh collision from the small-legged Stufful. Looking at the howling bomb that fainted after just one round of attack, Xie Li couldn't help but sigh about how the opponent had such a large physique for nothing. He then slowly walked out from the shadows. Looking at the heavily scarred Loudred, I pondered what materials could be extracted from it. It seemed like the only option was the eardrum inside its ears, which could be removed and made into excellent soundproofing material. However, if I took it, this Loudred wouldn't be able to shout for quite some time, as it would have to wait for its eardrum to grow back. But thinking about how it had disgusted me early in the morning, I realized that if I let it go, there would be a chance it could interrupt me when I was discussing the meaning of life with Shinedo later that day. My initial hesitation instantly turned to resolve, and without a second thought, I pulled out my small knife, moving closer to Loudred to teach it a lesson. Just then, a delicate voice called out, "What are you doing? Stop it." Turning to the source of the voice, I saw a girl with a single ponytail, dressed in a pink workout outfit, standing in front of me. I was puzzled by her appearance, but seeing her fierce demeanor, I couldn't help but ask, "Who are you? Is this your Pokémon?" The girl replied in a sweet voice, "I'm the #1 disciple and beloved of Master Fujimori, the fighting girl Shaoran. That Pokémon isn't mine, but I can't stand by while you poachers abuse it. Go, Masharna, use Focus Punch." With that, she threw out a humanoid Pokémon with a garlic-like head. As soon as Masharna appeared, it struck a yoga pose, but upon hearing the girl's command, it began to concentrate and gather power, then quickly charged towards the nearest bear cub. But how could I let this girl have her way? I didn't care who she was to anyone. I always adhered to the principle of fighting back against those who attack without understanding the situation. Bear cub, Thunderbolt counterattack. Shroomish, use Stun Spore on that girl. Maril, Water Gun to finish it off. In this outdoor environment, I wasted no time in using single combat tactics. One challenge against our group. Bear cub let out another roar, this time charging its Thunderbolt much faster than before, sending a thick bolt of lightning straight towards Masharna. Meanwhile, Maril opened its mouth, unleashing a powerful water jet that blocked Masharna's retreat, putting it in a very awkward position where it would either take the Thunderbolt or the Water Gun attack. However, being a Gym Disciple's Pokémon, Masharna still had some skills. It evaded Bear Cub's Thunderbolt in an almost impossible manner and twisted its waist to dodge the Water Gun attack as well. In truth, it wasn't even a disciple, let alone a beloved. Looking at the extremely unscientific posture in front of him, Xie Li was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted. The reason he couldn't hit the opponent wasn't because the opponent was dodging well, but because his firepower coverage wasn't comprehensive enough. As long as the firepower was sufficient, even the ashes of the Sky Ripper could be blown away. Without hesitation, he commanded the Zubat to join the encirclement. As expected, with the addition of Zubat's Airblade, the effect was different. Marcia was directly hit in the back by Zubat's Airblade, causing her body to become a bit unbalanced. And then she was taken down in one wave by the combined long-range attacks of Ursa and Marilioli. Seeing the smoking Marshana lying on the ground, the girl was taken aback. She never expected the other party to be so ruthless, attacking her in a group without any sense of honor or morality as a Pokémon trainer. However, The girl quickly regained her composure, swiftly took out a Pokeball to recall her Pokémon, and turned to flee. But how could Cieli allow her to escape just like that? The girl suddenly twitched and fell to the ground. It turned out that the paralysis powder had already permeated her body, directly paralyzing her. Feeling completely unable to move due to the paralysis, the girl lay on the ground in despair, watching helplessly as Cieli walked toward her step by step. Chapter 75. The fighting girl shower in, watching the paralyzed girl. Cieli slowly walked towards her, constantly contemplating how to teach this justice-filled yet underpowered heroine a lesson. However, at that moment, Cieli was completely unaware of the cunning glint in the girl's eyes. Sensing that Cieli was close enough, the girl, fearing that delay might change the situation, quickly pushed herself up with one hand, stood up, and swiftly positioned her hands in front of her left foot. Then, using the strength of her waist along with her long legs, she executed a sweeping kick aimed at Cieli's calf. Such swift speed still allowed Cieli to react in time. He quickly leveraged his left leg to dodge backward. The girl's long leg whooshed past him, but before she could change her move, Cieli charged forward again and delivered a direct kick to her waist. The girl let out a cry of pain and fell to the ground. Looking at the girl on the ground, curled up in pain, Cieli did not continue the pursuit. Instead, he let the charging bear deliver a low-power thunderbolt of 100,000 volts to her. The cave was illuminated by flashes of lightning, and after a loud explosion, the girl spat out black smoke and fainted. Looking at the girl on the ground, who was emitting black smoke all over her body, in order to prevent her from waking up and causing trouble again, Cieli took out a binding rope from her bag and had Shania tie the girl's hands. Looking at the unconscious person, Cieli unhesitatingly ordered the mushroom to remove all the Pokeballs and items from them. Try to run after being hit. Who gave you the courage? He then rushed to the main character of today, the Exploud, and absolutely could not let this guy go today. Fearing further trouble, Cieli took out a knife without hesitation and swiftly removed a layer of special eardrum from the Exploud with the combination of material collection and gathering skills. Tossing it into his backpack, with his mind settled, Cieli instructed the Ursa to take the temporarily non-soundproof Exploud and throw it somewhere far away to avoid causing trouble later. He then squatted down beside the girl, quietly waiting for her to wake up. Looking at the currently unconscious girl, Cieli couldn't help but feel a headache. If she were a member of a dark organization, he could simply cut his neck and leave gracefully, without needing to wait for her to wake up. However, he couldn't just leave. If he ran away and she got ambushed by wild Pokémon and ended up dead, he would be in trouble. What was even scarier than being ambushed by wild Pokémon was being ambushed by someone like Yiping. At that time, she might not necessarily hate Yiping, but she would definitely hate Cieli. With no other options, Cieli could only check the system to see how to arrange his schedule. As it had been over 3 days since he came to the cave, and the 7-day gym match he had booked was approaching. He didn't know when he would be able to book the next match if he missed this one. However, Cieli ultimately decided to see if he could catch a Gibble first, as the gym wouldn't run away, but Gibble might. Although the stone cave was a good place for leveling up and farming gold, Cieli had already discovered that as his level increased, the stone cave was no longer suitable for him. The low-level Pokémon provided pitifully little experience, and the high-level lone wolves were scarce. He couldn't compete with the crowd, which was quite awkward. While Cieli was lost in thought, suddenly he keenly noticed that all the Pokemon's experience bars had actually increased a bit. However, he was certain it wasn't from hitting that Exploud, since it was only level 20, and being beaten by a group of Pokemon would yield very little experience for each Pokemon. After pondering for a moment, Cieli suddenly remembered that both meals seemed to have been the high-energy cubes from that group of rich girls. Realizing this, Cieli was suddenly enlightened. Indeed, high-energy cubes provided not only a sense of fullness, but also rich nutrition, and long-term use could enhance a Pokemon's overall quality. Otherwise, how could the rich young masters widen the gap with commoners? It was just relying on money to buy a large amount of materials. Thinking of this, Cieli couldn't help but sigh, feeling that being wealthy was great, secretly envious. However, he quickly remembered that he could also make energy cubes, but his level was too low, and the enhancements were too few. It seemed he needed to buy more berries to practice, so he could save a lot of money later. Just as Cieli was secretly revising his future plans, a groan came from behind. He saw the girl frowning slightly, her face looking unpleasant and involuntarily making sounds of pain, accompanied by the awful sounds. The girl slowly opened her eyes, looking dazedly ahead. Upon seeing a familiar man sitting on a rock, the girl instantly woke up and began to struggle violently, accompanied by the pain in her body. Feeling the intense pain, the girl finally calmed down. With hatred in her eyes, the girl glared at Cieli and said, "You despicable guy, let me go. I am the disciple and lover of Mr. Fujiki, the fighting gym trainer. Seeing the little ninja who couldn't distinguish between the big and small kings at this moment, Cieli couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. If you were a dark organization or a poacher right now, you'd already be on your way to reincarnation. Although feeling speechless, Cieli didn't want to be targeted by such a straightforward person. After pondering for a moment, he said, "First of all, you attacked me first, and because of you, the explosive beast I was about to capture has escaped. You need to compensate me for that." Cieli suddenly thought of something and continued without waiting for the girl to argue. "Also, I know Fujimori. He doesn't have a girlfriend or disciple like you. If I'm not mistaken, you probably gave yourself that title. Moreover, Fujimori hates it when others use his name to act recklessly. It seems I need to tell him about you, so he can get to know you again." Sure enough, the girl, who originally wanted to argue, turned pale when she heard Cieli mention knowing Fujimori, especially when she heard that he was going to tell Fujimori about her ruining his reputation. Her eyes were filled with a pleading expression, completely unaware that Cieli was just talking nonsense. After seeing the girl's expression, Cieli instantly knew it was secure. His guess was indeed correct. This girl was not yet a disciple of Teng Shu, but was only learning under him. As for being Teng Shu's lover, that was even more nonsense. Taking advantage of the girl's admiration for Teng Shu, Cieli cleverly resolved this trouble. Truly a despicable outsider. However, fearing he might go too far, Cieli continued, "Forget it. I am magnanimous. I will let you off this time. I hope that in the future, when you recognize the harsh reality, you won't recklessly attack unknown opponents when your Pokémon are weak. Also, here's a piece of advice. With your mediocre skills, it's more practical to go find Teng Shu and call for help. Shinado, untie the ropes. Let's go." Upon hearing this, Shinado waved her little hand, freeing the girl from the binding ropes. As the ropes that restricted her body were undone, the girl was liberated, but instead of rushing towards Cieli again, she sat there hugging her knees, lost in thought. Cieli paid no mind to this reckless girl, continuing to have a Zubat lead the team to find a new training spot, hoping to level up his Shroomish to gym level in the next couple of days. Chapter 76, Territory Battle under the guidance of the Zubat. Cieli carefully led his Pokémon to a location he had scouted earlier. He had previously known there was a lone boss Godora around level 46 here. If there had been no significant changes recently, this experience might be enough for Cieli's Shroomish to level up. Just as Cieli and his Pokémon finally climbed to the cave entrance, preparing to execute some tricky maneuvers, a roar suddenly echoed from within the tunnel. In an instant, Cieli thought he had been exposed and quickly crouched down to crawl away, but soon realized that the creature did not seem to be pursuing him. He climbed back up and peered down from the cave entrance. Unlike the dim underground cave filled with rocks, this cave had a circular open top, allowing sunlight to stream in. In the center of the cave was a pool, surrounded by lush green vegetation, and standing beside the pool was a massive creature. This creature was enormous, resembling a moving small mountain, and each time it stepped down, the ground trembled. Its skin was covered in a material similar to an alloy, glimmering with a cold light under the sunlight, as if infused with some mysterious power. The design of its head was particularly unique, resembling a helmet worn by medieval heavy cavalry, with a pair of deep, dark eyes peering out, filled with a fierce glare that made one reluctant to meet its gaze. The horns on its head were sharp and hard, as if capable of piercing through any obstacle. Its limbs were strong and powerful, each step leaving a small pit in the ground, and its broad paws were covered with thick scales, seemingly adapted to withstand the harshest environments. Its tail was long and sturdy, serving both to maintain balance and as a weapon of attack. This boss Godora, comparable to a quasi-divine being, was glaring at the tunnel entrance, and as the roar from the tunnel echoed again, another creature of even larger size slowly emerged. The one just appeared will be referred to as the Invader, while the one already there is the Defender. The Defender boss Godora roared at the Invader, attempting to drive it away, but the Invader looked disdainfully at the roaring Defender and ignored it, instead showing a very satisfied expression as it surveyed the well-maintained environment. Then, it roared at the Defender again, signaling it to quickly leave, as everything here already belonged to it. Looking at the domineering opponent who declared sovereignty as soon as it arrived, the Defender couldn't help but feel frustrated. They were both boss Godora, belonging to the large monster category of Pokémon, so why should being taller make one more arrogant? Everyone has their temper, after all. The Defender didn't show any leniency towards the Invader. Long-term internal battles had taught him how to efficiently handle his kind. He stomped his feet forcefully, channeling ground-type power into the earth, quickly forming a patch of quicksand beneath the opponent's feet. However, Just as the quicksand was about to take shape, the attacker swiftly moved its legs, demonstrating agility that was unexpected for its size, and dashed right in front of the defender. It turned out that it had already seen through the defender's intentions. The reason it didn't take the initiative was simply to wait for the defender to strike first, allowing itself to counterattack. The attacker lowered its head, its knight-like helmet gleaming with a metallic sheen, and charged fiercely at the defender's chest. Seeing that the attacker had seen through its plan, the defender decisively abandoned the idea of controlling the opponent with quicksand and also lowered its head, using the exact same move as the attacker. Soon, the two iron heads collided violently, and amidst the clash of iron, clouds of dust rose between the two Boscodora. Due to the defender's smaller size, being at a lower level than the opponent, it was at a disadvantage in this collision, causing it to stagger back several steps before finally stabilizing itself. Looking at the opponent's even larger physique, the defender knew that to win this time, it was absolutely necessary not to clash head-on with the opponent. Therefore, it began to slowly circle around, trying to find a flaw in the opponent's defense. The attacker, meanwhile, was not in a hurry to launch another attack, staying tense and silently gathering strength, planning to deliver a powerful blow later. The defender observed the indifferent attacker, maintaining a calm exterior, but internally feeling anxious, fully aware that if this dragged on, it would surely be the one to be expelled. Looking at the hard-earned pond he had dug and the transplanted vegetation, the defender felt an immense sense of unwillingness in his heart. In the end, the defender gritted his teeth and charged at the attacker, his sturdy tail glinting with a metallic sheen. Seeing that the opponent wanted to clash head-on, the attacker was equally unyielding, with their tail also gleaming with a metallic shine, standing in place and striking at the opponent decisively. Seeing that the opponent also used the iron tail defender, a sense of joy surged within. The shine of the tail quickly faded, replaced by flames wrapped around both hands. The defender swung down fiercely at the attacker's tail, and the clash between fire energy and steel energy was evident, with fire energy clearly gaining the upper hand. Soon, the fiery fist broke through the iron tail's defense, smashing it heavily to the ground. The aggressive defender, not letting up on its advantage, continued to wield the flames, striking at the abdomen of the attacker, who stood there visibly in pain. But how could a mere fiery fist bring down such a giant beast? The attacking Boscodora revealed a brutal expression, stomping its feet hard, causing rock energy to rapidly converge into massive stones, which it then hurled down at the defender, who was within close range. Watching the unavoidable boulder, the defensive Boscodora was also stirred by the rage in his heart. Since he couldn't dodge, he decided not to and continued to swing his fist down hard at the attacker. The flame fist struck the attacking Boscodora, knocking him back several steps, but the boulder directly overwhelmed the unable to dodge defender. The attacker, filled with fury after being hit by the flame fist, let out a loud roar and charged at the defender, who was covered by the boulder, crashing into him and sending him flying. But that wasn't the end. Seeing the defender being knocked away, the attacker showed no intention of letting up. Previously, he had refrained from using powerful skills to avoid harming the local vegetation. But after taking a hit from the flame fist, the attacker, now filled with real fire, no longer cared about the flowers and plants. He thought he could always transplant them later once he had taken control. A terrifying energy wildly gathered in the attacker's mouth, and with a roar, a horrific beam of white light struck the defending Boscodora, the powerful impact pushing the attacker back and finally embedding him against the rock wall. Watching the defenders still struggling and wanting to rise up to protect their homeland, the attacker sneered, then took a step forward with their strong legs. Since the opponent didn't want to leave, then they wouldn't. After all, they were all male Boshigadoras. Losing one on the mountain meant gaining another. Chapter 77. Repaying Kindness with Revenge. The attacking Boshigadora had completely defeated the defending one, and the attacker's focus was entirely on the defender. At this moment, Cieli knew the opportunity had come, and an even more interesting plan was brewing in his mind. If this plan could succeed, he might be able to obtain the quasi-divine round land shark ahead of time. The plan changed. Shinado, you take the mushroom and use teleportation to sneak up on the Boshigadora standing on the ground from behind, while the directly charging bear starts sharpening its claws to enhance itself. Then wait for my command. Mariliali should charge her water gun, and when a mushroom sneak attack is successful and the opponent turns around, use the water gun to hit its face. Cieli calmly revised the original plan. Meanwhile, the Zubat, realizing it was not part of the battle, became anxious, flapping its wings in front of Cieli, flying up and down. eager to prove itself useful and join the fight as part of the team. Looking at the anxious and jumping Wooper in front of him, Cieli pondered for a moment and said, "Wooper, you fly to the dark spot first. Wait for Maril to use Water Gun to attack, and then you directly use Sonic Boom to confuse the opponent." Following the command, Wooper flapped its wings as if it had received a divine order. Quickly flying to an inverted rock pillar, its eyes fixed on the attacking Boscodora below, accompanied by a flash of white light. Shiduo directly teleported with Fukubiker to behind the attacking Boscodora, who was still oblivious, mockingly staring at the apparent loser in front of it, as if contemplating how to amusingly defeat the opponent. However, the attacker suddenly sensed something was wrong. The defender's pupils suddenly dilated, and its originally furious gaze turned into confusion and bewilderment, shifting from looking at itself to looking behind it. Realizing something was off, the experienced attacker decided to strike first. Regardless of whether the opponent was bluffing or not, it swung its steel tail, intending to hit the opponent in the face even if no one was behind. But before Boscodora could gather its steel-type power in its tail, a sharp pain suddenly surged from behind. It turned out that Fukubiker had sensed the anomaly from behind, but remained unchanged in expression as it stepped forward, slightly clenched its right fist, and gathered fighting-type energy at the fist's edge before delivering a powerful blow. The sonic punch was as swift as the wind, crashing down on Boscodora and causing it to stagger. Having learned from Cieli, Fukubiker didn't greedily pursue the attack against such a monster-type Pokémon. It casually threw out a few leech seeds, kicked off with its legs, and turned to run. Fortunately, Fukubiker wasn't greedy, and, before it could be seen, a whoosh was heard as a thick tail sliced through the air, sweeping past where Fukubiker had been, but unfortunately, it missed. However, Boscodora, who had missed its attack, wasn't angry. It stabilized its stance, turned around, and began gathering energy in its mouth, a terrifying energy sphere reappearing. But before it could spit out the energy sphere, a water column erupted from a tunnel, directly striking Boscodora in the face. Maril's water gun forcefully pushed Boscodora back a few steps, causing the energy in its mouth to dissipate. After suffering consecutive hits, Boscodora barely steadied itself and was about to roar to intimidate the group of despicable attackers when a Pokémon commonly found in caves flew in front of it. Looking at the large-mouthed bat in front of him, Boscodora was oddly angry. It was one thing for other Pokémon to challenge him, but for this little loser to come up and try to take advantage of him was unacceptable. The steel teeth, capable of biting through iron, gathered dark energy in his mouth, and he bit down hard on the large-mouthed bat. Seeing the cave, the Boscodora, which usually avoids it, felt extremely flustered at this moment. However, in order to prove its worth and seek a higher position in Cieli's heart, the Datesabatsabatsu emitted an unpleasant sound wave from its mouth. The sound wave unexpectedly hit the Boscodora in front of it, but unfortunately, due to the lack of skill, there was no time left for the Datesabatsabatsu to retreat. Just as the Datesabatsabatsu was about to meet its end, a red beam of light struck the Datesabatsabatsu before Boscodora's bite could shatter it. Hit by the red beam, the Datesabatsabatsu transformed into a ball of red light and returned to Cieli's Pokeball. Feeling the sensation in its mouth, Boscodora, affected by the consecutive blows and the Datesabatsabatsu's escape, clenched its steel teeth tightly, its eyes flashing with uncontrollable rage, and let out a roar expressing its fury. At this moment, Boscodora no longer cared about the environment. It just wanted to completely crush the enemy in front of it. The energy in the air continuously gathered around Boscodora as it roared, but before it could stomp down, the Shinado behind it, already healed by the healing wave, charged towards the attacker with its head lowered. With a loud crash, the attacking Boscodora was brutally struck by the defending Boscodora, sending it flying before it could even get back on its feet. The Tsubabako, employing the strategy of kicking someone when they're down, rushed to its side. After all, the one who understands you the most is not your partner, but your enemy, and ruthlessly launched a sonic punch attack on the down Boscodora. Accompanied by Cieli's own Ola, the attacking Boscodora was covered in vines and fell directly to the ground in frustration, unable to stand up again. Looking at the fallen attacker, the defender roared to the sky, continuing to assert his dominance and warning the nearby small fry, "Your dad is still here." After the defending Boscodora vented his pent-up frustration with a roar, Cieli slowly tossed the ball onto the unconscious attacker. With a couple of shakes, this powerful level 51 gym-class Boscodora was successfully captured. Looking at the human in front of him, Boscodora was keenly aware that this person was the leader of the group of Pokémon. His eyes instantly became alert, because he often interacted with this group of humans in the cave. Every time they saw him, they either ran away or sent some strange Pokémon to attack him. Although he had won every time, Boscodora, in his current state, felt he could not win against this human and that he was more likely to be defeated. Just as Boscodora was contemplating how to interact with this human, Cieli slowly spoke up. Let's get to know each other. My name is Cieli, and I am a trainer. I didn't come here to fight you for territory, but I want to discuss something with you. On May 1st, there will be a surprise, but it is a pity that I won't have a holiday. Chapter 78, Guide Party +1, May 1st, Chapter 1, to celebrate the May 1st holiday. Although my grades are not good, I still want to give everyone a big update. And by the way, how many days off are you all taking? After Sinead finished translating, looking at the still alert and puzzled Boscodora, Cieli helplessly pinched the bridge of his nose. After thinking for a moment, he decided to learn from the predecessors who had traveled before him. Using food to win over, crossed out, to capture the Pokémon's stomach. Then capture its heart, ultimately gaining its loyalty. Without hesitation, Cieli reached into his bag and placed the previously purchased lure mineral balls and some homemade energy cubes with various flavors on the ground. Dula Mushroom, please help me out. Take these to him and tell him they are edible and he doesn't need to worry that we will harm him. Right now, he can't win against us. If we wanted to harm him, he would have already ended up in a Pokeball like that other Boscodora. Cieli quickly instructed the Dulu Mushroom beside him. The reason for choosing Dula Mushroom was that it had dual fighting and grass-type attributes, which naturally counter Boscodora. Additionally, due to the experience contributed from the previous gym-level Boscodora, the Dulu Mushroom that dealt the final blow jumped 2 levels, going from level 42 to level 44. Facing a level 46 Boscodora, the level difference was not too significant. Even if negotiations fell through and it took a hit from the opponent, Dula Mushroom could withstand it and easily gain the upper hand. As Cieli secretly hoped for the best, he watched as Boscodora hesitated at the items presented by the mushroom kangaroo. Although the aroma of the food made its mouth water, as the local ruler, Boscodora had never eaten anything like this before. It firmly believed that even if it jumped down the cave entrance, it wouldn't take a bite of such unknown food. But soon, Dula Mushroom noticed Boscodora's extreme resistance and said, Hey, big guy, what are you afraid of? If we wanted to harm you, you would already be lying on the ground like that big guy, captured by a Pokeball. The trainer just can't bear to let you be bullied. So he came to help you. Besides, if we hadn't helped, think about it with that iron head of yours. Wouldn't you have been outmatched by the other one? Wouldn't your territory have already belonged to him? Wouldn't all the flowers and plants you worked hard to gather also belong to him? Upon hearing Dulu Mushroom's initial words, Boscodora felt a bit dissatisfied. What did it mean to lie on the ground? Just a few of them thought they could make him lie down. However, as Dula Mushroom continued speaking, Boscodora's dissatisfaction gradually faded. What it said was indeed correct. Without their support, he would have been driven away by the stronger Boscodora. Moreover, being driven away was putting it lightly, knowing how his kind dealt with failures, which often resulted in being buried in the ground to prevent them from returning to disturb others. Boscodora felt his inner discontent dissipate. Additionally, the aura of Dula Mushroom seemed to match his own, and since there were more Pokémon with Dula Mushroom, if every one of them had similar strength, it was almost certain that he would end up on the ground. As the saying goes, those who know how to adapt are wise. Although this saying does not exist in the Pokémon world, Boscodora still adhered to this principle, extending his hand as large as a fan to accept the food that Dula Mushroom offered. Smelling the enticing aroma of the lure mineral balls and energy cubes, Boscodora, already hungry from battle, began to eat heartily without hesitation. It had to be said that the things made by humans were indeed more delicious than the ores he dug up himself. This flavor was something he had never experienced before. So tasty. Seeing Boscodora enjoying the food, Cieli patiently waited for him to finish. After Boscodora had eaten his fill, Cieli continued, I came here to capture a Pokémon called Roundland Shark, but its parents are a problem. So I want to ask for your help. Once this is done, we will owe each other nothing, and I can also offer you a nice reward that will help you improve your strength. What do you think? After speaking, Cieli took out the black and white drawing of the Roundland Shark he had made and handed it to Sinead. After Sinead translated Cieli's words, she used psychic power to float the image in front of Boscodora. After hearing Cieli's words, Boscodora lowered his head to think for a moment. As a local big brother, it wouldn't be right for him to owe a human, and besides, the human wasn't asking him to do anything too difficult, just to help with a fight. So he looked up at the round little shark pattern in front of him and was instantly stunned, repeatedly confirming the pattern before him. Then he quickly reacted. He recognized the guy in the image. Not only did he know him, but he also often interacted with him. This was a very annoying character that would sneak in to steal his food every time he went out hunting. He could never catch up with it, allowing it to escape successfully multiple times, which was quite frustrating. If the human wanted to take it away, wouldn't that mean he could repay a favor and also get rid of this annoying thief? Thinking he could win twice, Bashikadora nodded without hesitation, indicating his willingness to join the team to catch the round land shark. Seeing the nodding Bashikadora, Xie Li's heart filled with joy, feeling that he had a higher chance of dealing with the parents of the round land shark. However, Bashikadora quickly called out a few more times. And looking at the dull-sounding Bashikadora, Xie Li felt puzzled but still had Shinedo communicate. From the translation provided by Shinedo, he learned that Bashikadora had a lot of say regarding this round land shark. Not only did it know it, but it was also quite familiar with it. The other party had no parents and was a solitary little beast. Moreover, Bashikadora knew roughly where the other party lived, but if Xie Li followed, the other party would likely choose to run away. Therefore, Bashikadora said it could provide the location of the round land shark, but could not go in with him. Xie Li would have to catch the other party himself. Upon hearing that the round land shark had no guardian, Xie Li was instantly delighted. As for whether Bashikadora would join the battle, it no longer mattered as long as it led the way. In that moment, the originally fierce Bashikadora appeared so beautiful in Xie Li's eyes. Without hesitation, he took out more homemade energy cubes and exchanged them for Bashikadora's guidance. Bashikadora was also the type to get things done once it received something. With a flick of its tail, it directly led Xie Li to the round land shark's residence. Since they were following Bashikadora, some solitary Pokémon turned and ran at the sight of it, saving a lot of trouble. After passing through some winding paths, Bashikadora soon stood in a tunnel, pointing at the tunnel's location, daring not to make a sound for fear that the little beast inside would hear and run away. It could only communicate through telepathy with Shinedo, indicating that they could find the round land shark by going through this tunnel, and it would wait for Xie Li to return. Chapter 79. The Round Land Shark Desiring Companionship. 5.1. Chapter 2. Xie Li prepaid a portion of the reward to Bashikadora again, so that Bashikadora would not get bored waiting and run off to fight little monsters. If the round land shark happened to run away from there while Bashikadora was absent, it would be a huge loss. Bashikadora, seeing the familiar box, accepted it without hesitation, skillfully opening it without any sign of the initial resistance, bidding farewell to Bashikadora, who was happily munching on energy cubes at the tunnel entrance. With an excited heart, Xie Li took Shinedo into the cave. Fearing that the round land shark would be startled and dig its way to escape, Xie Li only brought Shinedo with him. Soon, Xie Li reached a corner. According to Bashikadora, as long as he turned this corner, he would be able to see the round land shark. However, every time the little guy saw him, it would immediately dig into the ground and escape. Strangely, after each escape, it would return again, never changing its location, quite stubborn. If it were Xie Li when he was still a Kokodora, he would have given up on this territory long ago and left at light speed. Xie Li now hoped that the little shark would be just as Bashikadora said and not run away like Bashikadora did when it was young. Carefully pressing his body against the wall, he moved forward lightly. Soon, Xie Li reached the edge and was about to stretch his head out to see the situation when he suddenly felt something under his feet. Looking down, he saw a small creature resembling a baby shark, with a large fin on its head and two protrusions on either side of its head, curiously looking up at him. However, this little shark was different from its kind. Its color was light blue. Shinedo used Psychic, looking at the round land shark below, which was opening its mouth wide, ready to bite Xie Li. He shouted excitedly. Behind him, Shinedo had already activated Psychic the moment it saw the little shark. An invisible force, accompanied by Xie Li's excited voice, bound the round land shark's plump body. The bound little shark was immediately lifted into the air by Psychic, its feet never leaving the ground. Upon realizing it was caught in midair, the round land shark frantically waved its little short arms, seemingly trying to break free from Psychic. But Shinedo's powerful Psychic was not something it could easily escape from. Looking at the little shark in midair, Xie Li quickly threw out a Pokeball. The Pokémon that appeared swiftly surrounded it according to the plan. Seeing the unknown creatures appearing around it, the round land shark was also scared, hugging its chubby body in an attempt to be cute and win over Xie Li. Looking at the adorable round land shark without a head, Xie Li coldly commanded the charging bear to use Thunderbolt, fearing that the bear's power wouldn't be enough. The bear was surrounded by lightning, and after a brief moment of charging, a bolt of lightning struck the round land shark, which was filled with terror, making it feel utterly lonely. Suddenly recalling that the opponent was a ground type, Cieli remembered that it was a ground dragon and hurriedly instructed Shinado to finish it off. In the face of such a significant level difference, Shinado's psychic power knocked it out cold. Watching the fainted dreadnought, Cieli filled with excitement, threw the prepared Pokeball at it. Then, he had his Pokémon get ready to finish it off. He excitedly watched as the Pokeball shook twice and then became still, successfully capturing the dreadnought. Looking at the Pokeball in front of him, Cieli couldn't believe it. Did he really just capture a pseudo-legendary Sharpedo? He had always thought that the opponent was protected by Garchomp, which led him to prepare for so long, expecting this capture battle to be a spectacular showdown. He was even ready to step in himself to deal damage. But now, looking at the Pokeball, Cieli felt a bit dazed. Suddenly, he remembered that the Sharpedo he had seen earlier had a different color tone compared to other Sharpedos, and he quickly realized that this guy seemed to be a shiny Pokemon. He hurriedly released the Sharpedo from the Pokeball and observed it carefully. The color of this Sharpedo was indeed different. While a normal Sharpedo has a bluish-gray color similar to shark skin, this one was a bright light blue. It was clear that this Sharpedo was a shiny Pokemon. No wonder this little shark was all alone without any guardians, and he had benefited from it. It is well known that shiny Pokemon are often ostracized by their own kind. Most shiny Pokemon are solitary creatures, usually expelled from their groups at birth, which explained why this one didn't have a Garchomp for protection. Cieli took out some healing ointment and carefully applied it to Sharpedo's body. Feeling a chill, the Sharpedo groggily opened its eyes. Upon seeing the person in front of it, it immediately wanted to dig a hole and escape. But soon a red light pulled it back. It was a joke to let go of a pseudo-legendary Pokemon he had finally captured. However, the terrain here was indeed not suitable for brainwashing the opponent. He needed to change the environment, like to a hotel room. After a simple check of its attributes, Pokemon, Sharpedo, Shiny, Gender, Level, 10 Ability, Sand Veil Held Item, None Skills, Tackle, Expert, Sand Tomb, Expert, Dragon Breath, Expert, Dragon Rage, Expert, Dig, Master. It was no surprise that a shiny Pokemon could survive in the wild. Although its level wasn't high, its skill proficiency was quite impressive, especially Dig, which was the highest proficiency Cieli had seen at this level. He was also glad that Sharpedo's nature was to bite at anything alive. As a human, he happened to be on its list of targets. Otherwise, if a Boskage were to follow him in, the Sharpedo would have dug a hole and escaped long ago. Instead of coming up to bite Cieli, looking at the successfully completed task, Cieli happily returned to the tunnel entrance with many Pokemon. Seeing Cieli come out after just a short while, Boskador was puzzled for a moment, thinking that the other party had let the Garchomp escape. So, it patted its sturdy chest a few times and expressed that after a few days of recovery, it would continue to lead the way to catch this little shark until it was captured. Watching the enthusiastic Boskadora, who was excited about catching the dreadnought, Cieli felt deeply moved, completely unaware that the other party was trying to eliminate a nuisance. He quickly asked Shinado to inform Boskadora that he had already caught the dreadnought and that this mission had been successfully completed. Upon hearing that the troublesome little shark had been captured, Boskadora was overjoyed, and the stern expression on his face couldn't help but break into a smile. Seeing Boskadora's fierce face contorted into a grin, Cieli thought he was genuinely happy for him and felt quite touched. After all, good wild Pokemon were rare. He then took out all the remaining homemade energy cubes from his bag and gave them to Boskadora as a token of gratitude. After bidding farewell to the delighted Boskadora, he set off on his way back to the city. After all, he had already secured the dreadnought, and now he needed to return to the hotel to train it properly. If it stayed in the Pokeball for too long, it would be difficult to brainwash it later. Chapter 80. The Choice of the Zubat 5. 1/3 Chapter. The next morning, under the guidance of the local Zubat, Cieli and a group of Pokemon finally returned safely to the entrance of the cave. Looking at the cave entrance where people continuously came and went, Cieli felt a moment of bewilderment. When he first entered the cave, he was so broke he could barely afford to buy a Mega Evolution Stone. Not daring to tell the shopkeeper, "I want all of these, please pack them up for me." Now, not only had he mined a large amount of, or little Chansher family, you mind? Say that again to Lin Bei. But he also obtained the quasi-legendary Dreadnought. Not to say he was now wealthy enough to rival a nation, but at least he could be considered moderately well off, right? To be honest, if it weren't for the dimness of the cave, which could easily dampen one's spirits if stayed in for too long, and the overly complex and winding paths, he definitely wouldn't have achieved these valuable gains without the guidance of Zubat. However, it was time to return to embrace civilized society. After all, making money was for enjoyment and enhancing strength, and humans were social creatures. Being alone for too long could lead to psychological issues. If you remember correctly, He still had 3 days left on his hotel booking. Thinking about the large hot springs in the hotel and the bathrobe-wearing Sinead, Cieli felt a surge of excitement. He had booked for 7 days, spent 4 days in the cave, and had 3 days remaining. But now was not the time to rush into enjoyment. It was time to fulfill the promise he made earlier. Looking at the excited Zubat in front of him, Cieli recalled when he first encountered it. Back then, it had teamed up with its fellow Sableye to attack him, but ended up being defeated by him. Its companions had been captured and left in the cave to fend for themselves. Only Zubat had recognized the reality and became his guide. Cieli was very grateful to it. Without Zubat, he wouldn't have received any information about the little Qiangshi group and the Dreadnought. Without it, he wouldn't have known how long he would have to struggle in the cave to achieve such results. He might have accidentally stepped into Boscadora's territory at some corner of the tunnel and ended up getting beaten up before retreating in disgrace. Therefore, the greatest contributor to this cave journey was the Zubat in front of him and the walking grass that provided light without complaints. Cieli felt emotional about Zubat's contributions. Since the last time Zubat helped deal with the Lava Team's hidden Zubat, his perception of Zubat had shifted from seeing it as a captive to now viewing it as a companion. However, no matter how much he wanted to say, it was time to say goodbye to Zubat. After all, he had promised it that as long as he found the Dreadnought, regardless of whether he could capture it or not, he would let it go once he exited the cave. Looking at the Zubat flying up and down in front of him, Cieli felt a multitude of reluctance in his heart, but a gentleman's word is hard to retract. Although he didn't consider himself a gentleman, the other party had excellently completed its task, so he had to keep his promise. With this in mind, Cieli took out some high-grade energy cubes from his bag, gently packed them into a bag, and handed them to the Zubat in front of him, saying, "Zubat, thank you very much for your company during this time, and thank you for guiding me out of the cave. According to our previous agreement, I will now return your freedom." After pausing for a moment, Cieli continued, "This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it. Also, here's a piece of advice. Don't trouble humans anymore, regardless of their age." Looking at the dazed, big-mouthed bat lying on the ground, Cieli gently patted its head, then took out the Pokeball he used to capture the big-mouthed bat before. He pressed the release button, and the Pokeball shot out a red beam that hit the dazed, big-mouthed bat on the ground. The big-mouthed bat felt a certain restraint in its body being released, while at the same time, it felt an emptiness in its heart, sensing that it had lost something. The big-mouthed bat looked up at Cieli in front of it, then lowered its head to glance at the energy cube placed on the ground by Cieli, finally remaining silent with its head down, not knowing what to think. Looking at the emotionally troubled Woobat in front of him, Cieli thought it was the discomfort caused by being released, so he continued, "Sanadu, use Healing Pulse to heal Woobat. These energy cubes are good stuff. Eating more can enhance your strength, so remember to keep them safe. Well, the mountains are high and the roads are long. As we part today, I hope that when I return, you will still be the Woobat I know." After Cieli finished speaking, he crouched down and patted the Woobat, whose face was filled with disappointment. Finally, he patted his butt and slowly stood up while behind him, Sanadu gathered psychic energy into a gentle beam of light that enveloped Woobat. As the healing pulse ended, Sanadu slowly turned around, preparing to leave with Cieli. But looking at the dejected Woobat, Sanadu inexplicably said to it, "If you want to follow us, Cieli won't abandon you. However, following us might mean losing your original freedom. Think it over before making a decision." With that, Sanadu also turned to leave. After hearing Sanadu's words, the disappointed expression on Woobat's face slowly began to shine with hope. Freedom? Is it the freedom to eat when hungry and be full when not? Or is it the freedom to be bullied by other Pokémon? Or perhaps that kind of survival of the fittest freedom? If it's that kind of freedom, I'd rather not have it. Knowing that the other party didn't dislike him for being ugly and weak, Woobat excitedly cried out, ignoring the high-level energy cubes on the ground, flapping his wings and quickly rushing towards Cieli. Hearing the sound of rushing air behind him, Cieli hurriedly dodged and turned to look, only to see Woobat flying over with an excited expression. Looking at the excited Zubat, Cieli quickly stopped his attacking stance and looked at the other party with confusion. The Zubat, however, did not say much and directly bumped into the empty Pokeball at Cieli's waist. With a flash of red light from the Pokeball, the Zubat was successfully captured. Cieli stared in astonishment at the Zubat's initiative to submit, and his confusion gradually turned into joy. To be honest, Cieli was quite satisfied with the Zubat he had been with for a few days. Although its level was not high, its potential was not great, and its skill pool was shallow, the Zubat's intelligence and style were similar to Cieli's. Filled with joy, Cieli released the Zubat again, patted its head, and smiled, saying, "Zubat, I hope to count on you in the future." The Zubat, feeling acknowledged, also put down its anxiety, happily hugged Cieli, and then flew back with a joyful expression, bringing back the high-grade energy cube that had been left on the ground and sharing it with all the Pokémon present. Looking at the cheerful Pokémon, Cieli chuckled and slowly walked towards the cave entrance under the sunlight. Pokémon, Zubat Gender. Level 28, Elite, Ability. Inner Focus, possesses a trained mind and will not flinch from opponents' attacks. Unmoved by intimidation. Skills, Supersonic, Expert. Poison Fawn, Beginner. Scare, Expert. Absorb, Expert. Mean Look, Beginner. Bite, Beginner. Wing Attack, Proficient. Confuse Ray, Proficient. Air Slash, Proficient. Chapter 81. Bountiful Harvest 4. One chapter, before stepping out of the cave, Cieli called back all the Pokémon, leaving only the bear cub beside him for company. After all, outside was already a human market, and there wouldn't be many difficult problems to encounter, so having the bear cub as a means of transportation was sufficient. In the early morning, many merchants had set up stalls or tents in the open area outside the stone cave, starting to buy various types of stones and selling items needed for mining, such as the lure balls, mining lamps, and night vision goggles that Cieli had used before. There were many people entering the cave in the morning, but only a few were coming out. When the merchants saw Cieli slowly walking out of the cave, their eyes brightened at first, intending to make small talk, but upon seeing the bear cub beside him, their expressions immediately dulled. They either continued promoting their products right there or leisurely chatted with other merchants about yesterday's harvest. After briefly adjusting to the sunlight outside the cave, Cieli began to look for suitable buyers. After several observations, he quickly identified a few merchants. While the prices offered by these merchants might not be the highest in the area, their buying attitude was undoubtedly the best. Perhaps it was due to the backing of large enterprises. These merchants typically did not engage in the shameful practice of initially offering high prices and then haggling after the seller had decided to sell. Having decided on a buyer, Cieli first approached a merchant who specialized in purchasing gold. This merchant's buying price might be slightly lower than that of the Bounty Guild, but not significantly so. For someone like Cieli, who preferred immediate cash, this was undoubtedly a good choice. Without hesitation, he stepped into the merchant's tent and took out all the gold beads he had on him. Looking at the numerous gold beads in front of him, the buyer's eye showed a hint of surprise, but he quickly calmed down. As a professional gold buyer, he had his composure. After all, this quantity could only be considered uncommon, but it didn't mean it was non-existent. There were even larger quantities out there. The buyer couldn't help but think to himself, this young man is really lucky. It seems he's going to make a big profit this time. Eager to complete the transaction and collect his commission, the buyer showed extraordinary enthusiasm. Not only did he warmly pull out a chair for Cieli to sit, but he also thoughtfully offered him some warm milk. It's worth noting that usually, sellers were only offered a soda, which was already considered generous. However, due to his habit and a touch of paranoia, Cieli did not drink the milk but quietly set it aside. Watching Cieli's cautious demeanor, the merchant was not angry but instead smiled, counting the number of gold beads and weighing them grain by grain in front of Cieli. As time passed, after repeatedly confirming, the merchant compared the number of gold beads with Cieli: 30 small gold beads, 16 gold beads, 17 large gold beads, and 10 huge gold beads. Cieli had already been aware of the quantity of gold beads in his heart, and upon seeing that the merchant's count did not differ much from his own, he nodded in agreement without hesitation. Due to the large quantity, Cieli actively negotiated with the merchant, ultimately deciding on the prices. Small gold beads for 2,900 elf coins. Gold beads for 5,900 elf coins. Large gold beads for 11,900 elf coins. Huge gold beads for 19,900 elf coins each. Although each bead was bought for 100 less than the Bounty Guild's price, Cieli was still very happy to finalize the transaction with the merchant. The final purchase price was 582,700, but the merchant rounded it up to 583,000 for Cieli, hoping that Cieli would come back to him for future sales. Promising to offer better discounts, Cieli readily agreed, but who knows what the future holds. Nevertheless, Cieli's funds once again reached the 100,000 mark. After receiving the payment, Cieli politely bid farewell to the gold bead merchant and continued to sell his harvest to other merchants. Ultimately, the armor from Cocodora was bought for 100,000 by a miner, and the stones extracted from the small fist stone were purchased by the miner for 10,000. As for the stone that resembled a fossil, it was indeed identified as a fossil, but its integrity could not revive the Pokémon inside. So it was sold for 100,000 to a fossil enthusiast. Since learning that carrying attribute evolution stones could slightly enhance quality during evolution, Cieli decided to keep all the remaining evolution stones for personal use. including those obtained from the Magma Gang. In the end, Xie Li's alliance coins, along with the amount from before entering the cave, totaled around 860,000, making him a millionaire once he sold the evolution stones. Unfortunately, he did not see anyone selling super evolution stones today, possibly because the stones had sold out, which left Xie Li, who was eager to spend his wealth, no choice but to ride his Urshifu back to the hotel. Perhaps due to the early morning being less crowded or the island being relatively isolated, there were few dark forces around. Riding his Urshifu, Xie Li encountered no roadblocks. Upon returning to the hotel, he reluctantly returned the walking grass. It was not that Xie Li did not want the walking grass, but he had inquired whether the hotel was willing to part with it, and they were not willing to sell it to him, likely fearing the consequences of violating the Alliance's prohibition on selling Pokémon. With no other choice, Xie Li returned the walking grass along with the rental fee. Back in his room, Xie Li noticed a bit of a sour smell on himself and quickly hugged his Shinado to take a bath together. After resting, Xie Li tidied up his outfit and, following the front desk's guidance, arrived at the hotel's training room, which had both public and private options. At this moment, the wealthy Xie Li did not hesitate to choose a private room. Looking at the empty environment with no one around, Sherry confirmed her surroundings and found no surveillance or Pokémon hiding. She then released all the Pokémon she had with her and finally took out the Pokeball containing the Garchomp. The released Garchomp reacted extremely quickly and was about to dig a hole to escape, but here in the hotel training room, the steel plates directly blocked its claws. Realizing it couldn't escape, Garchomp awkwardly looked around. After finding that it couldn't beat anyone here, it sat down in a pitiful manner. Seeing the distressed Garchomp, Sherry couldn't help but laugh. She took out the ground-type favorite energy block she bought from the hotel and said to Garchomp, "Let's get acquainted. I'm your new trainer. I'm sorry for hurting you before, but you won't be alone anymore. We will be with you. This is a welcome gift, and I hope you like it." Looking at the kind-faced Xie Li in front of him, the round and chubby roundland shark carefully stood up, took the energy cube that emitted a tempting aroma, and tentatively took a bite. Finding the taste quite good, the roundland shark directly swallowed both the energy cube and the iron plate. Afterwards, it happily called out a few times to Xie Li and then jumped up to bite Xie Li on the head, letting out a joyful cry. Feeling the roundland shark's happiness, Xie Li waved his hand to the Shinado who wanted to use psychic powers, signaling that it was no problem, allowing the roundland shark to bite his head until it got tired and jumped down to play with Bobo and the teddy bear Pokémon. Chapter 82. Training begins 5. Chapter 5. After successfully convincing the roundland shark with the truth, Xie Li looked at the numerous Pokémon in front of him and began to think about how to arrange the skill discs during this idle time. After all, he currently had enough money on him, enough to even buy land, and it shouldn't be a problem to support Xie Li in completing the gym challenge. Since he wasn't sure on money anymore, there was no future in just grinding in the wild, even though that was the fastest way to level up. However, he needed to set some priorities to pave a better path for the future. Otherwise, just grinding would only lead to temporary gains. As the Pokémon leveled up and their experience requirements increased, it would take a long time to catch up. If he encountered stronger, hexagonal warriors of the same level, he would be in trouble. Xie Li seriously organized the items on him. Currently, the skill discs in his backpack included Ice type, Ice Beam, Ice Punch 2, Fire type, Flamethrower, Electric type, Thunder, Thunder Punch, Volt Tackle, Grass type, Seed Bomb, Solar Beam, Seed Bomb, Psychic type skills, Light Screen, Reflect, Trick Room, Sealing. The Pokémon he had were Shroomish 44, Urshifu 39, Shinado 34, Maril 36, Teddy Bear Pokémon 15, Bobo 12, Roundland Shark 10, Zubat 28, captured, Onyx, Jengar, Boscodora, excluding the 3 captured ones. How should he arrange the Pokémon's learning? Xie Li couldn't help but fall into deep thought. First of all, physical training for the Pokémon must be prioritized, as physical exercise can lead to improvements in physique and endurance. Physique determines how much they can take a hit, while endurance determines how long they can sustain their skills. So physical training must not be neglected. For the physical training of the Pokémon, Xie Li decided to refer to the methods outlined in the Cuckoo Book, using a lot of physical exercises to raise the upper limits of their stamina. After arranging specific physical exercises for each Pokémon, Xie Li continued to brainstorm training ideas for skills in his mind. As thoughts kept emerging and changing in his head, Xie Li kept scribbling and revising on paper until a plan that combined his gaming and anime experiences came together. First was Shroomish. Currently, Shroomish's skills were mainly focused on melee physical output, and it seemed like the only ranged physical attack it had was the newly learned Seed Bomb. As for special attacks like Mega Drain, given Shrumish's special attack stats, it could only be described as barely usable. But there was nothing to be done about it. After all, Shrumish could only learn one ranged physical attack skill from a disc. As for face-to-face teaching, unless Boscodora could let go of its grudge for being backstabbed and then earnestly teach its Shrumish skills like Rock Slide, Rock Tomb, and Stone Edge, it would be better to hope for a place to buy them or for kind-hearted people like Anthony from the Lava Team to sponsor him. Of course, the purpose of learning these ranged rock physical attack skills was to expand the capability for ranged output against flying types. After all, most flying types stay in the air, and as long as their opponent isn't foolish, they would definitely try to wear down a Pokémon like Shroomish that relies on melee combat. However, for Shroomish facing flying types, just having Thunder Punch wasn't enough, as it required being up close, and the opponent wouldn't be foolish enough to let that happen. As for the Grass-type Seed Bomb against flying types, the effect would be nearly negligible. After studying for a long time, Cieli could only arrange the immediate training for Shroomish like this. For now, it was essential to train Stamina well, and then strengthen Thunder Punch and Seed Bomb. Try to ensure that Seed Bomb could connect with other skills, so that when facing flying types, at least some health could be whittled down. Calling Shroomish over from the sandbag it was hitting, Cieli clearly explained the recent learning arrangements to it. Once he confirmed that Shroomish understood, he finally patted its shoulder and said, "Our glory depends on you. You must work hard, Shroomish." Feeling the expectations placed on it by Cieli, Shroomish nodded seriously, indicating that it understood, and then continued to go to the ground-type sandbag, diligently swinging Thunder Punch and occasionally throwing a Seed Bomb in a nearby empty space. Looking at the serious Duskull, Cieli couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. He was extremely pleased with Duskull, who was both self-aware and hardworking. Such a good sprite was hard to find. After reflecting on this in his heart, Cieli lowered his head and began to arrange for the second Pokémon, the Urshifu. Cieli felt conflicted about how to arrange Urshifu, as its physical attack and special attack were not very different, with one being 70 and the other 50. Its dual defenses were also not high, making it a relatively mediocre Pokémon in terms of base stats. However, Urshifu had a very deep move pool and could learn a wide range of moves from almost every type. For example, it could learn weather moves like Blizzard, Rain Dance, and Sunny Day, and even a ghost-type move like Shadow Ball. Therefore, Cieli's initial plan for Urshifu was to have it serve as a backup damage dealer. When Duskull faced tricky ranged opponents, Urshifu would step in, and when Shinedu encountered difficult melee opponents, Urshifu would take over. While traveling, it would also act as Cieli's means of transportation. Occasionally, it could find little items for Cieli to sell for money. However, it seemed that Urshifu hadn't found anything useful for itself recently. Was it waiting for a big move? So, Cieli had just one requirement for Urshifu: learn whatever it could. He didn't believe in the saying, too much to chew, as that was just a matter of not having a big enough throat. It could swallow it all. Regarding Urshifu's move requirements, they were very simple. There was no need to reach a master level. Being proficient was enough. Watching the Urshifu next to him struggling to master Ice Beam, Cieli didn't call for a rearrangement. He decided to let the other party learn Ice Beam and Water Pulse first. As for teaching them Thunder Punch as a physical attack, it was better to focus on mastering Ice Beam and Water Pulse, especially since they already had Volt Tackle, which would at least provide 2 additional types of attacks. Next was his main partner, Shinedo. Cieli's short-term plan for Shinedo was straightforward. First, he wanted her to master the skills she had just learned, and then learn Volt Tackle to enhance her coverage, avoiding situations where she would be helpless against certain special Pokémon. As for Light Screen and Reflect, he decided to postpone their learning for a while due to the abundance of skills. Calling over Shinedo, who was practicing Teleport, Cieli instructed for Teleport. Just use it like this. You don't need to practice it specifically. Just use this skill to move around while walking, and try to incorporate it with telekinesis in your daily life. Also, don't use telekinesis on me. For now, focus on practicing Magic Shine, Healing Wave, and Shadow Clone, and aim to perform them effortlessly. Shinedo listened patiently to Cieli, nodding occasionally. When she heard Cieli mention using telekinesis, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, thinking wasn't that his request? She planned to follow Cieli's arrangements without question. Seeing Shinedo nodding vigorously, Cieli gently patted her head and said with a smile, "Then let's work hard together." After that, he let Shinedo find a place to practice and prepared to call over a friend, Morilioli. As for the arrangements for the Dragon Slayer, it was even simpler. Just practice Ice Punch and play rough well, and the range water gun would be sufficient. However, Noticing that Mariliali was bullying the Duraludin and not getting any response, Cieli turned around with a stern expression and said, Mariliali, stop bullying the little shark and come over here. Looking at the trainer's darkened face, Mariliali awkwardly tucked her hand, which was originally teasing the round land shark, behind her back. She gave a shy smile to Cieli and, seeing the face that had completely darkened, quickly scampered over with her short legs. Perhaps it was due to her fairy-type nature, but Mariliali particularly enjoyed teasing the little shark. Since their first meeting, she had either patted the shark's bottom or snatched its food, then used the food to tease it. However, it was strange that Shinado, also a fairy type, did not have this habit. Watching Ismaril being taken by the trainer to practice boxing, Garchomp finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was really scary. That bunny-eared egg had an aura that made him uncomfortable, not to mention it occasionally slapped its own butt and stole his food. Thankfully, the trainer was there to prevent this guy from bullying him. Without Meryl's harassment, Garchomp happily squatted on the ground, devouring the delicious energy cubes. Being locked in a Pokeball had left him starving, so encountering something tasty was definitely a treat. Chapter 83. Training 5. 1/6 chapter. After giving a good scolding to the lazy water rabbit and ordering it to complete today's training or it wouldn't be allowed to go out and play, Cieli turned his attention to the remaining 4 Pokémon. He was genuinely a bit troubled about how to arrange their training. Some were new to the team, and others were more suitable for reconnaissance and ambush, leaving little room for a solid training plan. However, he still needed to address them. First up was the Alolan Cubchoo, a cute little bear Pokémon. Cieli held high hopes for Cubchoo, comparable to those he had for Shroomish. After all, as their strength increased, it wasn't impossible for them to become the next generation of Cubchoo. Just thinking about Cubchoo's strong physique and swift speed, Cieli's requirement was to focus on building its limb strength and not behave like a head-butting bear all day. Instead, it should learn from the bear god how to use its fists to train other Pokémon. Once Cubchoo's limbs were strong enough, it could learn the ice and thunder punches from Farmer's 3 fists to broaden its attack range. As for other training, that could wait until it evolved into a Beartic. For now, he had no short-term plans. However, glancing at Cubchoo playing with Garchomp, Cieli thought about how Garchomp had just joined the team and was one of the few playmates Cubchoo had. Being taken away for intense training might affect their bond. So, he decided to let Cubchoo do some light daily training for now and secretly increase its training load tomorrow, or let Shroomish take this little guy to train, since its biggest idols were Shroomish and Garchomp. After arranging Cubchoo's training, Cieli turned his attention to Pidgey, who was diligently practicing its stamina. To be honest, he initially exchanged for Pidgey purely as a flying mount since its initial stats were quite poor. It was thin and small, even smaller than a normal Pidgey. To cultivate it to gym-level strength, given its current stats, he could only hope it would eat more and grow stronger. Otherwise, it would be quite funny if it evolved and couldn't even carry itself. So, his plan for Pidgey was to practice stamina, eat well, and improve its skill proficiency as much as possible. Otherwise, given its current move pool, there wasn't much for it to learn. After jotting down the training plans for Cubchoo and Pidgey, Cieli rubbed his temples. Thinking too much was indeed a bit overwhelming. The rest of the arrangements were straightforward. Newly joined Garchomp would be treated well for a while, gradually increasing its training intensity. When it was in the Pokeball, if there were no trainers nearby in the wild, he would let it gain some experience. If someone was around, he would call it back to prevent anyone from getting greedy and causing unnecessary trouble. After all, he had a deep understanding of his current strength. Even though he had a temporary ID, he wasn't part of the Alliance's core, nor was he one of the wealthy trainers. If something happened, the Alliance might help if they were in a good mood, but there was no guarantee he would get anything back. If they were in a bad mood, they might not even respond. This isn't a critique of the Alliance, but rather an acknowledgement of the lack of grassroots management in it, which is evident in anime, comics, and games. Ultimately, the Pokémon League respects strength above all. As long as you're strong enough and your ideas aren't too inhumane or detrimental to Pokémon ecology, you can rise to power. Given this environment, Cieli could only keep Garchomp safe until he became stronger before properly training it. After setting a short-term plan for Garchomp, it was time to focus on the newly joined Zubat. Speaking of Zubat, its base stats in the game are decent for speed, but the other stats are quite average. However, in reality, Zubat is a rare expert in ambush. Unlike Pidgey, which makes a crisp flapping sound while flying, Zubat flies very quietly. In a cave, you can barely hear its wings flapping. But if the environment changes to a forest, that sound can easily be masked by the wind rustling through the trees, allowing Zubat to approach enemies effortlessly. Then, with a single leech life, it could take them down instantly, making it extremely dangerous. Even in battles, it can combine supersonic with poison-type moves to annoy opponents from the air, which is quite annoying. Therefore, the plan for Zubat was to train its poison attacks and see if it could master Toxic, so it wouldn't need to get close to enemies anymore and could annoy them from a distance. After making the arrangements, Cieli called each Pokémon over one by one, clearly explaining their short-term training tasks and then encouraging them. Looking at the excited Pokémon, Cieli smiled reassuringly. Since the Pokémon were so serious, how could she fall behind? For the sake of Shinado, Long-Eared Bunny, Latias, Sweet Cold Queen, Frost Milk Fairy, and others, she couldn't let that go. Suddenly remembering that Frost Milk Fairy was a cream Pokémon, Cieli hesitated for a moment and crossed it out. For the Pokémon mentioned above, Cieli was determined to improve her physical fitness no matter what. Watching the trainers train earnestly, the Pokémon were also diligently following their respective plans. Although the Garchomp and the Teddiursa, who were not included in the plans, saw their companions so enthusiastic about training, they also joined in, unwilling to be outdone. During training, after finishing the training, Cieli recalled Garchomp and treated all the Pokémon to a luxurious meal at the hotel. He then planned to go out for a stroll, as he had not properly explored the island since arriving. He also intended to look around for any Pokémon groups nearby to gain some experience, as experience is always beneficial. However, he couldn't stay in the wild any longer since the gym competition was about to start. Just as Cieli rode his Urshifu along a river, hoping to find some Pokémon groups to train with, suddenly a blue duck with a group of yellow ducks emerged from the nearby bushes, appearing right in front of Cieli. Looking at the vigilant Golduck in front of him along with a group of clueless Psyducks, and seeing that the Golduck was only level 35, Cieli didn't hesitate to call out his Pokémon. Watching the Mushroom Kangaroo, Xanadu, Marilioli, and other Pokémon appear before him, Psyduck felt alarm bells ringing in his heart. He sensed that their strength was about the same as his, and fearing he would be at a disadvantage if a fight broke out, Psyduck's red jewel on his forehead flashed with a glimmer of light, directly tossing the group of Psyducks into the river while he himself turned and dashed into the water. Fortunately, Psyduck reacted in time, as a bolt of lightning struck the ground where he had just been. Watching Psyduck flee into the river, Cieli chuckled to himself, realizing that just moments ago, Zubat had locked onto him with its black eyes. In the game, black eyes prevents the opponent from escaping. In reality, it allows the user to clearly see where the opponent is trying to escape to. Glancing at Zubat hovering in midair, Cieli softly commanded, "Chase after them." Chapter 84. Run, Duck, Run, 5-1 Chapter 7. As a water type, Psyduck led the group of Psyducks, swimming swiftly through the water. Before long, the distance between Cieli and them gradually widened. Just as it seemed they were about to successfully escape, Cieli, completely forgetting that the river held more than just this group of ducks, shouted at his Dreadnought, "Stupid ducks, you're swimming pretty fast." Dreadnought used Thunderbolt on the Psyduck in the water. Cieli issued a command he would soon regret, and upon hearing his trainer's words, Dreadnought was filled with electric energy. Accompanied by a furious roar, a thick bolt of lightning, crackling with thunder, shot into the river, instantly illuminating the entire river surface. Seeing the Electrode using Thunderbolt against the river, I felt a surge of joy. Just before the Thunderbolt hit the water, the red jewel on Psyduck's forehead lit up again, and an invisible force directly threw the Psyducks to the other side of the bank. Then it jumped up itself. Seeing the Psyduck that had come ashore to avoid the Thunderbolt, Cieli felt a surge of joy. He was just about to instruct his Zubat to harass the opponent and hinder their escape, and then let his Shinado bring the Shroomish over to finish them off. Suddenly, the river hit by the Thunderbolt began to boil, and a group of unknown creatures quickly gathered, accompanied by a cacophony of noise. A large swarm of Sharpedo emerged from the river, their eyes fixed intently on Cieli on the shore. Looking at the menacing piranha, Cieli's expression instantly darkened. And then he realized why this previously hapless duck dared to swim in the water despite seeing the Thunderbolt attack. It turned out that there was a nest of piranhas nearby, and the other party was not afraid of Cieli using Thunderbolt to attack the water surface at all. Looking at Cieli blocked by the piranhas, the leader Psyduck on the shore pointed at Cieli with one hand and let out loud gaga laughter. While the dazed Psyducks, upon seeing their leader laughing, also joined in with gaga laughs. Watching the mocking and provoking Golduck beside him, who showed no signs of fleeing, Cieli's previously dark face instantly darkened further. He had initially planned to deal with this group of Sharpedo first, and then see if there was an opportunity to chase after the opponent. But now Cieli changed his mind. Since the opponent was not in a hurry to escape, there was no need for him to run either. Cieli then signaled to Shinado beside him with his eyes. Understanding Xia Li's intentions, Shinado quickly approached the Shroomish. After receiving Shinado's psychic signal, Shroomish began to mobilize its energy. As Shinado pressed one hand on Shroomish's shoulder, a flash of white light appeared, and with the energy already gathered, Shroomish raised its electrified fist and smashed it directly onto the cackling Golduck. The still laughing Golduck was knocked down by this sudden attack. Looking at the fallen Golduck, Shroomish, who had mastered the art of finishing moves, quickly jumped to Golduck's side, eager to deliver another blow. Golduck, lying on the ground, quickly reacted with its clever brain. Noticing the electrified hands of Shroomish closing in, the jewel on Golduck's forehead began to glow again, intending to use telekinesis to hinder its opponent and buy itself some time. But Golduck soon realized its telekinesis was being suppressed by a more powerful force. Confused, Golduck saw Shinado behind Shroomish, with its eyes glowing purple, and shouted, "Despicable foreigner." It was one thing for the opponent to be stronger, but it was another to gang up on it. Seeing the other Golducks still cackling nearby, Golduck felt a deep sense of despair. Unfortunately, before it could command the other Golducks to join this outdoor duel, Shroomish landed a punch on Golduck's face, causing its entire duck face to twist to one side. But worse was yet to come. Observing Golduck with its mouth agape, Shroomish condensed the seed and stuffed it into Golduck's mouth. As Golduck felt something unusual in its mouth and attempted to spit it out, it was too late. With an explosion, the seed detonated right in Golduck's mouth. The seed bomb turned Golduck's previously yellow beak and blue head entirely black. Humiliated, Golduck was knocked unconscious by this combination attack. After dealing with the troublesome Golduck, Shroomish intended to tidy up the panicked Psyducks nearby, but upon looking up, it found the battle by the river was even more intense. The Sharpdos in the river had inexplicably been struck by a thunderbolt from shore. As the water-dwelling bullies, the Sharpdos were furious and charged out of the water, using water gun against Cieli and the others on the shore. Seeing the Sharpdos opening their mouths wide and charging towards him, Cieli calmly pulled out an iron rod from his backpack and accurately swung it at the approaching Sharpedo, delivering a decisive blow. Since acquiring fighting energy, Cieli's strength had significantly increased, and the stick violently struck the flying Sharpedo, sending it crashing away. Meanwhile, the nearby Ursaring and Noibat calmly unleashed Thunderbolt and Air Slash to block the furious fish swarm, causing a flurry of electric sparks and blades that knocked the incoming Sharpdos away. Bobo flew in the air, looking for an opportunity to use Gust to finish off some of the Sharpdos that had been knocked away but were not yet unconscious. Soon, the Sharpdos suffered heavy losses. Noticing that Cieli and his group were still breathing heavily but holding on, the remaining Sharpdos glared resentfully before retreating back into the water. Having just repelled the Sharpedo swarm, Cieli had no intention of pursuing them, as their numbers were truly overwhelming. However, upon seeing the culprit Golduck being stepped on by Shroomish and the Psyducks being taken down by Shinado, Cieli's previously gloomy mood brightened. Without hesitation, he instructed Shinado to bring the opponent over. Watching the unconscious ducks, Cieli took out food, a material collection. Although the Psyduck and Golduck could be eaten, this was not some remote wilderness, and he wasn't lacking food at the moment, so there was really no need. He quickly rummaged through the materials that could be scavenged. Soon, Cieli found the material list for Psyduck and Golduck. Looking at the patterns on the materials, a moment of hesitation appeared on his face. But as soon as he remembered that they dared to mock him, the hesitation quickly vanished. Since he had no scissors on him, Cieli unhesitatingly directed Shinado and the other Pokémon to pull all the feathers off the ducks. Looking at the completely bald ducks, Cieli let out a villainous laugh, then left the group of unconscious ducks behind and walked away. A moment later, the awakened Psyduck shook its slightly dizzy head and looked around at the bald Golducks in confusion. Wait, but? Psyduck instantly sobered up and looked down, letting out a painful wail. That damn outsider. Chapter 85. First Encounter with the Little Genius, 5. 1 Chapter 8. Typing too fast caused the O key on the keyboard to break, waiting for a new keyboard to arrive in 2 days. Can't update much. After dealing with that obnoxious blue-skinned duck and the silly yellow-skinned ducks it led. No, it shouldn't be said as blue and yellow. Now, they should all be flesh-colored ducks. After all their feathers had been pulled out by Cieli, leaving not even a tail. He just didn't understand why Psyduck's base skin color and Golduck's base skin color looked the same. It seemed that evolution only changed the color of the feathers, but not the base color, silently mocking them for being like Peking duck that went to Beijing but didn't make the exam. Cieli looked up at the early sky and decided to continue following the river for deeper exploration, hoping to find other Pokémon groups to level up, preferably ones where Pidgey and Teddiursa could participate. However, things didn't go as planned. He didn't know if it was because he had done too many bad things and was seen by the Pokémon in the forest when he pulled the feathers from Golduck, or if it was because he was too close to the city, leading to a lack of Pokémon groups. The Pokémon he encountered were mostly lone wanderers who ran away upon seeing Cieli, leaving him stunned. As for those Pokémon mothers foraging with their young, Cieli didn't even want to bother with them. Although lacking experience, he wasn't that desperate and let them go one by one. Just as Cieli was walking and thinking, unable to find nearby Pokémon groups to level up, he thought about just giving up and finding a calm spot in the water to practice fishing. After all, fishing skills would grant experience as long as he could catch a Pokémon, and if he caught a Magikarp, he could beat it up for both fishing and fighting experience, which would be a double win. And who knows if his fishing level increased. He might even catch a Kyogre like how Water Lily did. While Cieli was pondering whether to go back to the water bay he passed earlier to start fishing, he suddenly heard something diving from the sky. He quickly looked up. He saw his Pidgey diving towards him at an extremely fast speed. Just as Cieli thought it might be confused and was about to attack him, considering whether to use a wake-up slap to force it awake. The diving Pidgey spread its wings, quickly reduced its speed, and gently landed on Cieli's shoulder. Curiously glancing at the trainer who was rolling up his sleeves, Pidgey, who had just escaped a calamity, looked around cautiously like it had discovered enemy troops, and cautiously chirped a few times at Cieli. Although Cieli couldn't understand what Pidgey was saying, he could tell from its appearance that it seemed to have found a very rare Pokémon, which made it so cautious. Deeply understanding the essence of capitalism, Cieli decisively took out the high-grade flying-type food that Pidgey liked the most from his backpack and rewarded it well. After Pidgey happily finished eating, Cieli patted its little butt, and the unexpectedly rewarded Pidgey burst out with enthusiasm, spreading its wings to guide Cieli forward. With the guidance of Pidgey, Cieli rode on his Urshifu and continued along the river. Soon, he heard a sound different from the usual flowing of the river, like a splash of water flowing from high to low. As they got closer, the sound transformed from a splashing sound to a deafening roar. Cieli looked up and saw a waterfall cascading down from height, making a loud, booming sound. Looking at the waterfall in front of him, Cieli couldn't help but wonder what was going on with Pidgey bringing him here. There couldn't be any Pokémon behind the waterfall, could there? Just as Cieli was guessing where this Pokémon group was, Pidgey flapped its wings and quickly flew up to the waterfall, calling out to Cieli several times. However, Cieli couldn't hear what Pidgey was saying over the sound of the waterfall. But trusting Pidgey, Cieli recalled most of his Pokémon, then let Shinado use Psychic to float him up. The reason he didn't use Teleport was purely because he didn't like the experience of Teleport. It was absolutely not because using Psychic would let him bury his head in Shinado's chest. Cieli was not that kind of person. Successfully floating up with Psychic, Cieli reluctantly left Shinado's embrace under her rolled eyes and continued to ride on Urshifu, following Pidgey along the river. As time passed, Urshifu's pace gradually slowed down. Just when Cieli thought Urshifu was tired and planned to rest for a while, he found that the road was becoming muddy. The muddy road, combined with Cieli riding on top, caused Urshifu's speed to decrease. Looking at the muddy ground, Cieli couldn't help but wonder if Pidgey had found a Wooper or a Blue Toad. Just as Cieli was secretly anticipating what Pokémon it might be, several urgent digging sounds reached his ears, followed by a somewhat familiar male voice. Lotad, use water gun to attack the feet of the robot. He saw a man with black skin and squinting eyes directing a Feebas and Lotad to attack the feet of a robot in the swamp with water gun. The robot being attacked had a big basket on it, filled with smaller Feebas babies. Looking at this scene, Cieli felt like he had seen it somewhere before. While Cieli was pondering, the squint-eyed man was already directing Lotad and Feebas to use water gun to soften the ground under the robot's feet, causing the robot's legs to sink into the mud and become unable to move. The squint-eyed man also ordered Feebas to use its tail to attack, breaking the basket on the robot, and the little Feebas took the opportunity to escape. At that moment, a young man wearing a red and white hat stepped forward and shouted loudly, "Pikachu, use Thunderbolt to attack." A lightning mouse, after a brief charge, unleashed a torrent of electric light accompanied by a Pika that struck the robot's feet, sending it flying. Along with that familiar yet annoying feeling, both the robot and the person on it were sent flying. Pikachu, red and white hat, squint-eyed? This guy is Ash. As Cieli, who was peeking from the bushes, quickly remembered who the other people were, he realized it was Xiao Ji and his exclusive chef. Since Xiao Ji and the chef were here, his new girlfriend must be nearby too, right? Thinking of this, Cieli slowly shifted his gaze, and, sure enough, next to an old man who looked like a water-leap fish, Xiao Yao and her encyclopedia-like brother were nearby. At this moment, Xiao Yao was still a rookie trainer, looking quite inexperienced in every sense of the word, just as Cieli was contemplating whether to go out and meet this world as son. The scene before him made him envious. Chapter 86. First Battle with Wood Gecko 5. 1 Chapter 9. Due to a broken 0 key on the keyboard. I'm now typing on my phone, so the speed has decreased, and I can only update to Chapter 9. I hope everyone can understand. He saw the old man who looked like a water-leap fish babbling something to Xiao Gang, directly handing the water-leap fish to him, which almost made Cieli's eyes turn red with envy. However, thinking of his own divine beast, his mindset balanced out instantly. After all, a mere starter Pokémon was nothing. He would definitely take it. But soon, Pikachu next to Xiao Ji seemed to have noticed something, tugging at Xiao Ji's pants and pointing at the bushes where Cieli was hiding, exclaiming, "Pika, Pika, Xiao Ji. There seems to be something over there." At this moment, Xiao Ji had not fully grasped Pikachu's meaning and asked in confusion, "What is it, Pikachu? Is something happening?" Meanwhile, Xiao Xing noticed Pikachu's unusual behavior and said, "Xiao Ji, Pikachu must have discovered something strange in the bushes, maybe an unknown Pokémon." Hearing the words unknown Pokémon, Xiao Yao, who was standing behind Xiao Sheng, exclaimed excitedly, "Looks like our Xiao Yao adventure team is going to encounter a new Pokémon today. I'm really looking forward to it." Cieli, hiding in the bushes, was surprised. Wait, what? He was actually discovered by Pikachu? Logically, his stealth skill had reached the master level, and the system stated that only those above the champion level could detect him. Yet Xiao Ji's Pikachu could instantly find him while he was in a concealed state. Wasn't he that terrifyingly powerful? However, this wasn't the time to ponder that. Cieli didn't want to get blasted away by a thunderbolt from Pikachu just because he was hiding in the bushes. He wasn't Team Rocket. He wasn't as strong as them. Nor was he like Xiao Ji, who had max resistance to thunderbolt. Quickly stepping out of the bushes, he smiled at Xiao Ji and the others, saying, "Wait a minute, don't misunderstand. I'm a trainer traveling nearby. My name is Cieli. I just got lost and heard the sound of a Pokémon battle here. So I came over and ended up seeing this wonderful scene and forgot to come out of the bushes." Upon hearing Cieli's explanation, Xiao Ji and his group looked as if they believed him. However, the old man, who had become wise with age, noticed something amiss. There was a fence around this area. How could someone get lost here? He was clearly a poacher who had deliberately intruded, especially since they had just sent some illegal intruders flying. So he spoke up. "Impossible, this area is fenced off. You can't get in without breaking the fence." "So you are." After hearing the old man's words, the few people gradually became alert, worried about their companion Cieli being directly with the rockets. Lien Sheng hurriedly interrupted the old man's words and explained, "Fence? I came from the waterfall over there. There's no fence around here at all. If there were a fence, I wouldn't have barged in." Upon hearing Cieli's explanation, everyone suddenly understood, as Xiao Ji and the others had also come from that direction, where there was indeed no fence. With the misunderstanding cleared up, everyone returned to a harmonious demeanor. Cieli took this opportunity to introduce himself. Although he didn't plan to follow the main characters, it was always good to leave a familiar impression. However, upon hearing that Cieli was a trainer from the Alola region, the battle enthusiast Xiao Ji suddenly became fired up and said to Cieli, "Mr. Cieli, I'm also a trainer who just started traveling. Can I have a Pokémon battle with you?" Looking at the serious expression on Xiao Ji's face, Cieli also agreed without hesitation. Just a moment ago, Cieli checked the attributes of the Pikachu through the system and was surprised to find that its attribute panel was completely different from other Pokémon. Pokémon, Pikachu gender, level, 28, 90, ability, static skills, Thunderbolt, incredible, Iron Tail, incredible. Then there were a bunch of skills with extremely high proficiency, making Cieli break out in a cold sweat. What the heck? Why does a level 28 Pokémon have a bracket after its level? Which of my Pokémon can withstand this Thunderbolt? However, Cieli quickly realized that this guy seemed to have been sealed. If he could defeat it, and if the system awarded experience based on the number in the bracket, wouldn't he become rich? With this mindset, Cieli agreed without hesitation. After all, sometimes you have to take a risk to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle, and besides, there's no real loss if he loses, right? Looking at the challenge accepting Cieli, and as the former gym trainer Xiaojing, he voluntarily stepped up to be the referee. The two sides chose an open area to prepare for a 4v4 match. The reason for 4v4 is that Ji currently has only 4 Pokémon. Alright, now it's a 4v4 match between Xiaoji from Jinshin Town and Cieli from the Alola region. During the match, Both sides can freely switch Pokémon. Now, let the match begin. After Xiao Jiang introduced the rules, he stepped back to stand with Xiao Yao and the others. Okay, the Pokémon I'm sending out is you, Moo. After Xiao Jiang confirmed the start of the match, Xiaoji excitedly shouted and sent out his first main Pokémon, the Trico that Cieli was familiar with. Cieli took a glance at the system and noticed that although the opponent's Trico was outstanding in appearance, with a physique and tail color far superior to others, it was only level 14. Remembering the opponent's title of Reverse Attribute Master, he decided to change his originally planned Pokémon, Pidgey, to Teddiursa. The reason for not sending out Maril was that its level was too low. Winning would yield pitiful experience, so it was better to let Teddiursa go. After all, Teddiursa and the opponent's Pokémon had no type advantage over each other, and Teddiursa was one level higher. Seeing Teddiursa enter the battle, Xiaoji habitually took out the Pokédex. However, since the Alola region was not yet part of the league, the Pokédex did not have information on Teddiursa at that time. Looking at the mysterious Pokédex displaying unknown Pokémon, Ash's enthusiasm for battle surged. Although he didn't know what Pokémon his opponent had, Ash, who always charged forward in battles, decisively chose to attack first. He shouted to Trico, "Trico, use Pound on that Pokémon over there." Just as Trico's tail shone with a white light, preparing to strike the seemingly harmless Stufful, Stufful stood upright, looking self-encouraging. And then a surge of energy enveloped its body. "What is the opponent doing?" asked the still inexperienced May beside him. Kenny, the walking encyclopedia, replied, "Sis, can you please pay attention? That's called self-boosting, but it looks like Ash is in trouble." "Huh? How could that be? Ash is really strong. That Pokémon looks so cute and silly," May said in disbelief after hearing Kenny's words, as she still viewed Ash as a very powerful Pokémon trainer at that moment. Watching her sister, who still judges others by their appearance, Xiaoxin couldn't help but feel speechless. They were both gym trainers' children, but the difference was so significant. However, just as Xiao Yao and Xiaoxin were talking, the battle had already begun fiercely. The Tanu bear swung its furry fists and struck fiercely at the tail of the wood guard, who, seeing the opponent charging in, also chose to counterattack without hesitation. But the Tanu bear had been strengthened once, and with a powerful move, it sent the wood guard strike back, knocking it away hard. Seeing the wood guard being knocked back, Xiaoji immediately activated his encouragement skill. "Come on, wood guard, let's continue using strike." Sure enough, it was worthy of being the encouragement skill of Jigu, the wood guard, which was a bit weakened. Not only fully recovered, but also seemed to have used sword dance, with its tail glowing brighter. Not wanting to clash head-on with the now-strengthened wood guard, Cieli quickly commanded the Tanu bear to avoid the attack. The Tanu bear, using its agile body, dodged the wood guard's strike, causing dust to rise as its tail hit the ground. Just when the wood guard was about to continue using strike, the Tanu bear, having just evaded the attack, swung its small fist and directly hit the opponent in the face, instantly sending the opponent flying. Seeing the wood guard fainted, Xiaoji didn't have time to use his revival skill and could only helplessly recall the wood guard, saying to its Pokeball, "Thank you for your hard work. Wood guard, the rest is up to you." Wugui Yin. Use wing attack. Chapter 87. Wugui Yin with full electric resistance. As soon as Wugui Yin came out of the Pokeball, it flapped its wings and quickly ascended. Then, circling in midair, upon hearing the trainer's command, its black wings shone with white light, preparing to dive down from the air. It aimed to attack the Tanu bear, which was on guard on the ground. However, the crafty Cieli, to ensure that every subsequent Pokémon could gain experience from the Tanu bear, quickly took out the Pokeball to recall it. With a flash of red light hitting the waiting Tanu bear, Wugui Yan's wing attack brushed past it, cutting through the air without causing any harm. Looking at the Wugui Yan, which had reached level 20 and was the strongest Pokémon of Xiaoji aside from the Pika God, Cieli thought for a moment and then directly sent out the Zichong bear. "Go, Zichong bear, use Thunderbolt." Considering the opponent's flying-type attributes, Cieli commanded the Zichong bear to use an electric-type attack, attempting to directly take down the opponent by leveraging level and type advantage. Watching the incoming Urshifu, Ash instinctively took out his Pokédex. Urshifu, the rapid strike Pokémon, is the evolved form of Kubfu. When running, it can exceed speeds of 100 km per hour, but it is not good at turning. Just as the Pokédex was answering Ash's questions, the dazzling Urshifu transformed into its electric form without saying a word, unleashing a thunderbolt directly at the soaring Swellow in the sky. Seeing Urshifu's thunderbolt, Swellow did not dodge as it dove down. Instead, it chose to take the thunderbolt head-on. After enduring the attack, Swellow's wings glowed white again as it swooped down towards Urshifu. Having just used a thunderbolt, Urshifu was momentarily exhausted and unable to evade, resulting in Swellow's powerful wing attack knocking it back several steps. Watching the Boldore take a Thunderbolt head-on and still look spirited, Cieli couldn't help but think it was cheating. Although it wasn't a move of its own type, the level advantage and double weakness should have had an effect. It just shook its body and wore an expression as if nothing had happened. Am I the one being foolish, or is it? However, Cieli quickly thought of an explanation that he himself found unreliable. Perhaps it's because Thunderbolt is weak against it? He remembered a joke online about Ash. When facing a type that counters you, you will definitely lose. When facing a type you counter, you will definitely win. In reality, Ash's overall win rate is quite high against types he is strong against. It's just that in the early stages, due to lack of experience, he often used Pokémon that were weak against opponents. The reason this Boldore could take a Thunderbolt without issue was purely because it maxed out its electric resistance. In the anime, it took several Thunderbolts from Pikachu without flinching. Thinking about this, Cieli became anxious, completely unaware that the opponent simply had a higher resistance. However, since Thunderbolt from the Charge Bear was ineffective, and Cieli had just switched Pokémon, he couldn't send out another Pokémon at the moment. So he said to the Charge Bear, wait for the right moment, wait for it to come down, and use Sand Attack. Upon seeing the Boldore's wing attack take effect, Ash happily continued to command. Yes, just like that, keep the Boldore in, and let's continue using wing attack. The Boldore, after receiving the trainer's command, once again executed the same tactic, its wings glowing white as it dove down from the air. However, this time the Charge Bear did not continue using Thunderbolt. Instead, it calmly stayed in place, waiting for the Boldore to get closer. It swiped its claws at the ground, throwing a cloud of sand directly at the Boldore's face. The Boldore, diving in for the attack, was caught off guard by the sudden sandstorm, unable to adjust its posture in time. The sand got into its eyes, and for a moment, it couldn't maintain its flight balance. The wing attack hit the ground, and, as the Boldore prepared to clear the sand obstructing its vision, it found itself in a difficult situation. After seeing the Aerodactyl land, Cieli immediately commanded his Bison Bear. Now, Bison Bear, use Tackle. The Bison Bear, enduring the opponent's electric attack, began to run with its agile limbs, charging towards the Aerodactyl at high speed. Just then, Ash activated his special skill, Dodge Aerodactyl. The Aerodactyl, which had been clearing sand from its eyes just moments ago, seemed to be possessed by a mysterious force and dodged to the side, avoiding the Bison Bear's tackle. The Bison Bear, realizing it had lost its target and not being good at turning, could only slow down helplessly. It watched regretfully as the Aerodactyl flew back into the sky. In the air, the Aerodactyl found itself in an awkward position without any long-range attacks, observing the standoff below. Xiaoyao, standing nearby, worriedly said to Ash, "What now?" The opponent's Bison Bear looks really strong. Meanwhile, Xiaojing squinted and said, "Yes, this trainer named Cieli seems quite capable. And like Ash, he is also a badge-holding trainer. It looks like Ash has met a formidable opponent this time." However, Xiaoxing had a different opinion. Ash's Pokémon have just been caught and haven't been trained yet. Give him some time, and he will definitely surpass this trainer. Hearing Xiaoxing's words, the other three nodded in agreement, choosing not to say more and continuing to watch the match unfold. Noticing that the situation was at a standstill, Cieli commanded his Bison Bear to enhance its abilities. Watching the Bison Bear sharpen its claws below, Ash could only reluctantly command his Aerodactyl to use wing attack to engage with the opponent. The Aerodactyl did not disappoint Ash, diving down from the air once again. Seeing the diving Aerodactyl, the Bison Bear prepared to use the same tactic, but the sand was dodged by the Aerodactyl, which was prepared. Just as the Aerodactyl's wings were about to sweep across the Bison Bear's body, Cieli decisively commanded, "In that case, let's clash. Bison Bear, use Cut." The Bison Bear's claws glowed white as it fiercely slashed at the incoming Aerodactyl. The clash of white lights occurred, and ultimately, the enhanced white light prevailed, slashing through the Aerodactyl's wings and sending it crashing to the ground. Seeing the Aerodactyl fall again, the Bison Bear, well aware of the essence of follow-up attacks, quickly charged towards the downed Aerodactyl, directly knocking it out. After losing two main Pokémon in a row, Ash's fighting spirit did not wane. Instead, it soared even higher. He recalled the fainted Aerodactyl and comforted it for a moment. Now, Ash found himself in a dilemma. Should he bring out his reliable Pikachu to win the match, or let the newly joined Crawdaunt take the stage? Watching Ash hesitate, Crawdaunt volunteered, confidently raising its claws and stepping into the arena. Chapter 88. Shineido's first battle with Pikachu. Looking at the confident little lobster soldier on the field, Cieli did not bring out the mushroom Pokémon that countered it, because he didn't believe that the opponent could overcome the level difference to defeat him. Instead, he thought it would be somewhat wasteful to use a low-level mushroom Pokémon against a low-level lobster soldier. And it would be better to let the charging bear continue to gain experience on its own, especially since the charging bear was just a bit away from reaching level 40. Moreover, Cieli didn't need to check the system. Based on his experience of dealing with lobster soldiers along the coastline of Orangeflower Forest, he knew that the opponent's lobster soldier was probably not very high in level, as its pincers were quite small and there didn't seem to be much meat inside. Zhongji, the one who sent out the lobster soldier, did not rush to command it to attack the charging bear. Instead, he calmly observed the situation on the field. After noticing that Cieli had no intention of switching Pokémon, he finally said to the lobster soldier, "Go for it, lobster soldier. Use Crab Hammer to attack the charging bear." The little lobster soldier, full of energy, clacked its pincers twice in response to Zhongji's words. Then its small pincers glowed with white light, and 6 shrimp legs quickly rushed towards the charging bear. Previously, the charging bear had teamed up with Cieli to beat up lobster soldiers, and even the evolved form, Kingler, had been defeated by it. The charging bear had also taken hits from the lobster soldier's pincers, so it was quite familiar with this Pokémon that excelled in favorable matchups. With a beautiful leap to the side, the charging bear dodged the lobster soldier's direct crab hammer attack, then swiftly transformed into a bolt of electricity. After a brief charge, it unleashed a thunderbolt that left the charging lobster soldier dazed. Just as the charging bear felt confident of victory, the lobster soldier, relying on its outstanding perseverance, managed to endure the thunderbolt, leaving the bear surprised at its resilience. At this moment, the charging bear couldn't help but mutter to itself, considering that its recent laziness might have caused its skills to weaken. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easily resisted by the supposedly weaker opponent. However, seeing the lobster soldier charging at it again as if nothing had happened, the charging bear decided to lower its body and, with its agile limbs, launched a powerful tackle towards the lobster soldier. Given the significant level difference, the lobster soldier's perseverance seemed to have little effect, as it was directly knocked away by the charging bear's charge. It then collapsed onto the ground, completely knocked out. Watching the fainted lobster soldier, the charging bear finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that it wasn't that it was too weak after all. Watching the consecutive defeats of his Pokémon, Ash felt a bit helpless. He recalled the fainted Crawdaunt, and now had to place his hopes on his last trump card. It's decided, Pikachu. The battle-hardened Pikachu stepped onto the field with a fierce look, but Cieli was surprised to find that its level changed the moment it entered the arena. Now standing at level 3990, Pikachu's level was now on par with Urshifu. Seeing Cieli's stunned expression, he thought, what the heck? Is it a 50-50 match for everyone? You're not Kakashi Hitaki. He silently mocked the veteran Pikachu, but at that moment, Pikachu wouldn't wait for Cieli's days. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt, Ash commanded, and Pikachu unleashed its most skilled move. Sparks flew from Pikachu's body as a current thicker than Urshifu's previous Thunderbolt shot towards it. Urshifu, not receiving any orders from Cieli, chose to counter with its own Thunderbolt. Soon, 2 currents of different thicknesses collided, but Pikachu proved its superiority. Pikachu's Thunderbolt overpowered Urshifu's, scattering it and hitting Urshifu behind. After taking a Thunderbolt from Pikachu, Urshifu panted heavily in place. Just as Ash was about to pursue, Cieli decided to recall Urshifu, knowing that if it fainted, there would be no experience points to gain. He placed the recalled Urshifu beside him to watch the battle, and chose to send out his Gardevoir, having initially hidden in the bushes to avoid exposure. Cieli recalled all his Pokémon. Now, he looked at Gardevoir emerging from its Pokeball. The beauty-loving Xiao Yao excitedly pulled out the Pokédex Gardevoir. The Embrace Pokémon. It can use all its illusion energy to create small black holes, all to protect its trainer. Looking at the beautiful and enchanting Galade in front of her, Xiao Yao said, "Oh my god, Xiao Sheng, I want to have a Pokémon like this too." Xiao Sheng, who was beside her, rolled his eyes at his sister and helplessly said, "Galade is the final evolution of Ralts, so sister, you just need to catch a Ralts to get a Galade." Upon hearing that she could get a Galade by catching a Ralts, Xiao Yao quickly asked, "Where can I catch a Ralts?" Xiao Sheng replied helplessly, "Sister, I'm just a kid. How would I know where to find Ralts? You should ask Professor Otamaki about that." Noticing that her brother Xiao Sheng didn't know Ralts' location, Xiao Yao immediately put on his sisterly authority, trying to suppress her younger brother Xiao Sheng. But Xiao Sheng had long been used to this unreliable sister and helplessly let her do as she pleased. While the siblings were discussing, the scene was already chaotic with electric and psychic energy swirling around. Galade gently waved her small hand, redirecting Pikachu's Thunderbolt to the side. Then she quickly unleashed a Psybeam towards Pikachu as the invisible force manifested into tangible circles, heading straight for Pikachu, who was currently using Thunderbolt. Seeing the ominous illusion beam from the opponent, Pikachu, relying on years of battle experience, dodged the illusion beam from Shinado. The beam struck the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Noticing that Thunderbolt couldn't match the opponent's power, Ash, drawing from his experience as a top 16 finisher in the Kanto Region Quartz Conference and an 8th place finisher in the Chengdu Region Silver Conference, decided to close the distance and attempt close combat. However, Shinado, who used its teleportation as if it were walking, immediately saw through Ash's intentions and swiftly teleported away from Pikachu's Giga Impact. Then, it unleashed an illusion beam that struck Pikachu from behind, sending it flying. Watching Pikachu, who shook its head and stood up again, Cieli did not choose to press the attack, but instead had Shinado use meditation on the spot, planning to strengthen it for a powerful soul attack. Noticing that his opponent was strengthening, Ash quickly commanded Pikachu to try to interrupt the opponent's boost with Thunderbolt. However, for Shinado, who was already proficient in meditation, the strengthening happened in an instant. Seeing the incoming electric current, Shinado immediately used Teleport to dodge, then continuously attacked Pikachu from the side with Dream Eater. At this moment, Pikachu was unusually uncomfortable. Thunderbolt couldn't hit, and neither Quick Attack nor Iron Tail could reach the opponent. Ultimately, under the fully strengthened psychic of Shinado, Pikachu fainted on the spot. Looking at the defeated Pikachu, Ash could only reluctantly accept the fact that he had lost. However, winning or losing is only temporary. Soon, Ash reignited his fighting spirit and said to Cieli with a determined expression, "Mr. Cieli, you are very strong. I hope we can have a rematch in the future." The victorious Cieli nodded with a smile and replied, "I hope we can meet again during our travels in the future." Chapter 89, Brock's experience after watching an exciting match. The water leap fish old man, Noda, clapped his hands and suggested, "What a wonderful Pokémon battle. It reminds me of the time I participated in the league competition. However, I see that it's just noon now. Why don't you all come to my place for lunch and have some tea before you leave?" Originally, Ash and his group had already visited Noda's hut, but faced with Noda's warm invitation, they couldn't refuse again and followed him to his hut. On the way, the curious Shung looked at the plush toy bear in Cieli's arms and couldn't help but ask Mr. Cieli, "What kind of place is the Alola region?" Alola? The Alola region is different from the Hoenn region. First of all, Alola consists of 4 major islands, each with unique scenery and various styles. Cieli recalled the game and anime storyline and continued, "Moreover, the people on the islands are simple and kind. The same Pokémon may have different evolutionary forms on different islands, which is quite magical. Also, each island has different guardians protecting it from foreign invasion." Cieli pretended to reminisce before continuing to describe the ecology of the Alola region based on the anime and his memories. In the end, Cieli said, "If you have the chance to travel to Alola in the future, you can find me on Mele Mele Island. I will take you to experience the island's charm." As for whether Ash would really go to find Cieli in the future, Cieli could only say that he still didn't understand the politeness of the locals. He hadn't given him his phone number or contact information, so how would they find him? Ash and the others were also filled with yearning for the Alola region after hearing Cieli's description. While they continued to chat, Noda quickly led them back to the water leap fish breeding hut. Looking at the room full of water leap fish eggs, Cieli was very interested, as this was the first time he had seen Pokémon eggs. However, these belonged to the league, and even if Noda wanted to give them away, he probably couldn't. Moreover, the old man didn't want to part with them. But Cieli was not disappointed. After all, to gain is happiness. To lose is fate. He was already satisfied just to see the breeding process of the water leap fish. After all, ISNT being a Pokémon trainer about traveling everywhere, enjoying various beautiful sights, experiencing different local customs, making friends with beloved Pokémon, and fulfilling one's dreams? Cieli's current dream was to become a league champion, preferably defeating the time-space dragons, and finding a way to return home. After visiting the breeding of the little water leap fish and learning some knowledge about raising young Pokémon, Cieli also pulled the true anime heroine Brock aside to ask about Pokémon breeding. Our heroine Brock, who had been with Ash the longest, may have somewhat mediocre strength, being the rock-type gym leader, but often referred to as the water-type gym leader. But his experience was definitely stronger than that of the novice Cieli. From Brock, Cieli learned that breeding Pokémon not only requires ensuring they are well-fed, but also needs to consider a balanced nutrition. To avoid Cieli misunderstanding, Brock used Steelix as an example. Steelix is a rock and ground-type Pokémon. However, if Steelix is given a metal coat and evolves through trading or carrying it for a long time, it will evolve into Steelix, and its type will change to Steel and Ground. It's not necessarily required to have a metal coat, as long as it consumes a certain amount of metal, or it can also evolve. Wild Steelix evolves this way. However, as a trainer, one cannot wait for Steelix to evolve into Steelix and then consider giving it Steel-type energy. Instead, one should ensure it receives appropriate Steel-type energy daily while it is still Steelix, for example, by adding alloys to its food to prepare for evolution. This way, the Steelix raised in this manner will not only be larger than its peers upon evolving into Steelix, but also have a much greater strength of steel than its peers. Cieli was amazed by this, but he still had his questions. What about Pokémon that have already evolved or have unchanged types after evolution? Brock, being a good big sister and skilled in teaching, didn't show any impatience when faced with Cieli's inquiry. Instead, he seriously thought for a moment before answering Cieli's question. For Pokémon that have already evolved or have unchanged types after evolution, Brock suggested that Cieli ensure the Pokémon replenishes its own type energy daily while also taking in a small amount of energy from other types, but should avoid completely opposing energies, such as Psychic and Dark, unless the Pokémon possesses both types at the same time. For slightly opposing types, such as Fire and Water, a small amount could be consumed to enhance resistance. Brock also mentioned an encounter he had with Ash during their travels, where they met a Rhydon that not only liked to eat food containing water-type energy, but also overcame its natural fear of water, developing the ability to move in water through continuous reinforcement. Cieli was very grateful for Brock's explanation and specially took out a homemade energy cube from his backpack to gift it to Brock. Upon seeing the homemade energy cube, Brock was quite surprised. After all, energy cubes are generally not made by trainers. Only Pokémon breeders might learn to make them. However, Cieli's foundation was too weak. His knowledge of breeding Pokémon was lacking. So how could a novice trainer make such good energy cubes? Brock silently complained as he took a bite of Cieli's energy cube. Perhaps this is talent? Suddenly, the two began to chat happily about the making of energy cubes, while Xiao Sheng, looking curious, said, "Hey sister, look at how happy Brock and Mr. Cieli are chatting. It seems they really hit it off." Xiao Yao looked at the plush toy bear in Cieli's arms and nodded in agreement. After all, how bad could someone who had such a fluffy Pokémon be? However, happy times are always short. After finishing lunch at the Waterleap Fish Old Man's place, Cieli and Ash's group ultimately had to say goodbye, as that is how journeys are, coming together and parting ways. After waving goodbye to Noda, Cieli waved at Ash at the fork in the road, signaling for a future meeting. As he watched Cieli gradually move away, Xiao Ji and his companions continued their training at the gym. After battling Cieli, Xiao Ji's enthusiasm was even higher. Meanwhile, Cieli, who had left Xiao Ji's group, realized that he couldn't exploit the system's loophole regarding rewards. The experience gained from defeating the fighting god was calculated based on his current level, not the later level 90. Although he didn't get the most out of it, receiving Xiao Gang's experience was still quite good. Content with what he had, Cieli happily rode his Urshifa back on the way home. Chapter 90. The Foot of Evolution. Please leave a comment here to decide on the appearance of the second female lead. Comments can be either human or Pokémon. Pokémon options include Buniri, Miss Skirt, Finnegan, etc., while human options include married or unmarried women. It might have been too close to the city. After saying goodbye to Xiao Ji's group, Cieli continued searching nearby, but couldn't find any large Pokémon groups. As for the scattered Pokémon, they ran away upon seeing Cieli, and with no rewards, he could only helplessly return to the hotel with his Pokémon. Time flows the next morning. With one day left until the scheduled gym battle, Cieli, after exercising with his Pokémon, was left feeling helpless when he inquired at the hotel front desk and learned that the martial arts tournament in Wudo Town had already concluded. The prize was not what the passersby had mentioned, like a semi-divine Pokémon or the starter trio, but simply a golden fighting belt. And the winner was a muscular man who had knocked out a Machoke with a single punch in the finals, securing first place. After hearing this, Cieli couldn't help but marvel at the talent in the Pokémon world. There was the likes of Ji Yi, who could lift a small nebula with one hand, and now a man who could knock out a Machoke with one punch. However, he thought to himself that he was also a talent in the Pokémon world, as a man capable of doing such tragic things could be considered a character in his own right. Beifong, a supporting character in a novel, is known for being ruthless to various creatures, and he can be seen as a model for their generation. But now, Cieli seemed to find himself in an awkward situation of having nothing to do. The scheduled gym battle hadn't started yet, and there were no large Pokémon groups nearby for him to train with. Moreover, with the gym battle set for tomorrow, if he went far to train for experience, he would risk not returning in time, causing further delays on this small island. He couldn't help but complain about the unreliability of the gym leader and envy the direct members of the league who didn't have to make appointments and could start battles whenever the gym leader was free. Feeling aimless, Cieli ultimately decided to take a fishing rod and become a fisherman. After all, who doesn't have a dream of catching a big Magikarp? Always decisive, Cieli changed into casual clothes and consulted the front desk, where he received information about several popular fishing spots. Choosing a nearby location, he rode his Urshifu to the recommended fishing spot. At the fishing spot, there were already a few fishermen waiting for their catches. Hearing the noise, the fishermen didn't even turn their heads, as they were fully focused on their task. Cieli understood that these people were true fishermen, as their eyes were only on the fish. After a light-hearted comment, Cieli quickly immersed himself in the activity. He instructed his Pokémon to stay quiet and let them play nearby while he found a secluded spot to begin his fishing journey. After setting up his equipment and assembling his fishing rod, he made a beautiful cast. Watching the bobber float in the water, Cieli comfortably reclined on his chair, munching on watermelon that Urshifu had chilled with Ice Beam, while enjoying a massage from Shiinotic. This scene looked less like that of a fisherman and more like a wealthy second generation enjoying a vacation. Nearby, a young fisherman glanced over and, seeing Xia Li's relaxed demeanor, secretly scoffed at how he was playing. But soon, he was drawn in by the sight before him. The fishing rod that had just been cast was now bending down. Noticing this, Cieli quickly stood up, gripping the rod tightly and skillfully beginning to tug against the fish in the sea. Soon, the fish in the water was exhausted from Xia Li's up-and-down techniques. The weary fish was swiftly raised by Cieli with a beautiful lift of the rod. As it leaped out of the water, revealing its familiar red form, the young man chuckled and turned back to focus on his own bobber. Looking at the fierce and aggressive little king carp in front of him, Cieli wasn't angry at all. Instead, he chuckled and removed the fishhook from the creature. Just when the king carp thought it was going to be released, Cieli gathered some fighting energy within him, attached it to his foot, and kicked it directly back into the water. Watching his fishing and combat experience improve, Cieli felt a surge of joy in his heart. What is this called? This is called a win-win. He has won twice. No, it's actually a triple win, as the king carp has also gained its freedom. Everyone is winning big, right? After achieving a good start, Cieli continued to work hard on his fishing career, enjoying his career. In the following time, Cieli caught several more king carps, skillfully kicking them back into the water. At this point, an uncle nearby couldn't bear to watch any longer. Fishing is just fishing. What do you mean by kicking the fish? Just as he was about to walk over and advise Cieli, he quickly found himself dumbfounded by the scene before him. He saw Cieli kick the king carp again, sending it flying. However, this time the king carp, soaring through the air, did not fall into the water like the predecessors before it, but instead was glowing with a white light all over its body. Watching the kingler being kicked away, Cieli was slightly taken aback. Although he had seen Kojiro kick out a Gyarados before, he didn't expect he could do it too. He couldn't help but praise himself for being quite impressive. Then, looking at the furious Gyarados in front of him, Cieli chuckled. But so what if it evolved? As the Gyarados was about to bite Cieli, Cieli snapped his fingers. The Urshifu, who was cutting watermelon for Cieli nearby, turned around in confusion, thinking Xia Li was going to cut another fruit. But upon seeing the Gyarados lunging at him, Urshifu suddenly realized, retracting its claws that were originally ready to slash. Following Xia Li's teaching, it unleashed a thunderbolt on the Gyarados, which had just evolved. The Gyarados, still adjusting to its newly evolved body, was eager to bite the human in front of it, but unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. The thunderbolt shattered its dreams, and the Gyarados, now smoking, collapsed to the ground. Seeing the Gyarados being taught a lesson by Thunderbolt, Cieli smiled. It had just evolved, at most only around level 20, and was still a water and flying type, 4 times weak to electric moves. Who gave it the courage to dare speak loudly to me? Meanwhile, the uncle who was about to call his Pokémon to rescue Xia Li sighed inwardly, wondering if this was a new fishing method. He then called his Pokémon back to his side, thinking that since the opponent was no longer a threat, he might as well continue fishing. After all, everyone has their own unique fishing methods, right? Looking at the dizzying Gyarados in front of him, Cieli called over the Shinado who was chatting with Marilioli nearby and asked Shinado to use Psychic to throw the Gyarados away. He then continued his fishing career. The sun slowly set, and, as expected, it was a recommended fishing spot by the front desk. Cieli had a bountiful catch today. with his fishing skills reaching the proficiency level and his fighting experience also increased a little. After all, as the fishing level increased, the Pokémon that bit the hook were no longer limited to Magikarp. There were also some Agron jellyfish and such. Cieli didn't dare to kick them away, fearing that they might retaliate and poison him. So he had to let his Electivire use Thunderbolt to knock them out before letting Shinado use Psychic to throw them back. After a day of fishing, under the afterglow of the sunset, Cieli returned to the hotel with his Pokémon, looking forward to tomorrow's gym battle. Chapter 91. Fighting Gym Battle 1. Updating slowly due to mobile typing, afraid that the fighting gym trainer would run off to surf and pick up girls again. Cieli arrived early with Shinado to block the door. Soon, the gym's door was slowly opened by a muscular man. Seeing the open gym, Cieli quickly approached the door and asked, "Hello, I am a trainer who made an appointment for today's gym battle. My name is Cieli. May I ask if the gym leader is available for the battle today?" The muscular guy who had just opened the door was startled by Cieli. Seeing Cieli waiting there early in the morning, he was slightly taken aback. After hearing Cieli's words, he slowly replied, "The gym leader is in the gym today, but let me check first before responding. Please come in and have a seat." Cieli followed him to the gym's front desk and waited for him to verify. After verifying his identity, the guy slowly spoke. Identity verification completed. "So, Mr. Cieli, please follow me. I have informed the gym leader, and he is waiting for you there." Upon hearing that he could finally start the gym battle as he wished, Cieli nodded happily and followed the front desk staff to the battle arena inside the gym. The fighting gym's arena was extremely minimalist, contrasting sharply with the rock gym's decor, which was full of rocks. Soon, a girl in a pink bodysuit walked out and approached Cieli. Seeing her familiar face, Cieli felt a bit uneasy. He never expected that the test at this gym would be conducted by Shino. When did she become a disciple of Fujiki? Although it was Shino who started the trouble, it was her home ground, and she could make things difficult for him if she wanted. Just as Cieli was thinking about whether he should report her for being unprofessional and making things hard for visiting trainers, Shino looked at Cieli, and her originally sunny face suddenly turned gloomy. After a brief silence between them, Shino clenched her fists, took a deep breath, and slowly spoke. "According to the gym's rules, you need to defeat me first before you can start the gym battle. However, I am already aware of your strength, so we won't need a battle this time. I will go inform Lord Fujiki. Please wait a moment." Looking at the little ninja in front of him, he did not begin to test his strength, but instead went directly to inform Fujishu in the back. The receptionist at the referee's desk was slightly taken aback, but did not say anything, instead looking at Cieli with curiosity. After all, it was rare for someone to make the little ninja voluntarily give up the test. While the receptionist was secretly wondering about Cieli's identity, the little ninja quickly returned with the gym leader. Dressed in trendy short sleeves, the fighting gym leader Fujishu coldly said to Cieli, "I am Fujishu, the gym leader of the fighting gym. You are the trainer Cieli here to challenge me, right? According to the registration form, you have already obtained one badge, correct?" Cieli narrowed his eyes and slowly nodded. Although he didn't know what the little ninja had said to the gym leader, it seemed that the gym leader's expression was not very good. Just as Cieli was pondering what had happened between the two, Fujishu, having received a response, continued. Then, "Little Zheng, please read out the competition rules, and let's start an exciting match." The referee, Little Zheng, was slightly taken aback by Fujishu's words. Normally, for a trainer with only one badge, Lord Fujishu would explain some weaknesses of fighting Pokémon to the visiting trainer as a kind of benefit. However, this time, Fujishu not only did not inform the other party, but also had Little Zheng read out the competition process. But as a referee, he quickly realized that since Lord Fujishu didn't want to provide guidance, there was no need for him to say much. He could just read the rules. He then spoke. "Now, we have the fighting gym leader Fujishu battling against trainer Xia Li from the Alola region. Since the challenger only has one badge, this match will take the form of a 3v3 gym battle. During the challenge, the gym leader cannot substitute Pokémon midway, but the challenger is allowed to substitute Pokémon. Let the match officially begin." As the referee's voice fell, the gym leader Fujishu hesitated for a moment. Then his eyes turned cold as he took out a Pokeball from behind and threw it out, saying coldly, "Go, Machoke, show them the beauty of fighting." Looking at the level 34 Machoke in front of him, Cieli recalled the Pokeball that originally contained Bobo. It was clear that the opponent had increased the difficulty of the battle, but it seemed he could still handle it. He turned to his Shinado behind him and said, "This match depends on you, Shinado." Upon hearing Cieli's words, Shinado was slightly taken aback. According to Cieli's strategy from yesterday, she was supposed to be the last to enter the battle. However, Shinado obediently flashed into the arena. Watching Shinado appear using teleport, Machoke tensed up, its muscles ready for a fight. Shinado used Psychic. Seeing the muscular Machoke, Cieli chose to test it with Psychic. As Shinado narrowed her eyes, a purple glow flowed in her hands, and then an invisible force lifted Machoke up, intending to throw it to the ground. But Machoke quickly broke free from the Psychic's grasp just before hitting the ground, using its 4 strong arms to shield itself, and then rolling to mitigate some of the falling damage. Watching the Mashoki's fluid movements, Cieli couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder it's a Pokémon trained by a gym leader. It really has something special." Machoke used the move Slap Down against the Psychic-type Shinado, but instead of using a Fighting-type move, Fujishu wisely chose to use a Dark-type move. After finishing its roll, Machoke quickly approached Shinado while channeling dark energy at the sound of its trainer's voice, its huge palm swinging down fiercely at Shinado. As Shinado faced the melee brute up close, a slight smirk appeared on its lips, and in an instant, a flash of white light passed by. Mashoki's massive palm struck nothing but air, and sensing the empty hit, it realized something was wrong. Drawing on years of experience battling Psychic-type Pokémon, Machoke didn't turn to attack, but instead executed a skilled sidestep. Sure enough, a wave of psychic energy struck Mashoki's original position, kicking up a cloud of dust. After watching her illusionary light fall short, Shinado was not surprised, as Cieli had already informed her that the fighting dojo would definitely have a way to counter such flash attacks. Therefore, following Cieli's previous strategy, Shinado continued to stay in place to look for opportunities, while the Machamp that had avoided the attack let out a sigh of relief. Then, with a push of its legs, the ground instantly cracked under Machamp's powerful force. Chapter 92, Fighting Dojo Match 2. As the Machamp charged again, history seemed remarkably similar. A flash of white light appeared, and with a teleport, Shinado narrowly avoided Machamp's attack once more. However, this time, Machamp reacted swiftly, stomping its right foot on the ground and charging straight back without even looking. If it were an ordinary Psychic-type Pokémon facing such a reaction, it might have been hit immediately. However, thanks to Cieli's teachings on guerrilla warfare, which emphasized randomness in teleportation and not always appearing behind the opponent to avoid falling into traps, Shinado, the obedient little one, always listened to Cieli. As long as it wasn't too outrageous, she generally accepted his advice. This time, she teleported to Machamp's side. Poor Machamp, turning around to use its strength, was taken aback to find nothing behind it. Seizing this brief moment of confusion, Shinado concentrated, gathering psychic energy in her hands, and then unleashed a Psybeam directly at Machamp, sending the momentarily dazed opponent flying. Seeing the Machoke suspended in midair, Cieli quickly thought of a plan and said to Shinado, "Now, use telekinesis to throw it into the air." With a wave of her small hand, Shinado unleashed an invisible force that sent the already suspended Machoke soaring upwards. Just as Machoke tried to break free from her telekinesis, it realized that the force was only throwing it into the air and not continuing to cling to it. Realizing the danger, Machoke hurriedly curled up and covered its vital spots with Dark-type energy, attempting to mitigate the Psychic-type attack with the energy on its hands. Cieli, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but praise, as expected of a gym trainer's Pokémon, so experienced in dealing with type advantages, even coming up with this strategy. He silently noted this operation in his mind for future use with other Pokémon. However, he thought that using Dark-type energy to counter Shinado was unrealistic, as his own Shinado didn't only know Psychic-type moves. Concerned that Shinado might not fully understand the move, Cieli quickly instructed Shinado, "Stop using Dream Eater and use Dazzling Gleam on the Machoke in the air." Upon hearing Cieli's command, Shinado abandoned the idea of continuing to use Dream Eater and instead gathered her hands in front of her chest, a pink energy continuously accumulating around her. Unlike when she used Psychic-type moves, Shinado now appeared playful, like a charming girl from next door looking at you with a playful expression. However, the Machoke, being female, did not appreciate Shinado's playfulness. Seeing the pink energy gathering beneath her, it thought to itself that it was probably doomed. On the ground, Fujiki's face darkened as he saw Shinado's pink light. At a disadvantage from the start, he had been thinking of how to counter this elusive Shinado. Unfortunately, while there were many countermeasures, Machoke had only learned a portion of them, and that portion had already been neutralized by Shinado. Yet, as a fighting gym trainer, Fujiki firmly believed in never giving up until the last moment. So he shouted, "Machoke, use cross-chop against Shinado, leveraging the recoil from the ceiling." Hearing her trainer's words, Machoke knew that the situation was dire, but, trained under Fujiki, understood the spirit of fighting was to never give up. Using the lift from telekinesis, it quickly approached the ceiling, its eyes sharp as it looked at the ceiling. In midair, it rolled its body and pushed off the ceiling forcefully, creating a small dent in it. And Machoke then rapidly descended using that force combined with gravity. As Machoke descended, it crossed its arms into a cross shape. Powerful white light enveloping its arms. Soon, the pink beam formed from the fairy energy collided with Mashoki's cross chop. With the added force of the recoil, Mashoki's cross chop repeatedly cleaved through the beam. However, the difference in levels and the double-type disadvantage was no joke. Just as Machoke was halfway through its charge, the white light on its arms began to dilute and ultimately vanished into thin air. Seeing its energy completely drained, the creature could only feel unwilling as it was once again propelled to the ceiling by a burst of magic. Accompanied by a dull thud, the creature, its eyes glazed over, fell from the ceiling, but before it could hit the ground, it was directly captured by the vines with a Pokeball. Looking at the Pokeball containing Machoke in his hand, Fujishu silently said to it, "Thank you, Machoke, but this time it's not your fault. It was my command mistake." Just as Fujishu was comforting the fainted Machoke, the referee watching the match stepped forward and said, "The gym trainer's Machoke has fainted, and the challenger Shinado has won the match. Now, please, gym trainer Fujishu, quickly replace your Pokemon." Hearing that he needed to replace his Pokemon, Fujishu hesitated for a moment. After some thought, he took out a Pokeball from behind him that was further back. Looking at the Pokeball in his hand, Fujishu calmly said, "It's decided. Charm, let the opponent feel the yoga power as flexible as the ocean." Then, a Pokemon resembling a person appeared on the field. With a bright red head, legs, and lips, along with several yellow spots on its body. The newly arrived Charm immediately stood on one leg, slightly lifted the other foot, spread its arms, and kept shouting, "Raim, Raim." Looking at the Charm, who somewhat resembles an Indian, Cieli felt like she had seen him somewhere before. Then she glanced at the little shinobi beside the vine tree and suddenly realized that Charm's pose was strikingly similar to the one little shinobi used when she saw Ash. Except at that time little shinobi had shouted Cha-Cha, while the other party shouted Raimu Raimu. Feeling the gaze of Cieli, who looked like she was staring at a fool, the little shinobi beside the vine tree was instantly filled with rage. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't defeat him and that he had indeed made some reasonable points when he left, little shinobi would have already gone up to educate him. But for now, she could only place her hopes of educating him on the vine tree in front of her. Looking at the broad back of the vine tree in front of her, Xiaoren felt confident in Master Tingshu's strength. However, according to the league rules, for a newbie like Cieli with only one badge, the Pokemon for this battle was already the highest standard that Tingshu could provide. Knowing the strength of Charm well, Xiaoren realized that Tingshu had exceeded the specifications for this match, considering that this Charm had always been cultivated as a member of Master Tingshu's second team. Generally, the challenge level for one badge is between 10 to 15. For two badges, it's 15 to 20, depending on the levels of the Pokemon used by the opponent's gym leader, with a maximum allowance of 10 levels above. Using a level 39 Pokemon directly like this is considered exceeding specifications and unprofessional, but the league usually doesn't say much about it, as long as it doesn't exceed 20 levels. If it exceeds 20 levels and a complaint is filed, it would put the trainer in a difficult position and lead to penalties. Having learned about the battle specifications from Xiaojiang, she understood why the strange cuckoo would seal its mouth with a rock-type training manual, especially since the opponent had sent out a level 38 Xiaonorth, which was already way beyond what someone with no badges could handle. This time, the fighting gym had set the level of the battling Pokemon at exactly 39, just enough to exceed the league's penalty threshold, and at this level, the maximum penalty would be 3 cups. Looking at the level 39 Charm in front of him, Cieli secretly criticized the opponent for being shameless. It was just a matter of tying up his disciple and future girlfriend, right? If he had known, he should have taken some interest back when he faced Shinedo's disdain. Otherwise, this beating was practically for nothing. However, as much as he complained, Cieli knew that it might be a bit difficult for Shinedo to take on the opponent's Charm now. He directly recalled Shinedo with a Pokeball, hesitated for a moment, then chose another Pokeball to throw out, shouting, "In that case, you take the stage, Zubat. Use Supersonic." According to the plan Cieli had devised yesterday at the hotel, based on his current number of badges and combining the anime and game settings, the opponent's first Pokemon was generally a level 12 to 17 Machop. His level 16 Pidgey could take advantage of the air and type advantage to take it out, gaining experience while also exhausting the opponent's second Pokemon. Zubat would follow up, as the second Pokémon, using its level advantage and type matchup to take down the enemy Pidgey and then use Confuse Ray and Poison Fang to wear down the third Pokémon, before having Shinado come in as the last Pokémon for a graceful psychic finish. But now the opponent had clearly become shameless, skipping Machoke and going straight to Machamp. And now there was a fighting and psychic-type charm out. So, Cieli decided to abandon his original plan and aim to annoy the opponent with Zubat. He didn't expect to switch out the opponent, just wanted to inflict confusion. As Cieli's Pokeball hit the ground, the red light condensed into the shape of Zubat. Upon entering the battlefield, Zubat looked at Charm in front of it, feeling somewhat dazed. Didn't the trainer say that the opponent was a weakling? Wasn't it supposed to be easy to take out a low-health Pokémon? Why did it feel like the opponent was even more powerful? Who was the real weakling here? Seeing the dazed Zubat in the air, the opponent's Fujiki directly commanded his Pokémon to attack. Charm, use Thunder Punch while now. Don't let it fly. Charm, Charm. Charm shouted energetically as it quickly charged towards the flying Zubat. Watching the electricity sparkling from the charging Charm, Cieli coldly said, Zubat, use Confuse Ray up close. Make sure the light hits it even if you take the hit. Yes, he knew that facing a level 39 Charm, Zubat's chances of winning were almost zero. But Cieli didn't intend for Zubat to be the main attacker. As long as Zubat could annoy the opponent, its role would be considered accomplished. After hearing the trainer's words, Zubat felt somewhat speechless, but knew it had to listen to its trainer. Although the opponent's fists were flashing with annoying electricity, compared to being hit by Cieli, Zubat felt that taking a hit from the opponent was better. After quickly analyzing the pros and cons, Zubat opened its small eyes as wide as possible. Then a beam of light that made people feel a bit dizzy shot out from Zubat's eyes, rushing towards the oncoming Charm. Due to the close distance, the confused ray hit Charm directly, rushing into its brain. At that moment, Charm only felt a slight discomfort in its mind, but it quickly stabilized, and its electrified fist smashed directly into the face of Zubat. Zubat was knocked out cold by the heavy blow, having only managed to unleash a confused ray before being swiftly taken out of the battle. Watching the referee reading the request for the Zubat to retreat and asking Cieli to change Pokémon, Xiaorun, who had originally been worried about her crush, suddenly relaxed her tense little face. At the same time, she thought to herself, the opponent only bullies trainers like me. When they encounter Master Tingshu, they reveal their true form. Indeed, my Master Tingshu is impressive. I really want to have children with him. Cieli, however, did not notice that Xiaorun was having an internal climax. Instead, he happily recalled the fainted Zubat, as long as the odd light hit Charm. Zubat's role in this match would be complete. Next, it would be his turn to not play fair, but that was because the opponent had started it first. So why should he be polite? Although his current lineup did not have Toxic Guard, Enhanced Relay, or the Despair Flow and Unrighteous Nail Flow, Cieli had the annoying combo of Zubat and Amoonguss with abnormal statuses. Reality is different from games. In games, there's only one negative status, but in reality, there can be multiple combinations, such as confusion, paralysis, and poisoning. Moreover, according to the gym battle rules, the opponent cannot switch Pokémon, and Charm does not have any skills to clear statuses. In summary, the opponent was in for a tough time. Just thinking about what would happen next made Cieli feel exhilarated. It was decided, Amoonguss, use Spore. A flash of white light appeared, and Cieli's #1 henchman, the Mushy Kangaroo, made a dazzling entry. The freshly entered Mushy Kangaroo slightly trembled, and the colorless and odorless paralysis powder quickly floated towards Charm in front of it. Charm, moving away from Amoonguss, prepared to use Self-Boost to enhance itself. Although it did not see the paralysis powder, Tingshu still cautiously instructed Charm to move away from its original position and seek an opportunity to enhance itself. It can only be said that it was indeed a gym trainer. If it were a kid in shorts by the roadside, they would have charged in without caring about any abnormal status. Hearing that the trainer's Charm was about to leave its position to find a safer distance to enhance itself, for some reason, its brain suddenly thought that the trainer was insignificant and dared to command Charm. Didn't it realize whose territory this gym was? Today, Charm was going to tell the trainer not to point fingers at it. Charm was going to beat the Mushy Kangaroo to death. Under the influence of confusion, Charm refused Tingshu's command, and not only did it not move away from Amoonguss, but it charged straight towards Amoonguss. Seeing Charm refuse to listen, Tingshu thought to himself that the opponent was indeed not simple, but still shouted loudly, Charm, focus. Wake up quickly. Don't charge over. However, with its mind in chaos, Charim would not listen to the trainer's commands and continued to charge towards Amoonguss with a slightly confused expression. Seeing Charim rushing over, Amoonguss nimbly dodged its thunder punch and retaliated with a cloud of paralysis powder thrown at its face. Overdosed with paralysis powder, Charim not only had a confused mind, but also found its electrified body refusing to communicate with its chaotic brain, starting to flop around in place. Seeing this scene, Cieli's lips curled up slightly. Then he said to Amoonguss, "Add a little more to it. Use poison powder and seed bomb up close." Looking at the struggling Charim in front of him, the shroomish chuckled and casually tossed a disgusting-looking purple powder. The powder quickly landed on the struggling Charim's face and then directly entered its body through its cherry-like mouth and an unknown nose. However, before the toxic powder could take effect, a more repulsive parasitic seed attached itself to Charim. Soon, the parasitic seeds began to grow thorns on Charim's body, entwining its thorny branches around Charim and tightly binding it in place, while greedily consuming its energy from every part of its body. Watching Charim bound by thorns, the little ninja behind the vine felt even worse than the vine itself, constantly cheering for Charim in his heart. "Come on, Charim, you can't lose." After seeing the Duskull complete its task, Cieli didn't hesitate to recall it. Watching the other party recall the Duskull, Feng Shu, the gym trainer, was slightly taken aback. But then, as if realizing something, his expression darkened instantly. Sure enough, Cieli sent out the Shineduo again. However, after Shineduo appeared, it did not attack the Charim in front of it, but instead stayed in place, looking curiously at the Charim, whose body was twitching from time to time. Its mind sometimes clear and sometimes confused, with purple bubbles constantly oozing from the corners of its mouth, under the full effects of negative status. Shineduo began to meditate on the spot, using teleport to dodge any attacks, and continued to meditate until fully powered. But Cieli did not waste this precious time and instructed Shineduo. Following Cieli's command, Shineduo closed its eyes and started to meditate, while an invisible psychic force expanded from Shineduo, keeping watch over the surroundings. Seeing Shineduo powering up, Feng Shu knew that if this continued, the next Pokémon might suffer a terrible fate, so he hurriedly said, "Charim, pull yourself together and use Dream Eater to interrupt its meditation." Perhaps Feng Shu's words helped Charim regain some clarity. Its previously chaotic gaze suddenly became clear, and its eyes began to gather psychic energy. Seeing Charim's eyes clear up, Feng Shu felt a slight joy, but soon he couldn't smile anymore. Although its mind was a bit clearer, its body was still paralyzed and unable to gather strength. In the end, he could only helplessly watch as Shineduo completed a meditation. After finishing its meditation, Shineduo glanced at the struggling Charim with sympathy, then continued to power itself up. Under the effects of confusion, paralysis, poison, and leech seed, Charim was utterly unable to stop Shineduo from completing its meditation. A few attempts to attack were dodged by Shineduo using teleport, and ultimately, without a single attack from Shineduo, Charim was drained of all its strength by poison and leech seed, collapsing on the spot, a sight that truly brought tears to the eyes of onlookers. The referee at the judging table looked at the fully powered Shineduo and the Charim still twitching and bubbling on the ground, speechless. Having seen all sorts of bizarre situations